418. Reflected the tension between Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity. Until the mid-14th century, the vague borderlands separating both denominations coincided with the political border between Poland and the Rus lands. Lyak, as the ethnonym for a Pole, was well established in these areas, where the first pieces of information about Poland were mediated by Rus sources or authors. Although Lyak disappeared from Standard Russian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian, the ethnonym survives in these three languages as a pejorative name for a Pole, or as a synonym for enemy. Moreover, a Pole is denoted as Lenkas in Lithuanian, Lenyel in Magyar, Lia in some Romanian dialects, and Ljahi in Albanian, and Lekistan means Poland in Osmanlika and Persian. Beginning in the 13th century, the Latinized form Lechita also entered Polish usage, as a poetic self-ethnonym for the Poles themselves. After the founding of Poland-Lithuania in the late 14th century, Ruthenian influence on the Polish language was strong and remained such through the 17th century. Numerous Ruthenian loans entered Polish, and some have been considered especially suitable for poetic expression to this day. Thesaberket Lechita was introduced by Krakow Bishop Wincenty Kadlubek in his Latin language Chronicle of Polish History. Narrating the origins of Poland, he recorded the fable of the three brothers, Czech/Czech/, Lek/Lek/, and Rus. After bidding farewell to their father, they traveled, parted ways, and eventually established their separate realms, identified respectively as the Czech Kingdom of Bohemia and Moravia, Poland, and Rus. In the age of nationalism, Polish school textbooks featured numerous retellings of this story, and portrayed the brothers as fathers of the Czech, Polish, and Russian nations. Orthography and politics. In the 7th century BCE, Greek settlers brought the skill of writing to the Apennine Peninsula. The Etruscans adopted a modified version of the Greek alphabet for writing their language. The Romans, who conquered the Etruscan lands in the first half of the 3rd century BCE, took over the Etruscan script and molded it into what we recognize today as the Latin alphabet. Unlike Etruscan, Latin writing was always left to right. The Latin alphabet had the task of mapping out the sound system of the Latin language. Despite some inconsistencies, it served this purpose well, for the Latin alphabet's 22 characters corresponded easily with the 26 phonemes of Classical Latin. The most glaring examples of mismatch between Latin graphemes and sounds were provided by the ambiguous use of and. Could be read as /k/ or /g/ and as /ts/ and /k/ although invariably represented the phoneme /k/, in writing the sound was most often represented by or. The sound value. The Polish case 419. Conveyed be also changed in combination with the graphemes representing vowels, namely, and. Stood for /i/, /y/, and /j/, whereas for /v/ and /u/ the letters and the digraphs and were borrowed from Greek, which enjoyed the high status of language of philosophy and social distinction in ancient Rome, representing the two phonemes bounded together /ks/ could be replaced by or, but the Greek loan took hold represented the palatal phoneme /x/ and in Central Europe this digraph stands for this phoneme to this day in Czech, German, Magyar, Polish, and Slovak. But in French denotes the phoneme /sh/ in Italian /k/ and /sh/, and in Spanish and English /ch/. The spelling of Latin was complicated in the Middle Ages, by the addition of 4 new graphemes and. But afterward, the convention of using 26 letters for writing in Latin stabilized. These 26 graphemes also constitute the basic inventory of the Latin script. Latin was used for administrative, political, ecclesiastical, economic, and literary purposes in the Western Roman Empire until its extinction in the 5th century, in the Byzantine Empire until the 8th century, when Byzantine Greek supplanted Latin, and in the Western Christian world until the 16th to 19th century, when local languages elevated to the status of written languages finally replaced Latin. The shift from Latin to Byzantine Greek was swift, because it fell back at the established Greek alphabet and usage, which predated those of Latin. The Greek language also remained in semi- or sub-official use throughout the eastern half of the Roman Empire and among the elites in the western section of this empire. The change from Latin to vernaculars presented early scribes with two serious dilemmas. First, whether to employ Latin characters to write in vernaculars. In the Byzantine Empire, each language deemed dignified enough to translate the Bible into, was endowed with its own specific writing system. In Western Christianity, non-Latin scripts were seen as a throwback to pagan times, and thus slated for extinction. Celtic scribes used the Latin alphabet from the 5th century on, and their Germanic and Scandinavian counterparts from the 8th and 9th century, respectively. Another dilemma was whether a scribe should be more faithful to the alphabet of the prestigious Latin language or to the sound system of a local language, which he aspired to note with the use of Latin characters. Initially, the original script without any additions won this beauty competition. Early users of the emerging Romance languages did not see them as radically different from Latin, and for quite some time considered these vulgar language to be part of Latin. Therefore, contemporary researchers label the language forms intermediate between Latin and full-fledged Romance languages Vulgar Latin. It was Dante who at the beginning of the 13th, 420 century legitimized the use of vulgar languages with his poetic oeuvre in the Florentine dialect and theoretical treatise De Vulgari Eloquentia. This paved the way for the development of vernaculars to the status of official languages that began to eclipse Latin itself already in the 16th century, as happened in the case of French. In their pronunciation, Spanish and Italian remained relatively close to Latin, so there was no need to add new letters and diacritics to represent new phonemes that did not exist in Latin. The superfluous letters or their combinations were employed to this end, for instance, for denoting /x/ and /th/ in Spanish, and /sh/ and /ts/ in Italian. The shortcomings of this system became quickly apparent in the case of French, which of all the Romance languages differs most from Latin, due to the substantial admixture of Germanic syntactical, vocabulary, and phonetic loans. First, superfluous letters and combinations of graphemes were employed to represent novel sounds, such as n/nasal a/, or /z/, and n/zh/. After the 14th century, French pronunciation changed dramatically, but the orthographic conventions remained largely the same. The introduction of diacritical letters such as or was to alleviate the situation, but contributed instead to the growing mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. For instance, the sound /s/ may be represented by and whereas the phoneme /o/ by and. Hence French pronunciation is no longer mapped out at the level of phonemes, but only at the level of morphemes. That is to say, only simple words represented by clusters of letters correspond to their oral counterparts, consisting of strings of phonemes. The situation is analogous in English, but unlike French, this language employs solely the original 26 letters of the Latin alphabet, without the prop of diacritics. In this respect, English orthography is closer to its Italian and Spanish counterparts. However, the attempt to reflect over 40 English phonemes led to an ever-widening mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. In English /sh/ can be written as and /i/ as and. The use of the diacritics employed for writing French spread to Spanish and Italian, but there are fewer in these languages. In Old English and the Scandinavian languages, few runes were preserved to denote specifically Germanic phonemes not associated with any Latin letters. They were branded pagan and soon disappeared from use, and nowadays they remain only in Icelandic. Western European influences, first, brought about superfluous Latin letters, diagraphs, and even multigraphs to convey specifically Germanic sounds of the German language, for instance, /ts/, /x/, /sh/, and /ch/. The system, as in the case of other vernacular languages, produced considerable mismatch between graphemes and phonemes. For example, /i/ is represented by and /sh/. The Polish case 421. by and. The uniquely German diacritic umlaut developed from the superscript written above, and to indicate rounded bilabial pronunciation as distinct from open pronunciation of /a//o/ and /u/. In the northern German-speaking polities the superscript gave way to the diaeresis in the 16th century, but persisted well into the 19th century in Catholic Bavaria. Today, exclusively, the diaeresis denotes umlaut in German and. Already in the times of the Reformation, this convention also became popular in the Netherlands and Scandinavia. But with the development of the Dutch and Scandinavian languages as different from German, the umlaut disappeared from these languages. Doubled vowel diagraphs and were introduced instead. In 1869, was introduced to Swedish orthography to make it more different from its German counterpart. The same intention dictated the introduction of in Danish. Because German and Swedish were the dominant languages in Finland and present-day Estonia, Finnish and Estonian orthographies have featured doubled vowel diagraphs prominently since the second half of the 19th century, including doubled umlaut vowel diagraphs. Moreover, the specific diacritic letter was added to written Estonian. In Central Europe, the dominance of Latin and its script came together with Christianizing missions that arrived mainly from the west of this continent. The subsequent placing of Central Europe in the sphere of Latinate Western Christianity also opened this region to the post-13th century discourse on the dignity and use of vernacular languages. At first, Czech was found to be dignified enough for wider use in writing beginning in the 14th and 15th centuries. This was so because the tradition of Church Slavonic literacy in the Glagolitic script survived in Bohemia from the time of the 9th century Cyrillo-Methodian Christianizing mission in Greater Moravia. Initially, as in Latin, in the Romance languages, and English only Latin letters and diagraphs were employed to map out almost 40 Czech phonemes, /ts/ and /ch/, /zh/, /sh/, comma, and /rhoticized zh/. Confusingly, stood for /k/, /j/, and /v/, /l/ and /w/, /e/ and /polytalized e/, /u/, /iu/ and /v/. Probably, and reflected two Glagolitic ligatures of similar phonetic values, written today as and in Russian Cyrillic. In the 14th century, the writing of fricatives and affricates became more orderly and the range of spelling variation narrowed, hence, stood for /ts/, /ch/, /ch/, /s/, /sh/, /sh/, /z/, and /rhoticized zh/. Representing /polytalized e/ was replaced b and was introduced. 422. /i/ so as to distinguish it from /i/ conveyed by. The latter change was confusing because /j/ continued to be represented by and. In the following century, in his D'Orthographia Bohemica, Jan Hus proposed that each Czech phoneme should be represented by a single letter. The biggest obstacle was posed by the question as to how to write affricates and how to distinguish between regular consonants and their polytalized counterparts. He proposed to do this with the new diacritic in the form of a superscript dot placed above a letter or next to its top part, for instance, /ch/, /polytalized e/, or /zh/. Hus retained the diagraph /ch/, /x/, /j/ and /g/, /ks/ and for the same phoneme /v/. Hussites, who readily embraced Hus's spelling reform, replaced the superscript dot with the circumflex turned upside down, still known in English by its Czech name Hosik, for instance, /ch/, /polytalized e/, /polytalized n/, r /rhoticized zh/, /sh/, and /zh/. The superscript dot gave way to the superscript comma in and /polytalized d/ and /polytalized t/ but the letters' capital counterparts, and retained the Hosic. The superscript comma replaced the superscript dot in and its capital counterpart /palatalizidal/, but this did not allow to distinguish between this sound and /w/ also noted as, the solution was the slash, which produced for denoting /w/. In the 16th century the Czech brethren replaced with for denoting /i/. The acute allowed for distinguishing between long vowels and their short counterparts, and the inconsistency was that at the end of words /u/ was not conveyed by but by. This Czech orthography was adopted mainly in Bohemia, the stronghold of the Czech brethren, as opposed to predominantly Catholic Moravia where diagraphs and numerous elements of the pre-Hus writing system survived. In the future, this led to naming written Czech of Bohemia Bohemian and of Moravia Moravian. In 966, the ruler of the Polanian state, Mieszko I, accepted Christianity from Bohemia. Latin and Czech influences followed. During the 13th century, first words and sentences noted in Polanian employed only single Latin letters and diagraphs, which caused ambiguity, because then the Polanian sound system consisted of over 40 phonemes, for example, denoted /s/, /palatal s/, /sh/, /z/, /palatal z/ and /zh/, taken from French stood for /ch/, and Italian mediated via Magyar also denoted the same sound. Czech influence showed in the use of for /sh/. Loans from the Greek alphabet also came to the succor, conveyed /nasal o/ and /nasal e/. The Czech influence was even clearer in 14th and 15th centuries when Czech attained status of an international language among Slavophone Catholic nobility. Polish nobles considered it second only to Latin. As a result was employed to convey /ts/. The Polish case 423. /palatal ts/ and /ch/ comma /palatal s/ and /rhoticized zh/. The German influence also showed up in the use of the trigraph for /sh/, /zh/ and /s/. Jan Parkazovic knew Hus's work on Czech orthography but did not want to follow it because he perceived Hus as a heretic. Around 1440, among other less influential changes, he proposed for denoting /j/, for /l/, and for /w/. In 1513, Stanislav Zaborowski in his Orthographia seu modus rex scribendi et legendi Polonicum idioma quamutilissimus proposed to adopt Hus's superscript dot above, and to denote the affricate /ch/, /sh/ and /zh/. To this day, his for /zh/ survives in Polish spelling. Zaborowski's proposal of placing two superscript dots above letters to mark palatalization did not catch on. But his recommendation for a subscript dot below for /nasal e/ and a subscript comma below for nasal /o/ led to the 16th century emergence of and, ee, which still denote the two nasal vowel aa else in Polish. The most renowned Polish Renaissance writer, Jan Kochanowski, marked palatal /ts/, /n/, /s/, and /z/ with the superscript comma placed above the letters, which spawned, and, still part of Polish orthography. Jan Sandecki Malachy and Lukas Gornicki recognized the continuing significance and attraction of the Czech language. The former, a Protestant, looked to the spelling of the Czech brethren due to confessional affinity. Sandecki Malachy advocated wholesale adoption of Czech graphemes for writing in Polish. The Catholic Gornicki traded the hasik for the circumflex to be placed above letters, for instance for /ch/ as opposed to Czech. None of these ideas found support among printers who contributed to the uniformity of Polish spelling that acquired its final shape by the end of the 16th century. It was a compromise between Hus's system of single diacritical letters and pre-Hus system of diagraphs for denoting phonemes. The Polish diagraphs introduced then and remaining to this day include for /ch/, sz for /sh/, for /dz/, for /dzh/, and for /palatal dz/. A similar compromise was struck in the case of Magyar orthography that began to develop between the mid-15th and mid-16th centuries when a substantial number of handwritten and printed Magyar texts appeared, initially due to Hussite-inspired translations of fragments of the Bible. The letters of the Latin alphabet did not suffice as the Magyar sound system is comprised of 40 phonemes. French influence showed in the initial acceptance of for conveying /ch/ before the Italian example of using for/ch/ led to the adoption of for denoting /ch/ in Magyar. By analogy, the correspondence between denoting the fricative and standing for the affricate /ch/ led to the similar pairing of for the fricative /z/ and for the affricate /zh/. German influence showed in the adoption of for conveying /sh/, as well as and for the phonemes shared with the German language. In the late 1520s, first 424 Magyar books were published in Krakow when Poland, Lithuania, and Hungary shared the same dynasty, which increased the Polish influence in Hungary. The Polish grapheme was used to denote /s/, stood for /dz/, and for /dzh/ corresponded to the Polish digraph. Hussite usage showed up in the marking of the length of the vowel with the superscript comma placed above the letter. The Magyar pairs of letters conveying short and long vowels include comma, 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 and. The French usage of for/i/ was replaced by, but survives in the digraph for/d/ derived from Italian where often stands for /dzh/. Also shows in and for palatalized /n/n/t/. This usage corresponds to Czech prehus and Polish manner of denoting palatalization through adding to a consonant, for instance, and for palatalized and. The aforementioned conventions of Magyar spelling stabilized in the 17th century and survive to this day. The system of Polish orthography remained largely unchanged in the 17th and 18th centuries. At the end of the 18th century, Onufry Kopczynski's grammar reintroduced the rarely used graphemes, but not all users accepted this novelty, because the letters did not correspond to any clear-cut phonemes. The ferment of the political and educational reforms in the final 3 decades of the existence of Poland-Lithuania prompted several individuals to submit their proposals how Polish orthography should be reformed. One of these projects was put forward in 1814 by Stanislaw Stasek, a renowned geologist and organizer of the educational system in the Duchy of Warsaw and Congress Poland. The discussion heated up when Józef Mrzyński in his treatises published in 1822 and 1824, introduced to Polish thought and language a clear distinction between the phoneme and the letter. He proposed that actual pronunciation should be the guideline of any spelling reform, while Kopczynski respected the already established system of Polish orthography and did not wish to satellite with too many changes. The two opposed camps clashed also over the letter Jansniadeki, standing fast by Kopczynski's grammar, called the evil spirit of grammatical confusion. In 1830, Rozprawy Ionioski o ortografii polskiej struck a balance between the two camps. Following pronunciation, replaced before vowels, and at the end of words and before consonants. In turn, Kopczynski's favorite was scrapped. Obviously, these were the TPN's recommendations, and were not adopted by all users and publishers. In his publishing company between 1826 and 1839, Franciszek Székely-Dmochowski published writings of the most significant Polish authors with the use of the spelling employed in Lindisłownik Języka Polskiego and in line with the TPN's recommendations. The Polish Case 425. This set the prevailing norm of Polish spelling for most of the 19th century. The uprisings of 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864, as well as Russification and Germanization, turned the attention of Polish intellectuals from orthography to politics in order to preserve a modicum of official status for the Polish language in all 3 partition zones. Meanwhile, the leveling of phonetic difference became apparent for and both denoting /u/, and both denoting /zh/, and both denoting /x/. But all these pairs of graphemes, although used for conveying the same phonemes, remain part and parcel of Polish spelling. Although these historical elements in Polish orthography distance it from pronunciation, they allow for reflecting in writing significant differences in meaning. For example, moze and more sound the same in speech/mj/. But spelling conventions may also influence actual pronunciation when the written form of a language attains high prestige. For instance, when Czech was revived as a written language at the turn of the 19th century, speakers of vernacular Czech did not distinguish between short and long vowels. This was seen as one of the telling signs of how much Czech had deteriorated since the golden age of Czech language writing in the 15th and 16th centuries. With the rise of Czech nationalism, the stigma of speaking in rotten Czech became of such social importance that speakers acquired the long-gone distinction reflected in standard Czech by grapheme pairs, comma, 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 and. Until the 1840s, Linda's basically historical dictionary of Polish, and the relative steeping of this language in older usages distanced from spoken Polish, became the guideline for the standardization of Czech. The then accompanying wave of Polonophilia among Czech intellectuals was comparable to that of Czechophilia among Polish nobles of the 16th century. As Sandecki Malachy had advised that Polish be made more elegant through the infusion of Czech lexical, syntactic, and phonetic loans 3 centuries earlier, Václav Hanka translated Polish poetry into a heavily Polonized Czech in the 1830s. Another example is offered by Jan Svatopluk Prysl who, drawing on Jedrzejewski Sniadecki's scholarly work, developed Czech chemical terminology between 1825 and 1835. On the other hand, the sound / with denoted b remained only in some Moravian dialects. But initially the Czech national movement concentrated in Bohemia where this phoneme had disappeared. The letter had never featured prominently in Czech Brethren publications, hence it was scrapped from modern Czech orthography in the first half of the 19th century. In the mid-19th century, the letter was replaced with for conveying the sound /v/. In Polish, is retained for a few foreign 426 expressions, while continues to denote /v/. These changes made Czech less similar to Polish. In Bohemia during the 1840s, was firmly introduced to convey /j/ only, and the function of was limited exclusively to denoting /g/. Often, Pavel Joseph Safarik is credited with having successfully advocated this change. The aftermath of the failed November and January uprisings was not opportune for any initiatives toward the further standardization of the Polish language. Yet, the increasing fear was that Polish orthography might develop in different ways in the 3 partition zones of Poland-Lithuania unless a single standard was accepted by all the leading centers of Polish politics and culture. Because the popular belief was that without its own state the Polish nation lived in and through its language, such orthographic disunity would be a disaster for the Polish national movement. It might even produce at least 3 variants of the Polish language. Were these variants accepted as languages in their own right, it would mean the rise of 3 related but different Polish nations. Beginning in the 1850s and 1860s, preventing such a possibility became a pressing need for the emerging Polish-speaking intelligentsia that no longer equated the Polish nation with the Polish-Lithuanian nobility. This new intelligentsia, often of impoverished noble, urban, or even peasant origin, had a hard time finding gainful employment in the partition administrations, and in the partition educational systems in which the role of Polish was minimal. A high cane literacy without a Singlin shared Polish orthography and usage increased the possibility of Polish splitting into 3 different languages, but the purchase of the 6 volumes of Linda's expensive dictionary remained beyond the intelligentsia's meager financial means. In order to alleviate this predicament, Erasm Rykoczewski's modestly priced 2-volume pocket-size Slonik Języka Polskiego Podlug Lindigo I Inik Now Zich Zerodal of 1,155 pages was published in Berlin in 1866. It partly drew from the similar but more extensive and more expensive 2-volume Slonik Języka Polskiego of 1,700 quarto pages, published in 1861 in Vilnius. This was the last significant flowering of Polish language culture in the Western Gubernijos, before the January uprising triggered staunch Russification of the region. Maurice Orgelbrand organized the compilation of the dictionary. Interestingly, this so-called Słownik Wileński recorded numerous words specific to the Vilnius region. This was quite an argument for those Polish leaders and scholars who were arguing that the Polish language in the three-partition, the Polish case 427, zones might diverge into three altogether different Polishes, which might mean the end of the single Polish language. After the January uprising, producing another edition of this Vilnius dictionary in the Russian Empire became impossible. The run of 2,000 copies of Rykowski's Słownik Języka Polskiego EE sold out in 6 years, which prompted the publisher to produce the second printing of this work in 1873. The third edition was brought out in 1905 in Chicago for the sake of the Polish-speaking immigrants in the United States. Until 1918, it had been the most popular dictionary of the Polish language. Having acknowledged the primacy of Linda's dictionary for the standardization of the Polish language, the compilers of Słownik Języka Polskiego EE and Rykowski in his Słownik Języka Polskiego Podluglindiego EE set out to record only those words which were actually in use in the mid-19th century, including their inflectional endings and examples of usage. Their ultimate goal was utility and making sure that each person writing in Polish would see one of the two dictionaries as the regular reference. It was an easy feat, as only the richest Polish speakers could afford to purchase Linda's multi-volume dictionary. The compilers of Słownik Języka Polskiego EE and the author of Słownik Języka Polskiego Podluglindiego EE also hoped that their respective dictionaries would contribute to the further codification and unification of Polish orthography. The unforeseen bonus of the Vilnius dictionary was that its copies significantly contributed to the preserving of the Polish language in Russia's western gubernias after the January uprising. The first step toward further codification of Polish was taken by the editors of the Vistula Land's influential literary cum scholarly monthly Biblioteka Warszawska. In 1881, they organized a conference of scholars, teachers, and editors in Warsaw to deliberate on the most contentious issues of Polish orthography. The conference obliged Adam Antoni Kriński to prepare a summary of the discussion, O Pisoni Polskiej, which was then presented to the O. Although time and again requested to take up the role of guardian of the prescriptive norm of the Polish language, the O declined this distinction. In reply to Kriński's document, the O presented its own resolution on the Polish orthographic norm in 1885. It mainly reaffirmed the spelling rules employed in the O's publications, but emphasized that these were just temporary, and internal O recommendations, but by no means, a final norm to be followed by everybody who wrote in Polish. This was not enough for Galicia's Radomska. Polish was the official language of this crown land, and the council had to be able to decide which spellings and usages were correct and which were unacceptable in order to produce efficient civil servants, if nothing else. They had to write Polish. 428. Following a single orthographic standard. In 1887, the O answered the school council, stating that the orthographic conventions used in the O's publications could not yet be seen as binding for school use, because disagreements had arisen with regard to the As 1885 spelling norms. Meanwhile, the practical question of correct orthography became so urgent that, in 1888, Galicia's Minister of Religion and Education advised that the school council adopt the O's orthography anyway. The school council convened a commission for working out the rules of Polish spelling. Almost all but 2 members came from Galicia. Kriński and Karłowicz were invited from Warsaw, and no one represented the province of Posen in this body. In 1890, Karłowicz published his treatise on the spelling of the phoneme /j/ Latwiana Questia, Questia, Questigia, Questia ortograficzna. Placing the word question in 4 different spellings in the title, he appealed for a truce with the letter, so much abhorred by Kopczynski and Jansniadecki. In 1891, the commission presented its project Ortografii Polskiego Podręcznika to the school council, and the latter, in turn, passed it for corrections and final adoption to the O. The O published the authoritative version of this document the following year to the outcry of Karlowicz, Kriński, the internationally renowned linguist of Polish origin Jan Bodwanda Courtenay, and the German scholar of Polish philology and history Alexander Bruckner. In 1896, they published their protest in the annual Prace Philologisn edited by Karlowicz and Kriński. The O's 1891 orthography finally did away with Kopczynski's wanted by neither Galician or Warsaw linguists, but on the other hand, it contributed to the further divergence between Polish orthography as employed in the Crown Land and the Vistula land. Kriński presented the rules of his so-called Warsaw orthography in his Gramatyka Języka Polskiego. The main difference between O and Warsaw orthographies was in the spelling of such words as general, geografia, or Kellner. The former forms, which strike the contemporary Polish speaker as somehow Russified, were used in the Vistula land and the latter ones in Galicia. The norm of Warsaw orthography was popularized by Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego. No multi-volume authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was published in Galicia, but the actual use of Polish as the official language of this crown land successfully propagated the O's spelling. The deepening split between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies coaxed the O to form a section on orthography in the framework of the 1906 meeting. The Polish Case 429. Of historians and philologists which convened in Krakow. Bodwanda Courtenay chaired this section, and it accepted Warsaw orthography with some minor changes. The O itself disregarded this decision however. In 1916, when the Central Powers established the Kingdom of Poland, its Provisional Council of State began to develop a system of Polish language education. The Council appealed to the O to propose some unified form of Polish orthography to prevent any serious divergence between Polish orthographies used in Galicia and the Kingdom. The O's Komisja Językowa agreed to prepare a proposal that would be presented for comment and final acceptance to scholars and scientific societies from all three partition zones of Poland-Lithuania. The discussion never took place, however, because the Provisional Council of State adopted the O's zasady early in 1917. The University of Warsaw accepted zasady but they were opposed by the TPN of Posen and various cultural and professional associations from the Galician cities of Krakow and Lwów. In light of this widespread disagreement, the O suspended its zasady in May 1917. The O obliged the Department of Philology at the University of Warsaw to rework the proposal in collaboration with Polish scientific societies from the three partition zones. This resulted in Glone zasady Pisoni with additional explanations and usage hints provided by the Department of Philology and the O's Language Commission. The document was adopted as binding in June 1918, shortly before the independent Polish nation-state emerged in November 1918. Quite symbolically, the orthographic norm of the Polish language was unified, just as modern Poland was founded, which clearly indicates how deeply the question of language was ideologized. A year earlier, Bruckner had published his monograph tellingly titled Waka o Język which, in a nationalist manner, equated the waning and waxing of the Polish nation with the changes in the status of the Polish language in the three partition zones of Poland-Lithuania. It was also a contribution to the discussion of correctness and foreign influences in Polish language and orthography. Interestingly, despite the renewed interest in ridding Polish of foreign influences, no purist movement arose. Karlowicz's Podręcznik Czyste Polszczyzny dla Litwinow I Petersburgson remained unpublished, and Alexander Letowski's Bledy Nasse. Rzeczo Czysto Cie Języka Polskiego na Litwy never gained any popularity, the author hoped for. The butt of both authors' criticism was mainly Russian linguistic loans, and also dialectal words and grammatical constructions in the case of Letowski. But despite half a century of Russification, Polish speakers in Russia's western gubernias felt quite secure in their Polishdom, shielded by their high social status of nobles, gentry, and 430. Intelligentsia. In the areas, where Polish speakers were in minority, they usually constituted the elite. Hence, It comes as no surprise that they saw their regional variants of Polish as equal to those of Warsaw or Krakow, and did not fear that sticking to these variants might splinter Polish into separate languages. Only nationally minded linguists disagreed. Polish nationalists, who had invested Polish with so much meaning in the course of the 19th century, were afraid that any lack of unity in the field of Polish language might harm the task of building a single centralized Polish nation-state. In these circumstances, there was not much time for discussion of the new spelling rules. The need to concentrate all political, ideological, and military forces on the founding of independent Poland was of utmost and immediate importance. Orthographic squabbles were put aside. The temporary nature of the 1918 agreement became apparent in the 1920s, when continuing orthographic inconsistencies became apparent and disagreements flared up yet again, leading to further spelling reforms in 1932 and 1936. 5. The Hungarian case, from Natio to the Ersatz nation-state. Italian is pleasant, French beautiful, German earnest, but all these qualities are so united in Magyar that it is difficult to say wherein its superiority consists. János Rybányi Oratio de Cultura Lingui Hungarica. Estates Politics. The Kingdom of Hungary had been part of the Habsburg realm since 1526 when the Sultan Suleiman I the Magnificent defeated the Hungarian armies at Mohacs. The King of Hungary and Bohemia, Louis II, died in the battle. Due to the dynastic agreement between the Jagiellonians and the Habsburgs, the latter were to take over Hungary and the Czech lands should the former fail to produce male heirs. In the other case, the Jagiellonians could hope for the imperial throne in Vienna. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire seized most of Hungary proper, including Buda, the seat of Hungarian kings. Foreseeing this outcome, the Habsburgs had already moved the capital of their part, known as Royal Hungary, to Pressburg I in 1536. Between 1526 and 1570, the native Zapolyas dynasty contested the Habsburg rule. The Zapolyas had held the governorship of Transylvania since 1511, and made this region into their stronghold. While the Habsburgs championed Catholicism according to the logic of the Counter-Reformation, Transylvania became a haven for Hungarian Protestants. In 1568, the Transylvanian Diet of Torda decreed religious freedom for Catholics, Lutherans, Calvinists, and Unitarians. As serfs, the Romance von Wallachians, who professed Orthodox Christianity, were excluded from this arrangement. 431. 432. Such freedoms could be negotiated among and conferred only on the nobility, the Hungarian Natio. These provisions of religious freedom were not extended to Jews and Muslims living in Transylvania, either. A segment of Transylvania's Orthodox population improved its legal status only when their hierarchy joined the Catholic fold at the end of the 18th century. This was an emulation of the Uniat Union of Ungvar in eastern Upper Hungary, which had been finalized in 1646. When the house of the Zapolyas died out, their protector, the Ottoman Sultan, downgraded the status of their Bathory successors to that of Transylvanian princes in 1571. The Hungarian political and cultural life was concentrated in Habsburg-held Royal Hungary. In 1542, the Hungarian Diet moved to Pressburg, which had been made into the coronation town of the Hungarian kings in 1536. In the wake of the Habsburgs' reconquest of Hungary, Buda was recaptured in 1686. Between 1686 and 1687, the Hungarian Diet abolished the institution of royal elections and recognized the Habsburgs as the hereditary monarchs of the Kingdom of Hungary. Many a Hungarian nobleman disagreed. In 1703, the Transylvanian prince, Ferenc II Rákóczi, led the nearly successful uprising of the Hungarian Natio against Germans, meaning the Habsburgs. The following year the Hungarian nobles of Transylvania elected him King of Hungary. The 1707 Diet of Onad dethroned the Habsburgs and proclaimed the independence of the Kingdom of Hungary. The fighting continued until 1711, when, in the Peace of Satmar, Emperor Joseph I guaranteed the traditional rights of the Hungarian Natio, and the status quo was re-established. Ironically, Ferenc II Rákóczi found safe haven in the Ottoman Empire, where he died. Meanwhile, in 1716, Banat was regained from the Ottomans and the reconquest of Hungary was complete. In 1723, Vienna allowed the transfer of the lieutenancy general from Pressburg to Pest. At that time, it was a German-speaking commercial center. Across the Danube, Buda remained an imperial garrison town, where only Germanophone Catholics were allowed to settle at the beginning of the 18th century. In 1777, the university was moved from Tirna to Buda. 6 years later, Emperor Joseph II finally transferred the Hungarian capital and the curia from Pressburg to Buda and the lieutenancy general from Pest to Buda. Simultaneously, the university moved from Buda to Pest, but Pressburg remained the coronation town for Hungarian kings until 1832 and the seat of the Hungarian Diet for even 18 years longer. Similarly, Vienna did not reincorporate Croatia, Slavonia and Transylvania into the kingdom as its historical parts, and continued to administer these two provinces directly. After 1711, the Hungarian lands became an integral part of the Habsburgs' hereditary lands. The Magyar Nátio agreed with this development and confirmed the Hungarian Case 433. It through the 1723 promulgation of the Pragmatic Sanction. They agreed to recognize the female Habsburgs' right to the Hungarian throne. The Tertian and Josephine centralizing reforms provoked renewed opposition on the part of the Magyar noblemen. They especially disliked Joseph II's edict of 1784, making German the official language of the Habsburg realms. In Hungary, this measure replaced long-established Latin in this function and allowed not more than 3 years for implementing this change. The traditional order of Central Europe having been endangered by the ideas of the French Revolution, Leopold II had to repeal most of the reforms under the pressure of the 1790–1791 Diet of Pressburg. Not only did reinstate Latin as the official language in Hungary, but also reaffirmed the privileges of the Hungarian nobility, which, in turn, reintroduced a degree of administrative separateness for the Kingdom of Hungary within the broader framework of the Habsburg realms. This de facto compromise declaration of autonomy for Hungary prevented the noblemen from staging an uprising, which could have been seized by a minority of nobles who hoped to gain full independence for their country. Under the influence of the French Revolution, the ineffectual Martino-Vix conspiracy of 1794–1795 proposed to overhaul the kingdom into a republic consisting of autonomous territorial units. The absolutist reaction against the narrow circle of insignificant supporters of this idea unified the Habsburgs and the Magyar nobility in their opposition to any change and to novel political solutions emanating out from revolutionary France. This blunted the emergence of the ethnic dimension of Hungarian nationalism, and promoted the universal values of dynasty, religion, and Latin as the foundations of lasting and traditional order. This alliance between Vienna and the Magyar Nátio survived even the 1809 incursion of the French troops into Hungary. At the beginning of the 18th century, the rebel leader Ferenc II Rákóczi looked for help in France, but even at the height of the Napoleonic Wars, the Hungarian noblemen were not tempted to emulate their Polish-Lithuanian counterparts, to whom Napoleon granted the Duchy of Warsaw in the shape of a French protectorate. The Magyar Nátio had too much to lose. The 2.5-century-long partition of their kingdom among the Habsburgs, the Ottomans, and semi-independent Transylvania had come to an end less than 100 years earlier. In addition, the Habsburgs recognized the administrative and legal separateness of Hungary vis-à-vis other Habsburg lands. The narrow circles of noblemen and educated burghers who supported Josephine reforms and the Enlightenment project, which was spread throughout Europe by the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century, did not include more than 15,000 to 20,000 individuals. They constituted only 0.3% of the kingdom's total population, but it was they who first translated 434 French tracts into Latin, and, as of the beginning of the 19th century, increasingly into Magyar. Obviously, the Lutheran German-speaking burghers of Hungarian towns used German translations produced in the Holy Roman Empire. These burghers dominated Hungary's economic life through the towns because they constituted the majority of the urban population. Politics was reserved for Hungarian nobility, especially for the Catholic aristocracy and noblemen from western and northern Hungary, which had remained in the Habsburgs' hands when the Ottoman Empire had taken control of the rest of this kingdom. Transylvania's Calvinist nobility had less say in politics, because Vienna did not trust them and their region was not permanently reincorporated into the Kingdom of Hungary until 1867. Obviously, Hungary's Magyaro- Slavo- and Romance-phone peasantry achieved a modicum of political significance only after the scrapping of serfdom in the first half of the 19th century, and due to the gradual liberalization of political life in Austria-Hungary during the second half of this century. Language enters politics. Maria Theresa considered schooling part of politics, which the state should control in pursuing the centralizing reforms that were to change the Habsburg realms into a Gesamtstate, a unitary state. Unlike in Poland-Lithuania, where Polish had increasingly become the language of politics and education since the 17th century, it was Latin that continued to play this role in Hungary. In 1773, the Jesuit order was dissolved. In Poland-Lithuania, during the very same year, Ken took over the Jesuit educational system and replaced Latin with Polish as the medium of instruction. In Hungary, the Ratio Education's edict was announced 4 years later in 1777. On the basis of the schools left by Jesuits, Vienna attempted to ensure popular education for all children aged 7 to 13, as well as schools and teachers for communes deprived of such facilities. They constituted half of all the Hungarian communes. These ambitious goals were never met, but the remaining educational system, complete with the university, proved to be the most impressive result of the absolutist Enlightenment in Hungary. It would probably have been of more significance than the rise of Magyar language literature and the aristocratic reform movement drawing its ideas from France, had the educational system not been partially dismantled during the years of political reaction after 1794 and in the course of the Napoleonic Wars. The achievements of the Hungarian educational reform were as short-lived in real terms as those of its Polish-Lithuanian counterpart. After the third partition of Poland-Lithuania, Ken's educational system survived. The Hungarian case 435. Though progressively limited, in the Duchy of Warsaw and its successor, the Congress Kingdom of Poland. In contrast to Poland-Lithuania, Latin remained the medium of education in the Hungarian school system, as it had been during the times when Jesuits had controlled the system. Additionally, schools were split along confessional lines, separate for Catholics, Lutherans, Calvinists, Greek Catholics, Russians, and Jews. Very few schools aspired to be interdenominational. Because of these religious divisions, various other languages alongside Latin were also employed at schools so as to reflect this confessional variety. They consisted of Magyar among the Catholic and Calvinist nobility and peasantry, German among the urban Lutheran population, Church Slavonic among Uniats and Orthodox Christians as well as Hebrew among Jews. After the 1784 edict, German began replacing Latin, but this process was never completed and was largely reversed at the beginning of the 1790s. What remained of the educational reform and the temporary imposition of German as an official language and medium of education was the requirement for learners to master the Roman and Gothic versions of the Latin alphabet. The former was to be employed while writing in Latin or Magyar, the latter in German. As of the mid-1790s, the social and political disruption caused by the French Revolution convinced Vienna to roll back reforms in order to bolster the destabilized state apparatus that could be destroyed if revolution spread to the Habsburg realms. The confirmation of the role of Latin as the medium of education in Hungary allowed for a return of some elements of the old status quo, but since the 1780s the question of language had become an increasingly politicized element of social and cultural reality. One could not speak simply in order to communicate anymore. One had to speak in something reified as a language. And soon, one's choice of one language or another amounted to a political statement. This acceptance of language as an instrument of politics also took place due to the reaction of the Hungarian nobility and thinkers to repeated high-handed assertions that the Magyar language was heading for extinction. For instance, in 1777, Friedrich Wilhelm von Taube opined that German would gradually but surely replace Magyar in Slavonia and all the Hungarian lands. In his unfinished Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit, Johann Gottfried Herder devoted a chapter to the Slavs. Herder foresaw that these charitable, hospitable to excess, lovers of pastoral freedom, foes to plunder and rapine will at last awaken from long and heavy slumber, will be freed from enslaving chains, will use as own the beautiful regions from the Adriatic Sea to the 436 Carpathian Mountains, from the Don to the Moldau. This prediction involved the replacement of Magyar with Slavic languages. In the same work, Herder repeats prophecy stating that the Magyar speakers would be diluted in the ocean of the surrounding German, Slav and Wallachian speakers. 3. The writings of Herder had been known in Hungary, where they were commented on in Latin tracts, since the very beginning of the 1790s. This made the issue of language into a political question when the elites noticed that Magyar was the native language of a minority of the country's population. For example, in 1853, out of Hungary's 14.5 million inhabitants, merely 5.5 million spoke Magyar. The idea that a language, as a marker of a nation, should be made into the legitimizing basis of statehood would make the Kingdom of Hungary appear illegitimate. The renewed support for Latin as the official language of Hungary was a logical solution to this dilemma. At the 1790 Diet, the nobility of Croatia protested against the proposed adoption of Magyar as the official language in the kingdom, let alone in their own country. They stood fast for Latin. But unlike on the territory of former Poland-Lithuania where ethno-linguistic movements started emerging in earnest after 1864, this process commenced considerably earlier in the Kingdom of Hungary. It was a reaction to adding the novel ideological element of the Magyar language to the traditional assertion of political separateness of Hungary vis-à-vis other Habsburg lands, which rested on purely historical and legal grounds. The kingdom's non-Magyarophone inhabitants did not fail to take the hint. A Slavonian grammar, Nova Slavenska, I Nemecka Grammatika, authored by Matigerul Kavici was published in 1764 in A. Gram. Juraj Papanek in his Latin history of the Upper Hungarian Slavs stresses that they descended from Slavs that had arrived in this area in the 4th century. His thesis equally legitimized the claims to autonomy forwarded by Slovaks and Croats. Anton Bernolak in his Latin literary history and grammar proved that the Slavic vernacular of Upper Hungary could be made into a distinctive written language. The former monk from Hungary's Banat, Dositej Obradovici, wrote in and propagated the use of the vernacular Serbian language. His memoirs are the first major work printed in vernacular Serbian. Obradovici taught the most significant codifier of the Serbian and Serbo-Croatian language, Vuk Karadžić, and at the end of his life was involved in organizing the Serbian language education system in Ottoman-held Serbia where an uprising raged from 1804 to 1813. For in 1780, the Latin grammar of the Daco-Roman or Wallachian language was printed for use in Transylvanian schools. A year later, this textbook's author, Samuel Micu Klein, published his Historia Daco-Romanorum sub Valachorum. The Hungarian Case 437. He stated that there was continuity of history between the ancient Dacians and the contemporary Wallachians in the territory of Transylvania. During the time of their Xian and Josephine reforms, the Magyar aristocracy started attending the new educational institutions of higher and military learning at Vienna. Apart from ensuring that the future elites of Hungary would speak German and be integrated with the elites stemming from other Habsburg lands, the Magyar aristocrats also acquired French. Through this language, they gained immediate access to ideas and news flowing from Western Europe. German-speaking Lutheran burghers of the Hungarian towns achieved the same by attending Lutheran universities in Wittenberg, Halle, Leipzig, or Jena. In Hungary, there was an attempt at merging burghers and nobility so that they would be transformed into Bildungsbürgerdom, as had already happened in the Holy Roman Empire. In interdenominational schools for the kingdom's elite, classes were conducted in Magyar on one day and in German on the next. In the second half of the 18th century, burghers and noblemen alike hoped that they could form a renewed Hungarian natio, a natio that would be transformed into the modernized Hungarian nation, whose members, irrespective of their native tongues, would remain loyal to the kingdom united by the lasting tradition of its institutions. The tide of ethno-linguistic politics dashed these hopes. At the beginning of the 19th century, the burghers and noblemen accepted that to remain the elite of Hungary they had to speak Magyar. The days of Latin as the lingua franca of the kingdom and its elites were numbered. In 1810, no one still saw any contradiction in the inscription over the entrance of Pest's German language, a theater that announced it in German as Ungarische National Theater. This was bound to change soon, however. György von Beszély, who renewed Magyarophone literature by writing fiction in this language, committed his first works to paper in German. The leader of the Hungarian reform movement, Count István Székely, spoke better German than Magyar. Count Lajos Batthyány, who served as the prime minister of the first Hungarian government established in the course of the 1848–1849 revolution, learned Magyar as an adult. His first language was German. Ferenc Versegyi, one of the reformers of the Magyar language, wrote poems in German, as did such renowned Magyarophone writers as Mihaly Vörösmarty and Sándor von Kisfaludy. These important figures of Hungarian history and literature shared the German language with Joseph Dobrovsky and František Pálaki, who shaped the Czech language and national history, as well as with Jan Koller and Pavol Josef. 438. Safarik, who did the same for the Slovak language and national history. To a certain extent, Samuel Bogomil Linda, the compiler of the first authoritative dictionary of the Polish language, also falls into the same category. Thanks to his German-speaking background and education at Germanophone universities, he employed the standardization paradigm of the German language in order to make Polish into a modern language. The very same pattern was later copied in the case of Magyar, Czech, and Slovak, but unlike in the case of Polish, there was no continuity in the use of Magyar and Czech. The written tradition of both these languages came to an end in the 17th and 18th centuries, so that they had to be, to a certain degree, reinvented anew in the first half of the 19th century. A few Magyar and Czech publications, which came off the press in the intervening period, at best amounted to quite a tenuous continuity. The movement for making Magyar into a written language equal in versatility to German or French commenced in the 1770s and 1780s. In 1772, the writer György Beszély published his play in his native language. This is considered the starting point of modern Magyar language and literature. Others opt for 1780, when the first Magyarophone periodical Magyar Hermanda started publishing. In his 1778 pamphlet published in Vienna, Magyarság, Beszély famously proclaimed that no nation on the globe has ever acquired wisdom and depth before incorporating the sciences into its own vernacular. Every nation has become knowledgeable by its own and never a foreign language. He adopted the strong thesis that modernization can be achieved only through ethno-linguistic nationalism. Thinking of their multi-ethnic kingdom, Saint Stephen, the first Christian king of Hungary, admonished his son that unius lingui uniusque moris regnum imbecilli et fragile est. He then added that the newcomers from abroad, usually Germanic-speaking settlers from the Holy Roman Empire, not only brought diversas linguas et consuetudines, but also diversa documenta et armas much needed in the realm. This tradition of multi-ethnic Hungary was approaching its end when, in the name of the nation, politics was increasingly combined with official monolingualism at the end of the 18th century. In line with this attitude, the primacy of Magyar over other languages began to be asserted in administration, education, and public life. Beszély's attitude was not a jot different from that of Kołłątaj, who, in 1773, had made Polish into the medium of Ken's educational system in Poland-Lithuania. The continuing tradition of Polish as a language of politics and education dated back to the 16th century. In the previous centuries, it had the Hungarian case 439. Paralleled and even outshone Latin as a lingua franca of the Commonwealth of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Hence the final legal confirmation of this fact did not cause widespread opposition, unlike in Hungary. In this kingdom, the imposition of German in place of Latin created vociferous advocates of Magyar. In turn, the growing political and social role of this latter language elicited the same reaction on the part of Hungary's non-Magyarophone inhabitants. Magyar, from codification to official language. The period of language renewal received its initial boost in the form of Beszélyei's works. In his 1781 pamphlet, he called for establishing a Hungarian Academy of Sciences that would encourage development of scholarship on and in the Magyar language. The French prescriptive example, complete with an academy that guarded the correctness or purity of a language, won the day. At the time of the French Revolution and the subsequent Napoleonic Wars, the French language and the French state appeared as the beacon of modernity and progress. János Batthyány wholeheartedly endorsed the French model of national modernization in his 1792 revolutionary poem, A Francia Orzagy Változásokra. Besides, throughout the 18th century, Central European aristocrats and aspiring intellectuals had already acquired French as a counterbalance to Latin, often perceived as backward. The surge of public interest in Magyar is clearly indicated by the fact that while in 1751 to 1770 only 3 grammars of this language appeared, they numbered 31 in the following 3 decades. The effort was crowned with Miklós Rivé's monumental, 2-volume, Latin language Grammatica Hungarica, which influenced the development of comparative and historical linguistics as developed by Franz Bopp and the brothers Grimm, Jacob Ludwig Karl and Wilhelm Karl. Rivé was also the dictator of Magyar Hermandő, and since 1802, he held the first chair in the Magyar language, established at the University of Pest in 1791. At that time, the German-speaking character of Buda and Pest began to change, though Magyar speakers did not constitute the majority of Budapest's inhabitants prior to the 1870s. In 1789, nomen omen the year of the French Revolution, the first Magyarophone newspaper Erdei Magyar Hírlap started publishing in the Transylvanian capital of Klausenburg in answer to the German-language newspaper Siebenbürger Zeitung established at Kronstadt in 1784. In 1792, the Magyar language theatre opened in the Klausenburg. 9 years later, the Transylvanian Association for the Cultivation of the Magyar Idiom emerged in another Transylvanian city, Neumart. In 1802, Count Ferenc Székely donated his library and collections to the Hungarian nation. In 1807, the Diet provided the necessary matching funds for the founding of the Hungarian National Museum and Library in Pest. A year earlier, in the same city, the Magyarophone newspaper, Hazai Tudósítások, started publishing. Its paramount goal was the promotion of the Magyar language. Also the 1805 imperial decree to publish all Hungarian laws in Latin and Magyar bolstered this ambition. The institutional and conceptual scene was set for the emergence of the full-fledged Magyar language movement. The minor poet and novelist, Ferenc Kazinczy, was imprisoned for 6.5 years due to his involvement with the Martinovic circle. He was freed in 1808 and rejoined the language reform movement as its leader. Kazinczy immediately emphasized that his goal was the elevation of Magyar to the stage of a civil idiom, that is, a language as versatile in meeting the needs of modernity as French or German. The following year, in the context of his efforts and undertakings for the sake of this language, he added that the central idea of his work was nothing but nationalism. Kazinczy, as Beszélyei, perceived the Magyar language as the basis of the emerging ethnic Magyar nation. Similarly, Poland-Lithuania's Ken activists saw the Polish language as an ersatz fatherland for the Polish-Lithuanian Natio after the partition of their state. Kazinczy was aware of Herder's prediction that the Magyar language was bound to disappear, but called him a false prophet. Adelung's works on language, and especially his dictionary of the German language, provided him with guidance how to go about the modernization and standardization of Magyar. In 1819, Kazinczy published his translation of Christoph Martin Wieland's Über die Frage was ist Hochdeutsch. Wieland proposed that good writers should shape and polish the national language so as to prevent imposition of the speech of the elites from a country's most developed province as the language of the nation. This became the bone of contention between Kazinczy's camp of neologists and orthologists. The former stood for overhauling Magyar with the use of native neologisms as well as for cleansing this language of Latin, German, and other foreign influences as well as dialect-specific elements. The similar 18th century process of standardizing German based on the replacement of the Hungarian case 441. Latin and French linguistic loans served Kazinczy and neologists as a ready-made model. He and his supporters prolifically translated from German and French into reformed Magyar. Conservative orthologists opposed this trend, settling for the Magyar language as it was, with its linguistically diverse lexical stock, dialectal differentiation, and the three written varieties of this language from the West, the Northeast and Transylvania. Due to the conservative reaction in the Austrian Empire, the Magyarophone natio and intellectuals were barred from participation in politics reserved for the monarch and loyal aristocrats, who would take into account the interest of the whole empire and not its regions such as Hungary. Thus the Magyar language was the sole arena where ethnically minded Magyar nationalists could play out their early arguments. The struggle between orthologists and neologists became most heated in 1813 to 1815. The moderate camp of neologists won when, in the 1820s, all the significant writers stood on the side of language reform and wrote in this freshly neologized Magyar. In 1825, Város Marty's Zéland Feudices sealed the victory. This epic poem on the Magyars' conquest of Hungary attained a similar status as a national treasure in Hungary to its Polish counterpart, Mikołaj's Pantadeus, published 9 years later. At the 1825 Diet, Count István Székely, son of Ferenc Székely, brought about a law that established the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, which incurred Vienna's displeasure. Committed to the Habsburgs and monarchy, he worked for the economic and institutional reform of Hungary within the Austrian Empire. He hoped that, like their English counterparts, Magyar aristocrats would take the leadership of the reform. Actually, few did so, hence Székely remains such a towering figure in Hungarian history. In 1827, he founded the National Casino, which soon spawned a network of similar clubs throughout the country. Although the network of these casinos was established to spread the tenets of liberal reform, which Székely intended for Hungary, with time it became a significant conduit for the spread of ethnic Magyar nationalism. With the administration, the university, the National Museum, the National Library and the Hungarian Academy of Sciences concentrated in Pest, other centers of Magyar culture waned. The Transylvanian variety of written Magyar fell out of use, while the northeastern one became the dialectal basis of standard Magyar with some additions from the western variety. The poet Károly Kisfaludy, younger brother of Sándor Kisfaludy, established the first significant Magyarophone literary magazine, Aurora, 5 in Pest. Város Marty, together with other significant poets and writers, contributed to this journal. 442. They organized a literary center in the economic and political center of Hungary, and in this manner shaped standard Magyar, which the Magyarophone elite accepted as their national language. Young Gergely István Csüksor also participated in this circle. He observed the forming of standard Magyar, which, together with János Fogarasi, he would record in the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary at the end of his life. The foremost task of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences was the cultivation of the Magyar language and literature. In 1832, the Academy published Magyar Helyesírász es Zaragosztas Fob Szabályai, just 2 years after the publication of a Polish language work of the same kind. 6 years later, the Academy produced the pocket Hungarian-German dictionary that omitted many neologisms proposed in the course of the language reform. This reinforced the dominant position of the moderate neologist camp patronized by Vörösmarty. The Academy's 1844 work A Magyar Nyelvrendszere cannot be overestimated, as it provided the basis for the compilation of school grammars and practical handbooks of Magyar grammar. Since that moment, the Schule system spread widely among users the syntax and vocabulary of this language as set by neologists. Orthologists lost the struggle to keep the Magyar language as it was, complete with its numerous non-Magyar loan words and grammatical structures spread out among the written language's three regional varieties. The year 1844 is especially significant if one remembers that then the Diet finally accepted Magyar as the official language of the Kingdom of Hungary. The road to this outcome was rather complicated. Already at 1790–1791 session of the joint Hungarian-Croatian Diet, it was demanded that Magyar should be introduced as the official language throughout the kingdom. Croatian and conservative deputies disagreed. Magyar did not replace Latin, but education and cultural activities in this language spread gradually. Even in Croatia, the Sabor agreed to the introduction of Magyar at schools as an optional subject. After the lapse of almost 15 years, the Emperor convoked the Hungarian Diet in 1825. It was the sign that the period of staunch absolutism was coming to an end. The language law, which this Diet passed, introduced Latin-Magyar bilingualism in Hungary's state institutions, but preserved the actual domination of Latin. Despite the Croatian deputies' protests, the Diet made Magyar into the medium of instruction at schools. These deputies could not help it because, each Hungarian comitat was allowed 2 delegates, while the 3 Croatian comitats together, just 2 deputies. The Hungarian case 443. The introduction of Magyar in Croatian schools was delayed because it was not clear if Croatia could be considered part of the country. Traditionally, Croatia had been a distinctive part of Hungary or a separate land united with Hungary through the person of the monarch. In 1715, Vienna had excluded the internal matters of Croatia from the jurisdiction of the Diet, but 8 years later this Diet proclaimed Croatia an indivisible part of Hungary. Between 1767 and 1779, Vienna administered Croatia directly via the Croatian Royal Council. Afterward, matters Croatian were transferred to the Lieutenancy Council, and in 1785, Croatia disappeared as an administrative unit. In addition, the Croatian Comitat of Agram had been merged with the Hungarian Comitat of Fundkirchen in line with the centralizing Josephine reforms. In 1790, the organization of the Habsburg realms reverted to the status quo ante. In 1809, Napoleon made southwestern Croatia into Illyria. As of 1815, once again, Croatia-Slavonia was a separate administrative unit in the centralized Austrian Empire. Dalmatia, gained from the defunct Venetian Republic, was more closely attached to the empire's Austrian section. This historical, legal, and administrative tradition of Croatia's separateness vis-a-vis the rest of Hungary allowed for temporization in the introduction of Magyar as a medium of school instruction, though the 1830 Diet made the Croatian deputies accept this measure. In reaction, the Sabor accepted as its program the main theses from Count Janko Drasković's political pamphlet of 1832. The Sabor demanded an independent Croatian government and Stokavian as the official language. Also in 1832, Drasković's friend and the first codifier of modern Croatian, Ljudevit wrote the poem Horvatov Slogai Zjedinjenje. It copied the refrain of Josif Wybicki's PSN Legionał Polskich Wiolaszek. These legions had fought in Napoleon's armies hoping that he would re-establish Poland-Lithuania. Wybicki's song functioned as an unofficial anthem in the Duchy of Warsaw, and became a popular military march played in the Polish uprisings of 1830–1831 and 1863–1864. After World War I, in 1926, it was made into the Polish national anthem. In the course of the 19th century, numerous Slavic national movements adopted the famous refrain in their own national songs, namely, Jeziche Polska ni Zganila. Similarly, Guy wrote, Jos Hrvatska and I Propada. In 1834, the Slovak student in Prague, Samo Tomášek, wrote, Hej, Sloveni este nasa slovenska řízaj. Due to the song's potent dual Slovak national and pan-Slav character, it functioned as an informal Slovak national anthem, but was also popular among Czechs and Moravians before 1918. Obviously, the Hungarian administration strove to suppress it. In 1862, Pavlo Chubinskyi, an ethnographer from Kiev, wrote Shchenev Merla Ukraina. 444. And 2 years later his song was officially performed as a national anthem in the Ruthenian Theatre in Lemberg, Galicia. Tomášek's song was the national anthem of Slovakia in 1939 to 1945, and of Yugoslavia in 1945 to 1992. Chubinskyi's song was Ukraine's national anthem in 1917, and once again was adopted in the same role in 1992. The actual beginning of Croatian ethno-linguistic nationalism dates back to Guy's newspaper Novine Hrvatsk. 7 years later, the cultural political organization, Matica Ilirska, was founded. It copied the model of Matica Srpska set up in the Hungarian town of Newsatz in 1826, which, 5 years later, had been followed by the Matice Seska founded in the Bohemian capital of Prague. The adjective Illyrian harked back to Napoleon's Illyria and the then current belief that the Croats along with other southern Slavs were descendants of the ancient Illyrians. As in the case of the Transylvanian Wallachians, who claimed to be descendants of the ancient Dacians, and in the case of the Upper Hungarian Slavs, who maintained that their forefathers had come to this area in the 5th century, this thesis allowed Croatian nationalists to justify their claims to political autonomy. Faced with this ancient pedigree and lineage, the arrival of the Magyars into the Danube basin at the turn of the 9th century seemed rather late. The highly ideologized use of the words Illyria and Illyrian in the Croatian endeavors to win some concessions from the Hungarian government caused Vienna to ban the use of these terms in Croatia. The Croatian aristocracy as well as most of the local nobility from the vicinity of Zagreb did not agree with this radical course of Croatian ethnic nationalism. Guy and his supporters called them Madarinidi in Croatian, that is, lovers of all things Magyar. In 1841, they founded a Croatian-Hungarian party. They demanded the use of their Kajkavian written language, the introduction of Magyar as the official language and a close alliance with Hungary that would lead to a centralized Hungarian state, which would include Croatian-speaking ethnic territories. Croatian nationalists replied with the founding of the Illyrian Party in the very same year of 1841. The ban on the word Illyrian forced the party to change its name to the Croatian National Party. In 1843, the young nobleman and supporter of Croatian nationalism, Ivan Kukuljević Sasinski, was the first deputy of the Sabor who dared not to speak in Latin. He spoke in Croatian and in support of this language, a dead Roman language and the living Hungarian and Italian languages. These are our masters, the living ones threaten us, the dead one is clutching at our throats. By that time, the tradition of Latin, common to all the Natio Hungarica, was irrevocably lost. The staunch support of the Magyars and the Croats for the Hungarian case 445. Respective national languages added a linguistic dimension to the historical and legal separateness of Hungary and Croatia. All was poised for a novel politicized ethnic conflict. This kind of ethno-national clash has been fairly typical in Central and Eastern Europe since the second half of the 19th century. At the 1844 Diet, which introduced Magyar as the official language in the Kingdom of Hungary, the Croatian deputies were forbidden to speak in Latin. Only Magyar was permitted. The Croatian representatives left in protest. 7. The Diet also decided that Magyar should become the official language of Croatia in 6 years. Emperor Ferdinand I did not confirm this ruling, but secured that Croatian delegates in the Diet should begin to speak in Magyar within 6 years. These measures never fully came into force as the events of the revolutionary year 1848 and the Hungarian War of Independence intervened. Although the introduction of Magyar as the official language was much less contentious in Hungary proper, the process was not unidirectional. The main impetus for this solution was the pragmatism of Josephine reforms and the desire for modernizing Hungary so that it could catch up with the level of development achieved in France or England. Emperor Joseph II wished for the same when he imposed German as the official language of all the Habsburg lands in 1784. But in the case of Hungary, it did not help much, as equally few Magyars could speak either Latin or German. At that time, according to the contemporary estimates that excluded clergy, out of the 136,000 noblemen of Hungary and Croatia who constituted the Natio Hungarica, 15,000 actually had a reasonable command of Latin. In 1830, the Diet forbade employing civil servants who did not know Magyar. But this was not a sufficient incentive for non-Magyar speakers to learn this language. Elementary education was in the native tongue of a given community, while Latin remained the sole medium of instruction in secondary and higher education schools. Magyar was taught as subject. The 1840 Diet was decisive, as it required all clerical appointment to be conditional on knowledge of Magyar. The same applied to teachers. New ones entering the profession had to know the language, and those already teaching were to acquire it in a definite period of time. In 1841 to 1843, the Comitat assemblies passed a dazzling array of laws that aimed at making Magyar the language of each Hungarian Comitat and, by default, of all Hungary and its people. The usual problem was that the Austrian authorities refused to recognize documents done exclusively in Magyar. For a while some documents were used in bilingual versions with Latin or German featuring as the second language. Due to the dynamics of ethno-national strife, Latin was preferred because Magyars perceived the German speakers as the other. At the height of the controversy with the authorities in Austria, most of the Hungarian Comitats decided to reciprocate and not to recognize. 446. Documents done in German. Until 1844, the compromise was to issue documents in Magyar and Latin if earmarked for circulation in the entire Austrian Empire. Hungarian reformers famously proposed that only one nation can inhabit a country at any one time. Hungary's Magyar elites had already espoused the rhetoric of the ethnically homogeneous nation-state. The liberal movement for language and economic reform from the beginning of the 19th century gave birth to clearly defined ethnic Magyar nationalism in search of its centralized and homogeneous nation-state. As in the case of Polish in Poland-Lithuania prior to the partitions, in Hungary proper close to 90% of the nobility spoke Magyar. Even if one included Croatia in this calculation, the total dropped not more than by 5%. And at least 80% of nobles defined themselves as ethnically construed Magyars. The change from the Natio Hungarica to Magyar nation was swift during the 1830s and 1840s. What troubled Magyar ethnic nationalists was that even in Hungary proper Magyars constituted hardly more than 40% of the total population. In 1850, Hungary's sizable ethno-linguistic communities of Wallachians, Upper Hungarian Slavs, and German speakers accounted for 19, 15, and 12% of the population, respectively. Lajos Kossuth, the radical leader of the reformers and Magyar ethnic nationalists, opined that a Magyar middle estate was what the Magyar nation needed above all. István Székely had trusted in the Hungarian aristocracy as the force that would overhaul the Natio Hungarica into civic Hungarian rather than ethnic Magyar nation. Kossuth observed that in Western Europe the middle class was the nation, as the right to vote was limited to propertied males at that time. He wished to follow this model in building the ethnic Magyar nation. Unfortunately, out of over 500,000 burghers, only 43% defined themselves as Magyars. The rest was composed of German speakers, including Jews. This was the reality any Hungarian politician had to take into account. After serving a 4-year-long sentence in prison for radical activities that promoted Magyar nationalism, Kossuth established Pesti Hírlap in 1841. This periodical became the mouthpiece of Kossuth's radical camp of reformers. He agreed that the languages of non-Magyar speakers should be respected, and their use could not be restricted in the private sphere of one's home and family. But Kossuth could not stress more that once Hungarian was the language of education, teaching sciences in a Slavic language would forever remain an absurdity. His camp argued that Hungary needed one official language only, as was the case in the most developed states of that time, namely, France, Prussia, and the United States. The Hungarian Case 447. István Gorov summarized this line of thought in his 1842 book Nemzetiség. He looked to England as the beacon of modernity and nation-building, as clearly seen from the motto taken from a poem by Lord Byron which Gorov quoted in the original. "Oh, my own beauteous land! So long laid low! So long the grave of thy own children's hopes, what is there wanting then to set thee free? Her sons may do this with one deed, unite." Gorov saw popular education in Magyar as the instrument that would make Hungary's multilingual population into the Magyar nation. To this end, he suggested that the Diet oblige landowners to build Magyarophone schools in every village with a considerable number of non-Magyar speakers. This free and compulsory education would be directed at children aged 4 to 7 so as to ensure that they acquire Magyar perfectly. István Székely disapproved of the reformers' forceful Magyarization campaign. His former political supporter, Baron Miklós Wesselényi, who later sided with Kossuth, also appealed for moderation. In his Szozét a Magyar és Szláv Nemzetiségügyében, Wesselényi declared that it was the Diet's right and duty to pass a law that would provide for punishing those impeding the legal use of Magyar as well as those agitating against non-Magyar speakers. Magyarization and the rise of national minorities. In reality, this even-handedness faltered. As earlier, the rise of ethnic Magyar nationalism incited the development of its Croatian counterpart. The pressure of the official policy of Magyarization brought about the reaction on the part of the North Hungarian Slavs and the Wallachians of Transylvania. The former could look for guidance in organizing their national movement to Bohemia's Czechs and the latter to the Romanian national movement that rapidly unfolded across the border in the semi-independent Ottoman principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia. Contemporary observers saw Magyarization and the non-Magyars' reaction against it as a war of races. 8. To prove this point they repeatedly quoted the oft-repeated Magyar proverb Tot nem ember, kassa nem itel, teliga nemzikar. Similar sayings and doggerels equally taunted German speakers and Wallachians. Interestingly, the Magyar word tot is derived from the Germanic term Deutsch, Deutsch for a Germanic or German speaker. Perhaps when the Magyars arrived in the Danube basin, they first came into contact with the Slavic speakers. 448. In Greater Moravia and in the eastern marks of the Frankish kingdom. The Germanic speakers in this kingdom referred to themselves as Türk, and the Slavic speakers in the borderland areas knew this ethnonym too. In the Magyar usage, tot came to denote any Slav but especially those from Upper Hungary and Croatia. With time, this word acquired pejorative meaning while Magyar speakers accepted the Slavic ethnonym Nemec for a German. Enemek nn in Czech, Niemiec in Polish, and Nemec in Slovak come from the Slavic adjective niemi, mute. To Slavs the speech of Germanic speakers was unintelligible, which in the eyes of the former made the latter seem as incapable of speech. During the 1830s and 1840s, the Slavophone clergy of Upper Hungary began to see themselves and their Slavic-speaking parishioners rather as Slovaks and less as Protestants and Catholics or Slavs and Hungarians. Unlike in the case of Croatia, there was no historical or juridical tradition that would make Upper Hungary into a separate region or administrative unit. Understandably by default, Magyar was used in this region as the official language and the medium of education. Between 1802 and 1812, 24 various and usually comitat-level laws were issued to this end. When absolutism was reinstated in the Austrian Empire at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, Latin returned and there were no further attempts at broadening the already established public sphere where Magyar was used. Liberalization brought about a new wave of Magyarization. Between 1830 and 1843, 28 new Magyarizing laws were issued in various comitats in Upper Hungary, before Magyar became the official language of entire Hungary in 1844. Even if Slavophone Upper Hungary's nobility invariably saw themselves as an integral part of Natio-Hungarica, when the novel ethno-linguistic entity of the Magyar nation began to emerge, they tended to side with it. These nobles perceived the novel process of nation-building through the spectacles of estate differentiation. For them, there was no contradiction as long as peasants remained beyond the pale. In the eyes of this nobility, the Magyar nation appeared as coterminous with the Hungarian natio, not unlike in the case of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility who, until the mid-1860s, basically equated the Polish nation with themselves and the Polish-speaking intelligentsia. There was no place for Polish-speaking peasants or non-Polonophone middle class in this early concept of ethnically construed Polish nation. Understandably, many a Slavophone nobleman of Upper Hungary accepted the newly codified Magyar language as his national language and mother tongue to be used in everyday life. Slovak nationalists disparagingly dubbed these Slavophone noblemen of Upper Hungary turned ethnic Magyars as Magyarans. They borrowed this term from Croat nationalists, who had coined it for branding a similar pro-Magyar attitude widespread among the Croatian aristocracy and the Croatian nobility in the Comitat of Zagreb. The Hungarian Case 449. The Lutheran pastor Jan Koller and Safarik, a scholar of Lutheran background, were the first significant Slavic speakers of Upper Hungary to emphasize the ethnic difference of the region's Slavophone population vis-a-vis the rest of Hungary's inhabitants. They did not support any independent Slovak national movement but rather foresaw its union with the Czechs, which together would constitute a part of some pan-Slavic nation. For instance, Koller declared, in Latin, Ego Hente Slavas, and the members of his congregation he served at Pest spoke Slovak/Slavic and German. The clergy was the only social force, which for the sake of the better understanding of the gospel among their Slavophone parishioners, took into account their linguistic distinctiveness. These clergymen did not sympathize with the Magyarone nobility, but they did not appeal for some ethnically based Slovak nation, either. Koller's 1821 article Etwas über die Magyarisierung der Slawen in Ungarn was written for the sake of defending civic rights in Hungary, and not to promote Slavic or Slovak ethnic nationalism. In addition, the confessional cleavage between Catholics and Protestants still ran deeper among Upper Hungary's Slavophone peasants than any ethnic difference. Catholics, who accounted for 6/7 of the population, used Brno-Latina while Protestants Biblitina as their written languages, which fortified the confessional divide. The first Slovak newspaper in Biblitina Titanik and Obsisis Kralovska Narodní Noviny appeared in Prespig. But during the 1830s, Magyarization pressure brought both religious communities closer together. In 1834, they established the Spolok Milovnikovri I Literaturi Slovenskej and published their periodical Zara in Biblitina and Brno-Latina. The divide was crossed and the ethnonym Slovak started entering the common usage. But the emergence of ethnic Slovak nationalism was due to the radicalism of the new generation of Slavophone Lutheran intelligentsia. Their leader was Ludovit Stur. In response to Kossuth's program of ethno-national Magyarization of Hungary, they authored in 1842 the Slovenský prestany Prospopis, which was delivered to Chancellor Klemens von Metternich. This document asked the emperor to protect the Slovak language and Slovak language schools. It further requested a separate censor for Slovak books, a chair for the Slovak language at the University of Pest, and the use of Latin instead of Magyar in church registers. Vienna disregarded this petition, while this document enraged Magyar authorities and reformers. The failure also taught Stur that for his later political actions he should seek support among Catholic Slovaks, who constituted the vast majority of the Slovaks. At that time, the question of language was not so much pressing for Slavophone Catholics, as priests tended to accommodate the linguistic needs of their parishioners and 450. Latin remained the sole official and liturgical language of the Catholic Church until the late 1960s. In 1844, Stur established the Slovak Cultural and Educational Society Tatran 9 in Liptau St. Nicolaus. A year later, having placated Vienna with his repeated pledges of loyalty to the Habsburgs and the political order established at the Congress of Vienna, Stur was allowed to publish the Slovak newspaper, Slovenské národné noviny. In 1846, he published his first treatise, Nerkja slovenského alebo potreba písania v tomto nerkja, which was closely followed by his Náukory I slovenskej. With this grammar, on the basis of the central Slavophone dialects of Upper Hungary, Stur codified the Slovak language as separate from Czech. The first book printed in this language was the second volume of the literary annual Nitra. The previous volume had been published in Biblichtina. Nutra is an old city, the beginnings of which date back to the times of Greater Moravia. In his 1780 work, Papinek had pointed to this polity as the possible beginning of statehood-oriented history for the Slavs in Upper Hungary. 4 years later, Juraj Skolner published his Latin history of Greater Moravia and the incursion of the Magyars, who had destroyed this Slavic state. Since that time, Greater Moravia had continued to feature in Slovak national mythology as their first nation-state. Following this obvious knowledge, Stur had organized trips since 1836 to the ruins of the Greater Moravian stronghold in Theban near Prespig. The historical linguistic basis of Slovak nationalism was ready. Nitra's editor, Josef Miloslav Hruban, was one of Stur's Lutheran friends. Hruban famously proclaimed that it was the Slovak language that has resurrected Slovakia. On the ideological platform described above, Stur was elected in 1847 to the Hungarian Diet from the town of Altsol. It was the first significant political success of Slovak nationalism. Transylvania was a transitory case between Croatia, perceived as aspirate entity within the Kingdom of Hungary, and Upper Hungary, which seemed to the Magyar nobility an integral part of the state. After the victorious wars with the Ottoman Empire and the uprising of the Magyar nobility led by the Transylvanian Prince Rákóczi, Vienna reiterated the religious freedom accorded to the nations of Magyars, Zeklers, and Saxons, but separated it from the rest of Hungary in order to directly administer this region. At the beginning of the 1770s, Transylvania's population of 1,066,000 was composed of 558,000 Orthodox Christians, 140,000 Calvinists, 131,000 Lutherans, 119,000 Greek Catholics. The Hungarian case 451. 89,000 Catholics, and 29,000 Unitarians. Lutherans usually represented the German-speaking Saxons. The vast majority of Calvinists, Catholics, and Unitarians represented Magyars and Zeklers. But Orthodox Christians and Greek Catholics, who added up to 677,000, or 63.5% of the total, were the Romancephone Wallachians. Throughout the 18th century, the Transylvanian Diet repeatedly refused to recognize the Greek Catholics as the fourth natio of this land, though at the end of the 17th century, the Orthodox clergy had signed the union with the Catholic Church exactly for this purpose. The political struggle brought about the rise of the Wallachian Uniat Cultural Center in Blazendorf. In this town, beginning in 1754, Wallachian religious schools opened with Church Slavonic and Wallachian as languages of education. This gave rise to educated clergy collectively known as the Scola Ardelianae. 30 years later, in 1784, the Josephine reforms overhauled the old order. German replaced Latin and Magyar as Transylvania's official language, the Zekler and Saxon autonomous territories disappeared, and the region was divided into 11 regular comitats. In the wake of these changes, the Wallachian peasants started a revolt demanding an end to all serfdom obligations, which was crushed in 1785. Leopold II, who ascended the throne in 1790, was expected to do away with most of the sweeping changes introduced by his predecessor. Before the monarch convened the Transylvanian Diet, Greek Catholic leaders drafted the Supplex Libellus Valachorum so as to prevent any worsening of the legal status of the Wallachians. The authors of this supplication drew on, and developed the ideas of the Greek Catholic bishop, Ion Innocent Mic Klein, who identified the Dacians and Trajans Roman colonists as the ancestors of the Wallachians in Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia. The supplication requested official recognition for the Wallachians as Transylvania's fourth natio and the use of Wallachian names for localities where Wallachians constituted the majority of the inhabitants. The emperor passed this document to the Diet at Klausenburg, which indignantly rejected it. Despite this, the supplication became the program of the later religious leaders of the Wallachians, and ethnic Romanian nationalists chose to refer to it during the first half of the 19th century. Since the end of the 18th century, Russia regularly had warred with the Ottoman Empire. In the 1820s, Greece emerged as the first semi-independent Balkan nation-state. In the Treaty of Adrianople, St. Petersburg made the Sultan grant autonomy to Wallachia and Moldavia, which Russia guaranteed be occupying both these principalities until 1834. The Russian administration granted both states organic statutes, and in 1846 to 1847, they contracted. 452. A customs union. Between 1782 and 1846, 37 Wallachian language periodicals appeared in Wallachia and Moldavia, and the first daily, Romania, started publishing in 1838 in Bucharest. There emerged consensus among the intellectual and governing circles of both principalities that the ethnonym Romanian should replace the erstwhile Wallachian, as Bishop Ion Innocent Micu Klein had proposed in the 18th century. Ethnic Romanian nationalism had much better conditions for development in Wallachia and Moldavia than in Transylvania, tightly controlled by Vienna and the Magyar nobility. But prior to 1848, 6 Wallachian language periodicals appeared in Transylvania, including the Gazetted Transylvania, which was read in Bucharest. A member of the still active Transylvanian school, Petru Meyer, published his Historia pentru Începutul Romanilor in Dacia in Buda in 1812. At that time, a controversy flared up whether the claim was true at all. First, German-speaking scholars disagreed and claimed that Wallachians arrived in Transylvania from the Balkans in the early Middle Ages. Magyar intellectuals followed this line of thought, while Romanian national scholars stood fast by the theory that maintains the historical continuity of Romanian settlement in Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia since antiquity. Meanwhile, Romanian leaders protested against forced Magyarization, especially in the first half of the 1840s. Further, Wallachian/Romanian and Slovak opposition to Magyarization, and requests for wider use of non-Magyar languages were voiced most vociferously in 1848. It is important to note that the squabble about language did not affect the German-speaking Swabians and Saxons living in Hungary. The introduction of German in 1784 played into their hands. Even when this decision was revoked, German maintained its privileged position in their communities and throughout the Austrian Empire. Magyar nobility had no legal or economic power to apply Magyarization policies on them. It was the German speakers themselves, who, on the basis of traditional patriotism of Natio Hungarica, chose to learn Magyar so as to become part of the forming Magyar nation. This did not mean resigning from German, which Magyar nobility and intellectuals sought to acquire, perceiving it as more developed and useful than Magyar. Hence, unlike the other instances discussed above, the rise of Magyar nationalism did not incite German ethnic nationalism. The slight exception to the rule were some of Transylvania's Saxons, who disagreed with the loss of privileges they had enjoyed before the scrapping of their status of a separate natio. Last but not least, Serbs living in Hungary's Vojvodina 10 had their important journal Srpski Narodni Novine published in Pest. They leaned more to Magyar reformism than to Serbian radical nationalism. But the Magyar elites remained worried that sooner or later Vojvodina Serbs might espouse the program of Serbia's territorial expansion into the lands of Tsar Dusan's Serbian Empire, as proposed in 1844 by the Hungarian Case 453. Serbia's Interior Minister, Ilija Garazanin. Magyar nationalists saw this Serbian goal as part of some larger pan-Slav conspiracy that would help Russia dominate all the Slav-speaking and Orthodox lands at the cost of tremendous territorial losses to Hungary, Austria, and the Ottoman Empire. They did not distinguish between callers pro-Austrian Austroslavism and secessionist and pro-Russian Panslavism. The policy of Magyarization that pitted Magyar against all other languages spoken in Hungary overshadowed such significant differences and fueled what was called a virtual war of languages, especially in Croatia and Upper Hungary. The War of Independence. The revolutions of 1848 were the embodiment of the political hopes of Europe's nationalists, who called this period the springtime of peoples. First uprisings, identified with this period, broke out in Palermo and Naples. Further, revolutionary unrest followed on February 23 in Paris, on March 13 in Vienna, and 5 days later in the Prussian capital of Berlin. On May 18, the German National Assembly convened in Frankfurt. It was the formative event that translated the ideas of German nationalism into the vocabulary of politics. The Habsburgs were faced with the stark choice. The German Confederation, established in 1815, comprised the predominantly German-speaking states of the former Holy Roman Empire, including the western section of the Habsburgs' realms. Choosing German nationalism would destroy their multi-ethnic empire. The Habsburgs opted for fortifying their rule in the Austrian Empire. In the longer run, it meant losing to Prussia the battle for dominance in Germanophone Central Europe. After Berlin defeated Vienna in the 7 Weeks' War, the way for establishing the first Central European nation-state was open. In 1871, the German Empire was founded. In June 1848, in the Bohemian capital Prague, the Czech historian and national leader, František Palacký, convened the Slav Congress to counterbalance the German National Assembly in Frankfurt. Various Slavic ethnic groups of the Austrian Empire were represented in greatest numbers. Efforts to attract Poles failed, because Polish leaders, like their Magyar counterparts, believed that any kind of panslavism must play into the hands of Russia. In the eyes of Polish nationalists, the Russian Empire was the largest obstacle in the way of re-establishing Poland-Lithuania as a Polish nation-state. Like the Magyars, Polish leaders were not interested in Austro-Slavism, which, if successful, would prevent incorporation of Galicia into the future Polish nation-state. The sudden weakening of Vienna's hold on the empire was the moment when Kossuth forced his radical program on the Pressburg Diet. On March 15, the 454 12 points were published without permission of the censor, together with the flamboyant national song by the poet Sándor Petőfi. Rise, Magyar! Is the country's call. The time has come, say one and all. Shall we be slaves, shall we be free? This is the question, now agree. For byth Magyares God above. We truly swear the tyrant's yoke. No more to bear. Since then, Petőfi overshadowed Vörösmarty in stature as a national poet of the Magyars. The emperor bowed to these demands and allowed for the forming of a separate Hungarian government and national assembly, establishment of the Hungarian National Bank and National Army, introduction of the national currency, and the union with Transylvania. Despite his bitter disagreements with Kossuth, Székely also joined the first Hungarian government headed by Count Lajos Batthyány. Against the interest of the Magyar nobility, the government did away with serfdom. It learned from the Polish mistakes. The Polish 1830–1831 uprising 12 collapsed and the 1846 one never took off, because the Polish-Lithuanian nobility refused to free their serfs. By excluding the peasantry from the commonality of the nation, Polish leaders conserved the Polish-Lithuanian natio, and, thus, prevented the emergence of the Polish ethnic nation until the end of the 19th century. In contrast, already in 1848, Magyarophone peasants began to enter the Magyar nation and espouse Magyar nationalism. Encouraged by the Magyar success, Hungary saw their national movements also tabled their own demands. Vienna, preoccupied with the revolutionary events in Austria, Venetia, and Bohemia, did not intervene. The emperor trusted that the avalanche of various national demands in Hungary would check the radicalism of the Magyars. At the end of March 1848, the Sobor adopted the national demands, which appealed for the establishment of the triune kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia within the Hungarian framework of the Austrian Empire. Basically, Croatian leaders wanted the same rights as the Magyars had already won. On 3–5 May, a meeting at Blazendorf, known as the National Assembly, gathered over 40,000 Romanians. They protested against the incorporation of Transylvania into Hungary, demanded official status for the Hungarian Case 455. Romanian language in Transylvania, as well as an equal status as natio for the Transylvanian Romanians. On May 11, the Slovak General Gathering in Liptau St. Nicolaus adopted a declaration known as the Demands of the Slovak Nation. Slovak leaders demanded official recognition of the Slovaks as a nation, official status for the Slovak language in Upper Hungary's predominantly Slovakophone areas, reorganization of Hungary into a country of equal nations each with its own parliament, and equal representation for all the nations living in Hungary. To complicate matters even further, Serbs demanded autonomy, and Transylvanian Saxons, like Romanians, opposed union of their region with Hungary. The Hungarian government rejected the demands of the national minorities. This made the minority leaders distrustful of Hungary and fortified their support for the emperor as the only force that could prevent the emergence of a unified Magyar nation-state. Serbs in Banat embarked on a revolt against royal forces. The Slovaks were on the brink of rebellion. Later, they even organized a group of pro-Austrian volunteers, who entered Upper Hungary from Moravia, but proved an ineffectual force that failed to instigate a Slovak military rising. Actually, more Slovaks joined the Magyar Honved militia. Similarly, the Slovak National Council's September 19 declaration of separation of Slovakia from Hungary did not elicit any meaningful support among Upper Hungary Slavic speakers. Vienna helped to equip the Croatian army commanded by the Ban of Croatia, General Josip Jelacic, who attacked Hungary on September 11. Soon Austrian forces joined the war. In December, Francis Joseph ascended the throne. Magyar leaders refused to recognize him as king because he had not been crowned in Hungary. At the end of February 1849, the emperor abolished the 1848 laws that had legalized the Magyar Revolution. On April 13, the Defense Committee presided by Kossuth, declared the independence of Hungary and deposed the Habsburgs. That is why this war is known as the War of Independence in Magyar historiography. The two Polish generals, Józef Bem and Henryk Dębinski, commanded Magyar armies in which numerous Polish volunteers also served. Russia was afraid that, if the Magyars won the war, the wave of national revolution could spill into their Kingdom of Poland. Bearing this possibility in mind, at Vienna's request, Russian imperial forces fell on the Magyar armies in the second half of June. Kossuth fled the country. On August 13, the Magyar troops surrendered to the Russians at Vilagos. This defeat sent a wave of refugees, mostly aristocrats and intellectuals, to Western Europe, but also to the Ottoman Empire. Around 1,000 of them formed the center of Magyar intellectual life in Western 456 Europe. A similar group of Polish-Lithuanian émigrés had been active there since the defeat of their 1830–1831 uprising. To forestall the unavoidable, on July 29, at its last refuge, Szegedin, the parliament emancipated Jews and passed the first law on national minorities. This law gave minorities the freedom to use their mother tongue at the local administrative level, in courts, in elementary education, and even in these detachments of the National Guard located in non-Magyarophone comitats. Later, Kossuth and his Magyar émigré political circle proposed the formation of a Danubian confederation of autonomous nation-states for all of Hungary's ethnic nations. All these measures and ideas came too late to save independent Hungary. The same mistake was repeated by the last Austro-Hungarian emperor, Charles I. He proclaimed federalization of the Austrian part of the dual monarchy on October 16, 1918, a mere half-month before the volley of declarations of independence that created numerous nation-states after World War I. This proclamation came too late to save Austria-Hungary. Magyar, the state language. In the aftermath of the revolutions and the Hungarian War of Independence, it was Vienna's turn to suppress nationalists and supporters of federalism. In 1850, Francis Joseph, like his late 18th-century predecessor Joseph II, set out on the absolutist policy of centralization. Transylvania, Croatia, Slavonia, and Vojvodina were separated from Hungary. The kingdom's 46 historical comitats were replaced by 5 bureaucratic districts. No legislative bodies were convened. German was imposed as the official language of all the Austrian Empire. This period of neo-absolutism lasted for a decade. In 1859, Austria suffered a crushing defeat in Lombardia, unable to prevent the creation of the Italian nation-state. Vienna lost this province as well as dynastic control over Tuscany, Modena, and Lucca to Italy. In order to remain in the European club of great powers, the emperor set out on the course of liberalization in 1860, and the following year democracy began in the Austrian Empire with the founding of the bicameral Reichsrat in Vienna. With these measures a semblance of the pre-1848 order was introduced. But the concessions were too little for Magyar, Croatian, and Czech politicians who refrained from participating in the Reichsrat. This continual obstruction of its activities led the emperor to suspend it in 1865. A year later, Prussia defeated the Austrian Empire that stood in the way of the German nation-state. Simultaneously, Vienna lost Venetia. The Hungarian case 457. In order to preserve the empire, Francis Joseph could federalize it or share power with a partner. He chose the latter solution, accepting Ferenc Deox's 1865 proposal of Ausgleich. In 1867, the Hungarian National Assembly assembled in Pest and the Reichsrat in Vienna agreed to transform the Austrian Empire into the dual monarchy, composed of the Kingdom of Hungary, and the kingdoms and countries represented in the Reichsrat. The latter part of the monarchy became known as the Austrian Empire. The Magyars received their own nation-state, composed of historical Hungary, including Transylvania, Croatia, and the Serbian voivodeship. Organizing their state, Magyar politicians hoped to emulate the French centralistic model, complete with one language only. In 1873, Buda, Pest, and Óbuda were merged into the new Hungarian capital of Budapest. What united Hungary with Austria were the common institutions of the army, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the person of the monarch, who reigned as king in Hungary and as emperor in Austria. Kossuth prophesied that the 1867 Ausgleich would prove disastrous for the Magyar nation. On the contrary, Hungary developed as never before. The only dent in the unity of the Magyar nation-state was Croatia-Slavonia. Due to the province's long-established status of legal separateness, the Hungarian government had to contract a 1868 Nagadba with the Croatian Sabor. This document closely followed the Ausgleich. The Croats were officially recognized as a nation with the right to cultural autonomy within Hungary, but had to cede the Adriatic port Fiume, and agree to the subjection of the Croatian Ban to the Hungarian government. Unlike in the case of the Austro-Hungarian Ausgleich, the Nagadba was a compromise of unequal partners. The Nagadba declared the founding of the Triune Kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, but it remained a dead letter in the case of the last province. Vienna did not agree to any union of Croatia-Slovenia with Dalmatia, which remained in the monarchy's Austrian section. But the Croats openly and Vienna and Budapest tacitly treated all three provinces as the Croatian nation-state. In addition, to ensure the working majority in the Reichsrat in the face of the growing Czech obstructionism, Vienna also granted broad cultural and political autonomy to Thepoles in Galicia. In this general shape, Austria-Hungary survived until its dissolution in 1918. Numerous Magyar and Polish politicians served as common ministers of Austria-Hungary and prime ministers of the Austrian government. The Austro-German alliance fortified the position of the dual monarchy in Europe and shielded Vienna's interests in the Balkans from Russian, which hoped to extend its 458 influence there among Orthodox Slavic speakers. In 1878, Austria-Hungary occupied the Ottoman province of Bosnia-Herzegovina and annexed it in 1908. This made the dual monarchy a main player in the Balkans and also in the national politics of the South Slavs. Hungary reached its zenith of liberalism and stability during the long term of Kálmán Tiszá's government, which lasted from 1875 to 1890. In 1896, Hungary celebrated the millennium of the Magyar conquest of their country. No efforts were spared to make this event memorable. The Magyar nation rejoiced in its Magyar nation-state. The attraction of this success was such that almost 1 million Hungarian Jews adopted Magyar as their mother tongue, as they did German in Germany and Austria. Other ethno-linguistic national minorities living in Hungary opposed Magyarization, which became official policy despite the 1868 nationalities law that guaranteed the minorities elementary education in their mother tongues. The 1868 law on popular education provided by the state did not help minorities, because it furthered the use of Magyar in state schools. Initially, it did not matter much because most school children attended denominational schools owned by various churches. These schools provided education in minority languages. In 1907, elementary education was made free and compulsory, but it was to be provided only through the medium of the Magyar language. By that time, most churches had bowed to the Magyarizing pressure and withdrawn minority languages as a medium of instruction from the denominational schools. The only possibility for education in minority languages was in private schools founded by the minorities themselves in the face of the staunch opposition of the Hungarian state administration. The idea of Magyar ethnic nationalism did not merge well with the reality on the ground. Half of Hungary's inhabitants did not speak Magyar and refused to consider themselves members of the ethnically defined Magyar nation. To the minorities' elites it was the betrayal of the centuries-long ideal of Natio Hungarica, and left them no choice but to become leaders of various emerging ethno-linguistic national movements, which coalesced in the face of increasingly forced Magyarization. Magyarization worked best in the case of Jews, who did not have their own national movement or nation-state to which they could look for help and support. Almost all of them spoke Magyar and over 55% identified themselves as Magyars. Between 1867 and 1918, 75,000 changes of surnames were registered. Almost 60% of the changes were carried out with regard to Jewish surnames. Out of all the non-Magyars, only 16.4% of them knew Magyar in 1890, and only 0.4% more 10 years later. The share of Magyars in Hungary's population rose from 41.5% in 1850 to 46.7% in 1880 and 54.5% in 1910. But should Croatia be included in this calculation, the Magyars constituted a mere 45.4% of Hungary's population in 1900. During World War I, it proved too weak a legitimization for historical Hungary put in the role of Magyar nation-state. The Allies agreed that Central Europe should be reorganized on ethno-national basis. There was no place for multi-ethnic and multilingual Austria-Hungary on the political map of Europe. In autumn 1918, a cascade of declarations of independence followed. Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, and Southern Slavs proclaimed their separation. Washington recognized the right of Transylvania's Romanians to self-determination. Rump Austria declared its independence. Hungary belatedly separated itself from its king, hoping to preserve territorial integrity. In agreement with the provisions of the Trianon Treaty, Hungary lost 2/3 of its territory and 3/5 of its population to Czechoslovakia, Romania, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, Austria, Poland, and Italy. This rump Hungary became almost ethnically homogeneous, with 90% of Magyars, 7% German speakers, and 2% Slovaks. On the other hand, the Magyars remaining beyond this new Hungary's borders, as national minorities, numbered 1.7 million in Romania, 1 million in Czechoslovakia, 0.6 million in the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, and 26,000 in Austria. The political events of the years 1849 to 1918 are duly reflected in the development of the Magyar language. After 1849, German became the sole language of administration as well as the medium of education at the University of Pest and in secondary education. In 1856, it was decided to Germanize all secondary education within the following 6 years. All these Germanizing measures put Magyar on defense. As in the Polish case, when there was no state or even region identified as Hungary, language became the Magyars' Ersatz-Fatherland. Not surprisingly, the extreme purism of newly coined Magyar neologisms was the answer to Germanization. At that time, the vocabulary of natural sciences and technology was Magyarized, however, never to the point of replacing international terminology derived from Latin and Greek. Magyarophone secondary education was never fully Germanized, because political. 460. Liberalization intervened in 1860. It was allowed to reintroduce Magyar in administration and secondary education. But Vienna's acceptance extended also to Croatian and Slovak and 3 years later, to Romanian too. Interestingly, Sabor deputies had to choose the name of this language. From the proposed vernacular, Croatian Slavonian, Croatian or Serbian, and Yugoslavian, they settled for Yugoslavian. Vienna saw it as an unjustified political statement, which upheld the political significance of the 1850 Vienna Literary Agreement which proclaimed the Serbo-Croatian language. The following year, Croatian was affirmed as this language's proper name, which disentangled it from the politics of Yugoslavism and Panslavism, seen as irredentist or irresponsible by the Austro-Hungarian administration. In 1867, Magyar was elevated to the rank of sole official state language of Hungary with the partial exception of Croatia-Slavonia, where, in line with the provisions of the 1868 Nagodba, Croatian was to fulfill the role of the official language. With regard to other languages, the 1868 nationality law allowed for their unhindered use in elementary and secondary education, communal assemblies, and churches. This law specifically did not apply to Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia but reaffirmed the right of Croatian deputies to speak in their language in the Hungarian parliament. After 1867, all place names were Magyarized and all university-level education was to be transmitted via the medium of this language at the University of Budapest, construed as the Magyar National University. The only exception to the official use of Magyar was the army's language of command. German remained in this position throughout Austria-Hungary. Magyar politicians took it as an offense to their nation, but the language of command was limited to some 150 specialized words, the proficient use of which never actually allowed a soldier to speak fluent German. The secure position of Magyar in post-Auschwitz Hungary did not mean that linguistic purism disappeared. Magyar intellectuals still perceived their national language as a poorer cousin of German in the dual empire. On the other hand, the national linguistic aspirations of the minorities made the Magyar language appear as a beleaguered fortress. As a result, the trend was to guard the language against any foreign influences. Understandably, the journal devoted to the development of Magyar was named Magyar Nyelv or. It was established in 1872 and is published to this day. Within the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, the Magyar Nyelvi Bizottság was founded in order to oversee and coordinate Magyar language politics in Hungary. Between 1862 and 1874, the 6 volumes of the first authoritative dictionary of Magyar, a Magyar Nyelvzodora, were published in Pest. The Hungarian Academy of Sciences supported this groundbreaking work authored by István Csükszer and János Fogarasi. Unlike the similar dictionaries of the Polish and Czech languages, their Magyar counterpart was exclusively monolingual. In that it was similar to Jan Karlowy's Słownik Języka Polskiego e.e. Csükszer and Fogarasi's Magyar dictionary constituted the necessary basis for the introduction of Magyar as the official language in almost all the public spheres of life in Hungary. Other lexicographic work supported by the Hungarian Academy of Sciences followed soon in emulation of similar dictionaries that made Western European languages into scientifically established entities. In 1890 to 1893, Gabor Sarvas and Zsigmond Simonyi's 3-volume Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zótár was published. Each word in it is followed by its equivalent in Latin and German, not unlike in Lindus and Jungermann's dictionaries. Earlier than Karlowy's Dictionary of the Polish Dialects, the 2 volumes of József Zinyi's Magyar Zótár came off the press in 1893 and 1901, respectively. In 1914, the publication of Zoltán Gombóc and János Melika's Magyar Etymology Zótár commenced but was never completed. Not surprisingly, all these works appeared in Budapest, which had been established as the very center of Magyar political, cultural, and economic life since the 1820s. While during the Great War Central Europe faced radical transformation in agreement with the national principle, Magyar, out of the other Central European languages, enjoyed the widest range of lexicographic and scholarly works that codified it and standardized its usage. Only German lexicography surpassed its Hungarian counterpart in this region of the old continent. An increase in the number of graduates from Magyarophone universities facilitated the process of standardization of the Magyar language and the dynamic spread of its use. A second Magyar language university was established at Kolozsvár in 1872. 2 others were set up in 1910 in Pozsony and Debrecen. In 1895, the Jewish College was founded in Budapest, modeled on Paris's famous École Normale Supérieure. This college was named after Baron József Jewish. He had introduced popular elementary education in Hungary, and together with Deák conceived the 1868 nationality law. The cultural, economic, and social life of the Magyar nation was played out in the arena of various associations. Their number skyrocketed from 579 in 1862 to 4,000 in 1881 and 10,000 in 1914. The publication of a Magyar Nyelvzótár was paralleled by the production of the 13 volumes of the first Magyar encyclopedia, Egyetems Magyar Encyclopedia. From the denominational viewpoint, it was a Catholic encyclopedia that appeared between 1859 and 1876 at Eger. In its scope, this work followed the example of the Czech-language Encyclopedia Slovnik now CNY. However, it was only a Palasnagi lexicona that fully emulated the German-language conversation lexicon in extent as well as in the illustrated material. This work of 18 volumes was 462. Brought out at Budapest in 1893 to 1904. This encyclopedia's enlarged edition in 21 volumes was published in 1925. Like Otov Slovnik now CNY in the Czech Republic, a Palasnagi lexicona remains the most comprehensive encyclopedia in its country. Kalmanzali's 2-volume A Magyar Nyelvvizsgálatos Zótára gathered the lexical achievement of the language reform. Out of the 10,000 entries recorded, 8,000 remain in current use. The broadly defined language reform movement produced around 100,000 coinages between the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Magyar thrives on these word standards. The 20th century coinages accounted for less than 7% of all lexemes in use. The number of foreign words did not exceed the mark of 3%. These changes render many 18th century Magyar texts hardly intelligible to modern users of this language, especially due to the expunging of Latin and German linguistic loans. Paradoxically, when there was no political, cultural, or social force to endanger the elevated position of Magyar, the perceived insecurity of Magyar was at its highest. In 1905, it was even proposed that a central office for the protection of the Magyar language should be founded. Probably, it was a function of Budapest's policy of Magyarization. This policy took off after Deák's and Eötvös's influence on Hungarian politics waned. The symbolic moment is 1875 when Tisza became the prime minister. In the same year, he ordered the closing of the Matica Slovenska, which had been established in 1863 in St. Martin. A year earlier, the 3 Slovak language secondary schools were dissolved. Upon taking office, Tisza famously declared that there can be only one visible nation in the frontiers of Hungary. His stance was the logical conclusion of following the tenet of Magyar Politikai Nemzet developed in the 1830s. It followed the French definition of nation that claimed all the inhabitants of France as the French nation. This did not blind Magyar politicians to the fact that one could distinguish various groups among Hungary's inhabitants, varying from one another in language or faith. But it made them into peoples, not nations. It was, however, up to the Magyars to mold the cultural and institutional shape of Hungary. In 1908, Kamusella, formerly Prime Minister of Hungary, stated in no uncertain terms, "The Magyars have conquered this country for the Magyars and not for others. The supremacy and the hegemony of the Magyars is fully justified." This act of conquest alone made them into the founders of the Hungarian/Magyar nation. This conflation of the civic and ethnic understanding of nation was made easy by the Hungarian usage. The Hungarian case 463 of Magyar, which can be translated as either Hungarian or Magyar. Pairs of two different words came in use to reflect this highly political distinction in Hungary's minority languages, for instance, Magyar vs Uher in Slovak, Madar vs Ugar in Croatian, Madzar vs Ugar in Slovenian, Magyar vs Ungur in Romanian, or Magyar vs Ungar in German. This development dates back to the 1840s when ethnic Magyar nationalism coalesced as the legitimizing ideology of Hungary. Magyarization was played out in the arena of language in blatant breach of the provisions of the nationality law. Because the status of official language was reserved for Magyar, only a good indicator of Magyarization was the medium of instruction in schools. The number of Magyarophone schools rose from 5819 in 1869 to 11,742 in 1906. During the same period, in Hungary proper the number of schools with other languages as a medium of instruction plummeted. German ones from 1232 to 271, Romanian from 2569 to 2440, Slovak from 1822 to 241, Croatian and Serbian from 252 to 165, Ruthenian from 473 to 23. Transylvania's Romanians led the coalition of non-Magyar speakers against Magyarization in Hungary proper because they could look for guidance to Romania. Romania was founded on the basis of the 1859 union of Wallachia with Moldavia, and gained independence from the Ottoman Empire in 1878. The Transylvanian Romanians intensified their political and educational activities in the 1890s. In 1893, some Romanian, Slovak and Serbian leaders met in Vienna, and 2 years later in Budapest. In 1895, they formed a self-styled Congress of Nationalities and coordinated their activities against Magyarization. But without too much success, in 1897 Budapest Magyarized the still Germanophone place names in Transylvania. Earlier, Czech leaders had shunned closer contacts with Slovaks, because they limited their national postulates to the historical lands of the Czech crown, namely, Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Forging a link with Upper Hungary's Slovaks would go against this logic, as Upper Hungary had never belonged to the Czech crown. On the other hand, such a move would irk Budapest to the detriment of Czech national aspirations in the Reichsrat. However, the loyalty and cooperation of Magyar-dominated Hungary and the Galician Poles ensured Vienna saw no point to grant any serious concessions to the Czechs. The new generation of Czech nationalists supported cooperation with the Slovaks on a purely ethno-linguistic basis. In 1896, a group of Prague intellectuals called for the creation of a Czechoslovak language. 2 years later, the Československá jednota was founded, and Hlas, the mouthpiece of supporters of Czechoslovakism, started publishing at Prague. Interestingly, like Kossuth in his exile program for a Danubian confederation, the Romanian intellectual Aurel Popovici proposed in 1906, federalizing the dual monarchy into a United States of Greater Austria. 464. Although this project met with great reservations on the part of Romanian leaders, it annoyed Magyar politicians and convinced them to press on with Magyarization. Federalization would deprive them of Hungary as their greater Magyar nation-state. They also saw the development of the Czechoslovak movement as a clear sign of panslavism that would play into Russia's hands, thus endangering the continued existence of Austria-Hungary. The only part of Hungary legally exempted from the direct pressure of Magyarization was Croatia-Slavonia. After the Nagodba, the Croatian nation and its language were officially recognized. This agreement even required the Hungarian king to say his coronation oath also in Croatian. In 1874, the Croatian language university opened in Zagreb. The limiting of the Nagodba commenced with the 1881 liquidation of the military frontier, which led to the incorporation of this region into Croatia-Slovenia. As a result, in the enlarged province, the share of Serbs grew to 1/4 in the population of 2.6 million, and partly unmade this province character as ersatz Croatian nation-state. In 1881, the display of the bilingual Magyar-Croatian coat of arms at the Financial Administration building in Zagreb sparked demonstrations that turned into a veritable language war, and required imposition of a state of emergency. Croatia's modern ethno-linguistic national movement emerged from this commotion. Kalmantaza's long premiership was paralleled by Count Karoly Quinhidrvari's term in office as the Ban of Croatia from 1883 to 1903. He played Croats against Serbs, which allowed him to ignore the Nagodba and further Budapest's policy of Magyarization. In 1883, Quinhidrvari introduced Hungarian national symbols in common Hungarian-Croatian offices located in Croatia-Slavonia. In 1892, he ordered Magyarization of place names in Croatia. In 1903, Hungary rejected Croatian demands for financial independence. The ban quelled demonstrations, and suppressed the Croatian press. This led to cooperation between Croats and Serbs, however a Sabor majority in 1908, just in time to condemn the annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina. Budapest replied in kind, making Magyar the operative language on Croatian railways, the last non-Magyarized common Hungarian-Croatian institution. Moreover, in Croatia-Slavonia's schools for civil servants, Magyar was made into the medium of instruction. The tension never ceased. Later, ethnic Croatians were nominated to the position of Ban, but this failed to placate Croatian nationalists. In 1912, THIRD was dissolved and the Croatian constitution was suspended. The following year, Magyar inscriptions were removed from public buildings, but the offending bilingual coat of arms remained in place. The Hungarian Case 465. The politicization of language that led to national conflict in Hungary should not overshadow the everyday practice of multilingualism. More often than not it was pragmatic, peaceful, and grassroots. A person wishes, first of all, to lead a satisfying life in any social and political circumstances. In Hungary, the growing excesses of Magyarization inevitably added to the gradual radicalization of the population, especially the educated elites of the minorities. But rebellions arise only when a large section of society has nothing to lose, or something substantial to gain. This time arrived in Austria-Hungary after the economic, political, and social tribulations of the Great War. Only then was the situation ripe for a change, but not without the active involvement of the leaders of various national movements. After 1918, the Allies necessarily played the role of midwife to this novel reality of ethno-linguistic nation-states desired by these movements. The best example of the everyday practice of multilingualism at the grassroots level was the phenomenon of children exchange in the region of Pasini. Since the Turkish wars in the 16th century, it had been a multilingual area where in the same locality vernaculars spoken at home and in streets could be labeled as Croatian, German, Magyar, and Slovak. This multiplicity of idioms obstructed communication, because these languages were not mutually comprehensible, with the exception of Slovak and Croatian. In the latter case, Slavic commonality allowed for imperfect communication between Slovak and Croatian speakers. Faced with this predicament, burghers and villagers developed their own practical solution. Schools were of no help. They did not cater to everybody and offered education exclusively in Latin first, then in German, and later in Magyar with little concessions for other languages. These concessions had largely disappeared by the beginning of the 20th century. Families exchanged their children with neighbors in a locality or the vicinity. Living for 1 to 3 months as members of such an exchange family, the children acquired its home language. As a result, before reaching adulthood all the children were practically quadrilingual, even if illiterate when they attended no school. The system survived until World War I, but in a more personalized manner it continued well into the 1960s, especially in the case of Magyars living in Czechoslovakia. They made sure their children would become proficient in Slovak by sending them to live with their Slovak-speaking friends. The multi-ethnic roots of today's Magyar culture show up in numerous Slavic and German surnames spelled in agreement with Magyar orthography. Interestingly, the most hailed Magyar national poet hero, Petőfi, was a son of an assimilated Serbian father and a Slovak mother. Similarly, the famous Polish national poet, Adam Mickiewicz, was a son of a Jewish mother and a Polonized Ruthenian noble, who inculcated him with patriotism to the defunct Grand Duchy of Lithuania. 466. Another interesting phenomenon connected to the increasingly sterner policy of Magyarization in the Kingdom of Hungary during the Ausgleich period was Budapest's tacit acceptance of other languages, at least in church, school, and local publications for ethnically non-Magyar populations, which remained or became staunchly pro-Magyar on the basis of traditional Hungarian civic patriotism. In the vision of such civic patriotism, Hungary was a home to all its inhabitants, irrespective of the various languages they might speak. At the end of the 19th century, it became obvious that the possibility of Hungarian civic nationalism lost with the attraction of its Magyar ethnic counterpart. But in many cases, religious difference and historical vicissitudes prevented some non-Magyar populations from merging with their close co-ethnics, who had already embarked on the reactive process of shaping their own ethnic nationalisms in reply to Magyarization. On the linguistic plane, the pro-Magyar groups often expressed their political choice by using Magyar orthography to write their languages. This allowed for making the group's local dialects into languages separate from standard languages created by their co-ethnics engaged in various nation-building efforts. As a result, the standard languages were cast in the role of national languages. On the other hand, the pro-Magyar groups were content with diglossia, which prescribed the use of their languages in church, school, and local publications, while reserving for Magyar the elevated status of the language of state politics, administration, economy, and higher education. Most of the Slovaks were Catholics, but 1/7 of them professed Lutheranism. However, the Slavophone population of the Upper Hungarian Comitat of Saros was Calvinist. Although Catholicism predominated among Magyars in the Habsburgs' Royal Hungary, most Magyars professed Calvinism in Transylvania, which made the religion a second national faith of the Magyar nation. Beginning in 1750, a handful of religious books in Magyar spelling were produced in the idiom of the Saros Slavic speakers. Unsurprisingly, they call it Saroskajizik. Under the influence of developing Slovak nationalism but in opposition to it, the Saros speakers dubbed their language Ksista Slovenska Recs at the close of the 19th century. At the beginning of the following century, with Budapest's support, they switched to standard Slovak spelling, but retained their pro-Magyar stance. The tradition of this literacy became part of the brief Slovak national movement, which, in 1918, culminated in the establishment of the short-lived pro-Hungarian Slovak People's Republic with its capital in Kassa. Later, neither Slovaks nor politicians used Slovak language and culture for political projects, with the exception of World War II, when Budapest again encouraged Slovak separatism in order to improve on its legitimization of the annexation of southern Slovakia in 1938. After 1945, Slovjakism became East Slovak regionalism, and at the turn of the 21st century, Slovak linguists finally incorporated the Hungarian case 467. The East Slovak literacy into the canon of Slovak writings, under the novel name of Cultural Eastern Slovak. In the west of the Comitat of Zala, North of the river Mura the Slavophone population of Lutherans and Catholics resided. In Slovenian, the area is referred to as Prekmurje, or the land beyond the Mur. The Austrian-Hungarian administrative border and Protestantism isolated the Slavic-speaking group from their overwhelmingly Catholic co-ethnics in southern Styria, who became Slovenians. In the south, the river Mura separated them from another group of Slavic-speaking Catholics, who decided to identify as Croats. Although the latter lived next to the border of Hungary's autonomous Croatia Slavonia, their region was included in the Croatian Diocese of Agram, which proved crucial for their decision to adopt the Croatian national identity. The earliest Prekmurjan manuscripts originated in the 17th century. The first Protestant book in the Prekmurjan language came off the press in 1715, and the first Catholic one in 1780. The Prekmurjan writers of both confessions used Magyar orthography, though they increasingly adopted diacritic letters common to standard Croatian and Slovenian. When Slovenian nationalism developed in the second half of the 19th century, the Prekmurjans preferred to refer to themselves as Wins, and to their language as Hungarian Windish. After the Great War, the incorporation of Prekmurje into the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes extinguished the Prekmurjan literacy, which merged with the Slovenian literacy by the 1930s. Prekmurjans continued to use their language in the United States and in the area of the town of Venceg, which remained in Hungary. South of Prekmurje, in the northern corner of historical Croatia, between the rivers Drava and Sava, the Slavophone population expected protection from the Habsburgs' Royal Hungary during the wars with the Ottoman Empire. They spoke the Kajkavian dialect, which was distanced from the Kajkavian one in which early Croatian literature flowered in southern Croatia and western Dalmatia. During the Reformation, Hungarian Calvinists inspired the use of written Kajkavian for proselytizing, which also meant the employment of Magyar spelling. The first book in Kajkavian was published in 1574. After the 1830s, Kajkavian literacy was largely extinguished, because the leaders of the nascent Croatian national movement settled on another dialect as the basis of their standard language, Stokavian, also shared by the Serbs, the Montenegrins, and Bosnia's Slavophone Muslims. Kajkavian intellectuals remained more pro-Hungarian than the rest of the Croats, alienated from the latter by the making of Catholicism into the ideological basis of Croatian nationalism to the exclusion of Protestantism. However, the increasing danger of Magyarization convinced the Kajkavian intellectuals to adopt Croatian national identity. 468. The last Kajkavian book in Magyar spelling came off the press in 1859. When Kajkavian and Kajkavian literacy revived at the beginning of the 20th century, it was a reaction against the project of merging the Croats into a proposed Yugoslav nation. Indirectly, this movement played into the hands of Budapest and Vienna, which saw Yugoslavism as a danger to the dual monarchy. Kajkavian and Kajkavian writers used Croatian orthography, and after 1918, strove to reaffirm the separateness of the Croatian nation in Yugoslavia increasingly dominated by Serbs. Although Kajkavian Croatian was written in Italian spelling, a group of Kajkavian-speaking refugees, who at the turn of the 16th century fled the advancing Ottoman armies to the safety of Burgenland in western Hungary, soon adopted Magyar orthography. This gave rise to the Burgenland Croatian language. After the initial manuscripts produced in Burgenlandian during the 16th century, the first book in Burgenland Croatian was published in 1732. Because German, not Magyar, was the lingua franca of Burgenland, many Germanisms entered Burgenland Croatian. This still separates the language from the Kajkavian literacy in Croatia, even after the Burgenland Croats adopted modern Croatian orthography at the close of the 19th century in reply to the excesses of Magyarization. Due to the Germanophone character of Burgenland, most of the province was apportioned to Austria in 1921. Burgenland literacy survives there to this day. In 1738 to 1741, a similar group of Slavophone refugees arrived from the Rhodope Mountains in historical Bulgaria, and settled in Hungary's Banat. Their ancestors converted to Catholicism under the influence of the Franciscans from Bosnia, busy uprooting Bogomilism. In 1616, Vienna coaxed the Sultan to grant religious freedom to Catholics in the Ottoman Empire. However, the Catholic converts became the target of Ottoman fury when in 1688, Austria used them to stage an anti-Ottoman uprising in Chiprovtsi. The refugees settled in the vicinity of the town of Vinga, south of the Maros River. They referred to themselves as Polykians, which was a vague memory of persisting Manichaeism in the Balkans. The first book in Polykian was published in 1851, it employed a mixed Magyar-Slovenian orthography. The 1866 textbook of the language dropped the glottonym Polykian in favor of Bulgarian, and adopted a version of Croatian spelling. This change was dictated by Budapest's policy of Magyarization, but their Catholicism prevented the Banat Bulgarians from accepting Cyrillic-based Standard Bulgarian. After World War I, Banat was divided between Romania and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. However, most of the Banat Bulgarians found themselves in Romania. In the 1930s, their literacy revived, but the Hungarian case 469. In communist Romania they were treated as a Bulgarian minority, so they were not allowed to express their separate ethno-linguistic identity. This changed after the fall of communism, when the Banat Bulgarians again changed the name of their group and language from Bulgarian to Polykian. At the turn of the 18th century, Catholic Slavophone refugees from Dalmatia and Herzegovina and their Orthodox counterparts from Bosnia arrived in Hungary's Vojvodina, and settled mostly in the vicinity of Maria Thereziopol. The former went by the name Bunjevci and the latter by that of Sasai. The Sasai were less numerous and gradually converted to Catholicism. Both groups spoke close lyre-related varieties of the same dialect, Stokavian, which became the basis of Serbo-Croatian, and at present serves the same function for Standard Bosnian, Standard Croatian, and Standard Serbian. The first manuscript in the language of the Bunjevci and Sasai appeared in the 18th century. They were written in the Latin script with the use of Magyar orthography. With the rise of Magyarization pressure in the 1860s, Croatian and Serbian nationalists replied in kind by claiming the Bunjevci and Sasai as Croats or Catholic Serbs for their respective national projects. The clash of the three nationalisms cancelled out the influence of one another, which, as a result, preserved the Bunjevci and Sasai as separate groups. But the first books printed in their languages, which were published in the 1860s, employed Latin-based Croatian spelling in preference to Magyar orthography, which persisted in handwritten documents. Moreover, in 1899, 1,200 Sasai converted to Orthodoxy, which meant their gradual merger with the Serbs, whereas the remaining Catholic Sasai became indistinguishable from the Bunjevci. After 1918, Vojvodina was granted to the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, but the separate Bunjevchan literacy survived in the interwar period. However, there was no place for it in communist Yugoslavia, because the logic of this federal state would require Belgrade to recognize them as a separate nation, an unwanted complication in the already staggeringly multinational autonomous Vojvodina. In the wake of the post-Yugoslav wars, in 2005, Belgrade recognized the Bunjevci as a national minority and their language as well in order to counter Zagreb's claim that they were part of the remaining Croatian minority in Serbia. In 2006, the subject Bunjevchan language and national culture was introduced to Bunjevchan schools. Apart from the aforementioned languages, which employed Magyar orthography, there were some that never did. In the ideological strife, which developed in the mid-1840s between the proponents of the then proposed Standard Slovak and those of Biblitina, Budapest sided with the latter. The supporters of Biblitina dubbed it Old Slovak, and made eth language into the sign of their loyalty to Hungary, while claiming that Standard 470 Slovak was part of the Pan-Slav danger. Budapest made Biblitina into an auxiliary language in Upper Hungary, and strove to limit the popularity of Standard Slovak. The latter gained wide following during the three last decades of the 19th century, and thus became the rallying point against Magyarization. Biblitina survived in its semi-official capacity until the turn of the 20th century. However, had it really stifled the development of Standard Slovak, as Budapest wished, the rise of Slovak nationalism might have been stunted or even stopped by presenting it as a mere appendage of the Czech national movement. Such a situation would have played into the hands of the Magyarizers, since the Czech leaders did not claim Upper Hungary for a proposed Czech nation-state until the close of the Great War. A similar case is posed by the Ruthenian language. After the 1646 union signed at Ungvar, the Orthodox Slavophone population of eastern Upper Hungary entered the Catholic Church with their own Slavic liturgy. Maria Theresa changed their name of Uniats to Greek Catholics. The oldest manuscripts in this region, invariably composed in Church Slavonic, date back to the 12th century. The local Slavic vernacular entered Cyrillic manuscripts as early as the 15th century under the influence of the Ruthenian literacy in Poland-Lithuania. It appears that the earliest book in Ruthenian was published in 1797. In 1848, the Ruthenian national movement developed more dynamically than that of the Slovaks. After 1867, Magyarization suppressed Ruthenian nationalism, and the Ruthenian language was renamed Hungarian Ruthenian. A handful of Ruthenian priests and intellectuals advocated the incorporation of their homeland to Russia, which caused Budapest to persecute the Ruthenians and to impose a Magyar-style Latin alphabet on their publications in 1916. In 1918, a pro-Ukrainian faction appeared as well. The Ruthenian homeland was incorporated into interwar Czechoslovakia under the name of Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Although Prague paid lip service to the development of the Ruthenian language, in reality, first Galician Ukrainian and then Russian was employed in Ruthenian schools. The Ukrainian faction proclaimed the independence of Carpathian Ukraine in 1939, but after a few days the Hungarian troops annexed the new nation-state. Budapest turned it into a semi-autonomous Carpathia with two co-official languages, Magyar and Cyrillic-based Hungaro-Ruthenian. In 1945, the region, now dubbed Transcarpathian Ruthenia, was incorporated into the Soviet Union's Ukraine. Russian and Soviet Standard Ukrainian replaced all other languages. No expression of Ruthenian identity or culture was allowed. The Ruthenian language survived among Ruthenians in Vojvodina, who had settled there in the vicinity of Newsats in the mid-18th century. The first book in their language was published in 1904. In communist Yugoslavia, their language was recognized as co-official in Vojvodina, which spurred the Hungarian Case 471. Development of the Yugoslav Rusin language. Like the Bunjevci, the Rusins in Vojvodina numbered 20,000, but a quarter of them decided to identify themselves as Ukrainians, which makes the region's Rusins less numerous than the Bunjevci. After the fall of communism, the Rusin diaspora from Northern America facilitated the rise of Rusin literacy in Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. This Cyrillic-based literacy is split among various standards based on different dialects, and not all Rusin speakers side with the current Rusin national project. On the other hand, although most Rusins live in Ukraine, Kiev aggressively discourages any Rusin national or ethnic identity there. As a result, at present, only Yugoslav Rusin continues to be used in official capacity. Last but not least, Budapest liked to see Bosnia as a historically Hungarian land. Between 1882 and 1903, the Magyar politician, Benny Calais, was entrusted with the administration of Bosnia. In this capacity he hoped to induce the coalescing of a Bosnian nation, which would lessen the impact of Yugoslavism or Great Serbianism, which could endanger Hungary's southern borderlands. After the arrival of the occupation administration, German was introduced as the official language, but until 1890, most official publications for public use were printed in Ottoman in the Arabic script and in Serbo-Croatian in Cyrillic and, sometimes, in the Latin alphabet. In addition, Slavophone Muslims published their newspapers and books in Slavic but with the use of Arabic characters. In 1890, Calais sponsored the publication of a grammar of the Latin script-based Bosnian language. Hence, apart from German, Bosnian replaced all the other co-official languages. The policy of building a Bosnian nation complete with its Bosnian language was terminated in 1907, a year before Austria-Hungary annexed the region. Serbo-Croatian, in its Latin and Cyrillic variants, replaced Bosnian. In 1915, the use of Cyrillic was prohibited to stem the inflow of Serbian propaganda to Bosnia. In interwar and communist Yugoslavia both alphabets were used in the region. But between 1941 and 1945, Bosnia was part of the independent state of Croatia, where Croatian written in Latin characters was the sole official language. After 1945, Bosnia's Muslims were recognized as a nation, which in the wake of the post-Yugoslav wars, in 1995, gave rise to independent Bosnia complete with the Bosnian nation and its Latin alphabet-based Bosnian language. Interestingly, neither Budapest's coaxing nor stern Magyarization managed to produce the rise of a non-Slavic micro-language among some pro-Hungarian populace. It appears that the situation of Transylvania's Romance speakers was most opportune for such a project. First, they were split on the confessional basis into Greek Catholics and Orthodox Christians. Second, the shift from Cyrillic to the Latin script for writing their language was faster here than in the principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia. However, the confessional split and scriptural difference did not prevent Transylvania's Wallachians 472 from merging with their co-ethnics in the principalities into a Romanian nation. Maybe the answer to this paradox is the fact that Magyarization was less successful in Transylvania than elsewhere in the Kingdom of Hungary. On the other hand, the center of Romanian national movement was initially in Transylvania before it moved to the Principalities united as Romania in 1861. The mythologization of language in the interest of the nation. The steeping of Magyar nationalism in language showed also in other fields besides codification of the Magyar language, Magyarization of Hungary's administration and education, and suppression of the public use of other languages than Magyar. One of the results of the European Enlightenment was science, that is, the secular search for the truth about the world and people through reasoning. On one hand, this development contributed to distancing state from religion, while, on the other, it made legitimization of statehood partially dependent on scholars' findings and opinions. Understandably, when ethnically defined nations and nation-states were built in Central Europe in the course of the 19th century, academies of sciences became a significant element of national politics. Academics mostly invested their time and efforts into objective research, but they did not forget to mold their projects in such a way that they would support or at least go along with the local nation-building endeavors. If a scholar's line of research failed to meet these requirements, his prestige was at stake, and he could not count on receiving funding anymore. The biblical image of the Tower of Babel and its confusion of tongues seized the minds of Europe's thinkers. They believed that all languages emerged from the common tongue in which Adam and Eve conversed in Eden. In the 16th century, the tentative agreement was that Hebrew was the Sur language. But soon counterclaims followed. The term language of Babel became an emblem of antiquity and nobility, hence a useful instrument of power legitimization. It was proposed that Tuscanian, Castilian, Dutch, Swedish, or German was the first language. In turn, all other languages were believed to have stemmed from it. This logically justified domination of one state or natio over all others. The Bible ceased to be the ultimate source of knowledge and legitimacy after the religious wars ended with the Treaty of Westphalia. Later, less biblical claims to the distinction of first language were tabled. Some maintain that German was the language of nature, and in his famous 1782 work, Antoine Rivarol stated that the French language was universal and it should be spoken in all Europe. The Hungarian case 473. Between the mid-18th and mid-19th centuries, these claims to primacy for one's language took on increasingly nationalist overtones. None of the established nation-states or aspiring national movements wanted to be outshone by its neighbors. The logic of the historical argument was to prove that one's national language was older than the neighboring tongues. Obviously, the fact that languages change through time did not feature in this discourse. The reification of a language through writing was taken at its face value, not as an imposition on but the reflection of socio-linguistic reality. Under the influence of scholars, people began to perceive languages as discrete entities, which have moved unchanged through time and space. The Magyar language was as much a mystery to Europe as to Magyars themselves. Within the families of Romance, Germanic, and Slavic languages, vernaculars remained similar to one another. It was apparent that Latin was the immediate source of the Romance languages and, though to a lesser degree, Church Slavonic of the Slavic tongues. The Germanic languages, though initially perceived as barbarian in the Roman Empire, could claim ancient lineages going back to Norse runes, the Gothic translation of the Bible, and the extensive corpus of writings in Anglo-Saxon. In this context, Magyar stood alone, underlining the perceived foreignness of the Magyars in Europe. In order to be accepted as a full and legitimate member of civilized Europe, the Hungarian nobility adopted Latin as their language and kept it much longer than any other states in Western and Central Europe. But it was not enough, they needed a historical lineage that would illustrious and credibly explain the origin of the Magyars. Through the Renaissance, Ptolemy's map and description of the known world provided the scholarly basis for explaining origins of various peoples. Since the 15th century, the nobility of the Kingdom of Poland had claimed descent from the Iranian Sarmatians, who in the 1st century BCE came into contact with the Romans along the banks of the Danube. To match this illustrious lineage, the nobility of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania maintained they were descendants of the ancient Romans themselves. Later, this myth gave rise to the theory that the Lithuanian language was identical with Archaic Latin or its direct offshoot. In 1843, Mykios proposed that Lithuanian is a close cognate of Sanskrit, and the Lithuanians a lost tribe of Hindus. The promoters of Lithuanian faced a similar predicament as Magyar speakers, their idiom was dissimilar from all the illustrious languages of Europe. When Poland-Lithuania stabilized as a polity, all its nobility tended to speak about themselves as Sarmatians and their country as Sarmatia. Biblical imagery came to the picture when a need arose to explain the estate stratification of the society. In the 16th century, the belief arose that all the population living in Poland-Lithuania stemmed from Noah's 3 sons. The popular saying encapsulated this view. 474. Tu sem ora, cham labra, Jaffe regiti protege. Obviously, the nobility stemmed from glorious Japheth, Jews from Shem, and peasants from cursed Ham. The appellation of Cham became a synonym of serf. The same view of social relations also obtained in Hungary, though moderated by the disappearance of serfdom on the Hungarian territories in Ottoman control. As of the first half of the 16th century, the Hungarian nobility saw themselves as descendants of the Huns, perhaps Turkic-speaking pastoralists, who between the 420s and 450s established the center of their khaganate between the Danube and Tisza rivers and successfully warred with the Roman Empire. They even earned their king Attila the nickname Flagellum Dei. This was a heroic past to which Magyar nationalists aspired to continue their attachment in the 19th century. The fact that the khaganate overlapped with the territory of Hungary lent a degree of credibility to this claim. The term Hunia was coined as a glorious synonym for Hungary. Later, it fell out of use, because at the end of World War II, Hungary's fascist Arrow Cross regime employed this term in its propaganda. Magyarization was in full sway during the second half of the 19th century. There was a realization of the widespread social need to make Magyarness more authentic, and one way of achieving this goal was by going back to pre-Christian roots. In that period, Attila and Arpad became popular first names for Magyar boys, as proved by the first names of the famous Magyar poet Attila József and of the Hungarian president Arpad Goncs. Even Francis Joseph was referred to as another Arpad in his capacity as King of Hungary. Arpad was one of the leaders who led the coalition of Magyar and Turkic tribes from the shores of the Black Sea to Pannonia. The oldest surviving Magyar literary writings, recorded in the 12th century, praise Arpad as the conqueror of Hungary. Beginning in the 15th century, Ancient Pannonia made a lasting appearance as an appellation for Hungary. It allowed the nobility to claim some connection with the Roman Empire and early Christianity apart from extolling Hungary as the lands of Saint Stephen's crown. Vajk, christened Stephen, was the first Christian ruler of Hungary, crowned in 1000 or 1001 with the insignia received from the Pope. Although it was Maria Theresa who initiated the official cult of Saint Stephen in the second half of the 18th century, this cult gained mass national following among the Magyars only during the 1860s. Special respect was paid to the holy relic of the saint's right hand. Furthermore, the cult added a new dimension to the centuries-old admiration for the crown of Saint Stephen as the symbol of Hungarian statehood. This term functioned like the Czech crown of Saint Wenceslas for denoting Bohemia. In 1891, Saint Stephen's Day was proclaimed Hungary's main national holiday. Since then, it has vied for primacy with March 15, the date when the Hungarian Revolution broke out in 1848. Obviously, official celebrations of the latter date were allowed only. The Hungarian Case 475. After Hungary gained independence in 1918. In 1905, after its half-century-long construction, St. Stephen's imposing basilica opened in Budapest. This Catholic strain of Magyar nationalism was designed partly to save the land from Calvinists and Jews, as well as to oppose the pagan dimension of the millennium of 1896 that had extolled the Magyar conquest of the Danubian basin. Language was an altogether different matter, which resisted such glorious mythologizations. The first idea was to pair Magyar with Hebrew as equally foreign to all other European languages. This related the Hungarian nobility with Jews, which, ideologically speaking, was a poor ploy. Jews were perceived as a defeated people and slayers of Christ. Nobles chose to regard their idiom as stemming from the Hunnish or Scythian language. The Scythians were an Iranian people who thrived in the steppes north of the Black Sea from the 8th to 3rd century BCE. The Greek writer Herodotus wrote about them in his history. Like Ptolemy's works, this book served as another source to find a people's glorious origins. In the 18th century, the belief developed that Magyar was one of the Oriental languages. This broad category clustered together the written languages of the Middle East, anything from Hebrew and Arabic to Turkish and Persian. In 1786 in Calcutta, Sir William Jones famously postulated the common origin of Latin and Sanskrit. This was the beginning of the linguistic venture, which uncovered the lattice of genetic relationships among various idioms now grouped in the Indo-European family of languages. Earlier, the Jesuit János Sajanovics had demonstrated genetic relationship between Magyar and Sami in his 1770 Latin work. It was the beginning of research that yielded the Finno-Ugric family of languages. Derided as kinship smelling of oil fish, this relationship was rejected as less glorious than the imagined Scythian-Hunnish connection. Palberg Zazi-Nagy supported the erroneous opinion on the Scythian-Hunnish origin of the Magyar language in his works. In response, Samuel Gyarmathy, in his 1799 publication, clearly delineated genetic relationships between Magyar, Finnish and other Finno-Ugric languages. He also pointed out a plethora of Turkish linguistic loans in Magyar. In the 19th century, this spurred the rise of the spurious theory that Magyar was a Turkic language. An additional argument seemed to bait a fact that Magyars, like Turkic peoples, employed runes to record their earliest texts. Certainly, the same script may be employed for writing in widely different languages, as proved by the widespread use of the Latin and Cyrillic alphabets. In the 1870s and the 1880s, a major dispute erupted in the Hungarian academic circles whether Magyar was of Finno-Ugric or Turkic origin. Although the former belief prevailed, the belief in the Turkic relationship continued as more illustrious. It was also ideologically useful. Since the mid-19th century, German scholars started researching Turan, in Persian, the non-Aryan lands north of Persia. At the end of the 19th century, the political 476 movement of Panturanianism developed. According to the now discarded theory that postulated their common origin, This movement sought to unite all the Turkic, Tatar, Uralic, and Finno-Ugric peoples living in Turkey and across Eurasia from Hungary to the Pacific. Some Magyar politicians and intellectuals sought to encourage Panturanianism as a means of uniting Turks and Magyars against Theslavs and Panslavism. This idea slid into oblivion when Hungary and Turkey lost their common border after World War I. When Sumerian studies developed in the last decades of the 19th century, similarities were noticed between some Magyar and Sumerian words. In the first half of the 20th century, this coincidence galvanized amateur Magyar linguists to state that none other than Magyar was the language of ancient Sumer. This, in their view, made Magyar into the oldest surviving language, if not the parent language of all others. Likewise, the quaintly named Sun theory claimed the same status for the Turkish language during the second half of the 1930s. At present, these claims that Magyar is of Turkic, Sumerian, or even Celtic or Etruscan origin do not belong to the mainstream of Hungarian linguistics. They straddle a no-man's land between science, folk beliefs, and urban legends. But books devoted to these theories still are written, published, and even sold in Budapest scholarly bookstores. New publications propagating these spurious theories became especially numerous in Hungary during the period of the post-communist transition. There was no such need to legitimize the place of the Polish, Czech, or Slovak language in European history. These three languages were accepted as rightfully European, though, from the Western European viewpoint, maybe of a somewhat baser pedigree than the Romance and Germanic languages. In the case of Polish and Czech, fantastic claims to their historical primacy were limited by these two languages' credible continuity of literacy traditions dating back only to the 16th and 15th centuries, respectively. What preoccupied historians and linguists more were differences between Czech, Polish, and Slovak that would allow reifying them as separate entities from the all too well realized Slavic commonality. It was quite a long process. In the 15th century the lingua of the Poles, Moravians, and Slavs of Upper Hungary were considered parts of the Czech language with its font in Bohemia. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Czech waned, gradually replaced by German in its role of the official language in the lands of the Czech crown. Polish was then in ascendancy, which was reflected in the contemporary thinking on this language. The prevalent view was that Polish was the language of Poland-Lithuania. Some even claimed that the Hungarian case 477. It was synonymous with the Slavic language, that is, the language of all the Slavs. Hence all the Slavic idioms were mere dialects of Polish. Another opinion limited the term Polish to the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of Wielkopolska and Malopolska, which made the Slavic idioms of Silesia and Mazovia different from Polish. Until the final partition of Poland-Lithuania, some also tended to name Polish as Sarmatian when employed in the meaning of the common Slavic language, composed of such dialects as Church Slavonic, Russian, Polish, Sorbian Bohemian, Slovenian, Croatian, Serbian, and even Lithuanian and Latvian. After the partition, Polish ceased to be a significant official language, and Russian had not attained this role yet in the Russian Empire, where German and French were still preferred in this function. In this context, Christian Gottlieb von Arndt in his 1818 book Über den Ursprung und die Verschiedenartige Verwandtschaft der Europäischen Sprachen, spoke of the Slavic languages or the dialects of the Slavic language. With the disappearance of the unified government of the lands of the Czech crown following the Battle of White Mountain, not only the use of Chancery Czech declined, but the power center of Prague also disappeared. This allowed for the emergence of the Bohemian and Moravian written languages. Chancery Czech as employed by Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary also diverged into the two different Catholic and Protestant variants. In the 18th century, Poland-Lithuania waned and eventually disappeared, so there was no state that would use and support the Polish language. At the same time German emerged as a standardized language to be used by all the inhabitants of the Germanic phone states within the German Confederation. This unification of the German nation through the language made up from such highly variegated, even mutually unintelligible dialects as Alemannic and Low German gave rise to the idea that a similar path should be followed in the Slavophone world. In his 1826 work Elementa Universalis Linguae Slavici published in Buda, Jan Haerkel proposed creating a common written Slavic language, and also coined the term Panslavism. Koller developed this idea in his 1837 study über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und die Mundarten der Slawischen Nation. While Haerkel believed that there were numerous Slavic nations, which should establish their common Slavic language, Koller maintained that there was one Slavic nation, a nation that still lacked its own written language. Koller's was the basic statement of Panslavism to which later authors referred. The idea that there was one common Slavic language was not novel. Before Haerkel and Koller, Dobrowski, C.H.G. von Arndt, and Linde also had espoused this idea. The project of creating a common Slavic language dates 478 back to the 16th century. In his De Origine Successoribus Slavorum, the Croatian, Vinko Pribojevici, as well as the Polish-Lithuanian Protestant, Jan Machynski, in his Lexicon Latino-Polonicum, propounded unity of all the Slavic peoples as indicated by affinity of their respective vernaculars. The Croatian Catholic priest-theologian, Juraj Krzanici, who spent almost 2 decades as a missionary in Muscovy, in 1667, sent a letter to Tsar Alexis in which he wrote that it was necessary and quite possible to unite all Theslavs in a common state, where they would speak a common language. Later, he worked out a common Slavic, or a merger of elements from Church Slavonic, Croatian, and the Muscovian vernacular. He wrote his numerous books in this constructed language, and they gained quite a popularity when they were published for the first time in Moscow between 1848 and 1860. Krzanici hoped that a common Slavic language would be the first step to a religious unity of all the Slavs, which in turn, would make it possible for the rise of a common Slav state under the rule of the Russian Tsar. The idea of a specially linguistic unity of the Slavs proved attractive to Linde and Jungmann, the compilers of the first authoritative dictionaries of Polish and Czech, respectively. They introduced to both languages several thousands of Slavic loanwords so as to emphasize their Slavic nature. Between 1800 and 1914, at least 9 projects of creating a common Slavic language were put forward. Within his grander scheme of Panslavism, Koller was the first to define the Czech tribe of the postulated Slavic nation as consisting of Slovaks, Bohemians, Moravians, Silesians, and Sorbs in his anonymously published book Hlaso o potrebi jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro seki, Morawanie Slaviki. It became the classical work for those late 19th century Czech and Slovak activists, who proposed the creation of the Czechoslovak nation and language. The idea of lumping Czech and Slovak as the Czechoslovak language composed of the 2 dialects of Czech or Slovak, or as a separate branch of the West Slavic languages made up from the 2 kindred languages of Czech and Slovak, became popular throughout Europe as of the mid-19th century. Czech and Slovak nationalists were looking for legitimization of their claims to separate nationhood and national statehood rather on the basis of history than language. The stable inclusion of the Slavophone population of Bohemia, Moravia, and Upper Hungary, first within the Holy Roman Empire and Hungary, and then, within the Austrian Empire did not allow Poland, Lithuania or, later, Polish nationalists to claim this populace as Polish. On the other hand, as of the 18th century, it was clearly realized that, from the vantage of language, the Hungarian case 479. They were different from the German and Magyar speakers. What Czech and Slovak nationalists lacked was a historically based claim to separateness. At the end of the 18th century, Dobrowski pointed to the fact that the center of Greater Moravia was located in Upper Hungary and Moravia, and that the Church Slavonic language was first committed there to parchment. He stressed that Catholic liturgy in this language survived in Bohemia through the Hussite times in the 15th century. In 1836, Palacky codified this reading of history in his Geschichte von Böhmen. He noted that before Slavs settled in this land in the mid-5th century, Celtic and Germanic populations had thrived in Bohemia and Moravia. But he also adds information on the Frankish warrior merchant Samo, whose 6th century short-lived realm might have its center in southern Moravia. Following the revolutionary events of 1848, Pálaki made this vision into straightforward Czech national history in his 5-volume Dejiny Národosesko wc Chacha na Mora, the Czech translation of his above-mentioned Geschichte von Böhmen. Interestingly, Pálaki's monumental monograph commenced as a commission from the Committee of the Bohemian Estates. Not to be outdone, the Committee of the Moravian Estates commissioned Beta Franziskus Theodik to write the equally monumental Marens Allgemeine Geschichte. Its 12 volumes were published between 1860 and 1888, while the Czech translation Dějiny Moravy even faster between 1875 and 1884. As the Czech title clearly indicates, Theodik had no hope or intention to transform his history into the ideological blueprint for some Moravian nation, though Greater Moravia would function more aptly in the role of the predecessor of a Moravian than the Czech nation. Slovak national activists first sought to emulate the example of the Czech national movement before the idea of sharing a common past became popular among the proponents of Czechoslovakism at the end of the 19th century. The late 18th century Latin histories of Slavs written in Upper Hungary by Juraj Papanek, Juraj Skulner, and Juraj fondly extolled the Christian character of Greater Moravia as opposed to the heathen Magyars who destroyed this realm. Encouraged by Jungmann, Safarik developed this vision of a 1,000-year history of the Slavs in his monumental Czech-language Slovensk starožitnosti. But it was Safarik's Lutheran co-religionist Jan Halley, who imprinted the vision of Greater Moravia and the tradition of Cyrillo-Methodian literacy on the ideological blueprint of Slovak nationalism. He did this with his epic poems written in Brno Latina. Swiatopluk hailed an important Greater Moravian ruler who reigned in 870 to 894. Cyrillo-Methodiata focused on the struggle of saints. 480. Cyril and Methodius against pagans and the Franks. Finally, Slo revolves around the origin of the ethnonym Slav in his opus Halley imagined heroic past that could be equally well used by Slovak and Czech nationalists as well as Pan-Slavists. And they did. In the second half of the 19th century, it became popular in Upper Hungary to name Slavophone male babies Samo and Svatopluk. On the Pan-Slavist platform, the name of the 14th century ruler of medieval Serbian Empire, Dusan, also gained lasting popularity, especially after Pálaki, in his History of the Czech Nation, chose to point to close parallels between Slavic law in Bohemia and Dusan's empire. This novel historicizing naming practice counterbalanced the ideological brunt of Magyarization expressed in baptizing boys as Attilas and Arpids. Last but not least, the preamble of the 1993 Constitution of newly independent Slovakia openly refers to the spiritual heritage of Cyril and Methodius and the historical legacy of the Great Moravian Empire, which reaffirms these elements as the very basis of Slovak nationalism. Having noted that the idea of the primacy of the Polish language did not play an important role in Polish-Lithuanian or Polish history, it is interesting to mention several figures, whose works could provide a necessary ideological basis, had anyone cared to use them in such a manner. Already at the beginning of the 17th century, the Franciscan composer, Wojciech de Balecki, maintained in his Wyvad that Adam and Eve spoke Polish in paradise. He used interchangeably the term Slavic and Polish language, and stated that all other languages emerged from this ethnic Slavic/Polish. In his meticulously researched and posthumously published Harmonjamo Adam Jocher attempted to prove the same thesis that Polish was the first human language. When this claim turned out to be too ridiculous, the famous linguist and lexicographer, Jan Karlowicz, propagated the view that Polish was the most central of all the Slavic languages. This centrallocation was to make it into the most Slavic, ergo, best Slavic language out of all of them. 6. The Czech case, from the Bohemian Slavophone populace to Czech nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation. Share the same noble Slavic idiom, and the sublimity of the same noble language. Emperor Charles IV in his 1355 letter to Emperor Stephen Dusan of Serbia. 1. The first and best of all the Slavic dialects is the Czech language, which is but also by the Moravians and, partly, by Silesians. Jan Blagoslav, a bishop of the Czech Brethren, translator of the New Testament, he also authored a Czech language grammar of the Czech language, from which the above quotation was taken. Wherever your language and your nationhood are disregarded, you are oppressed, no matter how liberal the country may be. Here your language is excluded from schools and offices, freedom is taken away from you, from your nation, more than by police or by censorship. Here your national language is excluded from offices and schools, the mouth of the people is tightly locked. Karol Havlicek Borowski in Narodní noviny, 1848. If Austria did not exist, she would have to be invented in the interest of Europe and then humankind. 2 František Palacký, 1848. 481. 482. Estates politics. Bohemia emerged as a separate polity after the Magyar conquest of Greater Moravia. The Frankish protection that extended to Bohemia attached this country to the empire, while Moravia became a province permanently linked to the Principality of Bohemia in the late 1020s. In 1079, Moravia was organized as a margraviate. Usually sons or younger brothers of the Bohemian princes reigned as margraves of Moravia, which emphasized the separateness of Moravia vis-a-vis Bohemia. A similar arrangement developed in Poland-Lithuania, where sons or younger brothers of the King of Poland ruled in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In 1197, Bohemia was made into a kingdom within the borders of the Holy Roman Empire. The emperor still crowned the King of Bohemia, as earlier he had crowned the Prince of Bohemia. Bohemian King Charles I was himself crowned emperor in 1355 and moved the imperial capital to Prague. In 1348, he founded the first Central European University in the city and made Bohemia, with its possessions, into a distinctive unit of the lands of the Czech Three Crown. This crown comprised Bohemia, Moravia, Silesia, and Upper Lusatia. In the course of Charles's reign, Lower Lusatia and Brandenburg were added as well. But with time, the concept of the lands of the Czech crown stabilized as consisting of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. In 1526, the Habsburgs took over the Czech crown along with the Kingdom of Hungary. From that time until 1918, the fate of Central Europe was inexorably connected to the fate of the Habsburg dynasty. Emperor Rudolf II moved the imperial capital to Prague again. This added to the political and economic prestige of the city. In Poland, the capital moved from Gniezno to Poznan, and to Krakow. In Poland-Lithuania, it moved again to Warsaw. In medieval Hungary, the capital, as the seat of temporal and ecclesiastical power, moved variously between Visegrad, Esztergom, Székesfehérvár, and Buda. In the late 14th century, Buda won the contest, but not for long. In 1541, the Ottomans seized the city, and the Habsburgs moved the Hungarian capital to Pressburg. The capital was moved again to Buda in 1784, but Pressburg remained the coronation city of the Hungarian kings until 1830. In 1873, the Hungarian capital of Budapest was founded with the merger of Buda, Pest and Óbuda. In this context, the steady continuity of Prague as the capital is an exception in Central European history. The city has always been a capital, though the political entities that it has served in this capacity changed quite often and included the Principality and Kingdom of Bohemia, the lands of the Czech Crown, the Holy Roman Empire, the Crown Land of Bohemia, Czechoslovakia, the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, Czechoslovakia, and recently the Czech Republic. Although Slovakia was established as a semi-separate polity. The Czech case 483. In 1918, there was some vacillation if the Magyar German city of Bratislava, located next to the Austrian border, should be the capital of Slovakia rather than the long-established Slovak patriotic and cultural center of Tuarchinský Svätý Martin placed farther away from the borders. Some even proposed Banská Bystrica, located in the center of the country. Eventually, the continuing competition between Bratislava and Teršinský Svätý Martin to be the Slovak capital was decided in favor of the former in the late 1950s. The lands of the Czech crown were the most economically developed part of the Habsburg realm. Although Habsburg rulers combined the titles of Emperor, King of Bohemia, and the position of Moravian Margrave, they preserved the traditional political and administrative makeup. The lands of the Czech crown remained a separate entity within the empire. As constituent lands of the Czech crown, Moravia and Silesia retained their separateness vis-a-vis Bohemia. This political cum administrative arrangement survived until 1918. There were several changes though. First, in 1740 to 1742, Prussia seized most of Silesia. The 1/8 of this province that remained with the Habsburgs came to be known as Austrian Silesia as opposed to Prussian Silesia. Then, in 1806, Napoleon dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, but the lands of the Czech crown found themselves inside the Austrian Empire that had been established 2 years earlier. In 1815, these lands were included in the Vienna-dominated German Confederation. This confederation overlapped with the western half of the empire, because Hungary, that is, the empire's eastern wing, remained outside the confederation. In 1866, the German Confederation was dissolved and, a year later, Austria-Hungary came into being. The lands of the Czech crown remained in the Austrian section of the dual monarchy. Thus, the intimate connection of the Czech lands with the Germanic or German-speaking world lasted for a millennium, from the late 9th century to 1918. Likewise, Slavophone Upper Hungary was part of the Magyarophone Kingdom of Hungary for the same length of time. The important difference is that Upper Hungary never formed an administratively separate entity within Hungary. The distinctive status of the lands of the Czech crown in the Holy Roman Empire, the Austrian Empire, and Austria-Hungary was similar to that of Croatia, Slavonia and Transylvania in the Kingdom of Hungary. In the wake of the religious wars that took place between the early 15th century and the mid-17th century, the domination of Catholicism in the Czech lands was reasserted after 1620. The overwhelmingly Protestant and usually bilingual Czech nobles lost their power contest with the Habsburg Emperor, and were forced to leave Bohemia and Moravia, or convert to Catholicism. Their property and mansions were seized and granted to loyal Catholic nobles who arrived in the two regions from all over the Holy Roman Empire. The new nobility was overwhelmingly Germanophone. 484. Though some learned Chancery Bohemian or the local Slavic dialect of their serfs. This increasingly homogeneous, Catholic, and German-speaking character of the Habsburg realm, constituted the foundation, which helped Maria Theresa and her son Joseph to introduce their centralizing and modernizing reforms. These reforms weakened the political influence of the estates and the traditional links among various lands within the Habsburg realm. Joseph II refused to be officially crowned in Prague as the king of the lands of the Czech crown because this would emphasize the separateness of this entity within the Habsburg realm. But the shock of the French Revolution and the backlash of the nobility against the reforms convinced Leopold II to revoke most of them. In 1791, unlike his brother, he agreed to be crowned in Prague. But at the insistence of the Moravian estates, who had consented to participate in this event, the monarch stopped at the Moravian capital of Brunn on his way back to Vienna, and confirmed the separateness of the Margraviate. After Leopold's death the following year, the delegation of the Moravian estates agreed to pay homage to Francis I during his coronation in Prague, but at an audience separate from that granted to the Bohemian estates. His successor Ferdinand I received the Czech crown in the capital of Bohemia in 1836. No representation of the Moravian estates was present at his coronation, which was interpreted in Moravia as the final reaffirmation of the Margraviate's independence from the Kingdom of Bohemia. The last two emperors, Francis Joseph and Charles I, never agreed to be crowned in Prague and remained loyal to the idea of the dual monarchy in the framework of which they received the Austrian imperial crown in Vienna and the Hungarian royal one in Buda. In addition, they also ruled as King of Bohemia, Margrave of Moravia, and Prince of Silesia. The emperors accepted these positions as part of their other numerous hereditary titles, the right to which the Habsburgs did not have to confirm in formal coronations. Tradition was legitimization enough. The historical and legal distinctions between Bohemia, Moravia, and the Czech crown largely disappeared in the Czech language. A similar phenomenon can be observed in the Magyar language in relation to Hungary. In Magyar, the adjectives Hungarian and Magyar are rendered be one word only, Magyar. In Czech, the multi-ethnic kingdom of Hungary was known as Uhorsko and the post-1918 ethnic nation-state of the Magyars as Maďarsko. The Slovak counterparts are Uhorsko and Maďarsko. However, in Magyar, there is no terminological distinction between these two different polities, the term Magyarország covers both of them. Similarly, although in English, Latin, and German one can draw a clear distinction between Bohemia and the Czech lands, this is not reflected in Czech. In this language, Bohemia is Český, and the Czech crown Koruna Česká. Following the establishment of Czechoslovakia in 1918, the less formal term Česko gained currency for referring to Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia as an entity opposed to Slovakia and Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Being a singular noun, Česko. The Czech case 485 had the obvious advantage over plural Český. For the latter suggested plurality and multiplicity, and the former unity and singularity sought by Czech nationalists who planned to build a unified and homogeneous Czech nation-state before Czechoslovakia became a plausible option late in World War I. The term Česko entered the political discourse in 1968 when Czechoslovakia was transformed into the Federation of the Czech Socialist Republic and the Slovak Socialist Republic. Česko became the popular synonym for the former Socialist Republic, and conveniently blurred the historical distinction between Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. Local patriots in the two latter regions disliked this development. But prior to 1945, it was justified by the German menace against which all the Czechs had to stand together united despite any differences that might divide them. After World War II, the unifying thrust of communist totalitarianism silenced not only Moravian and Czech Silesian regionalisms, but, to large extent, also Slovak nationalism until 1968. Following the division of Czechoslovakia into the nation-states of the Czechs and the Slovaks in 1993, there was a proposal to name the Czech nation-state Česko. This would have conflated the Czech language name of the western half of this new state with the Czechophone name for the entire nation-state. In the context of newly re-established democracy, changes unilaterally imposed by Prague were not accepted gladly by the inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia, who, in this context, perceived the city as the capital of the rival region of Bohemia. Due to their staunch opposition, the idea of the name Česko was dropped in favor of the Czech Republic. On the other hand, Prague did not accept their proposal that the new nation-state should be named Bohemia Moravia Silesia or Bohemia Moravia. The dissenting voices of Moravian and Silesian regionalists produced a compromise in the form of the national coat of arms of the Czech Republic, which incorporates Bohemia's doubled coat of arms, and the single coats of arms of Moravia and Czech Silesia. Despite the official compromises, in popular speech, Czechs, especially those from Bohemia, tended to speak interchangeably about Česko and the Republic, as shorthand for the official Czech Republic. Eventually, in 2004, the Czech Senate recommended that the short form Česko should be used in preference to Česká republika. This recommended usage is reflected in popular German, in which the Tschechisk Republik I referred to as Tschechien or Tschechii. The curious Czech-German term Czechien for referring to the Czechophone lands of Bohemia and Moravia appeared in the late 19th century when the multilingual communities of the Bohemians and Moravians irreversibly split into the Czechs and Germans. In 1919, German speakers referred to Czechoslovakia as Tschechien or Tschechii before the form Czechoslovakia was 486 accepted as official. Tschechii became popular among Czechoslovakia's Germans in the 1930s, for denoting the Czech-speaking areas of Bohemia, Moravia, and Czech Silesia. This concept allowed for singling out the German-speaking areas of these three regions, and these areas became jointly known as the Sudetenland. There was another proposal to call the Czech-speaking areas Bohmerland, but Czechia prevailed. When the Czech Republic was founded in 1993, the controversy about how to refer to the state in German flared up again. To a German speaker, Tchétchien sounds somewhat ridiculous, and Tchétchia a bit ungrammatical, hence, like in Czech, one says Tchétcheskan Republic though it is longish. In popular speech, Tchétchien sometimes pops up. English Czechia is modeled on it, and seems to replace the official Czech Republic more often than Tchétchia Tchétcheskan Republic. In the Polish language, the notion of Czechy normally lumps all the Czech lands as a unit, and only a specialist realizes it may stand for Bohemia. Because of this long-established onomastic tradition, a Polish speaker finds the name Czech Republic cumbersome, and usually sticks to ambiguous Czechy. The situation is the same in the case of the Magyar language. Czechország functions as shorthand for the Czech Republic, though originally it meant Bohemia. In Polish and Magyar, the term Moravia exists, but fell out of general use after the founding of Czechoslovakia in 1918. Whereas the lack of distinction between the concept of Hungary and the Magyar nation-state in the Magyar language allowed Magyar nationalists collapse the former into the latter, Czech nationalists how Česko, Čechy or Česká Republika may conveniently overlook the ethnopolitical differences between Bohemia and Moravia in the interest of the unified Czech nation-state. In Slovak, the terminology and its functioning is exactly the same as in Czech, that is, Čechy refers to Bohemia and the Czech Republic, while Česko is increasingly more popular and stands for the latter polity. In the course of his 1781 reforms, Joseph II extended religious toleration to Lutherans, Calvinists, and Orthodox Christians, but not to the Czech Brethren, religious descendants of the Hussites. In order to be tolerated in the Czech lands, they had to become members of one of the accepted churches. The number of remaining Protestants sank rapidly after the confirmation of rule of the Catholic Habsburgs in the Czech lands following the defeat of the Protestant estates in the Battle of White Mountain, and in the wake of the ensuing Counter-Reformation. Throughout the 19th century, Bohemia and Moravia were overwhelmingly Catholic. Catholics accounted for about 95% of the Czech case 487. The entire population, while Protestants and Jews for 2% each. The only exception to this rule was the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, where Protestants made up 1/5 of the population. Actually, only there, in Teschen did the sole Protestant parish in the Habsburgs' non-Hungarian possessions survive throughout the Counter-Reformation. Religion and the lands of the Czech crown remain the main loci of the identity of the nobility, burghers, and populace. Whatever differences might exist, all of them were united in their loyalty to the monarch who since 1526 had invariably been a Habsburg. In addition, the Habsburg monarch concentrated in his hands the previously separate positions of the emperor, the king of Bohemia, the margrave of Moravia and the prince of Silesia. This stable modus vivendi began to crumble under the pressure of the novel ideas about nation and equality spawned by the French Revolution and forcefully spread all over Europe by the Napoleonic armies. The ground for the coming changes had been prepared by the reforms of Maria Theresa and Joseph II, which weakened the political influence of the estates as well as their economic basis due to the partial phasing out of serfdom. In emulation of France and the United Kingdom, where the vernacular had replaced Latin as the language of administration and education in the 16th century, Joseph II introduced in 1784 German in place of Latin as the language of administration and secondary and university education in his lands. The reaction against the centralizing reforms set in after the death of Joseph II. Hence, Vienna was not in a position to enforce unification of the state as Paris and London had managed, overhauling France and the United Kingdom into practically monolingual polities. In effect, the reforms stopped midway. The former cultural unity guaranteed by Latin, and the political one grounded in the estates, unraveled in the Habsburg lands. However, Vienna was not able to replace this political cultural unity with the Western European model of the centralized state. In Western Europe, nation-states emerged at the end of the 18th century and at the beginning of the following one. At that time, the Austrian Empire evolved as a pragmatic cluster of variegated lands of various statuses. The first half of the 19th century saw the rise of ethnic national movements. They were not counterbalanced by an equally potent political force, which deepened the overall diversity of the Austrian Empire. On the one hand, the economic development of this empire legitimized Habsburg rule. But the even more rapid industrialization in Prussia made the empire look backward and increasingly illegitimate after the political standard of ethnic nationalism entered Central Europe with the founding of the German nation-state in 1871. The overhauling of the empire into dual Austria-Hungary only added to this tension, as the Austrian half of the monarchy retained its diverse character. On the contrary, inside 488. The dual monarchy, Hungary emerged as the Magyar nation-state in theme-making. Open-ended politics of pragmatic multiculturalism did not merge well with nationalism in pursuit of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. The long-established tradition of administrative and political separateness of the lands of the Czech crown made them similar to Croatia, which claimed unity with Slavonia and Dalmatia. Vienna could not deny that the Czech lands had a juridical and historical right to be treated as a separate entity. This lent continued attraction to Landish patriotismus, or the feeling of loyalty and patriotic attachment to Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. At first, this region-based patriotism was limited to the narrow class of the Natio composed from the nobility and richer burghers, which earned it the name of patriotism of the nobility. The loyalties of the nobility had been of composite nature, that is, a noble tended to identify with several polities, regions, and localities at any given time. Until the founding of the lands of the Czech crown, they had sworn fealty to the Holy Roman Empire and Bohemia or Moravia. The Czech crown merged both regions into this new unit. But this freshly forged unity deteriorated during the religious wars and disappeared after the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. Over 100,000 nobles and burghers with their families left the Czech lands. The Czech crown disappeared as an effective locus of loyalty, so the nobility's identity was once again shaped by their allegiance to the empire, and the regions of Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. In addition, the nobility and burghers, having fused into the Natio of estates, spoke and wrote mainly in German. The Syro-Bohemian language of the Prague court had fallen into disuse during the 17th and 18th centuries. Whereas between 1526 and 1620, about 1900 Czech language book titles appeared, Czech language book production came almost to a standstill in the course of the 17th century. Some crusading Catholic nobles prided themselves that they burnt tens of thousands copies of heretic publications up till the beginning of the 18th century. Between 1729 and 1770, 3 editions of the Index Bohemicorum Librorum Prohibitorum et Corrigendorum appeared. The index recorded mostly Czech language books published between 1414 and 1620. The few Czech language publications, which came off the press between 1620s and 1770s, were overwhelmingly of religious and devotional character. Due to this increasing lack of use, Chancery Czech acquired a wealth of dialectal differences and various linguistic loans from German, depending on where it was used. This differentiation, combined with strong regional loyalties, gave rise to the region-based classification of Bohemian, Moravian, and Silesian as separate Slavic languages. This division was not an entirely modern phenomenon. The strong and continued separate regional identities of Moravia, the Czech case 489, and Bohemia engendered the practice of naming the Slavic Chancery language employed in Moravia as Moravian or Slavic. This phenomenon dates back at least to the 13th century. In the mid-19th century, the term Czech in German usage began to replace Bohemian as the name of the language, following the Czech language example. This agreed with František Palacký's post-1848 methodological approach, which combined the Slavophone population of Bohemia and Moravia as the Czech nation, which spoke its own specific Czech language. Austrian and Prussian offices disagreed, and continued to distinguish between the Moravian and Bohemian language until 1918. In Moravia, weary of the dominant position of Prague and Bohemia in the Czech lands, the Germano- and Slavophone elites officially termed their written Slavic language as Moravian, Slavo-Moravian, or simply Slavic. This practice disappeared after the creation of Czechoslovakia in 1918. Even when the Moravian language was written out of socio-linguistic reality in the interwar period, the English term Bohemian and the German one Bomis continued to denote the Czech language until the late 1920s. To add to the confusion, since the 1830s, it had been proposed that there was, or should be, some common Czech, Czechoslovak, or Czechoslovak language based on, or composed of, the tongues of the Bohemians, Moravians, Silesians, Slovaks, and even Sorbs. There was no agreement whether this Czechoslovak idiom ought to be a language of its own, or a dialect of the common Slavic language Atobe spoken by the Slavic nation. The former solution would make Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak into dialects. On the other hand, the latter would transform Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak into subdialects of the Czechoslovak dialect of the Slavic language. Language enters politics. Discussion of the nature and classification of the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of the Czech lands commenced with Joseph Dobrovsky's seminal Geschichte der Bohemischen Sprache and had not been completed by 1939, because in interwar Czechoslovakia, Czechoslovak was declared as the official language of this nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation. Only the founding of an independent Slovakia on the eve of World War II permanently split Czechoslovak into the Czech and Slovak languages. Dobrovsky wrote about the dialects of the Slavic language. He accorded the greatest importance to Russian, as at that 490 time the Russian Empire was the apparent leader of the Slavic world. Polish earned the second place because Poland-Lithuania still stood on its last legs. Dobrovsky classified Bohemian as the leading dialect of the group composed also of Moravian, Silesian, and Slovak of Upper Hungary. Silesian of the eastern half of Austrian Silesia he grouped together with Polish. The Natio of the lands of the Czech crown did not take much interest in the issue of language prior to the modernizing reforms of Maria Theresa and her son Joseph II. Members of the estates conversed and wrote in German, while the administration and the learned used Latin also. When some members of these nations knew the Slavic speech of the populace, they hardly ever took care to commit it to paper, and if they did, they almost never perused Protestant writings and chancery Czech to check on their grammar or spelling. It was a different story with the clergy of variegated social backgrounds who gained literacy in increasingly antiquated chancery Czech in order to ensure efficient pastoral services for their Slavic-speaking parishioners in a written language that would be closest to their speech. However, the social acceptance and dominance of German was so strong that the first Czech-language newspaper Prask Postosk Noiny Neboli Seski Post Ilian went defunct for the lack of subscribers. The 1784 replacement of Latin with German and the gradual widening of elementary education in the latter language made the question of language into a burning one. In 1773, Count Franz Joseph Kinsky published, in German, his appeal for teaching the Bohemian language and history, which was a clear expression of Bohemian landish patriotismus. He did not defend Czech ethno-linguistic identity, of which there was little, if any, consciousness then, but rather strove to protect the traditional regional privileges of the Bohemian estates that the centralizing reforms endangered. Other defenses of the Bohemian language followed and gradually moved from Bohemian regionalism to the espousal of the Czech ethno-linguistic program. The first defense written in Czech came off the press in 1783. In the meantime, 2 Czech language chairs in pastoral theology were set up at the theological seminaries in Prague and Olomouc. Thus, the Czech language returned to higher education. Czech language textbooks were published for the growing educational system, despite the intensive promotion of German as the official language. Bilingual teachers were in short supply, so Czech instruction remained the norm at the elementary level. In 1780, a new edition of the Czech Bible was printed. 6 years later, the first permanent Czech language theatre opened in Prague and the first Czechophone periodical commenced publication, also in the Bohemian capital. The 1780s afforded the hope that the historian Franz Martin Peltzlow's The Czech Case 491 prediction that German could push the Czech language out of Bohemia and Moravia in half a century would not come true. Rather, 1791, the year when Peltzlow voiced this opinion, saw two milestones in the process of official recognition of Czech as a full-fledged language. A chair in Czech language and literature was founded at the University of Prague, where German had superseded Latin as the medium of instruction in 1784, and Czech was used ostentatiously during the coronation of Leopold II at Prague. Peltzlow was the first holder of the chair. In 1789, with the publication of Krumrjusowi Cesarsko Královsk Prask Postosk Noviny, the new tradition of the Czech language press was begun. The following year, the newspaper's owner, Matěj J. Václav Krumarius, founded a Czech language publishing house, which founded the new tradition of the Czech language book industry. Between 1791 and 1796, the Czech translation of Peltzlow's three-volume German language history of Bohemia was published, which after over a century of discontinuity re-inaugurated the use of Czech as a language of scholarship. It was, however, Dobrovský who firmly placed Czech among other European languages, which he achieved with his authoritative Geschichte der Böhmischen Sprache und Literatur. In 1809, he published his Lehrbuch der Böhmischen Sprache. Further codifiers of the Czech language took it as the foundation of their project of how to standardize the Czech language. Dobrovsky's clear exposition of the Czech language was unique and exemplary. It even served as the model for grammars of other Slavic languages, especially Slovenian. The problem was that Dobrovsky's grammar referred to the 16th and 17th century Czech of Protestant writers as the model to be emulated. This Chancery Czech of 3 centuries earlier was very distant from the everyday Slavic speech in Bohemia. Dobrovsky's two works were republished in revised editions in 1818 and 1819 respectively, setting the standard for the future development of the Czech language. Although during the 1780s and 1790s, Czech was firmly established as a written language complete with its institutional infrastructure of schools and research centers, Dobrovský had little confidence in the future of Czech, which he had decided to research as a scholar. Dobrovský is credited with the creation of Slavic philology, but beyond that he had no wish for or vision of the establishment of a Czechophone ethnic nation of the Czechs. The ideal of the Czech ethnic nation was worked out by the next generation of Dobrovsky's students and followers, Josef Jungmann, Václav Hanka, Pálaki. 492. And Pavel Joseph Safarik. Because of Dobrovsky's pronounced lack of nationalist enthusiasm, Jungmann called him a German of Slavic sympathies. Dobrovský was a Bohemian, a believer in Bohemian Landish patriotismus, not unlike Count Kinsky. Still in the spirit of Bohemian patriotism, the Königliche Böhmische Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften was established in 1790, and the Bohemian Museum founded in Prague in 1818. A change toward Czech ethnic nationalism began in 1827, when, in addition to its German periodical, the museum commenced the publication of the first scholarly journal in Czech. At that time, this society also acquired its Czech language name, the Královská česká spolnost vědecká, which is a literal translation of the German one. 4 years later, the Matice Česká was established following the example of the Matice Srbska. It supported the publishing of scholarly works in Czech, written by scholars cooperating with this museum. The ground for the shift from Bohemian regional patriotism to Czech nationalism was prepared during the last decade of the 18th century, and in the first 3 decades of the following century. This period coincided with the slow spread of the use of Czech in elementary and secondary education, in the press, book publishing, and research. Czech, as an auxiliary medium of instruction, was employed in secondary schools in Prague, Konec Hradec, Budvice, and Pilsen. In 1822, Jan Koller established a secondary school in Pest, where Czech and Biblitina functioned as languages of instruction. Further chairs of Czech language and literature opened at the secondary schools in Pressburg in Upper Hungary and Omets in Moravia. The latter chair was transferred to the Moravian capital of Brunn in 1847. In an 1810 decree, the Bohemian authorities emphasized that clergymen and civil servants in Bohemia should have a command of Czech. 6 years later, another decree insisted that secondary school teachers ought to know this language too, so as to be able to provide instruction in it. This requirement was extended to court clerks in 1843. All these measures were copied in Moravia, but almost not at all in Austrian Silesia. The number of Czechophone elementary schools in Bohemia grew from 1328 in 1791, to 2020 in 1851, and German-language ones from 1042 to 1442. As in Hungary, where towns were mainly German-speaking and the countryside Magyarophone, in the Czech lands, Czech was spoken outside predominantly Germanophone towns. The complication was that a German-speaking countryside skirted the western, southern, and northern borderlands of Bohemia, Moravia's southern and northern borders, and most of the western half of Austrian Silesia. In 1857, Czech and German speakers accounted for 64% and 36% of Bohemia's population, respectively. In 1890, the corresponding numbers for Moravia were 70. The Czech case 493. And 30%. Not unlike in Hungary, where most towns became Magyarized by the mid-19th century, the same process unfolded in Bohemia and Moravia. It peaked in the 1880s, a decade later than in Hungary. For instance, in 1847, the population of Prague consisted of 66,000 German speakers, 6,000 Yiddish or German-speaking Jews, and 37,000 Czech speakers. In 1880, the respective numbers were 23,000, 15,000, and 213,000. In Austrian Silesia, German speakers remained the plurality until 1918. Czech and Polish statisticians variously allotted the Slavophone remainder of the population between the Czech and Polish nations. Poles usually accounted for over 30% and Czechs for over 20%. However, the Germanophone inhabitants constituted the majority of the inhabitants in the western half of this crown land, and the Slavophone in the eastern half. In 1811, Jungmann showed the viability of Czech as a literary language when his translation of Milton's entire Paradise Lost was published. In 1817 and 1818, Hanka announced the discovery of the two astonishingly rich and extensive Czech language manuscripts from the 10th and 13th centuries, which were useful to those scholars striving to establish a long-lasting pedigree of written Czech. Only in 1886, would the scholar and future first president of Czechoslovakia, Tomáš Masaryk, dare to show that these manuscripts were hoaxes. Palaki believed in their authenticity and used them as genuine documents for his analysis of early Czech history. Jungmann Slovsnost set the rules of Czech word formation. These rules were reaffirmed when the second edition was brought out in 1846. In the meantime, in emulation of Samuel Bogomil Linda's authoritative dictionary that standardized the Polish language, Jungmann compiled his 5-volume Slończyk Česko-Německy. Besides Polish, he also drew on Russian and other Slavic languages to fill in lacunae in the Czech lexicon. Jungmann's dictionary also marked the completion of the emergence of the Czech language from the cultural commonality with German, which until the 1820s was marked by the almost uniform production of Czech books in the Gothic font. Slończyk Česko-Německy was printed in Antiqua, with the exception of the German words and phrases, which were given in Gothic characters, as in Linda's dictionary. This switch of Czech language publications from the Gothic to Antiqua type was possible thanks to Dobrovský and his friend, Jan František Tomsa, who had developed the Czech version of the Antiqua between 1798 and 1799. Also during the 1830s, an important switch. 494. In grapheme-phoneme correspondence took place. The new graphemes N replaced the old ones and standing for the phoneme /J/N/V/. The grapheme helped to differentiate Czech from German and Polish, which continue to use for the phoneme /V/, whereas the introduction of did away with the confusion when represented the phoneme /j/ and the phoneme /g/. At that time, the grapheme standing for /w/ disappeared, as the phoneme was not used in newly codified Standard Czech. Safarik is credited with this change, which helpfully deepened the difference between Czech and Polish, where the grapheme is used to this day. However, these innovations spread rather slowly as there was no central Czech Academy of Sciences. Jungmann preserved the old usage in his dictionary, and Palaki clung to it in his Dějiny národočeského. Together with Jungmann's dictionary, Palaki's history lent authority to the old usage. The change in graphemes was increasingly slower in Moravia, and especially so in Austrian Silesia, which reinforced the popular belief that Bohemian was different from the Moravian language used in writing in Moravia and Austrian Silesia. These old graphemes, as well as the consistent use of the Gothic font for writing and printing in Moravian, survived in Germany's southernmost Upper Silesia until 1920. Jungmann's lexicographic feat was possible because an extensive German-Czech dictionary was published in 1788, and its Czech-German counterpart in 1807 to 1808. In 1791, an equally extensive Czech-German Latin dictionary came off the press. Even more important was Dobrovsky's two-volume Deutschböhmisches Wörterbuch. But it was Joseph František Šumavský who tentatively completed Jungmann's dictionary with its two-volume close counterpart, Úplný německý slovník. The grammatical and lexicographic base of Standard Czech was ready. Publications of the Bohemian Museum, and its scientific periodical contributed strongly to the development of technical and scientific vocabulary during the 1830s and 1840s. The goal was to make Czech versatile enough for use in any sphere of life in modern state and society. In 1853, an important step was taken in this direction with the publication of the 350-page-long Německý slovník Vědeckého vyslovení pro gymnasia realn školy / Deutschböhmisches Wörterbuch der wissenschaftlichen Terminologie für Gymnasien und Realschulen. It was Safarik who supported the compilation of this groundbreaking work, and he wrote the preface to it. But Czech could not be a truly national language unless cleansed of numerous Germanic words and phrases, because language equated nation in Central European political thought. The so-called reform of the Magyar language, the Czech Case 495, aspired to do the same, to purify this language especially from Latin but also German and French linguistic loans. Hence established Czech words of Germanic origin were replaced, Tietr with the medieval word divadlo, looked with Russianism vs Dutch, and Handel with its Slavophone synonym of Jod. This puristic streak strengthened during the second half of the 19th century when the German-Czech tension reached its heights, and continued well into the 1930s. Although Magyar linguistic purism reached its heights between the 1820s and 1870s, the penchant for attacking ugly Germanisms also continued in Hungary until World War II. Landish patriotismus, Czech nationalism, and panslavism. The terminology of the Central European ethnic national movements focused on the idea of national awakening and renaissance. Nationalists who were building their proposed nations before starting to demand separate nation-states for these nations, strove to legitimize their projects on the ground that they were presumably awakening the long-established but so far sleeping nations. That is why, in Czech historiography, the period before 1848 is known as Národní obrození, that is, national renaissance or reawakening, while the early Czech nationalists earned themselves the sobriquet of buditelé, or awakeners. All this very evocative and potent terminology, which ethnic national movements from Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe have employed time and again, dates back to Herder's classical work Outlines of the Philosophie of the History of Man that was published in the German original in 1784 in Riga and Leipzig. In Book 16, he devoted Chapter 4 to Theslavs. Herder describes them as industrious, peace-loving peoples who were unjustly suppressed by numerous nations of German origin. In the original, Herder refers to the Slavs as Volker while at 1800 English translation employs he term nations. Herder concludes this chapter hoping that these now deeply suppressed, but once industrious and happy people, will at length awake from their long and heavy slumber, shake off the chains of slavery, enjoy the possession of their delightful lands from the Adriatic Sea to the Carpathian Mountains, from the Don to the Moldau. 5. This idea of awakening the sleeping nation was as popular among Czech nationalists as among their Slovak followers. It gained considerably less popularity among the Polish, Lithuanian and the Hungarian nations. The former did not wish to wake up some dormant Polish, Lithuanian or Polish nation but to regain their partitioned state. The Hungarian Natio regained their state at the end of the 18th century. Their grievance was that they had to share the 496 control of the Hungarian state with the Habsburgs. Already in the first half of the 19th century, the Magyarophone noble patriots espoused the tenets of the ethno-linguistic nationalism stemming from the Italian and German national movements, and as self-conscious Magyars, set out to transform Hungary into the ethnic Magyar nation-state. A similar ethnicization of the national movement of the Polish-Lithuanian Natio took off after the failed anti-Russian uprising of 1863 to 1864, and produced the overwhelmingly ethnic Polish national movement during the 1890s. But neither in the Polish nor in the Magyar case was there any need to legitimize the existence and goals of these movements by using the imagery of national awakening. The existence of the Polish, Lithuanian and Hungarian nations with their respective long-established traditions of statehood sufficed. Nationalists simply repossessed the non-national past of these nations and their states, and repackaged it as the millennium-long history of the Polish or Magyar ethnic nation. This dominance of the ethnic in Czech nationalism did not manage to obliterate the possibility of civic nationalism as shown by the frequent appearance of the term vlastenectati, or patriotism in Czech national historiography. This I concept corresponds directly with the Germanophone one of Landespatriotismus. In the case of Czech nationalism, there was ideological ambiguity bred by the fact that vlastenectví could refer to all the lands of the Czech crown, or to each of them separately. On the other hand, Landespatriotismus was a feeling of patriotism, which attached a person to one of these lands. Until the mid-19th century, the building of the civic nations of the bilingual Czech and German-speaking Bohemians, Moravians, and Silesians was a well-established option. There was a chance for non-ethnic German-Slavic reciprocity parallel to Koller's call for ethnocentric Slavic reciprocity. Sometimes the term Bohemian nation was not limited to Bohemia but extended to cover all the lands of the Czech crown. The first thinker to sketch out this possibility was the famous Bohemian mathematician and student of religions, Bernard Bolzano. He devoted one lecture to this issue in 1810, and 3 more in 1816. Bolzano spoke about 2 parts or tribes of the Bohemian nation and consciously employed the French loanword nation instead of Germanic Volk, because the former emphasized the free union of citizens, while the latter denoted a predetermined ethno-linguistic community. On the ground of common Christian faith and implicitly referring to the civic values of the French Revolution, Bolzano appealed for treating Bohemia as a locus of identity more important than language. This line of thought went back to the Landespatriotische motivation of Germanophone Bohemian nobles who had begun to support the cause of the Czech language at the end of the 18th century. At that time, they had not foreseen that it would ever come to choosing between Czech and German as the sole national language for all Bohemia, language understood as the measure of the nation. The Czech case 497. In the simplistic logic of ethnic nationalism, victory for one would invariably mean defeat and the downgrading of social and political status for the speakers of the other language. This consequence had been unimaginable for the Bohemian nobility. Bolzano was the first to predict what the future might hold in store. The growing breach between the Czech and German-speaking Bohemians did not emerge clearly until 1848. Bohemia's Czechophone intellectuals such as Palocki wrote on the history of the Czech lands in German, while their Germanophone counterparts such as Karl Egon Ebert or Wilhelm Adolfke wrote in German on figures and events from Bohemia's Slavic history. This cooperation and vision of Bohemia, as rightfully belonging to all the inhabitants, was shattered in the course of the revolutionary events. The German National Assembly at Frankfurt urged all Bohemians, Moravians, and Silesians, regardless of the languages they spoke, to participate in the elections to this representative body of the coalescing German nation. In the ethnic German national perception, all three provinces of the Czech Crown rightfully belonged to the future German nation-state as an integral part of the German Confederation. Pálaki disagreed and turned down the invitation to sit in this assembly. With the help of his son-in-law František Rieger and the father of Czechophone political journalism Karel Havlíček, he organized the Pan-Slav Congress in Prague. The participants included 237 representatives of the Czech and Slovaks, 61 Poles, Ruthenians, and Russians, 32 representatives of the South Slavs, and 1 Sorb. Ironically, in the absence of any common Slav language, and the fact that the Russian language was still relatively unknown outside the Russian Empire, German functioned as the lingua franca of this Congress. On the one hand, this event counterbalanced the ideological influence of the Frankfurt Assembly and the Magyar Revolution in Hungary, especially among the Slavophone inhabitants of the Austrian Empire. On the other, this Congress angered German and Magyar nationalists. It also overshadowed the elections to Bohemia's National Assembly, and Pálaki's earlier appeals that all the lands of the Czech Crown should be represented in some common assembly for Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Pálaki emphasized that he was a Böhmer Slawisk Stams, not German. In 1846, Havlíček had stood for loyalty to the multi-ethnic Austrian Empire and rejected the possibility of overhauling the German Confederation into a German nation-state. In 1848, he demanded the separation of the lands of the Czech Crown, that is, Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, from this confederation. Rieger joined in, and all three appealed for boycotting the elections for the German National Assembly in Frankfurt. The political leaders of the Germanophone population took opposing views. Conservatives, such as the Austrians, called for the preservation of the multi-ethnic. 498. Austrian Empire as a civic nation-state. Liberals chose German ethnic nationalism. They formed the Union of Germans from Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia for the preservation of their nationality to ensure election of their representatives to the Frankfurt Assembly. They feared that any success of the Czech national movement would isolate them not only from a united Germany formed at Frankfurt, but also from their Germanophone Austrian kin, if Bohemia or all the lands of the Czech Crown were separated from the Austrian Empire. Pálaki's boycott of the elections to the German National Assembly was quite effective in Bohemia, where over half of the constituencies did not elect representatives. In Austrian Silesia, over two-thirds of the constituencies sent delegates to Frankfurt, while in Moravia, all but 2 did so. Symptomatically, during this volatile time, the proponents of the Austrian Empire and Bohemian non-ethnically specific Landisch Patriotismus published Bolzano's lectures in 1849 to promote their cause. The political success of Czech nationalism in Bohemia was undeniable. The leader of the German-speaking Bohemians, Ludwig von Lohner, who established the Union of Germans from Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia for the preservation of their nationality in Vienna, soon overhauled this organization into the Verein Deutsche Österreichs. He disagreed with any program that would make Bohemia or all the lands of the Czech Crown into some prospective Czech national region, or would overhaul the Austrian Empire into a federation consisting of the Slavic and Magyar national units as opposed to the rest, namely Austria. Lohner proposed a different kind of federalization that would closely follow the ethno-linguistic lines of division, not the provincial borders. He foresaw the creation of Polish Austria, Italian Austria, Slovenian Austria, Czech Austria, and German Austria. Czech Austria was to comprise the Czechophone sections of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia. Similarly, German Austria would embrace the German-speaking areas of these crown lands apart from the Alpine Germanophone provinces. At the end of August 1848, German-speaking intellectuals and aristocrats from Bohemia met at their own National Assembly convened in Teplitz in Bohemia. They demanded that Bohemia be included in the future German nation-state, and appealed for consolidation of German national life in this crown land. In agreement with Lohner's program, they also called for the division of the Bohemian administration into the separate German Bohemian and Czech Bohemian administrations. In 1848, during the last year of his life, Bolzano gave voice to his disapproval of this blatant ethnicization of Bohemia's political life, a danger he had already predicted in the 1810s. His voice remained unheard. Leaders of the Czech national movement did not recognize the Bohemian National Assembly at Prague, to which elections were never held after the forced dispersing of the Pan-Slav Congress. But they actively participated in the deliberations of the Vienna Constituent Assembly. They formed alliance with all. The Czech Case 499. The political forces that attempted to prepare the ground for a constitutional and federal system. Due to continuing revolutionary fervor in Vienna and the unfolding war with the Magyars, the court and the assembly moved to the safety of Kremsir in Moravia. While Vienna concentrated all the troops against the Magyars, the Kremsir assembly was dispersed in March 1849. Although the war in Hungary continued through August, the revolution was over in the Czech lands. After the abolishing of the last vestiges of constitutionalism in 1851, absolutism was firmly reinstituted. No concessions were granted to any of the aspiring national movements. What remained were the clearly defined political programs. The Czech national movement led by Palacký stood on the ground of staunch opposition to German ethnic nationalism and unwavering loyalty to the monarchy. He trusted that the Austrian Empire was the best protection for the forming Slavic nations against the encroachment of German nationalism and of the authoritarian Russian Empire. He famously remarked, "If there were no Austria, it would be necessary to create one." In this context, Palacký preferred to use the term nationality instead of nation. This distinction goes back to the significant Central European correction applied to the French theory of nation. In the French opinion, every nation has the inalienable right to its own nation-state, which in the specific case of France meant that the existing state molded its population into the French nation. At the beginning of the 19th century, German nationalists opined that all the states remaining after the dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire were too small to comfortably house the postulated German nation, while the Austrian Empire was ethnically too little German in order to fulfill such a role. Unlike in the case of the French nation-state, it remained up to the German nation to carve out a nation-state of its own. This tension between the French model of nationalism and the political realities of Central Europe provided fodder for thought to numerous German thinkers. The philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, in his Encyclopädie der Philosophischen Wissenschaften im Grundriss, introduced the seminal distinction between nations with history and nations without history. Accordingly, to become a nation, a folk had to express strong political will to become a state, and, at best, it should have enjoyed the long-established tradition of its continuous statehood. Thus these Völker were nations with history. On the other hand, these Völker, whose states perished before the period of the Occidental Enlightenment and which had no hope to attain their separate statehood, Hegel considered as nations without history. He actually termed them as Völkerabfall, or remnants of peoples, that would be of no significance for history. 500. Of nations. Famously, he maintained that no Slavic Völker, not even the Poles, would have a chance to become a nation, that is, a folk with its own state. This line of thinking spawned the division between Völker or Nationen, full-fledged nations with their own nation-states or clearly destined to achieve this goal, and Nationalitaten, ethnic or national groups whose existence one could not deny, but which did not have any right to their own separate nation-states. In Vienna's official documents, Nationalitaten were sometimes referred to as Volksstamm. Palacký's Austroslavism went along this line, though he preferred to refer to the Czechs as a nation, as indicated by his famous history. The Czech národ can also mean a people, which left a margin of ambiguity in his usage. However, in the second half of the 19th century, the term národnost was often used interchangeably with národ in the Czech national circles. Palacký's main exposition of Austroslavism was his 1865 work Idea Statu Rakouského. In this book, he set the program of Czech nationalism for the coming decades until World War I. He called for the unity of all the historical lands of the Czech crown within Austria. The justification of this program was the legal theory that the entity in the form of the Crown of the Czech lands, founded by Charles IV, continued to exist. The goal was to gain an autonomous Czech nation-state in the Austrian Empire by legalistic means. This earned the program the sobriquet of Statoprávna. Czech nationalists pledged to act within the framework of law, and to limit their demands to those that were justified by the historical and juridical tradition of the Czech crown. Obviously, this stance went against the wishes of German or Austro-German nationalists of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia who continued to subscribe to Lohner's 1848 program that called for the division of the Czech lands along the ethno-linguistic lines. Interestingly, in 1855, Karl Marx opined that the Slavic stem of the Austrian Empire divided among various provinces were slated for extinction as appendages, either to the German or the Hungarian nations. 4 years later, Friedrich Engels agreed with this opinion in his remark that Central Europe's would-be nation-states should follow the example of the French nation-state. Völkerabfall were to assimilate either with the German, Magyar, or the Italian nation, not unlike the Bretons or the Basques in France. The future was to prove them wrong. But their unflattering view of the Slavic nations in the Austrian Empire made the communist and socialist movements largely blind to the force of nationalism. On the other hand, it spurred activities of Czech and other nationalists so as to forestall the possibility of assimilation of their nations with the Germans, the Magyars, or the Italians. The Czech Case 501. The issue of splitting the lands of the Czech crown into the nationally differentiated Czech and German sections divided Czechophone and Germanophone politicians especially in Bohemia, though less so in Moravia and Austrian Silesia. In the two latter crown lands, neither Czech nor German nationalism was so pronounced as in Bohemia. The separate national lines of Czech and German politics and culture developed in the Czech lands during the second half of the 19th century. But this event did not obliterate continued identification with Austria as a multi-ethnic state symbolized by Habsburg monarchy, and with separate crown lands in the spirit of Landish patriotismus. Actually, it took Czech nationalism considerable time to cross into Moravia from Bohemia. In the 1830s, the first Czech national activists from Bohemia moved to Moravia, but their influence did not amount to much. The Matice Moravska was founded only in 1853, as Moravia's Czech national counterpart of Bohemia's Matice Česká, which had come into being in 1831. The tradition of Moravian Landish patriotismus shielded this crown land against encroachments by Czech nationalism, which Moravians perceived as an unjustified spread of Bohemian Landish patriotismus. Moravian intellectuals evoked Greater Moravia as the direct antecedent of their separate statehood. At that time, the Slovak claims to this tradition were hardly recognized. It was the Moravians who shared even the name with this Slavic state. Moravian patriots emphasized the difference of their Moravian language vis-a-vis Czech and accepted bilingualism of the population in the civic spirit of Bolzano's appeals. The proverbial staunch Catholicism of Moravia added to the ideology of this Landish patriotismus memory of Cyril and Methodius as the apostles of Greater Moravia. These elements constituted the pronounced difference in the Moravian dimension of Czech nationalism when this ideology began to successfully infiltrate this crown land during the 1860s. Only then did the ethnonym Czech gradually replace the ethnonyms Moravian, Slav and Czechoslav, which until then had predominated in the speech of the Moravians when they referred to themselves. It is mainly true of the Slavophone Moravians, as their Germanophone counterparts usually chose the ethnonyms Moravian, Austrian, or German. The question of identity in Moravia was further complicated by Austro-Hungarian censuses, which allotted this crownland Slavic-speaking population to the subregional ethnic categories of the Horakan in the west, Hanakan in the center, Wallachen in the northeast, and Slovaks, or rather Slovakons, in the southeast. The tension between Czech and German nationalists never achieved in Moravia such levels as in Bohemia. Due to the national conflict, the latter crownland became virtually ungovernable and its constitution had to be suspended. 502. in 1913. Meanwhile, in Moravia, Slavophone and Germanophone politicians negotiated the wide-ranging 1905 Ausgleich that peacefully regulated their relations between these two national groups in politics, administration, and education. Moravia was Austria-Hungary's first crown land that satisfactorily and effectively resolved the national question of its territory. In Austrian Silesia, the Germanophone population dominated. German remained the sole official language of this crown land, but in 1882, Czech and Polish were accepted for external use in some county courts. In 1908, local languages were allowed in local self-governments in communes. Within the German cultural and political preponderance, the Matice Opawska was founded in 1877 at Tropa and its Polish counterpart, Masierczkina, in 1885 in Teschen. The word Masierz is the direct rendering of Czech Matice or Serbian Matica into Polish orthography. The Matice Opawska did not use the adjective Silesian in its name, unlike the Matice Česka or Matice Moravska, because at that time it was the received opinion that the Czech nation had the cultural right only to the western part of Austrian Silesia. This crownland's eastern half, or Cieszyn/Teschen Silesia, was believed, culturally speaking, of the Polish nation. The critical moment was in 1848, when a Slavophone delegate from Cieszyn/Teschen Silesia, Paweł Stalmach, did not agree to be seated with the Czech representatives at the Pan-Slav Congress, and became a member of the Polish Ruthenian delegation. The rise of Czech national life in eastern Austrian Silesia was due to the influence of the Czech national movement flowing from Bohemia and Moravia. Meanwhile, Galicia's Polish national movement championed Polish nationalism in the eastern section of Austrian Silesia. Significantly, the Masierz Polska was founded in the Galician capital of Lwów in 1882. The first Czech-language secondary school in Austrian Silesia was established in 1883, and its first Polanophone counterpart followed 12 years later. During the 1890s, the Czech-Polish national conflict arose in the eastern half of Austrian Silesia. The first sign of this new phenomenon was the founding of the Czech organization Matice Osvěty Lido proti Žensko in 1898. This conflict limited the pressure on the Crownland's German language administration and politics. Additionally, on the basis of Silesian Landespatriotismus, Germanophone politicians supported the development of the political movement of the Slavophone Silesians as a counterbalance to the local Polish and Czech national movements. German and Silesian politicians held the Czech case 503. Sway in Austrian Silesia until 1918, while Czech and Polish national activists did not feel ostracized, being able to use their languages in communal administration, and in elementary and secondary schools as well. Czech and Polish national activists equally castigated the Slavophone Silesian regional/national movement as inauthentic and playing into the hands of the Germans. The absolutist 1850s was not as painful for the Czechs as it was for the Magyars. In Hungary, German replaced Magyar as the official language, while in the Austrian half of the empire, the official use of German had continued uninterrupted since its inception in 1784. Similarly, education and external administration in local languages proceeded as usual. This contrasted with the quite thorough suppression of all other languages but Magyar in Hungary beginning in the 1840s. Paradoxically, the introduction of the Austrian system in Hungary, with the official German and the toleration of local languages, boosted the rise of the non-Magyar idioms to the level of semi-recognized languages with some official and public uses guaranteed. It was the time when Slovak, Croatian, Romanian, Serbian, and Ruthenian were used more freely. With the liberalization of political life during the 1860s, Magyar gradually regained its pre-1848 status as the dominant language in Hungary. The 1867 Ausgleich overhauled Hungary into the virtual Magyar nation-state with Magyar as the sole official and national language. During the 1850s, Czech national life in Bohemia unfolded in the field of culture as it had done before 1848. Czechophone elementary schools functioned alongside their German language counterparts while further education was available in German only, with the exception of the theological seminaries. At the same time, Czech scholars cum politicians concentrated on research. They ironed out the myths that were to underlie the ideology of Czech nationalism. In 1850–1851, Pálaki published the third volume of his Dejiny Národosesko, which was devoted to the Hussite wars in the first half of the 15th century. Another volume that came off the press in 1857 and 1860 concentrated on the rise and reign of the people's king Gríz Potibrad, the first and only Hussite monarch. Ironically, he fought with another people's king of the Magyars, Matthias Corvinus, to whom he lost Moravia and Silesia, so that Gríz's rule was effectively limited to Bohemia only. This event deepened the separateness between Bohemia and Moravia, to a degree annulling the unity of the lands of the Czech crown forged by Charles IV a century earlier. Pálaki spoke about the anti-Hussite military onslaughts as crusades, and Gríz Potibrad as the truly national Czech king after the brief interlude of 1437 to 1457 when the Habsburgs ruled the lands of the Czech crown. Pálaki did not consider as foreign the House of Luxembourg. 504. That replaced the local Bohemian dynasty, because its most illustrious member, Emperor Charles IV, actually established the lands of the Czech crown as a unit, and founded the University of Prague, the very two ideological and political institutions upon which Czech nationalism was based. Pálaki being the main historian and politician of Czech nationalism when this ideology was formed, his vision of the Czech past spawned the basic Czech national mythology and imagery that remains to this day. Because Pálaki made Hussitism into a founding ideological basis of Czech nationalism, it is necessary to have a brief look at this religious movement, which derives its name from Jan Hus. He championed liturgy in the vernacular and reforms of the Catholic Church, for which he died burned at the stake in Constance. This event triggered the Hussite Wars. Among the Hussites, there were Slavic and Germanic speakers, as the religious division did not follow the ethno-linguistic one. But in Czech national mythology, both these divisions were made to overlap so that the Germans and German-speaking Austrians could be presented as treacherous conquerors bent on overtaking and Germanizing Czech lands. In this scheme Jan Hus and such Hussite generals as Jan Žižka were elevated to the rank of Czech national heroes, while the Czechs earned the self-conferred title of the nation of God's warriors. The conflation of medieval Germanic speakers with Catholic crusaders and the Slavophone population from the lands of the Czech crown with the Hussite cause also allowed for presenting the Germans as the eternal enemy of the Czech nation. This image was projected onto the whole past of Bohemia and its relations with the Holy Roman Empire and the Austrian Empire perceived as a German nation-state in disguise. The fact that drawing on the Hussite tradition the later Reformation broke out and attained success in the north of the Holy Roman Empire did not bother Czech nationalists. Another discourse of Czech nationalism focused on foreignness. As the Czech language was cleansed of foreign words and phrases in search of the lost purity of its Czechness, the same measure was applied to history. It was decided that the pro-Hussite nobility was Czech and those who fought for the Catholic cause were usually Germanophone foreigners. Because non-Catholic noble families, after 1620, had to leave the lands of the Czech crown or convert to Catholicism, Czech national historians claimed that the remaining nobility and newcomers were non-Czech and, as such, foreign and necessarily inimical to the Czech nation, notwithstanding the fact that it was Bohemia's and Moravia's aristocracy who, in the spirit of Landish patriotismus, encouraged and supported interest in the Czech language and history at the end of the 18th century and during the first half of the 19th century. The popular belief still holds that the Slekta byla zradna Isizaka. The Czech case 505. Obviously, Pálaki did not write his history meaning to produce such Czech national stereotypes and myths. Until his death, he stood on the ground of close cooperation with the Bohemian aristocracy and Vienna within the existing legal framework. However, the intensification of the Czech-German national tension and radicalization of Czech ethnic nationalism produced these myths and stereotypes during the second half of the 19th century. It was Masaryk who, in the 1880s, promoted the Protestant dimension of Czech nationalism through his influential essays on Palacký's historical works. Ironically, Masaryk's father was Czech-speaking, or rather Moravian-speaking, while his mother German-speaking. Czech-German bilingualism was part of everyday social reality for Masaryk as it had been for Palacký. Additionally, in 1880, he finally converted from Catholicism to Protestantism under the influence of his wife, Charlotte Garrigue, an American of Huguenot background, who, together with Masaryk, had attended the University of Leipzig. Both Palacký and Masaryk came from Moravia, the most staunchly and homogeneously Catholic of all the Czech lands. The pronounced emphasis on Hussitism, though intelligible to the Czech national elites as the instrument of distancing the emerging Czech nation from the Germans and Austria, alienated the peasantry and the average town dweller. This made Czech nationalism into the concern of the Czechophone intellectuals, who concentrated in Prague and could be defined as free thinkers, often neutral but sometimes hostile to Catholicism. The old-fashioned grievances of the Moravian estates against the dominance of their Bohemian counterparts in the contacts with Vienna so significant during the first half of the 19th century, in the century's other half were translated into the average Moravian's perception of Czech nationalism as unjustified dominance of Prague. The average Bohemian shared this sentiment. In consequence, these perceptions persist to this day. The inhabitants of Moravia tend to see their region as more Catholic in opposition to atheistic Bohemia. And together with the average inhabitant of Bohemia they continue complaining of Pragocentrismus, or the centering of the state, economy, and resources on the Czech capital only. When Czechoslovakia existed, the Slovaks agreed with this criticism too. The process of the standardization of the Czech language was also seen as an element of Pragocentrismus. The Slavophone elites of Moravia or Austrian Silesia were not consulted, which ensured the persistence of the Moravian written language in both these provinces, when Standard Czech had already served everyday written uses in Bohemia. Standard Czech is a complicated compromise between the 16th century literacy of official documents and Protestant writings in Chancery Czech, and everyday speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of 506. Prague, Bohemia, and partly Western Moravia. Jungmann and other codifiers of Czech based the standardization of this language on this 16th century literacy, which resulted in the rise of Spisovna Sestina or written Czech. Because no one speaks in this idealized Czech of Hussite times, one has to acquire Spisovna Estina C at school. One uses it in official situations, namely in administration, for writing scholarly books, and in newspapers. Hardly anybody attempts to speak in Spisovna Sestina, because its pronounced written historical nature, disconnected from the spoken language, effectively limits its use to writing. The standard also rejected numerous words and structures of Germanic origin as well as the Gothic font and the graphemes and that persisted in the Moravian written language. Written Moravian was closer to the vernacular, but it did not mean that it would be allowed not to conform with Spisovna Sestina if the latter rose to the rank of an auxiliary or official language in the Czech lands. Havlíček 1851 claim that the literary language used in Bohemia is actually pure Moravian was just an ideological ploy. Nobody spoke 16th century Chancery Czech in Moravia. He also avoided mentioning that not Chancery Czech but Chancery Moravian had been then employed in Moravia. Through this mythologization of language, Havlíček wanted to forge a Czech linguistic unity that would underlay Czech nationalists' claim to all the lands of the Czech crown as their future Czech nation-state. Because the gap of some 4 centuries separates Spisovna Sestina from the contemporary vernacular, a complicated diglossia arose. The prestige of Prague, its culture, and Slavonic speech, lasted continuously since the 10th century. This caused the spread of the Prague Slavic dialect all over Bohemia. Having replaced the local dialects, the Prague dialect established its dominance in the entire Crown land. Due to this fact, linguists term it interdialect, a lingua franca of everyday contacts for a region within the Czechophone speech community today synonymous with the Czech nation and the territory of the Czech Republic, the Czech nation-state. Czech linguists call this interdialect obyčejná čeština, or popular spoken Czech. The many centuries-long tradition of institutional and administrative division between Bohemia and Moravia persisted until 1918 and even later in Czechoslovakia. This, coupled with the Moravians' continuing suspicion of Prague's domination, did not allow spreading of the interdialect either to Moravia or Austrian Silesia, where local dialects survive as the vernacular of everyday communication. In the context of official situations when neither the dialects or obytna sestina are acceptable as media of spoken communication, Czech speakers usually employ a compromise between the interdialect and spisovna sestina known as hovorová sestina. This usage requires the inhabitants of Moravia and Czech Silesia to acquire elements of the interdialect in the form of hovorová sestina in addition to spisovna sestina. This task is a bit easier for the inhabitants of Western Moravia whose dialect used to. The Czech case 507. Be the basis of the written Moravian language, and the numerous features of this dialect are shared with spisovna estina and obytna sestina. With the era of absolutism over in 1860, Pálaki and his friends could return to politics. They established the Strana národní as the leading organization of Czech nationalism. Although Pálaki stood at the party's helm, his son-in-law Rieger took over its leadership. In 1862, emulating the example of German Turnverein, established for the national cause at the beginning of the 19th century, Miroslav Tirs founded the Sokol Gymnastics Association. While the Strana národní worked out the main course of the Czech national movement, the all-inclusive Sokol movement that involved students, workers, and women, ensured growing grassroots mass support for the Czech national cause, first, in Bohemia, but soon in Moravia and Austrian Silesia, as well. At the end of the 19th century, the main forms of mass Czech nationalism emerged, Sokolslic and Tabors. In 1861, the Czech language press also re-emerged with its first dailies. The most important of them was Národní listy, the mouthpiece of the Strana národní. In the field of education, by 1861, 14 Czechophone secondary schools had been established in Bohemia. At the same time, there were only 10 German-language secondary schools and 7 bilingual Czech-German ones. The camp of the so-called Old Czechs headed by Rieger stood for Pálaki's program of overhauling the historical lands of the Czech crown into a Czech nation-state within the Austrian Empire. This required sustaining alliance with the Bohemian aristocracy who had a decisive say in the Bohemian Landtag and the Reichstag. In 1867, the Magyars obtained wide-ranging autonomy within the monarchy, duly transformed into dual Austria-Hungary. By 1871, Poles had received a similar status in Galicia. A certain nod toward the Czechs' cultural and linguistic needs was the opening of the first 2 monolingual Czech language secondary schools in the Moravian cities of Brunn and Omitz in 1867. The fitful negotiations between Czech leaders and Vienna collapsed in 1871. The Emperor did not wish to overhaul the dual monarchy into a tripartite one, as Czechs insisted, mainly because the Magyars opposed this solution, fearing it would downgrade the newly elevated status of Hungary within the empire. Finally, not even an autonomous status for Bohemia was allowed. Commenting on this event, Pálaki remarked, "Before Austria was, we were, and when Austria no longer is, we shall be." This political defeat of the Old Czechs at the hands of the Viennese central administration caused a rift in the Strana národní. The opposition, known 508 as the Young Czechs, wanted dissolution of the traditional alliance with the Bohemian aristocracy, and less emphasis on the unity of the lands of the Czech crown. For Young Czechs, general improvement in the overall status of the Czech language and standard of living were the goals worth striving for. They stemmed from the growing Czechophone middle class, educated in Czechophone secondary schools, who enjoyed unprecedented economic prosperity as Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia had grown into the most developed area of Austria-Hungary. Young Czechs chose the purely ethnic dimension of Czech nationalism and set the course of future Czech politics that led to the separation of the Czech and German-speech communities of Bohemia and Moravia, now perceived as foreign nations. A modicum of the erstwhile civic commonality afforded by Landish patriotismus was gone. Despite this growing opposition, Riga retained the leadership of the Strana Narodny for 2 more decades until 1891, when the Old Czechs lost to Young Czechs in the Reichsrat elections. Meanwhile, the cultural and economic domination of the Czechophone middle class became obvious in Bohemia and Moravia during the 1880s, but German speakers retained their dominant position in Austrian Silesia until 1918. In 1880, the Austrian Minister of Justice and Education, Karl von Strameyer, issued an ordinance that restated the traditional principle of external use of Czech in the courts and public administration in Bohemia and Moravia. 6 years later, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Alois Prazak, issued an ordinance, which, for the first time, sanctioned Czech as an official language of internal administration, though only in the processing of Czechophone cases at the Supreme Courts in Prague and Brunn. In the field of culture, the Czech language National Theatre opened at Prague in 1881. Already in 1869, the Czechs had received their first university-level educational institution when the Technical University of Prague had been divided into 3 separate Czech and German sections. But the success was complete in 1882, when the oldest Central European university located in Prague split into the German and Czech universities. 7. It was a sea change from the time several years earlier when the German-dominated Senate of the University of Prague prohibited Czechophone students from organizing celebrations in memory of Jan Hus and on the occasion of the 500th anniversary of the death of Charles IV. The dissatisfaction of the Young Czechs mounted after 1886 when further spread of the Czech language in secondary education and administration was halted. This led to the provisional separation of the Czech and German boards of education, which was made permanent in 1890. In the same year, the Czechs obtained their own Academy of Sciences, the Česká akademie Cesary Františka Josefa pro vědy, Slovsnosti umění, which emerged by the officially accepted Czechization of the Königliche Bundesgesellschaft der Wissenschaften/Královská Česká. The Czech Case 509. Spolnost Videka, found dead in the late 18th century. Now they were equal to all other civilized nations, a badge of distinction gained when a state or stateless nation founded its own Academy of Sciences. Also in 1890, the Old Czechs strove to take over the Young Czechs' ethno-linguistic program. Under the pressure from Vienna, eager to end the German boycott of the Bohemian Landtag, the Old Czechs entered into negotiations with the Bohemian German speakers over a national agreement in Bohemia. Ominously, Lohner's 1848 idea of dividing Bohemia along the ethno-linguistic borders re-emerged. As a result, this crown land would be divided into the separate Germanophone and Czechophone zones. The Young Czechs were dissatisfied with this arrangement because Czech would be excluded from the former zone, while German would remain the language of internal administration in the latter. After the downfall of the Old Czechs, the Young Czechs were caught in the same dilemma as their predecessors, trying to balance linguistic demands with those for territorial autonomy. In 1897, they accepted Austrian Prime Minister Kazimierz Bádany's proposal that Czech would become a co-language of internal administration along with German in Bohemia and Moravia. This official bilingualism, to be introduced within 4 years of grace for Germanophone civil servants who did not know Czech, outraged German speakers, who demonstrated in the Bohemian Landtag, the Reichsrat, and on Viennese streets. In the German Empire, demonstrations of solidarity with the Germans of Bohemia and Moravia were organized in Brandenburg. Widespread violence in Prague caused the imposition of the state of emergency on the Bohemian capital. As a result of these events, the emperor dismissed Bádany from office. An interim prime minister, Paul Gotz, tried appeasement by new ordinances. In 1898, the requirement of full bilingualism for civil servants was scrapped. The Bádany ordinances, as reformulated by Gotz, were implemented in their entirety in Moravia and Bohemia's nationally mixed zones. In Bohemia's Czechophone and Germanophone zones, internal administration was carried out in Czech and German, respectively. This solution obviously deepened the ethno-linguistic cleavage inside Bohemia and Moravia. The staunch German opposition to the de facto introduction of Czech as a co-official language of state administration in Bohemia and Moravia led to the obstruction of the Reichsrat. Goch had to resign from premiership, and in 1899, the legal position of Czech was demoted to that ensured by the 1880 and 1886 ordinances. However, municipalities were allowed to choose Czech as a co-official language of internal bureaucracy, and some did, for instance, the town of Pilsen. On the other hand, the relative lack of ethno-linguistic tension in Moravia allowed for the founding of a Czech language technical school in Brunn in 1899. 510. German speakers grudgingly accepted the situation, though in their opinion, apart from Galicia and some Italian-speaking counties, German was and should remain the sole language of administration in the Austrian section of Austria-Hungary. They pointed out that as a national group they were seriously disadvantaged in Bohemia and Moravia. For instance, in 1903, among Bohemia's 24,700 civil servants there were 19,400 Czechs and only 5,700 German speakers. In accordance with the ethno-linguistic composition of this crownland's population, the number of the German-speaking civil servants ought to have been at least 10,000. In 1890, there were 293 Czech language periodicals published in Bohemia against 157 in German. In the eyes of German speakers, who remembered times 3 decades ago when there had been scarcely any Czechophone periodicals to be had, it seemed as if Czech had pushed German out of this crown land. On the other hand, German speakers who added up to 37% of Bohemia's population, paid 53% of the all-collected taxes. Bohemia's Czech leaders, however, would not settle for anything less than full legal equality of Czech and German. The 1905 achievement of this goal in Moravia on the common ground of Landish patriotismus, was perceived as a hurdle in the path of the development of Czech ethno-linguistic nationalism. The 1907 scrapping of the electoral curie in the Austrian half of the dual empire allowed the Czech parties capture the absolute majority of the mandates in the Bohemian Landtag. Beginning in 1908, they expressed their displeasure at the slightly unequal position of Czech vis-a-vis German in this crown land by instituting a permanent obstruction of this legislative body. The Germans replied in kind the following year, when the Landtag of the Lower Austria banned Czech from education and local self-governments. This move enraged Bohemia's Czechs, because they saw it as the beginning of the planned Germanization of Czechs, who had moved there in search of education, employment, and career. In 1900, in Vienna alone 300,000 persons resided who had been born in the Czech-speaking areas of Bohemia and Moravia. In the context of the escalating Czech-German conflict in Bohemia and the continuing obstruction of the Landtag, the emperor was left with no choice, and had to dissolve this body in 1913, subsequently to replace it by a governing commission nominated by Vienna. Toward Czechoslovakia. In the 1890s and in the first decade of the 20th century, the Czech national movement lost the leadership of the Czechs to socialists and agrarians. A balanced bilingualism more or less achieved and the dominance of Czechs in the Czech case 511. Economic and political life of Bohemia and Moravia assured, the issues of standard of living and social security among the rural population and industrial workers proved more pressing. The Austrian Social Democratic Party was the only political force in Austria-Hungary that merged in its program social needs of the workers with those of the national groups. Although it was a Gesamtpartei, there emerged within it the nationally based sub-parties of Czechs, German speakers, Poles, and other national groups. The Czech lands being the most developed part of the dual monarchy, and Moravia, the crown land with an exemplary cooperation between the Slavophone and German-speaking sections of its population, the Social Democrats announced their renowned 1899 program at Brunn. They famously called for federalization of the Austrian half of the empire. Crown lands would determine their national belonging and the nationally determined political entities would constitute this federation. Cultural autonomy would be guaranteed for groups of people and individuals living outside their respective national entities. As a result, Austria-Hungary, transformed into some socialist Austrian federation, would be saved as a large sphere of economic activity. At that time, Social Democrats and Socialists believed that only large states could develop viable industrial economies where workers' rights would be effectively guaranteed. The Social Democratic thinking on the national issue underlaid the Moravian Ausgleich of 1905 and the 1910 electoral law for Bukovina, where no national group formed even a decisive plurality. In 1909 to 1910 and 1913, these positive developments encouraged repeated rounds of negotiations for a similar compromise in Bohemia. But they failed, as similar attempts at a compromise had failed earlier in 1890. The fate of the Austrian Social Democratic Party did not bode well either. In 1911, it disintegrated into a multitude of nationally based socialist parties. The national took precedence over the socialist or the economic. National tension among Bohemia's Czechs and German speakers never relaxed after 1890 and repeatedly broke out into cycles of disturbances and even riots. The introduction of popular suffrage in 1907 deepened the conflict as Czech parties gained majority in the Bohemian and Moravian Landtags. The 1905 Ausgleich mellowed the ethno-national edge of this victory in Moravia, whereas in Bohemia the splintering of the mandates among a multitude of various parties blunted the edge of Czech ethnic nationalism in this province. The neo-Hussite and anti-clerical characteristic of the Czech national movement led by Masaryk also alienated Moravia, which remained deeply Catholic. What made Vienna and Budapest nervous was the development of the Czechoslovak movement that commenced in earnest during the 1890s. It concentrated in Prague among Slovak students and intellectuals, who contributed to the Slovak language monthly Hlas published in the Bohemian capital. Usually, they were Protestants and closely related with their professor. 512. Masaryk. It was not only his free-thinking attitude toward Catholicism that attracted them, but also Masaryk's Moravian background and his ability to speak in the East Moravian dialect, so close to the Western Slovak dialect. The latter dialect formed the basis for the early 19th century codification of the Slovak language, now known as Brno-Latina, as explained in the following chapter. Because Standard Slovak as used today was codified in the mid-1840s, Brno-Latina appeared to these students as Old Slovak. Although of Catholic provenance, the students knew and appreciated it, because the Catholic priest Jan Hali's epic poems written in this Old Slovak were retained in the forming national canon of Slovak literature. According to the national myth, in 1843, the Protestant politician and scholar, Ludovit Stur, asked Hali to accept his new codification of Slovak, which the latter is said to have granted, thus paving the way for the rise of Standard Slovak as it is today. In 1896, together with their Czech colleagues, the Slovak Protestant students founded the Československá jednota. After the 1905 revolution, Czech politicians started expressing their sympathy toward Russia on the platform of panslavism that increasingly less reminded of Palacký's Austroslavism, staunchly loyal to Vienna. From 1908 until the beginning of World War I, Czech and Slovak national leaders held annual meetings in Moravia. In this network of increasingly multi-directional and conflicting political and social forces, Czech nationalism lost its ideological edge. Even as late as 1912, Masaryk agreed that Austria-Hungary should survive, but with a stronger parliamentary system that would effectively limit the emperor's arbitrary decisions. The confused political scene in Bohemia caused Vienna to suspend the Bohemian constitution in 1914. The incursion of Russian troops into Galicia and Upper Hungary at the beginning of the Great War convinced some Czech and Slovak leaders that an independent Czechoslovakia could be created under the rule of the Russian Tsars. This view equally frightened Vienna and Budapest, especially after some Czech troops defected to Russia, and led to the systemic persecution of Ruthenians in Upper Hungary, next door to the Slovaks. Masaryk left his family in Prague and escaped from Austria-Hungary on a Serbian passport. First, he stood for a Czech nation-state composed from the lands of the Czech crown. In 1915, however, the Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States signed the Cleveland Agreement, in which they expressed their support for Czechoslovakia, a common state of the Czechs and the Slovaks. Masaryk was partial to this idea, as before the war, he had encouraged and supported Slovak intellectuals concentrated in Prague around the journal Hlas. Meanwhile, Milan Rastislav Stefanik, a Slovak astronomer who made a military career during the war as a pilot in the French Air Force and attained the rank of general, together with Masaryk, established in Paris in 1916 the National Council of the Czech lands that adopted the program of common. The Czech Case 513. Czechoslovak State. Masaryk and American Slovak leaders signed an agreement to this end in Pittsburgh at the end of May 1918. On June 30, the French government recognized the National Council of the Czech lands as the de facto Czechoslovak government. Other allies followed suit. On October 28, independent Czechoslovakia was proclaimed. Without having learned about this proclamation, the Slovak program was announced at Teršinský svätý Martin 2 days later. In line with the Cleveland and Pittsburgh agreements, the program called for founding Czechoslovakia as a federal state with autonomy guaranteed. Prague did not respect the Slovak demand of autonomy, and Czechoslovakia was created as a largely unitary and centralized state controlled by the Czech elite. The German speakers of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia attempted to separate their areas and to attach them to Rump German Austria in agreement with Lohner's 1848 program. But it was of no avail. Czech forces suppressed their attempt at a separation, and Vienna, busy with the social and political turmoil in the nearby provinces, could not and did not wish to intervene. Czechoslovakia's constitution defined a tasked nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation who spoke in the Czechoslovak language. In reality, it was a multi-ethnic country not unlike pre-1918 Hungary. In 1918, Czechoslovakia's population comprised 6.8 million Czechs, 3.1 million German speakers, 2 million Slovaks, 0.75 million Magyars, 0.46 million Ruthenians, 181,000 Jews, and 76,000 Poles. Development of nation equates language development. In practice, as of the 1860s, Czech became a more or less official language in Bohemia and Moravia, and also a medium of instruction alongside increasingly less dominant German. The ground for this success was prepared by the codification of the Czech language carried out with Dobrovsky's grammar and Jungmann's dictionary in the first half of the 19th century. At that time, Jungmann had opined, Dvej suzinamky neomiln narodnosti, diahini jazyk, ili historia literatura, plody narodního života. The old Czechs and the young Czechs closely followed his advice, conflating history, language, and literature with the political program of Czech nationalism. On this basis, the Slovak Lutheran Safarik, who published in Czech and signed his name Safarjk or Safarik, compiled and published Česko Nemecká právní politika terminology and Ani Mekoseski NN Slovnik Videkahonas Vysloví pro. 514. Gymnasia a realm Skoli. The former work provided courts and administration with necessary Czech vocabulary, and the latter for schools. This was the foundation for the unprecedented development of Czech language journalism and book publishing during the 1860s and 1870s, which was followed by the dramatic rise in the volume of Czechophone scholarly and scientific publications during the 1880s. The second half of the 19th century also saw the emergence of the whole milieu of Czech language fiction writers and poets. The consolidation of Czech as a language of administration, education, politics, law, literature, and scholarship came with the publication of Rieger's 11-volume Slovnik now CNY. This was the second encyclopedia published in a Central European language other than German. This work proved to the doubters that Czech was a civilized language capable of transmitting all scientific and other information necessary for the functioning of a modern state. This encyclopedia was preceded by a Polish one, and followed shortly by a similar Magyar lexicographic work. In contrast, the Slovaks had to wait until 1932, when the first Slovak language encyclopedia Slovenský now CNY Slovnik. Priru CNA Encyclopedia Vedomosti v Troch dialect was published. The clear connection between scholarship and politics in Czech culture dates back to Palacký, who wrote the authoritative history of the Czech nation and led the Czech national movement. His successor, Rieger, edited Slovnik now CNY, while Masaryk was the first editor of the second, and so far most extensive and authoritative, Czech encyclopedia, Otov Slovnik now CNY in 28 volumes, which closely followed and even surpassed the model of German-language conversation lexicon. Between 1930 and 1943, the 6 volumes Dodatky to Otov Slovnik now CNY were published in 12 parts. Masaryk was a renowned scholar and the first president of Czechoslovakia. It was only natural that under his patronage Czech and Slovak scholars of his generation compiled and published the 7-volume Masarykův Slovník now CNY. Lidová encyclopedia Vseobecných vědomostí. Although concise in comparison to its predecessors, this work considerably updated the information included in Rieger's Slovník now CNY and Otov Slovník now CNY. And most importantly, in the Czech tradition of conflating scholarship with politics, this encyclopedia, eponymous in its title of President Masaryk, reflected the preoccupations and needs of the new national ideology of Czechoslovakism that underlay Czechoslovakia as the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks. A work equally significant for the consolidation of Czech technical vocabulary was Tislerkotiska's 17-volume Technický slovník now CNY. Illustrovaná encyclopedia věd technických. The increasingly intensive use of Czech in all spheres of public, educational, and economic life in Bohemia and Moravia necessitated acceptance of numerous German words and phrases for these phenomena and objects of modern life that were not described in Czech dictionaries. This irked leaders of the Czech national movement and cultural life, who saw language as the main basis of Czech nationalism. It was the Czech language that constituted the difference between the Czech and the German speakers. In this view, any German linguistic loans in Czech were unwelcome because they downplayed the cleavage and in the Czech eyes, contaminated the Czech language. The purest reaction against this trend drew on Czech vocabulary worked out in Rieger's Slovník Nový and Otov Slovník now CNYU. Necessarily, these two works did not function only as encyclopedias but also as dictionaries of the Czech language. In view of the rapid technological development and the elevated status the Czech language achieved in Bohemia and Moravia after the mid-19th century, Jungmann's Czech-German dictionary was outdated. What is more, it employed the equally outdated orthography. In this respect, the Poles and the Magyars were in a better position, because the second edition of Linda's Dictionary of the Polish Language was published in the mid-1850s, and Schuxer and Fogarasi's authoritative monolingual Dictionary of Magyar between 1862 and 1874. Meanwhile, Polish and Magyar language encyclopedias came off the press too. On top of that, the publication of the new and purely monolingual Dictionary of the Polish Language under Karlowa's editorship commenced in 1900. In the case of Czech lexicography, the long-established tradition of bilingualism that paired Czech with German continued. In 1878 to 1893, the 7 volumes of Stepan František Kotsesko Německý slovník zvlášť grammatiko-phraseologický was published. In 1911, the Czech Academy of Sciences started work on a monolingual dictionary of the Czech language that would replace Jungmann's work. But the result, in the form of the 9-volume Příručný slovník jazyka českého, was published only between 1935 and 1957. The first comprehensive, though not all-embracing and authoritative, dictionary of the Czech language was that of Pavel Vasa and František Travníček, Slovník jazyka českého, published in 2 volumes. This achievement came only at the end of interwar Czechoslovakia. New editions of this truly monolingual Czech dictionary followed in 1941, 1946, and 1952. As of the 1870s and until the end of Austria-Hungary, Czech linguists focused on purifying the Czech language of German words and phrases. In 516 light of this task, the problem of a monolingual dictionary seemed secondary. In 1877, the Matice Česká published the extremely influential Brus jazyka českého. The contributing Czech philologists reinforced the 16th and 17th century Bohemia's Chancery Czech and the Czech language of Protestant writers from this period symbolized by Jan Amos Komensky as the model to be closely followed by the users of Spisovna Sestina. These Brozy ci did castigate not only German linguistic loans in Czech vocabulary but also syntactical constructions modeled on or similar to those employed in the German language. In 1890, Jan Gebauer published his Archaizing and Puristic Mluvny Seska pro Skoli Stieredny a Ustavi Usidalsk, in which he finally codified the prescriptive model of the Czech language almost a century ago proposed by Dobrovsky. Gebauer's grammar was used at Czech language schools, which facilitated the spread of this model. New editions, first revised by Václav Ertel and then by František Travníček, were published for Czech schools until World War II. Gebauer wrote the preface to Pravidla hledisí ke seskmu pravopisu a t Verislovi, which officially rubber-stamped the Dobrovsky-Gebauer codification of the Czech language. Similar though less extensive works that codified Polish and Magyar, namely Rajprati Ionioski o Ortografii I Polskij and Magyar Helyesaras es Zaragistas f Obsabiliai, had been published much earlier, in 1830 and 1832, respectively. Gebauer did not subscribe to the extreme linguistic purism of the Brozy ci, but his prescriptive codification of Spisovna Sestina did encourage purism. This approach to the Czech language became particularly insistent again during World War I, when Czech nationalism decisively turned against Austria-Hungary, favoring an independent Czech nation-state. In 1913, it was decided to accept foreign words into Czech but not in their original foreign spelling. Czechization of such words meant their phonetic rendering. This phenomenon showed up also in Czechization of surnames. For instance, German Schmidt became Czech Schmidt. In 1917, a group of Czech philologists under the leadership of Josef Zubody founded the influential journal Nace Risi, which has been published to this day not unlike its Magyar and Polish counterparts Nielvaro and Jezwyk Polski. Nace Risi called for extreme internal and external purification in search of the authentic and clean Czech language. Not surprisingly, this prescriptive and puristic approach remained popular in Czechoslovakia until the 1930s. The change came with the famous Prague linguistic circle, which, among others, grouped Vilém Matthews, Bohuslav Havranek, and the Russian Roman Jakobson. They opposed the Czech case 517. Linguistic purism, with its principle of historical purity and indiscriminate prescriptivism propagated by Nace. Instead they proposed moderate prescriptivism that also allowed etymological orthography, as summed up in their novel Principle of Elastic Stability. In 1932 they presented their position in the volume Spisovna Sestina Jazykova Kultura, edited by Havranek and Milos Weingart. The race to develop the Czech language so that it would stand its ground with the other civilized languages of Europe also took place in other fields. Between 1901 and 1913, with the support of the Francis Joseph Czech Academy of Sciences, Literature, and Art, the A. and fascicles of Gebauer's Slovník Staročeský came off the press. This work paralleled Sarva's and Simonyi's Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zotar of 1890 to 1893, while the similar Slovník Staropolský would start publishing only in 1953. Publication of further fascicles of Slovník Staročeský resumed in 1968. By 2000, the letters N, pred had been covered. Czech dialectology commenced in earnest with Alois Vojtěch Sembra's Základ of dialektology Slovensk, but to this day no dictionary of the Czech dialects has been published similar to Zinyi's Magyar Taj Zotar or Karlowy's Slovník Polskik. Significantly, neither for the Czech nor Polish language an etymological dictionary was compiled before World War I, while Magyar speakers could refer to Gombach and Melika's Magyar etymology Zotar. These minute differences aside, Czech linguists also fought for the territory of their nation-state, as did their Polish and Magyar colleagues. In 1920 to 1921, the Polish scholar Nis sketched the correct territorial extent of the Polish nation-state using to this end his earlier works on the dialects, which he classified as Polish. He lamented that not all of the truly Polish territory found its way into the Polish nation-state founded in 1918. Likewise, in 1924, the aspiring Czech philologist Travníček published his influential book O českém jazyce. In the historical overview that commenced with Greater Moravia, he claimed that it was the Czech language he thought had been spoken in this area where Magyars would settle. Then he conflated the historical program of the Czech national movement that had called for the unification of the lands of the Czech crown in a Czech nation-state with the ethno-linguistic definition of the Czech nation. Basically, Travníček maintained that Czech was or had been spoken in Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia, which 518 made these regions rightfully belonging to a Czech nation-state. Then drawing on official Czechoslovacism, he added that Czech had been and still was the language of the Slavophone inhabitants of Slovakia, which justified making this region into another part of a Czech nation-state, as embodied by Czechoslovakia. Quite radically, he denied the existence of any Slovak language. According to Travníček, what some wrongly called the Slovak language was either the group of Czech dialects from the territory of Slovakia, or a written dialect of the Czech language. He did not even use the politically correct legal concept of the Czechoslovak language. Czechoslovacism. On October 28, 1918, Czechoslovakia was proclaimed as the nation-state of the Czechoslovak nation. Notwithstanding, the law number 64 of December 10, 1918 decided that Slovak was the official language in Slovakia. Although the 1920 Constitution of Czechoslovakia was done in the name of the Czechoslovaks, the 1920 language law issued in pursuance of this Constitution's Article 129 proclaimed Czechoslovak as the state and official language of the Republic of Czechoslovakia. The Constitution and the language law emphasized the unitary character of the new state and made the Czechoslovaks into the absolute majority of the population vis-a-vis the over 3 million strong German minority. Otherwise, the Czechs numbering 7 million would have constituted less than half of Czechoslovakia's total population of 14.5 million, and the 2.6 million Slovaks would have been only the third largest national group in the Republic after Germans. As the latter practice showed, Czechoslovakia was as much ethnically diversified as post-1918 Poland and pre-1918 Hungary. In a way, complete with its binational Czech and Slovak character, it was an Austria-Hungary in miniature. Implicitly, legislators construed the Czechoslovak language to comprise two completely equal standards, Czech and Slovak. As a rule, the former was to be employed in the Czechlands and the latter in Slovakia. However, no law clarified this intention, and, on the other hand, Slovak had not been fully standardized yet, and did not enjoy such a rich corpus of writings as Czech. Illiteracy was quite rampant in Slovakia due to the practical liquidation of any meaningful Slovak language primary educational system after 1905, while as of the mid-19th century, illiteracy was an unknown phenomenon in the Czech lands. As a consequence, in Czechoslovakia, Czech was favored over Slovak in employment, administration, industry, and education not only in the Czech lands but also in Slovakia itself. This traumatized Czechoslovak relations. Dissatisfaction with the state of matters could be freely expressed by Slovak émigrés. They pointed out that they wanted a binational and bilingual Czechoslovakia, not a mononational and monolingual unitary Czechoslovakia. The Czech case 519 perceived this state as imposed on the Slovaks by the Czechs. Prague never answered pleas for national autonomy for Slovakia between the two world wars. This dissatisfaction constituted the ideological basis of the increasingly anti-Czech character of Slovak nationalism, which prevented coalescence of the sought-for Czechoslovak nation and facilitated the creation of independent Slovakia that existed between 1939 and 1945. Staunch opposition to the proposal of developing a common Czechoslovak language played a significant role in interwar Slovak nationalism. The origin of the concept of Czechoslovak language dates back, at least, to the end of the 18th century, though it bases upon the earlier 16th and 17th century Latin usage of the Hungarian Chancery that treated the Czechs and the Slavs of Upper Hungary as one group, or even identified the latter as Czechs. In 1742, Matej Bel and Pavol Jakoby published their Orthografia Bohemica Slavica. The Lutheran pastor Pavol Dolezal published in Pressburg his Grammatica Slavico-Bohemica in 1746, and 6 years later, its abbreviation Elementa Lingui Slava Bohemici. Nowadays, Dolezal's Latin term Slavico-Bohemica is usually translated as Slovak Czech. In 1792, Dobrovsky spoke of the Bohemian dialect of the Slavic language as consisting of Bohemian, Moravian, and Slovak. In 1803, Juraj Palkovici, a Protestant pastor, established and held the chair of the Czechoslovak language and literature in the Lutheran Secondary School in Pressburg. This chair existed until his death in 1850. He published a new edition of the late 16th century Czech language Kralis Bible in 1808. At the end of the New Testament, he added the list of old Czechoslovak words with explanations. Palkovici also believed that written Slovak is nothing else but Czech. In 1842, Safarik opined that the Czech language comprised the Czech dialect and the Slovak dialect. 6 years later, had that both these dialects shared one written language, namely Czech. In 1846, Jan Nepomuk Konečný published at Vienna his bilingual textbook and selection of texts for learners of the Czechoslovak or Czechoslavic language. Between 1858 and 1861, also at the imperial capital, Alois Vojtěch Sembra published his Dějiny Eci literatury Československ. 3 more editions of this work had been brought out by 1872. In 1864, he published his aforementioned book on Czechoslovak dialectology. In the 1880s and 1890s, František Pasternak wrote interchangeably about the Czechoslovak and Czech language. In 1887, he stated that Slovak was a group of 520 Czech dialects. In the same year, the Slovak scholar, Samo Zambal, published in Budapest his overview of the history of the Slovak language. He agreed that until the 16th century, in Upper Hungary, the Czechoslovak language remained in use. Jan Gebauer, the last codifier of the Czech language, also subscribed to Pasternak's view on the dialectal status of Slovak within the Czech language. For the first time he employed the term Czech language in his famous historical grammar of Czech published in 1894. After 1918, not only Travníček denied existence of the Slovak language. Václav Vondrák, in his Vergleichen Slavisk Grammatik, defined Slovak as a dialectal variety belonging to the Czech language. In 1926, Milos Weingart spoke of Czech as the Slovaks' own language. Some Czech scholars such as Václav Flachshan strove to overcome the dilemma of the domination of Czech in the fold of the Czechoslovak language, calling the latter our mother tongue or our language with no ethno-regional label attached to it. But this did not help either, because this new category once again comprised the Czech language and written Slovak of uncertain status. The international acceptance of the concept of the Czechoslovak language grew as evidenced by the Dutch scholar Nicholas van Wijk's work, Siche Slovaks published in Amsterdam. The dogma of the Czechoslovak language also remained in Czechoslovakia until World War II, so Travníček could publish his Historicum Lovni Československa in 1935. Another significant proponent of this trend was Albert Pražák, who was the professor of Czech and Slovak literature at Komenský University, Bratislava, the first Slovak language university, established in 1919. In 1925, he published his Československý národ. After World War II, his Dějiny Slovenské literatury appeared in 1950. Slovakia had been an independent nation-state from 1939 to 1945, so he posed the idea of the Slovak language as a separate entity but cloaked it in the Czechoslovak cultural commonality up to 1918. Pražák also reaffirmed the existence of the unitary Czechoslovak language and literature between 1918 and 1939, and added that after 1945 the separate Czech and Slovak languages and literatures were united in the commonality of common Czechoslovak statehood shared by the Czech and the Slovaks. Many Slovak intellectuals disagreed with this opinion, though some, for instance Milan Haja, decried the progressing breakup of the Czechoslovak language. The post-1918 Magyar propaganda, not unlike the former group of the Slovak intelligentsia, also emphasized that Slovak was not part of the Czech language, and that there was no Czech culture in Upper Hungary. Ironically, after the creation of Czechoslovakia, which the Slovaks joined on the anti-Magyar ticket, it was Budapest, not Prague, that the Czech case 521 was more ready to accept the ethno-linguistic separateness of the Slovaks. Obviously, Prague strove for the consolidation of Czechoslovakia as a bulwark against the Germans and the Magyars, while Budapest was interested in undermining the legitimization of Czech or Czechoslovak rule in Upper Hungary, in order to regain at least some of the Hungarian territories lost after 1918. The Slovaks remained a mere pawn in these games. Although after World War II, the concept of the Czechoslovak language disappeared from the political lexicon in Czechoslovakia, in 1967, Slovak linguists felt it necessary to state in their famous theses on the Slovak language that from the genetic and typological viewpoint Slovak was a separate Slavic language. They also added that the dialects from the territory of Slovakia form the dialectal unity on which Standard Slovak is based. 7. The Slovak case, from Upper Hungary's Slavophone populace to Slovak nationalism and the Czechoslovak nation, is a quantity of human beings war-bound to each other by the bonds of language, style of thought, customs, and habits. Apology de Ungariskan Slawism Samuel H.J.C. How beautiful, how rich, is our church language, our in truth holy language, in which the most sacred significance for the humanity of Protestant Christians are professed. Jan Severini, a hierarch of the Lutheran Church in Upper Hungary. Nerkja Slovenského elbo potreba pisa njv tomto nerkja. The significant in itself title of Eludovit Stur's book, which opened the era of Standard Slovak as the language is to this day. We Slovaks, in our Slovak nationality, also have a Slavic nationality, which is a world nationality, that is, a great and special factor in European humanity, against which Magyar nationality has remained through the ages only a domestic, secondary, petty nationality. Michael Miloslav Haja Dobro Slovo Slovakom. 522. 523. Imagining Slovakia and the Slovaks. As a political entity, Slovakia emerged in 1918 within the broader framework of Czechoslovakia. The ethnonym Slovak, though known since the mid-15th century, denoted either a Slav in general or a Slavophone inhabitant of Upper Hungary. Only in the course of the 19th century was the usage limited exclusively to the latter case. Although the name Slovakia for the region where the Slovaks lived appeared at the end of the 18th century, it did not gain any official recognition until 1918 when Czechoslovakia came into being. Clearly, the nationalism of the Slovaks is much more steeped in ethnicity than that of the Magyars, the Poles, or the Czechs. For instance, the Magyars have enjoyed the continuous tradition of their own statehood since the 10th century, notwithstanding the partition of their kingdom in the 16th century and the truncation of Hungary after World War I to the ethnically homogeneous, rump Magyar nation-state. The submersion of Hungary within the Austrian Empire was never complete, as evidenced by the transformation of this empire into Austria-Hungary in 1867. The Poles can gaze back to the Polanian monarchy and Poland-Lithuania, which existed in one form or another since the 10th century, before the Third Partition wiped Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe in 1795. Poland-Lithuania, however, was recreated as a Polish nation-state in 1918 and claimed the tradition of Polish-Lithuanian statehood as its own. The tradition of Czech statehood is more discontinuous and complicated. Bohemia existed as a state in its own right from the late 9th century until 1348, when it was made into the most important region among the lands of the Czech crown. The tentativeness of separate Bohemian/Czech statehood was emphasized by the fact that Bohemia had been immersed in the broader political framework of the Holy Roman Empire since the 10th century. The lands of the Czech crown maintained a special position within this empire until the 1620s, due to the fact that the holder of the Czech crown had the privilege of being one of the 7 electors, who selected the emperor. Later, under the rule of the Habsburgs, the Czech lands were administered as separate administrative entities until 1918. First of all, they constituted part of the Holy Roman Empire. Then, beginning in 1804, the lands found themselves in the Austrian Empire, and after 1867 in Austria-Hungary. Upper Hungary was an integral part of the Hungarian kingdom until 1918. It was never separated from this kingdom, unlike Transylvania or the lands of southern Hungary conquered by the Ottoman Empire. Following the Ottoman conquest, Upper Hungary became the very political and cultural center of truncated Royal Hungary, with its capital at Pressburg. By default, most autonomous Magyar cultural life also concentrated there. Slovak nationalism emerged in earnest during the second half of the 19th century and especially after the creation of Austria-Hungary, when the Magyarophone elites attempted to transform Hungary into a Magyar nation-state. The ethnic nationalism of the Slovaks was a reaction to the growing success of Magyar nationalism. The Slavophone population of Upper Hungary did not have their own elites apart from the clergy, though Slovak scholars claim some Upper Hungarian nobles as Slovaks. However, even if they were of Slavic origin and sometimes could speak a local Slavic dialect, they invariably identified themselves as members of the Hungarian Nation. Traditionally, burghers spoke German and the predominantly Magyarophone nobility spoke the official Latin along with their Magyar vernacular. If a Slovak gained education, it was mediated via Latin, and later via German and Magyar. Social advancement meant either assimilation to the German-speaking milieu in towns or to the increasingly exclusive ranks of the Magyar-speaking nobility. Only Catholic priests and Lutheran pastors originating from among Upper Hungary's Slavophone population retained their attachment to their original speech community in order to render effectively pastoral services to their faithful. With time, this feeling spread to a number of middle-class town inhabitants of Slavic origin. This was the social ground from which Slovak nationalism would spring up. The example of the Czechs' political movement offered the Slovaks a geographically proximate model of Slavic nationalism, easily transmitted to Upper Hungary thanks to the mutual intelligibility of the vernaculars employed in Bohemia and the region, and also due to the tradition of using Chancery Bohemian among Upper Hungary's Slavophone Lutherans that dated back to the 16th and 17th centuries. Encouraged by the clergy, the Slavic-speaking peasantry of Upper Hungary only slowly discarded its traditional loyalty to Hungary. The latter trusted that the old civic concept of Natio Hungarica would allow the preservation of the multi-ethnic character of the Kingdom of Hungary when it was made into the nation-state of Hungarian citizens. To their surprise, the uncompromisingly monolingual and ethnocentric nation-state of the Magyars emerged. It was the end of Old Hungary and the beginning of the way toward the creation of the ethnically homogeneous Magyarsko, in which there would be no place left for speakers of other languages than Magyar. Any predicted concessions to other languages were to be temporary in order to facilitate the spread of Magyar as the sole national and official language of Hungary. The ideological coalition with the Czechs offered an alternative to the suppression of the Slovak cultural and political interests in the name of Magyar nationalism. It also permitted a clear articulation of the ethno-linguistic strain of Slovak nationalism vis-a-vis these Slovak intellectuals, leaders, and clergy. 525. Who saw Slovaks as Slovak-speaking Hungarians and hoped for cultural, rather than political, autonomy within a future Hungarian nation-state. Pro-Hungarian Slovak leaders usually professed Catholicism, and were also afraid that predominantly Protestant Czechophile Slovak activists would spread Czech Hasidism among the Slavophone Catholic faithful. Czech nationalists, however, were not interested in overtures of ethno-linguistically minded Slovak nationalists. Forging any political coalition with Slovaks would undermine the political framework of the Austrian Empire, which Czech leaders pledged to respect in their legalistic struggle for the reunification of the lands of the Czech crown, which they construed as a Czech nation-state. Only when this stance failed to bear any fruit, due to the staunch opposition of Vienna and Budapest, did some Czech politicians decide to seek a broader cooperation with their Slovak counterparts in the 1890s. Austria-Hungary posed the main obstacle to the realization of their respective national dreams. Although Czech and Slovak leaders remained loyal to the Habsburgs and the dual monarchy until the outbreak of the Great War, in wartime, many Czech and Slovak politicians appealed for the destruction of Austria-Hungary. To the surprise of these politicians who hoped for an end to the dual monarchy, their wish came true in 1918. What followed was a nation-state for neither the Czechs nor the Slovaks, but for the constitutionally proclaimed Czechoslovaks. Besides these tentative Czechoslovaks, Czechoslovakia also housed a considerable number of German speakers, Magyars, and Ruthenians. This state failed to deliver its Czechoslovak nation and Czechoslovak language. Except Czechophiles, Slovaks wanted a federal Czechoslovakia, not actual Czechoslovakia, which they perceived as a Czech nation-state in disguise. Thus, only a little better than pre-1918 Hungary. Slovak nationalists and the Slovak public opinion resented the influx of Czech intellectuals and civil servants in Slovakia, whose number, including family members, rose from 10,000 in 1910 to 120,000 in 1930. This Czech elite replaced the core of 12,500 Magyar civil servants, all of whom but 35 left Slovakia after 1918. Neither the victorious West nor the Soviet Union recognized the short-lived First Slovak nation-state which Berlin urged into being during World War II. Despite initial Czech promises of devolution, after 1945, Czechoslovakia was re-established as a unitary state with no concessions of autonomy, let alone federalism, for the Slovaks. This prompted many Slovak nationalists, especially émigré ones, to judge the fate of Slovakia during the first half of the 20th century as from Hungarian despotism to atheistic Czech communism, with a brief spell of liberty and independence during that interval, meaning independent wartime Slovakia. 526. In the context of the well-established traditions of Czech, Hungarian, and Polish statehoods, Slovak nationalism compensated the pronounced absence of its own state with the ideological construction of connecting the Slovaks with the 9th-century glory of Greater Moravia. Some of the political and ecclesiastical centers of this early medieval polity happened to be located in the territory of future Slovakia. Even this claim the Slovaks had to share with the Moravians. The latter, however, despite efforts to this end, did not emerge as a separate nation. As a result, the Slovaks have continued to boost their imagined history by attaching the origins of their nation to Greater Moravia. Interestingly, the leading politicians of Czechoslovakia failed to utilize the common Czech and Slovak historical tradition of Greater Moravia for the sake of constructing a Czechoslovak nation. They stressed Hussitism as the historical legitimization of Czechoslovak statehood and nationhood, which actually drew a permanent wedge between the Czechs and Slovaks, for the latter perceived this tradition as exclusively Czech and opposed to Slovakdom, because of the heretic and godless character of Hussitism. This backward projection of modern Slovak national categories to the times of Greater Moravia also extends to the Slovak language. Unlike their Bulgarian, Macedonian, Croatian, or Slovenian counterparts, Slovak linguists do not often claim their language to have evolved from Church Slavonic, which would make the latter into Old Slovak. However, certain ambiguity remains ingrained in Slovak and Czech language linguistic terminology. Old Church Slavonic is Staroslovenčina in Slovak and Staroslovenština in Czech. Because the Slovak language is Slovenčina in Slovak and Slovenština in Czech, the two former terms for Old Church Slavonic could also mean Old Slovak. However, even the majority of Slovak linguists, who do not equate Old Slovak with Old Church Slavonic, choose to emphasize that some linguistic features present in the Slavic vernacular of Greater Moravia passed into the speech of the Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary. On the other hand, these linguists speak of Slovak influences in Church Slavonic, which was codified as a language by Cyril and Methodius on the dialectal basis of Thessaloniki and its vicinity. Both apostles of the Slavs came from this Byzantine town to Greater Moravia. On this basis, the linguists maintain that Church Slavonic was the first written language of the Slovaks. This anachronistic projection of the relatively recent ethnic category of Slovakness to the distant past allows for claiming the speech of the Pannonian Slavs, who disappeared through assimilation with the Magyars, as the southern dialect of the Slovak language. Obviously, the speech of the ancestors of the present-day Slovaks left some mark on the actual use of Old Church Slavonic and vice versa. Indeed, neither were these ancestors aware that in a millennium their descendants would form a 527 Slovak nation, nor did Cyril and Methodius realize that the latter would also claim the Slavic speech of Central Greater Moravia as Old Slovak. The idea of the separate entity of the Slovak language originated at the turn of the 19th century, and this entity slowly emerged shaped by grammars, literature, and dictionaries between the mid-19th century and the interwar period. The tradition of the progressive antiquation of the pedigree of the Slovak language dates back to the end of the 19th century, when the official policy of Magyarization clashed with the aspirations of the nascent Slovak national movement. The Russian linguist Timofey Dmitrievich-Florensky stressed that Slovak was a separate Slavic language that should not be subsumed either in the Czech or Czechoslovak language. In order to emphasize the separateness of the Slovak language, the Slovak scholar Samo Zambal proposed in his Slovenský ca místo výrodní slovenských jazykov that Slovak did not belong to the group of the West Slavic languages but to the group of the South Slavic languages. The Bulgarian scholar Beno Tsanov supported this thesis in the first volume of his monumental three-volume Istoria na Bulgarski Jezik. Also drawing on the presumed South Slavic character of the Slovaks and their language, Buzuk Pavlo in his Naris Istoria Ukrainskoy movie, proposed that the Czechs bordered directly on Kievan Rus before Slovaks arrived from the south in the 9th century and drew auge between these two. In 1930, the Polish linguist Zdzisław Stieber stated that at least the Central Slovak dialect was more South Slavic than West Slavic. Significantly, in the early 1840s, this central dialect was selected as the basis of Standard Slovak. Thus the Western and Eastern Slovak dialects, deemed Czechized and Polonized respectively, could be brushed aside as insignificant for the development of the Slovak language. In 1929, János Melich, one of the compilers of Magyar Etymologie Zotar, remarked that it was the Slovaks who constituted the core of Greater Moravia's population. Ergo, Slovak was the everyday vernacular of this early Slavic polity. With the background of this dynamic discourse, which insisted on the separation of Slovak as an entity of its own from any Czechoslovak commonality, the Slovak scholar Ludovit Novak wrote Jazykovidní glosíky Slovenské otázky. He maintained that Slovak was in no way part either of the Czech or the Czechoslovak language. In 1938 to 1939, when Slovakia gained independence, he wrote Knaj Starsem Dejnom Slovenského jazyka, which was published only in 1980. In his work 528, Novak claimed Slavic vernaculars of Samos realm and Greater Moravia for the earliest history of the Slovak language. In his Stanowisko Moje Slavko, Stieber stated that Old Slovak was a transitory dialect between Old Czech and Old Polish during the pre-1000 time of the Slavic linguistic commonality. All these theses gave rise to the widespread belief in the historically and geographically central position of Slovak among the Slavic languages. In 1951, Reginald George Arthur de Bray published his influential Guide to the Slavonic Languages, in which he designated for Slovak the role of modern Common Slav or lingua franca among the Slavs today. 3. This antiquation of the imagined history of Slovak culture and language resulted in the myth of the Cyrillo-Methodian dawn of the Slovak nation that was written into the preamble of the 1992 Constitution of Independent Slovakia. This document refers to the spiritual heritage of Cyril and Methodius and the historical heritage of the Great Moravian Empire as inherently Slovak. In the 1990s, this led to the coining of the sobriquet Starý národ, Mladý štát, for denoting the Slovak nation-state, which came into being in 1993. This tradition had also flowered in the short-lived First Slovak Republic, where the 5,000 crown banknote was adorned with an imaginary portrait of Mojmír, who had founded Greater Moravia. Equally significantly, this presumed historical primacy allowed for presenting the Slovak nation as primus inter pares among the Slavs, and after the fall of communism in 1989 linked them to the common European heritage by emphasizing that Cyril and Methodius are also patron saints of entire Europe. Not surprisingly, Cyril, Methodius, and Greater Moravia reappeared first in works that sought to glorify the history of Hungary when the kingdom found itself at its nadir, partitioned among the Ottomans, the Habsburgs, and Transylvania. The history of the mission of Cyril and Methodius to Greater Moravia was described in Annals Ecclesiastici Regni Hungariae and Ungarica Sanctitatis Indicia. The father of modern Hungarian historiography, Samuel Timon, broadened the aforementioned descriptions with an overview of Greater Moravia's political history in his Imago Antiqui Hungariae, which was reprinted several times in the 18th century. The Protestant exile from Bohemia, Daniel Sinapius Horsia, who settled in the Polish-Lithuanian town of Lesno, emphasized in the preface to his Neoforum Latino-Slavonicum that Cyril and Methodius had insisted on the use of Slavic in the liturgy so as to make it intelligible to the 529 inhabitants of Greater Moravia. In his De Vetera Literature Hunno-Scythica Exercitatio, Matej Balfour mentioned the Glagolitic and Cyrillic scripts employed for writing in Church Slavonic. Modern textbooks of Slovak history and culture point to Juraj Papanek and Juraj Fondly as fathers of Slovak historiography. The title of Papanek's Historia Genta Slavi 5 is often anachronistically translated as the history of the Slovak nation. The same treatment is meted out to Fondly's abbreviation of Papanek's work, Compendiata Historia Genta Slavi, whose title is popularly given as Concise History of the Slovak Nation. Often Juraj Skulner is added to Papanek and Fondly. He is remembered for his Vetistissimus Magni Moraviae Citus et Primus in Hungarorum Ingressus et Incursus. Skulner held the unusual opinion that the center of Greater Moravia was located in Bulgaria and that Slovakia was included in this polity by treaty. Perhaps this was the source from which Zambel derived his theory that Slovak belongs to the group of the southern Slavic languages. Skulner also said that the Magyars never conquered the territory between the Tatras and the Danube. Later, this allowed Slovak national leaders to claim that, like Croatia, Slovakia was not an integral part of Hungary, which necessitated granting it a special status within the kingdom. Thanks to the Czechoslovak movement, this view spread to the west, and in 1918, helped legitimize the creation of Slovakia as an administrative unit within Czechoslovakia. Prior to 1781, when Joseph II granted religious tolerance to most Protestants as well as to Greek Catholic and Orthodox Christians, religion had been a much more significant locus of identity than language. Reification of language as the basis of group identity took place in Central Europe at the end of the 18th century due to the popularity of Herder's ideas and the Europe-wide spread of nationalism emanating from revolutionary and Napoleonic France. The merger of language and nationalism into the ethno-linguistic kind of nationalism specific to Central Europe became the standard ideology of statehood legitimization in the course of the rise of German nationalism in the first decade of the 19th century. This nationalism offered the ethno-linguistic pattern in accordance with which other nationalisms of Central Europe were molded. The re-establishment of the old order after 1815 temporarily subdued nationalism as a political and social force, and the confessional cleavage played a more significant role in Upper Hungary up to the mid-19th century. Only in the latter half of the century, under the pressure of state-ordained Magyarization, did Slovak nationalism emerge as an ideology that decisively crossed the confessional divide. But until 530, the end of World War I, the majority of the Slovaks remained loyal to the emperor and, rather than for separation, they either strove for autonomy within the Kingdom of Hungary or were satisfied with the obtaining status quo. The everyday speech of Upper Hungary's Slavic inhabitants was of little political significance until 1784, when German replaced Latin as the official language in the Habsburgs' lands. Prior to that moment, the established order had prevailed, which provided for the use of Latin in state and ecclesiastical administration and German in cities and commerce. At that time, the written use of Magyar and Upper Hungary Slavic was limited to elementary education and a few publications. The employment of these usually unwritten vernaculars at school constituted the necessary intermediate step toward prestigious literacy in Latin and German. Obviously, it does not mean that this process somehow unduly privileged the Germanic phone population in Upper Hungary's towns. Social advancement necessitated acquisition of prestigious Latin too, and even if burghers limited themselves to German, still this required them to span the gap between Chancery German and their local Germanic dialects, sometimes as distant from this standard as, today, Polish is from Czech or Slovak from Ukrainian. Due to the continuing prestige of Chancery Bohemian in the 15th and 16th centuries, this language dominated written communication conducted in the Slavophone areas of Central Europe. Not surprisingly, the first written documents and publications in this language appeared in Upper Hungary during the 16th century. Slovak linguists, who wish to establish an old pedigree for their language, tend to search for Slovacisms in these texts. This, in accordance with the Herderian paradigm, allows for including these texts in the history of Slovak literature. In the framework of ethno-linguistic nationalism, it is not enough that a certain corpus of texts was created on a specific territory occupied today by a nation-state. Only the scientifically confirmed genetic connection between the language in these texts and a modern standard language does amount to a proof of the belonging of these texts to the literature of a given nation that is housed in this nation-state. Necessarily, this more ideological than scholarly approach to categorization of languages is easily malleable in line with current political needs. That is why, when Czechoslovacism was on the rise in the second half of the 19th century and eventually became the official national ideology in interwar Czechoslovakia, scholars and politicians tended to refer to the Bohemian Chancery language of documents and publications produced in Bohemia, Moravia, Austrian Silesia, and Upper Hungary as the Czechoslovak language. This tendency was facilitated by the fact that quite a few Protestant noblemen, exiled from Bohemia after 1620, settled in Upper Hungary. After the mid-17th century, Chancery Bohemian fell out of popular administrative use in the lands of the Czech Crown and in Upper Hungary. Actually, in the Upper Hungarian Komitats of Saros and Zip Slavophone Calvinists even began to apply quite different Magyar orthography for writing Chancery. 531. Bohemian. 5 religious books in these orthography were published during the 1750s. This indicated the growing cultural closeness of Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers with the Magyarophone center of the Kingdom of Hungary. Proponents of Slovak and Czechoslovak nationalisms, however, anachronistically interpreted this fact as a sign of the early policy of Magyarization, even though the leading Magyarophone members of the Hungarian Natio used solely Latin when speaking to peers in public. The ethnonym Slovaks and the geographical name Slovakia began to enter German and Czech language literature at the end of the 18th century. It was only the Protestant Slovak teacher and preacher, Michael Kunis who, in his Reflexionen über die Begründung der Magyarischen Sprache in Ungarn als Staatsdikasterial und Gerichts wie auch als allgemeine Volkssprache, for the first time, explicitly defined Slovakia as the Upper Hungarian Komitats where Slovaks constituted majority of the population. He also categorized the Slovaks as a nation of its own. But until the mid-19th century, it was not unusual to refer to Upper Hungary's Slavophone population as Slavs or Pannonian Slavs. Which Slovak language for which Slovak nation? This tendency showed most clearly in the names employed for the varieties of written Slavic employed by Slovak intelligentsia. Crucially, 15% of the Slovaks were Lutherans, and the remaining 85% Catholics. During the 15th and 16th centuries, both groups usually employed Chancery Bohemian, spiced up with writers' specific vernacular usages and various orthographic variants. The latter was a function of the peripheral location of Upper Hungary and indicated the rudimentary character of these writers' education. As of the mid-19th century, the dialectal territory of Standard Slovak was customarily divided among the Western, Central, and Eastern Slovak dialects. During the 1970s, this division was anachronistically projected backward in time, and today histories of the Slovak language and literature refer to the language of the early documents and publications in Chancery Bohemian produced in Upper Hungary as Cultural 6 Western Slovak and Cultural Central. 532. Slovak. Initially, there was no mention of any cultural Eastern Slovak because very few Slavophone documents were written or survived in this backward border region, which during the 16th and 17th centuries was ravaged in the course of the protracted warfare of the Habsburgs and the Hungarian Nacio with the Ottoman Empire. But inescapably drawing on Calvinist Slavophone publications in Magyar orthography, the term Cultural Eastern Slovak entered Slovak linguistics in the 1980s. Rudolf Krajkovici and Pavol Zigos Priruake Dejnom Spisovnich Slovensinai apportions all the Slavophone publications and documents created from the 16th to 18th centuries in the areas coinciding with the territory of modern Slovakia to Cultural Western Slovak, Cultural Central Slovak and Cultural Eastern Slovak. Local Protestants and Protestant exiles from Bohemia brought along to Upper Hungary the tradition of writing in the 16th century Chancery Bohemian, employed for the translation of the Kralis Bible. In the course of the Counter-Reformation that followed 1620 defeat of the Protestant section of the Bohemian Nacio, Catholic writers tended to use a written language that was closer to the vernacular. Although at that time there was no steadfast barrier dividing the Slavophone literacy in the Czech lands from that in Upper Hungary, the present-day borders are usually written into past so that the language of these Catholic publications and documents is dubbed as Jesuit Czech and Jesuit Slovak, respectively. Obviously, if the largely administrative border between the Czechlands and Hungary is anything to go by, one would be also tempted to split the concept of Jesuit Czech into, at least, Jesuit Bohemian and Jesuit Moravian, if not also Jesuit Silesian. From the end of the 18th century to the mid-19th century, this very intuition led numerous authors to distinguish between Bohemian, Moravian, sometimes Silesian, and Slovak as different dialects of the Czech language or subdialects of the Czech dialect of the Slavic language. During the last 3 decades of the 18th century, Slavophone literacy revived in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary due to the phasing out of Latin as the official language in the former region and the rise of Magyar in the latter. The rise of vernacular-based standard languages in the role of official or semi-official languages frequently incited speakers of other vernaculars to codify their own written languages. Modernization also required the spread of popular literacy and intensification of communication mediated by the written word. Protestants were at the forefront of these changes as they employed local vernaculars in 533. Liturgy, unlike Catholics who stuck to Latin in this sphere. Upper Hungary's Slavophone Protestant writers developed an extensive tradition of literacy in Biblitina modeled on the Bohemian Chancery language of the Kralis Bible. Denoting this written language by the name of Biblitina is standard in the histories of Slovak language and literature, but the actual users of Biblitina called it a variety of names: the biblical language, Czech, Slavo-Bohemian, our beautiful, pure biblical Slovak, the Czechoslovak dialect, the biblical or Czechoslovak language, our Czechoslovak biblical language, the true language of our forefathers. Whatever names one may choose to refer to it, Biblitina formed the basis for codification of Spisovna Estina, that is, Standard Czech, or the official and most prestigious register of the modern Czech language. Biblitina also contributed to the rise of Slovak as a separate language. Some Protestant writers in Biblitina tried to codify it as a special variant for Upper Hungary's Slavic speakers, who were perceived as different from the Bohemians or the Moravians. An attempt undertaken by Pavel Dolezal in his Grammatica Slavico-Bohemica was most significant. The continuing prestige of Biblitina was such that Catholics also used it. But the confessional cleavage caused the Catholic majority of Upper Hungary to reply with their own codification that would not smack of Protestant Biblitina. The Catholic priest Anton Bernolak prepared the ground for this new codification with his Dissertatio Philologico-Critica litera Slavorum cum adnexa lingui Slavonicae per regnum Hungarii and Grammatica Slavica. Earlier, another Catholic priest, Joseph Ignac Baja, had published the 2 volumes of Rename Ladenxa Prihodius Kuznosti. Today, It is acclaimed as the first Slovak novel, but its influence on the rise of Slovak was minimal because censors suppressed it. Brnoláč accused Baja of introducing a language that was a hodgepodge of Czech, Moravian, Polish, Croatian, Ruthenian, and criticized his orthography. Brnoláč's codification found the necessary official support, which was not offered to Baja's codification. The basis of this support originated in Brnoláč's Societas Xkolandi Lingui Slavaci, which was active when he studied in the Pressburg Seminary. This led to Brnoláč's cooperation with another priest, Juraj Fondley. In 1792, they founded the Slovenské tovarstvo in Tirna. Soon numerous branches of this society sprang up all over Upper Hungary. Brnoláč's older colleague, Fondley, was the tireless promoter of Brnoláč's codification and wrote the first substantial book in this newly standardized language, THIRD-WORLDISM Lava Medzini Shama Diablom. Because of its creator, this codification is known today as Brno-Latina, or Brnoláč's language. Brnoláč himself called this new written language, Pannonian Slavic, the Slavic language in Hungary, or simply the Slavic language. He wished to educate Slavophone Catholics of Upper Hungary through a language that would be closer to their speech than antiquated Biblitina. Brnoláč was a loyal member of the Hungarian Natio and could not foresee that his work would be interpreted in Slovak national terms in future. Brno-Latina found another significant protector and promoter in the person of the priest, Juraj Palkovici, a member of the chapter of the Cathedral of the Esztergom Archdiocese. He translated some Italian plays and Virgil's Aeneid into Brno-Latina. Most significantly, after Brnoláč's death, Palkovici published Brnoláč Slower Slovenský Česko Latinsko Nemecko Uherský, SCU Lexicon Slavicum Bohemico Latino Germanico Ungaricum. This work is composed of 6 volumes, each in excess of 800 pages. In its scope, this work rivaled Linda Slonik Języka Polskiego and preceded Jungmann Sloan J.K. Sesko Enemeki Biohal decade. Had Brnoláč's dictionary become the basis for codification of the Slovak language, it would have preceded the modern codification of Czech. This did not happen, and the first authoritative dictionary of the Slovak language similar in scope to Brnoláč's work, the 6-volume Slovnik Slovenského jazyka, was published only in 1959 to 1968. Moreover, it is all too easily forgotten that with his dictionary Brnoláč did not wish to codify a Slovak language, but compiled it for the sake of spreading the knowledge of Magyar among the Slavophone inhabitants of Upper Hungary. He recognized Slovak as the mother tongue of this population and appealed for its use in books and education. However, Brnoláč continued to see Hungary as the patria of all who lived in the country, whatever languages they might happen to speak. He never proposed that there existed some separate Natio Slovakia, let alone a Slovak nation. Brnoláč's stance in this regard was not different from his predecessors, who, in the course of the Josephine reforms, published periodicals in Biblitina during the 1780s to spread the knowledge of German, then freshly made into the official language of the Habsburg lands. Interestingly, though Brnoláč calls the language described in his dictionary Slovak in Brno-Latina and Slavic in Latin, it is transformed in the subtitle into Czech in Brno-Latina and Bohemian in Latin. However, all 4 different names denoted Brno-Latina. Entries in Brno-Latina and German were printed in Gothic characters, while Latin and Magyar entries in Antiqua. The pinnacle of the development of Brno-Latina was reached with Palkovici's translation of the Bible into this language and Jan Hali's epic poem Swatopluk. 535. Cyrillo-Metodiata and the Slav. Brno-Latina persisted among Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics until the mid-19th century. 328 books were published in Brno-Latina, but 80% of them were devoted to religious subjects, which did not allow this language to develop into a medium of communication in other spheres of life. Apart from Latin, German, and Magyar, it was Biblitina that dominated Slavophone newspapers and non-religious publications in Upper Hungary. 75% of the 500 members of the Slovenské tovarstvo were Catholic priests. They formed an influential elite for the use and popularization of Brno-Latina. After the introduction of religious freedom in the 1780s, the Protestants, who formed a minority in Upper Hungary, became quite active. They disliked and rejected Brno-Latin's codification on several grounds. First, Brno-Latin appeared to them to be a Catholic language. Second, it undermined the use of prestigious Biblitina, which had been an established language in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary since the 16th century. Third, Biblitina was derived from the famous 16th century Kralis Bible, while Brno-Latina drew on the Slavic vernacular of the region between Prespig and Tirna. The prestige of the Kralis Bible's language obviously towered over the oft-derided peasant talk. In 1793, a year after the establishment of the overwhelmingly Catholic Slovenské Tovarystvo, Jura, a friend of Ferenc Székely and Joseph Dobrovsky, proposed that Protestants counter this development with their own Societas Slava Bohemica. 8 years later, the Lutheran superintendent, Martin Hamelyer, founded the chair of the Slavo-Bohemian language and literature in the Prespig Lutheran Secondary School. In 1803, the Protestant preacher Juraj Palkovici was nominated to this chair, which he held until his death in 1850. After Palkovici's death, the chair was dissolved. Obviously, the languages of instruction at the secondary school were Latin and German. Palkovici necessarily taught his classes in Slavo-Bohemian language and literature with the use of both official media of education. Palkovic was a student of Dobrovsky and obtained education at the University of Jena, where he belonged to the student organization Societas Slavica. In his 1792 article, O Slovicish, he wrote that his goal was to educate the Slav nation of Upper Hungary. From Ribe, Palkovici took the Herderian conviction that history, languages, and literature of the Slavs were unduly neglected and now should be researched and taught. Dobrovsky's early codification of modern Czech steeped in the 16th century literacy of Chancery Bohemian provided Palkovici with the 536 model of language use. In 1804, he gave his title as professor of Rysia Literatura Slovenska, but in 1830 he identified himself as a professor of the Bohemian Slavic language and literature. Palkovici aggressively promoted Biblitina as the written language of Upper Hungary's Slavs. His success was greater among Slavophone Protestants than Catholics, but the prestige, which this language enjoyed not only in Upper Hungary but also in the Czech lands, facilitated Palkovici's efforts to spread Biblitina among Slavic-speaking Catholics too. Although constituting 1/7 of Upper Hungary's Slavic-speaking population, Protestants, with usually higher rates of literacy than Catholics, formed a readership of Biblitina publications that rivaled the Slavophone Catholic readership served by Brno-Latina writers. What is more, unlike the latter, Biblitina writers did not limit themselves to religious issues only. In 1801, Palkovici translated a fragment of Iliad into Biblitina and 7 years later published a new edition of the Kralis Bible, which he edited together with Stefan Lska. Lska had published the first Slavophone periodical in Upper Hungary, Prispersk Noini. Palkovici continued this tradition and brought out 2 Biblitina periodicals, Titanik ob Cesarsko Kralosk Narodny Noini and Tatranka. Palkovici's most important achievement was compilation and publication of the authoritative 2-volume dictionary of Biblitina Bomisdeutsch-Latinisches Wörterbuch, which he financed himself. The dictionary's first volume came off the press in Prague and the second in Prespig. Interestingly, it was the printing shop of the Prague Archdiocese that brought out the first volume. A decade later, the same institution would publish Jungmann Slovenské Česko Nemecki. Prior to Jungermann's dictionary, Palkovici's work served as the sole dictionary of Dobrovsky's codification of modern Czech. But Palkovici wished to reflect differences in usage between Bohemia on one hand, and Upper Hungary and Moravia on the other. Hence, his dictionary subtitle announced mit Befuginger den Slowaken und Maren eigenen Ausdrucker und Redensarten. Most importantly, the rest of the subtitle earmarked this dictionary for use in schools. Bernolak's dictionary of Berno-Latino was so large and expensive that very few Catholic schools of Upper Hungary could afford it. Meanwhile, Palkovic's less extensive work found a ready market not only in Upper Hungary, but also in Bohemia and Moravia. In Bohemia during the 1820s, and later in Moravia, Czech-language publications began to be printed in Antiqua instead of the traditional Gothic type, which earlier they had shared with German-language prints. This nationally minded change appeared to Upper Hungary's Protestants as the severing of the link with the language of the Kralis Bible. In their eyes, it was as inexcusable. 537. As Bernolak's codification, which drew on the vernacular. The belief was that one should not dare to alter the language of this Protestant translation of the Bible, which appeared as holy to Upper Hungary's Slavophone Protestants as the Latin of the Vulgate to Catholics. This and further attempts at replacing with Palkovic assessed negatively in his Bestrafungern in der Böhmischen orthography. His opposition to follow the changes, emanating from Bohemia, introduced a degree of difference between the Czech of Bohemia and Biblitina. Moravia found itself between these two because the use of Berno-Latino was limited to Upper Hungary's Slavophone Catholics. In the 3 decades preceding the middle of the 19th century, the traditional, confessionally based conflict between Protestant Biblitina and Catholic Berno-Latino acquired the new dimensions of nationalism, Czechoslovacism, and Panslavism. Pavel Josef Safarik and Jan Koller, who were almost of the same age, like Palkovic, received their education at the University of Jena, and became Lutheran pastors. After 1812, Koller met Palaki at Prespig, where the future historian of the Czech nation worked as a private teacher until 1823. Besides German, all three wrote in Bohemian/Czech of Dobrovsky's recent codification, which Palkovic merged with Biblitina. Palkovic and Jungmann highly praised Safarik's collection of poems, Tatranska muza slj Roslauenskoyu, while the latter, together with Palaki, complained that now there was no great poet writing in Czech. To their surprise, Jan Hallý embodied in his poems their main ideas regarding how great Czech poetry should look. Although his first collection of poetry came off the press in 1824, Hallý knew nothing about Palaki and Safarik's prosodic proposals. Also in 1824, Koller published his famous Pan-Slavic epic Slavícira. These Lutheran writers shared the same written language to which they referred in German as Bohemian and in Czech as Czech. Due to the rise of Czech nationalism complete with its specific language, the language of Palaki's Slavophone works was labeled as Czech, and the German sobriquet of Bohemian was gradually rejected and replaced with that of Czechish. The emergence of Czechoslovacism in the second half of the 19th century prompted its proponents to speak of the language of Biblitina, embodied in Safarik's, Koller's, and Hallý's Slavophone writings as Czechoslovak, or Czechoslovak. The codification of the Slovak language as we know it today took place from the mid-19th century to the mid-20th century. In their attempt, 538, to provide this relatively new codification with more historical legitimization, 20th-century historians of the Slovak language and literature replaced the label Czechoslovak with the new one of Biblitina. This allowed for categorizing Czech language writings from Upper Hungary as different from those written and published in the Czech lands. Thus, Biblitina redefined as a specifically Slovak phenomenon was included in the imagined history of the Slovak language. Obviously, in the heyday of Czechoslovacism in interwar Czechoslovakia, the category of the Czechoslovak language was applied to the language of the Czech language publications from the Czech lands and to the language of the Biblitina publications from Upper Hungary. In 1817, influenced by Herder's Stimmender Folker in Liedern, Safarik appealed for folk songs of the Slavs to be collected. He pointed to Karadzic's collection of Serbian folk songs and Ivan Praka's 9 of Russian ones as examples to be emulated. The latter collection was published in 1790 and the former in 1814. Safarik published his collection of Pjs and Switskla do Slovenského WRJCH in 1823. Koller continued the work and brought out an enlarged edition of this collection, Národní Zpočátky, Seely PJSN Switsk W Urake in 1834 to 1835. Neither Sephardic nor Koller seemed to be bothered by the distance between the vernacular of these songs and the Biblitina they used for writing their learned works. However, much to the consternation of their Czech colleagues, Koller Slovakized his Czech between 1825 and 1838, and Sephardic between 1825 and 1829. Both, Koller and Sephardic, operated within the larger framework of the Kingdom of Hungary as contained in the Austrian Empire. Between 1819 and 1833, Sephardic worked as a teacher in a Serbian-language secondary school in Newsatz and then moved to Prague. In 1833, Koller moved to Pest where he rendered pastoral services to Slovak and German-language Lutherans. In 1849, he moved to Vienna and became a professor at the university. Both of them wrote in German as well as a Slavic written language, which Slovak scholars tend to label as Biblitina, while their Czech colleagues as Czech. However, if one chooses Palkovic's codification as the standard of Biblitina, the language of Sephardic and Koller appears closer to Czech. In the 1820s, Czechs rejected the Gothic type in favor of writing their language in Antiqua, and Sephardic and Koller followed this change in their own writings, unlike Palkovic who condemned it and stuck to the Gothic lettering. Both Sephardic and Koller looked up to Prague as their home. The former lived there during the last decades of his life and was buried in the Bohemian capital. Koller died in Vienna but wished to be buried in Prague as well. His wish was finally granted in 1904, when his grave was moved from the Austrian to Bohemian capital. 539. In 1849, escaping the advance of the Magyar army, Koller fled from Pest to Vienna, where he petitioned the court for severing Upper Hungary from the Kingdom of Hungary, so that this region under the novel name of Slovakia could be included in the lands of the Czech crown. Koller drew from his teacher Palkovic's 1812 dictum, in which the latter claimed that a nation without its own language could not be a nation. None of them clearly delineated between the Czechs, Czechoslovaks, Slovaks, or Slavs, but the Herderian equation of language with a people allowed them to exclude Upper Hungary's Slavophone population from the commonality of Natio Hungarica, increasingly turned into the Magyar nation. Koller separated the concepts of Natio and Patria, and unsuccessfully attempted to change the political reality of Hungary on this basis. After the mid-19th century, however, it became obvious that one did not have to be a Hungarian/Magyar even though one lived in the Kingdom of Hungary. Koller's and Sephardic's vision appealed for cultural unity of all the Slavs and for political cooperation and eventual unity of the Slavic inhabitants of the Austrian Empire. The latter part of their program became the basis of Austroslavism espoused by Palaki as the ideological platform in which Czech nationalism should be anchored. The figure of Koller easily lends itself to be molded into one of the founding fathers of the Slovak nation, for in 1821, he published an anonymous article Etwas über Magyarische der Slawen in Ungarn in the journal, Über Liefrungen zur Geschichte unserer Zeit, published in the Swiss town of Era. Slovak historians usually translate the title Slavs as Slovaks. Translations of this article were published in Serbian and Croatian periodicals printed in the Austrian Empire, in 1827 and 1835, respectively. Koller's neologism Magyarization became popular not only as part of Slovak nationalism's ideological package, but also as that of all the Slavic and Romanian nationalisms, which developed in the Kingdom of Hungary. Koller also drew on the thought of Jan Hurkel, who maintained that cultural commonality unites all Theslavs, and coined the term Panslavism in 1826. Koller, however, spoke of the singular Slavic language, unlike Hurkel who distinguished several Slavic languages. Koller presented his views in his 1837 polemic, über die Wechselseitigkeit zwischen den verschiedenen Stammen und die Mundarten der Slawischen Nation. Within the Slavic language he distinguished the following dialects: Bohemian, Polish, Russian, and Serbian. He contended that every educated Slav should learn all the four dialects of the Slavic language, but stopped short of calling for creation of some all-Slav nation-state. Kollar's opinions proved to be quite an influence on Safarik, who experienced Slavic reciprocity firsthand when he cooperated with Czech intellectuals and working in a Serbian-language secondary school in Vojvodina. Safarik retreated from 540. His tentative statements on the specificity of the Slovak language, which he had made in the 1820s, while compiling the first collection of Slovak folk songs. In his monumental Slovensk Strožitnosti, he categorized Slovak, Moravian, and Czech as the subdialects of the Czechoslovak dialect of the Slavic language. In 1842, he published another groundbreaking study, Slovenský národopis, in which he identified Slovak as the Ugro-Slovak dialect of the Czech language. 4 years later, Kollar agreed with Safarik in his Hlaso opotreby jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro Čechy, Morawania Slováky. In this book, Kollar identified Slovak along with Bohemian, Moravian, Silesian, and Sorbian as parts of the Czech language spoken by the Czech national tribe, construed as part of the larger encompassing Slavic nation. Under the category of the Czech language, Safarik and Kollar understood Jungmann's Czech of Bohemia and Moravia written in Antiqua as well as Palkovi cs Biblitina written in Gothic characters. Apart from the legacy of nebulous pan-Slavic ideas and of the highly politicized coinage of Magyarization, Kollar left his potent definition of nation, ein Vaterland kann man leicht wiederfinden, wenn es auch verloren geht, nation und Sprache nie und nirgends, das Vaterlanden sich ist tot erdi, ein fremdartiges Objekt, ein Nicht-Mensch, die Nation ist unser Blut, Leben, just, Subjektivität. Clearly, he did not believe in the Magyar notion of the Hungarian nation that claimed for it the entire population of the Kingdom of Hungary. The famously ambiguous term Magyar Nemzet can be translated into English as the civic concept of Hungarian nation, or the ethnic one of Magyar nation. This ambiguity allowed the Magyar national elite to credibly claim the multi-ethnic population of their kingdom for the ethnic project, which through linguistic Magyarization would turn all the populace into the Magyar nation. Although Kollar settled for the purely ethnic definition of nation, he used the German word nation that is usually reserved for denoting the concept of civic nation, while the idea of ethnic nation is rendered with the term Volk. He also excluded the concept of territory from his definition, perhaps because he could not come up with some administratively, politically, or historically defined area that could be proposed as exclusively Slavic. The Magyars had at their disposal a much better claim to the entire territory of the Kingdom of Hungary with the exception of Croatia-Slavonia. 541. Kollar's definition of nation was quite useful for Slovak nationalism. It allowed for asserting the existence of the Slovaks as a nation when there was still no clear-cut territory that could be claimed as the Slovak national territory. Upper Hungary was divided into comitats that did not add up to any Slovakia. These comitats remained an integral part of Hungary. The elevated stature of Kollar as an academic, thinker, and writer in Vienna's academic and governmental spheres as well as among Czech and Slovak intellectuals in the Czech lands, Upper Hungary, and Pest, lent considerable prestige to Biblitina. In 1849, he chaired a governmental committee that convinced the Austrian government to prescribe the use of Old Slovak for prints earmarked for Slovaks and in publications produced by Slovaks. This Old Slovak was nothing else but Biblitina less its Gothic script which had been replaced with Antiqua, thus making Old Slovak even more similar to Czech. After Kollar's death in 1852, Old Slovak lost its influential protector, but newspapers and books appeared in this language in Upper Hungary, Pest, Buda, and Vienna until the end of the 1850s. The official support for Old Slovak was to counterbalance the political influence of those who promoted the use of the vernacular as the Slovak language. The authorities accused the opponents of Old Slovak of anti-Austrian and anti-Magyar panslavism. The Hungarian administration continued addressing Upper Hungary Slavic speakers in Old Slovak well into the 1860s. Despite his insistence on the use of Biblitina, at the end of his life, Kollar at least acquiesced to the category of the Slovak language. After the mid-19th century, those who questioned the existence of Slovak as a distinctive language in its own right became a minority. The change from Biblitina to the vernacular-based Slovak language came with the new generation of Slovak intellectuals. The ground for this change was prepared by Martin Hameljak, a Catholic lawyer and civil servant employed in Buda, who encouraged Slovak cultural life. Thanks to his efforts, in 1834, the Spolek Milovnikov Rcia Literatury Slovenskej was founded in Buda. In the 1820s, Hameljak formulated the clear-cut, linguistic definition of the Slovak nation drawing on Herderian thought. Although as a Catholic he stood for Brno Latina, but he also supported cooperation with Slovakophone Protestants, who, in the persons of Koller and Safarik, wavered between Czechoslovakism and Panslavism. Recognizing the influence of Slovak Protestants and Czech leaders, in 1827, Hameljak proposed a linguistic compromise. Popular books for Slovaks were to be written and published in Brno Latina, whereas Biblitina was to be reserved for scholarly Slovak publications and ecclesiastical use among Slovak Protestants. 542. In 1836, Palkovi CS students published their almanac Plody Zebryu Sankurici I Seskolauersk Prisperskho. On the advice of one of the students, Michael Miloslav Hodge, this almanac was published in Biblitina. Hodge argued that this would demonstrate their goodwill to the Czechs. These student authors, many of whom would become future leaders of the Slovak national movement, were still not reditagoidalone. This almanac was severely criticized in Prague because it did not conform to the newly standardized Czech language, as used in Bohemia. Jungmann's Czech and Palkovi CS Biblitina, although equally archaizing, emphasized different elements of Chancery Bohemian, from which both codifications developed. Already in the 1830s, the Czech language comprised the formal register and the informal one formed from Prague's contemporary Slavophone vernacular. Biblitina contained some Slovakism, but its users under Palkovi CS ideological leadership scoffed at the vernacular as a lowly peasant gibberish and the dialectal basis of the Brno Latina of the Catholics, which was equally disliked by them. The Bohemian Slavophone elite's clear rejection of Biblitina presented the forming Slovak national elite with the urgent question, in which language they should write. The urgency was emphasized by the Czechs' unwillingness to Slovakize their language in reciprocation to Koller's and Safarik's support for Czechizing Biblitina. The eventual fusion was to spawn an equally Czech and Slovak Czechoslovak language. An answer to the Slovak Protestant intelligentsia's dilemma would be worked out in the following 2 decades. It was not an easy matter. First, besides Biblitina, the Protestant elite were also literate in Latin, Magyar, and German, the usual languages of their elementary, secondary, and university education, respectively. Second, there were proposed several radically different solutions to this dilemma, as discussed below. In his 1833 pamphlet, Szalen wir Magyaran werden, the Slavic speaker from eastern Upper Hungary, Samuel Hodge drew on the idea of the civic Hungarian nation composed from all the inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hungary. He predicted that Arpadian Slavs, Germans, Wallachians will lose themselves in the completeness of Hungary, while maintaining and cultivating their languages. Hodge distinguished between the civic all-embracing Hungarian nation spelled with the capital N, and its constituent ethnic nations spelled with the lowercase n. He did not distinguish among Hungary's Slavs, treating them instead as a single group. Hodge's attitude gave credence to the elevation of Magyar as the state language and relegated all other languages to secondary functions. In this multicultural and pro-Hungarian pan-Slavic perspective, it was 543. Simply not important whether Slovak elites would write in a single language, or continue using Biblitina, Brno Latina, and Czech alongside Magyar. Koller persisted in his propagation of the unitary Slavic nation with its own language composed from the 4 literary dialects. The Slovaks were to write in Slavo-Czech, that is, Czech. The political and intellectual prestige of Koller and his friend Safarik, who supported this stance, relegated to oblivion Brnolak's and Herkel's views that the Slovaks formed a distinctive group vis-a-vis the Czechs and should enjoy their own written language. Hodge agreed, and in 1840 stated that Moravians, Slovaks, and Czechs are a single nation and we are all Slavs. The third possibility for a distinctive Slovak language emerged in the 1840s. In 1836 and 1844, Magyar was made the sole official language of Hungary. The process of Magyarization, which Koller had predicted, commenced. The overhauling of Hungary into a nation-state was not to be conducted with a liberal cushion of multiculturalism as Hajj had proposed. Hungary's population was to be made into the Magyar nation through linguistic assimilation. In 1840, the Slavophone students of the Protestant secondary school in the Upper Hungarian town of Lucsa, encouraged by their teacher Michael Hlavasic, founded their Societas Slavica and published a volume of poems and stories in Biblitina, Gitranka TT. The contributors described themselves as Czechoslovak students and found subscribers to this volume in the Czech lands and Upper Hungary. Alarmed by this Czech influence, a teacher at the school, Karl Kramarczyk, denounced the student group in the Magyar language newspaper Társakodó. Nobody who is bound to this fatherland by true feeling can allow that there should be a teacher in Hungary, in a German city, in a Protestant school in the year 1840, who is a preacher of Panslavism. This news prompted Karl Zay, Inspector General for the Hungarian Lutheran Church, to demand wholesale Magyarization of Hungary's Slavs as an answer to subversive Panslavism that could play into Russia's hands. In his 1841 book, Protestantismus, Magyarismus, Slawismus, Zay argued that Magyar was the language of Protestant religious freedom. Throughout the 1840s, with the use of his position, Zay strove to implement this program, which strove to supplant Biblitina with Magyar in Lutheran churches located in Slovakophone areas. Successful Slovak opposition to these measures led to the subsequent fortification of the nascent Slovak national movement. Hajj's friend, Ludovit Stur, disagreed with Zay's program and methods. In 1842, he did not succeed in drafting an appeal to the emperor with a request to stop Magyarization. The leaders of Catholics, who constituted a majority of Upper Hungary's population, did not support him. The following year, Stur published his Die Beschwerden und Klagen der Slaven in Ungarn über die Gesetzwidrigen Übergriffe der Magyaren. Stur defended the Slovak language against Magyarization within the broader framework of Panslavism understood as the right of Hungary's Slavs to speak and write in their own language. Stur fought for the linguistic rights within the borders of all Hungary. Out of the 16 instances of illegal Magyarization as directed against Slovak speakers, which he mentioned in his study, only 5 took place within modern Slovakia's boundaries. Stur's book caused the authorities to interrogate him on charges of treason in 1843. This cost him a teaching position in the Protestant secondary school at Prespig, where since 1835 he had taught instead of Palkovici, who was otherwise busy with his publication projects. Afterward, Stur feared for the survival of Slavic culture within Hungary. This close brush with the power of the official policy of Magyarization convinced Stur that the Slovaks split between Catholics and Protestants writing in Brnolatina and Biblitina, respectively, must be united through a single Slovak language that would not be confessionally specific. Besides these two Slavophone written languages used in Upper Hungary along with recently standardized Czech, Stur took into account the vernacular. This added a complication to the overall calculation because extant classifications of Upper Hungary's Slavophone dialects were equally disparate and did not point to some presupposed Slovak cultural linguistic unity. In the 1664 study, Neue Beschreibungskönig Reichsungarn, the vernacular of the Slavs in the eastern half of Upper Hungary was labeled Polish and in the western Bohemian. At the end of the 18th century, Grellman in Statistische Aufklärung über Wichtigkeitstheorie und Gegenstände der Österreichischen Monarchie, classified the speech in the same areas as quasi-half Polish and Bohemian. This Bohemian Polish taxonomy for the analysis of the Slavic speech of Upper Hungary persisted until the mid-19th century, with the addition of the Ruthenians in the easternmost section of this region. Neither Catholic nor Protestant Slavic speakers of Upper Hungary perceived Ruthenians as kindred. What separated them were the different script and the language of liturgy. Ruthenians employ Church Slavonic, while the Slovakophone Protestants Biblitina, and the Slovakophone Catholics Latin, in addition to Brno-Latina for non-liturgical pastoral services. In 1823, Sephardic distinguished songs in the German Slovak, Polish Slovak, and Moravian Slovak dialects in his collection PJSN Switskla do Slovensko WRJCH. Koller, in 1846, added to this taxonomy his new classification in Hlaso Opotrebi Jednoti Spisoniho Jazyka Proseki, Morawania Slaiki. He identified 7 Slovak dialects: Slovak Czech, Slovak. 545. Proper Polish Slovak, Russian or Ruthenian Slovak, Serbian Slovak, German Slovak, and Magyar Slovak. A year later, in 2 works published in Lucca, Haja came up with another classification of the Slovak dialects: Czechoslovak, Polish Slovak, Ruthenian Slovak, and Slovak proper, with its centers in the towns Sankt Martin, Liptau, Sankt Nikolaus, and Altsol. Haja also mentioned Magyar Polish Slavic, basically Slavic written down with the use of Magyar orthography, especially in place of 4 and 4. 10. Unlike Koller and Stur in his Die Beschwerden und Klagender Slaven in Ungarn über die Gesetzwidrigen Übergriffe der Magyaren, Haja did not speak of Slovak dialects in the vicinity of Pest or in Lower Hungary. In 1843, as a result of discussions with Haja and Josef Miloslav Herban, Stur came to a conclusion that the non-confessionally specific Slovak language should be based on what he called the Central Slovak dialect. 11. His decision was perhaps informed by the example of Vuk Karadzic. Karadzic standardized Serbian on the basis of the vernacular, unlike Ljudevit, who, in line with the ideology of Illyrism, hoped to work out a common language for all the South Slavs. In Karadzic, Stur saw himself as the person who stood for a Slovak solution and, in Guy, his opponents who stood for a Czechoslovak solution. At that time of his decision, Stur started writing 2 works that were published in 1846 in Pressburg, namely Nerkja Slovenskio Albo Potreba Pisa Jev Tomto Nerkja and Nakari ci Slovenskich. Stur dedicated the former work, which legitimized codification of Slovak, to his friends, Haja and Herban. In the latter he presented his codification. The main aim of both works was to prove that Slovak was a separate language and different from Czech. Interestingly, there is a tension in these 2 works about what status they confer on Slovak. In Nerkja Slovenskio Albo Potreba Pisa Njv Tomto Nerkja, Stur wrote of Nerkja, and in Nakari ci Slovenskij, of Re. In the former instance, Stur went hand in hand with Koller when he proclaimed, My Slova CSME kamen ako kamen mame v lastni ner cie, Duri jeod sesko odchodny urajdi elm 12. Koller and Stur disagreed on the question whether Slovak was a self-standing dialect of the Slavic language, or a subdialect of the Czech dialect of this language. But in the second work, Stur wrote about the Slovak language in the title, although he referred to the Slovak dialect in the text. 546. In his 2 seminal works, Stur proposed the tripartite division of the Slovak dialectical territory, which differed considerably from Koller's, Sepharic's, and Haja's classifications. Stur's division equally imperfectly reflected the reality of Upper Hungary's Slavophone dialects as those of his aforementioned colleagues. However, it was Stur's codification of the Slovak language that won the competition with Brno-Latina, Biblitina, and Standard Czech as the written language of the Slovaks. As a result, Stur became the father of the Slovak language and nation, and his words and opinions embodied the holy writ of Slovak nationalism. Since then the tripartite division of the Slovak dialects has remained the dogma of Slovak linguistics. Stur argued that the dialectal base of Western Slovak made Brno-Latina too close to Czech. Biblitina was even worse in this respect, as it was almost identical with Czech. Stur settled for the Central Slovak dialect. He considered it the purest due to isolation from foreign influences. In his opinion, the Tatras protected it against any Polish influences from the north, while the Western and Eastern Slovak dialects took the full brunt of the Czech, Magyar, and Ruthenian incursions and insulated Central Slovak. Stur identified Turok Komitat with its administrative center in the town of St. Martin as the heartland of Central Slovak. The Komitat embraced the largest percentage of Slovaks in its population out of all the Upper Hungarian Komitats, and was centrally positioned in the Slovak-speaking area. It was a strategic decision. Stur and his colleagues resigned themselves to the necessity of giving up Brno-Latina for the sake of bridging the confessional divide between Slovak-speaking Protestants and Catholics. The hard part was to convince the latter that they should part with Brno-Latina. Stur, Haja, and Herban obtained a head start in their 1843 meeting with the doyen of Brno-Latina poetry, Jan Halley, when the latter apparently blessed their project of codifying the Slovak language on the basis of the Central Slovak dialect. What decisively differentiated this new codification from Brno-Latina and most publications in Brno-Latina was script. The new written language employed Antiqua while the two older ones the Gothic type. But some publications in Standard Slovak appeared in Gothic fonts until the end of the 19th century, including the monthly Národný hlasník. In 1844, Herban published the second volume of the literary almanac Nitra in the newly codified Slovak language. It was called either New Slovak or, nowadays, Starovčina as opposed to Biblitina, known then as Old Slovak. Between 1845 and 1848, Stur published his weekly Slovenské národné noviny in New Slovak. The newspaper received generous support from 151 Upper Hungarian nobles, including Lajos Kossuth's uncle, Durko Kossuth. 547. Not all the Magyarophone nobility of Hungary agreed with overhauling the kingdom into the Magyar nation-state, especially those who lived in the predominantly non-Magyar speaking areas and spoke local languages. Some stuck to traditional Landish patriotism and lent support to the fledgling Slovak national movement, for example, Bohemia's German-speaking aristocrats to the Czech national movement at the turn of the 18th century. In 1844, Herban wrote the first novel in Starovčina Predomnasta obrazy zo Zivita Tatranskho. 13 Andrej Sladkovici was the first poet of significance who wrote in New Slovak. His famous love poem Marina was published in 1846, and his epic Ditvan followed 7 years later. In 1846, Herban began to publish the first scholarly journal in Starovčina, Slovenské polednevní, Umení a literaturu. The cultural and political life of the nascent Slovak national movement was organized in the framework of the Tatran Association. Its name was derived from the Tatras, the mountainous region whose dialect Stur made into Standard Slovak. Stur established Tatran in emulation of the Matisí Česká. Like Slovenské národné noviny, Tatran survived until 1848. Its 80 members constituted the core of the Slovak national movement. In 1845, Stur voiced his criticism of Magyarization in a booklet written in German. 2 years later, he was the first Slovak to be elected to the Hungarian Diet. In the same year, Stur managed to attract some Catholic priests to support his anti-Magyarization stance along with New Slovak. But the majority of Catholics stood fast by Brno-Latina, while Koller lashed out against Starovčina in Hlaso opod tt jednoti spisoniho jazyka pro seki, Morawania Slovaky, and mounted support for the continued use of Biblitina. Beginning in 1849, Koller preferred to speak about it as Old Slovak in an effort to avoid turning away those Protestants ready to embrace a written language as similar to Czech as Biblitina as long as it could be Slovak, at least in name. Czech national leaders, including Palaki, agreed with Koller that Stur's linguistic secession was a tragedy and hoped that it would be short-lived. Slovak nationalism and Magyarization. The turning point in the development of the Slovak national movement and the Slovak language was the revolutionary events of 1848. The people of Prešov soon heard news of the Czech national movement's list of demands, which were drawn in March and forwarded to the emperor. In the same month, the Magyar national movement tabled its own set of demands, and made them into laws in 548. April when the first separate Hungarian government was formed. Significantly, drawing on the 1844 decision, the specific role of Magyar as the sole official language in the Kingdom of Hungary was reaffirmed, and all other languages were relegated to the private sphere. In this manner, the Magyars started inching toward full independence for Hungary, which they declared a year later in April 1849. The Czech example encouraged the Slovak national movement to take a decisive step, while the Magyar nationalists' attempt at transforming Hungary into a Magyar nation-state frightened Slovak leaders because it would mean the quick disappearance of the Slovak nation if they failed to act. On May 11, 1848, at Liptau St. Nicolaus, the Slovak national gathering led by Stur, Haja, and Herban issued Zjadistai Slovenského národu. This document was written in Biblitina because the Hungarian administration employed this language in official contacts with Upper Hungary's Slavophone speakers. Obviously the use of Biblitina entailed printing this text in Gothic characters. Hence, the founding text of Slovak nationalism looked pretty un-Slovak to the modern Slovak. In the document, the Slovaks demanded, among other things, the official recognition of the Slovak nation and the status of official language for Slovak in the overwhelmingly Slovak-speaking Komitats. They also wanted equality for all the nations living in Hungary and fair representations for all of them in an all-Hungarian assembly, in addition to a separate national assembly for the Slovaks. Logically, these demands led to further pleas for a full Slovakophone school system complete with its own university and for the formation of a Slovak National Guard with Slovak as the language of command. Apart from the usual demand of doing away with the remnants of serfdom, Slovak leaders also requested the same rights, which they demanded to be granted to other nations in Hungary and especially to the brotherly and kindred Polish in Austria's crown land of Galicia. Interestingly, the Poles, not the Czechs, were the only other nation than the Slovaks mentioned by name in the document. Perhaps, some Slovak leaders grieved at the failed Polish uprising of 1846 that had cost the Galician Poles the loss of the free city of Krakow with Polish as the language of administration and the university. Any clear association with the Czechs was as much a benefit as a liability for Slovak nationalists who would like to see their nation as separate rather than part of some Czech or Czechoslovak nation. The Hungarian administration responded to the demands with warrants for the arrest of Stur, Haja, and Herban. They fled to revolutionary Prague, where the three friends participated in Palacký Slavic Congress. Similarly as in 1848, Koller, whom the Hungarian government considered to be anti-Magyar, had to leave Pest for Vienna. On September 19, 1848, the Slovak National Council declared the separation of Slovakia from Hungary, and called upon the entire 549 Slovak population to take up arms against the Magyars. The Slovak leadership sided with the monarch, hoping that in his conflict with the Magyars, he would support the idea of a separate Slovak nation. On March 19, 1849, these leaders sent a petition to the new Emperor Francis Joseph requesting the transfer of Slovakia from Hungary to Austria. Neither the revolutionary Hungarian government nor the monarch wished to side with the Slovak national movement. The movement's demands would require a wholesale change in the Magyar concept of nation and nation-state, and the movement was too small and not influential enough to decisively swing the odds in favor of the emperor. This relegated the Slovaks to the periphery of politics in Hungary. The 500 Slovak volunteers operating in western Upper Hungary were far fewer in number than Slovaks who were drafted into the Hungarian Revolutionary Army, an army in which they served loyally to the bitter end in August 1849. The Slovak appeal for granting freedoms to the Poles of Galicia also went unnoticed among the Poles themselves, who came to the aid of the Hungarian revolutionaries. The decade of neo-absolutism instituted after the crushing of the Magyars in 1849 actually allowed more space for Slovak culture. None of the Slovak national movement's demands was met, but the replacement of Magyar with German as the official language in Hungary lessened the previously painfully felt pressure of Magyarization. Germanization did not simply replace Magyarization either, because there was not a large enough German-speaking population in Hungary, Who could provide a viable basis for such a policy? As they had before 1836, German and Latin continued to function as the elite languages after 1849. Vienna dissolved the union between Hungary and Transylvania, and reaffirmed the separate status of Croatia and Slavonia. Moreover, the Kingdom of Hungary was replaced with 5 administrative districts in 1854. Vienna directly administered all the 8 separate territories as homogeneous parts of the Austrian Empire. The juggernaut of the Magyar nation-state disappeared. It did not help the Slovak cause either, for Upper Hungary found itself split between the Pressburg and Kaskau districts, and the latter comprised the entire Ruthenian-speaking region. In the poor and underdeveloped region of Upper Hungary, the number of elementary schools with Slovak as the language of instruction grew from 1821 in 1869 to a high of 1971 in 1874. However, Biblitina predominated as the language of instruction in Protestant schools, and Brno-Latina in Catholic schools. The Slovak-speaking elite still could not agree if it was Starovčina that should be made into the Slovak language. Koller, with his influence in Vienna, exerted 550 pressure for the official acceptance of Biblitina in the guise of Old Slovak, but he died in 1852. One would think that Stur would have jumped through this window of opportunity opened by Koller's death. However, disillusioned with politics, he retreated to his family mansion near Pressburg, where he remained under house arrest until his death in 1856, resulting from a hunting accident. Taking care of the 7 orphans, left by his deceased brother Karol, did not leave him with much leisure, either. Unimpressed by the cold shoulder Vienna and the Magyars had given to the Slovak national cause, he was nonetheless unsettled by the unstoppable force of the Russian army that had crushed the Magyar troops in 1849. In his student years, he gave up his early Czechoslovakism, and now he cast off Slovak nationalism too. In 1851 Stur wrote Das Lauanthem und die Welt der Zukunft. In this study, he proposed the radical pan-Slavic solution. According to Stur, all the Slavs should unite as a single nation under the rule of the Russian Tsar. He actually said what the Magyars feared and what Herkel, Koller, and Safarik had always taken care not to utter. Stur developed his friend Hajj's 1847 argument that the Slavs were a world-size nation, whereas the Magyars a small nation. Understandably, Stur's work remained in manuscript form until 1867 when its Russian translation was published via Moscow Press. The German original appeared only in 1931 in Bratislava, and no Slovak translation was available until 1993. Stur wrote his last significant work O Národních písnička Pověstekplemen Slovenských in Czech and published it in Prague. Stur left it to others to carry on the Slovak national cause. The very last effort for a unified Slovak language in which he participated was the 1851 Pressburg meeting of the proponents of Brno-Latina, Biblitina, and Starovčina. Biblitina was out of question, because it was too close to Czech and too much removed from the Slovak vernacular. At the meeting, the young linguist Martin Haddula dominated the discussion. A year earlier, he had published the theoretical basis for the synthesis of Starovčina with Brno-Latina in his study, Grammatica Lingui Slovenici, drawing on Hajj's 1847 critique of Stur's orthography. Haddula accepted Stur's Central Slovak pronunciation, but spelled words in a more etymological fashion that made several concessions to Brno-Latina. When Stur and his followers accepted these suggestions, the Catholic clergy agreed to abandon Brno-Latina. After 1851, no new publications in Brno-Latina appeared. The Catechism in this language was reprinted as late as 1867. Similarly, the use of Biblitina was markedly reduced during the 1850s, but it survived in 551 Lutheran religious books and liturgy until World War I. In 1852, Haddula's and Hajj's proposals were presented in the anonymously published Kratkom Lovnica Slovenska. 3 Lutheran and 3 Catholic leaders signed the preface to this compromise grammar, thus ushering into being the standard Slovak language. A thought remains largely unchanged to this day. Confusingly, the participants and later commentators of the discussion on what written tradition should be made into Standard Slovak called Hadala's Compromise codification New Slovak in opposition to Koller's Old Slovak and Middle Slovak. Previously, there had been no Middle Slovak, because Starovčina functioned as New Slovak until the acceptance of Hadala's codification. During the 1850s, no grassroots political activities were allowed in the Austrian Empire. The period of centralization and neo-absolutism was over in 1860, when the 6 administrative units were abolished, and the Kingdom of Hungary renewed. In the same year, an imperial decree granted the use of Slovak alongside Magyar and German in 23 comitats. Due to Magyar pressure, this decree was revoked before it could be implemented. In the 1861 elections to the renewed Hungarian Diet, Slovaks pooled their resources with Ruthenians, but only the latter's candidate, Adolf Dobriansky, managed to win a mandate. He closely cooperated with Slovak leaders, and in 1861, Dobriansky proposed that Hungary should be divided into 5 national districts: Magyar German, Serbian, Wallachian, Ruthenian, and Slovak. Obviously, the Diet neither considered the introduction of Slovak as an administrative language in Upper Hungary, nor agreed to Dobriansky's proposal. On June 7, 1861, Slovak leaders replied by convening a mass political rally in St. Martin attended by 5,000 people. They drew up the Memorandum of the Slovak nation requesting, among other things, recognition for the Slovak nation and its national language, the founding of a Slovak region out of the predominantly Slovak-speaking area in Upper Hungary, the establishment of a Slovak educational system complete with a chair of the Slovak language and literature at the University of Pest, and requested similar rights for Ruthenians, Romanians, Serbs, and Croats living in the Kingdom of Hungary. Neither the Hungarian Diet nor the Emperor granted any of the requests. The former even branded this document as subversive, thus making all Slovak national activities illegal, or semi-legal. This memorandum remained the Slovak national program until the creation of Czechoslovakia. Significantly, it did what previous Slovak leaders had never attempted. The memorandum defined what Slovakia should be, namely 15 comitats in Upper Hungary. In this 552 manner, the concept of the Slovak nation-state acquired a tangible geographical shape. The current borders of Slovakia quite closely follow the territorial extent of this okoli, with the exception of the southern sections of the 5 southern comitats included in Hungary. Furthermore, the 2 easternmost comitats incorporated into modern Slovakia were more Ruthenian than Slovak-speaking. With both concepts of the national language and the proposed nation-state, Slovak nationalism gained maturity following the ethno-linguistic ideological pattern of other Central European nationalisms. Vienna did not concede the Czechs their own administrative unit or their national language with the status of an administrative language. Czech leaders replied by further developing their cultural life and institutions. Slovak leaders attempted to emulate this example. In 1862, Lutherans established 2 Slovak-language secondary schools, including one in St. Martin. The following year, the New Soul Catholic bishop, Stefan Moises, supported the founding of the Matica Slovenska in St. Martin. 14 This Matica re-established the organized Slovak national movement, which had been largely informal after Vienna dissolved Tatran in 1848. Moises was greeted as the father of the people, and he became the Matica's first chairman. In addition, the emperor granted this organization a generous donation. In 1867, Catholics established the Third Slovak Language Secondary School. The concentration of Slovak cultural institutions transformed St. Martin into a center of Slovak national life. Stur's 1843 decision to base Standard Slovak on the dialect found in the town's vicinity also contributed to the elevated ideological prestige of St. Martin among the Slovaks. In 1865, the leading Slovak-language newspaper Pestbudensk Vedomosti moved its headquarters from the Hungarian capital to St. Martin, and the title was changed to Národní 15 Noviny. It was the most important Slovak newspaper prior to the founding of Czechoslovakia. In 1871, the emergent mass Slovak political movement coalesced into the Slovenská národná strana, which accepted the 1861 memorandum as its program. Simultaneously, Slovak nationalists left Prešov for St. Martin. At that time, the former city was predominantly German-speaking, and after 1867, this language was used side by side with Magyar until 1885. In 1880, Slovaks numbered 13.5% of the city's population, Germans 13.6%, and Magyars 48.5%. After the death of Palkovic in 1850, Stur could not replace him at the Prešov Secondary School, and the chair of the Czechoslovak language and literature went defunct. During the 1850s, the cultural and political character of the city became increasingly 553 Germanic, and after 1867, Magyar. There was no room for the active cultivation of the Slovak language and culture. This would have been antithetical to Magyar nationalism, in the scope of which Pozsony appeared to be one of Hungary's capitals. The situation of the Czech national movement and culture changed considerably after the 1867 Ausgleich, which made the Austrian Empire into the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary. In 1871, Vienna decided not to grant a similar status to the Czechs, and the Slovaks could not count on a special status within Hungary, which Croatia obtained in the 1868 Nagodba. In the same year, Magyar became the sole official language in the Kingdom of Hungary apart from Croatia-Slavonia. Slovak was relegated to lower-level administrative and judiciary offices and elementary schools. The 1868 Law of Nationalities was designed to protect the remaining few linguistic and cultural rights of the non-Magyar groups in Hungary. But the drafters of this law could not see to its proper implementation. József died in 1871, while the aging Ferenc Deák declined all offices in the years prior to his death in 1876. The Prime Minister Kálmán Tisza, who governed from 1875 to 1890, instituted the policy of Magyarization in an attempt to transform the Kingdom of Hungary into the Magyar nation-state. Opposition to Magyarization earned Herben a prison term in 1868. The following year, only 3 Slovak representatives managed to secure seats in the Hungarian parliament. In 1872, the Slovenska omladina was outlawed. 2 years later, the Hungarian authorities closed all 3 Slovak-language secondary schools, and in 1875, the recently founded Matica Slovenska. As a result, the Slovak national movement lost its organizational and institutional base. William Paulini Toth, who headed the Slovak National Party, was also the vice-chairman of the Matica Slovenska and the sole Slovak deputy in the Hungarian parliament. After his death, no Slovak politician was able to win his seat. In 1884, the Slovak National Party protested against electoral manipulations, and abstained from future elections. At that time, Herben's son, Svetosar Herben Vahinský, became the main ideologue of the Slovak national movement. In 1881, Herben's Slovenské Politnávdy, Umenia o literature was revived in Turok St. Martin, as Slovensk Polody under joint Herben Vahinský and Josef Skultides editorship. Herben Vahinský proposed close cooperation among non-Magyar groups in Hungary and expressed this idea in his collection of poems, Tatry Amor. In another collection, Zpod Jarma, he criticized the tragic economic situation that prompted the mass emigration of Slovak peasants to North America. As in the case of his father, Herben Vahinský's articles in Národní noviny cost him a prison sentence in 1892. Between 1895 and 554. 1904, 16 further sentences were meted out to the newspaper's contributors. Following Herben Vahinský's appeal, Slovak representatives along with their Romanian and Serbian colleagues attended the Congress of the Nationalities held in Budapest in 1895. This Congress, while respecting the territorial integrity of Hungary, opposed the idea of the Magyar nation-state, as contradictory with the political history and character of Hungary. The representatives demanded creation of their own autonomous districts with linguistically defined borders, fair representation in the Hungarian parliament, full suffrage, freedom of the press, and the establishment of the post of minister without portfolio for Hungary's non-Magyar nationalities. The participating Romanian, Serbian, and Slovak politicians formed the League of Nationalities and invited Germans and Ruthenians to join it. In 1890, the abolished Matica Slovenska's museum and library were revived as strictly non-political institutions, and 3 years later, the Muzealna Slovenska Spolnost was founded, also in Turok St. Martin. Czechs obtained their own Czech-language university in Prague and the status of an official language for Czech side by side with German in Bohemia and Moravia during the 1880s. Within this framework, a multitude of Czech organizations, periodicals, and publishers sprang up, bolstering the Czech cultural and political life. Having secured the space, Czech leaders embarked on cooperation with their Slovak counterparts on the ideological ticket of Czechoslovakism that had seemed to be defunct since the late 1840s. What legitimized this cooperation was the imagined common Czechoslovak past of the Czechs and the Slovaks, and also the parallel threat of Germanization in the Czech lands and of Magyarization in Upper Hungary. Obviously, the latter threat was much more real than the former. Beginning in the 1880s, in the Czech lands of Bohemia and Moravia, the cultural and economic parity seemed to be tilted in favor of the Czechs at the cost of the local German speakers, who started fearing Czechization. The Czechoslovak cooperation progressed mainly thanks to the personal links, which Slovak students established while pursuing their university studies at the Czech Language University of Prague. This university's professor, Tomáš Masaryk, not only got involved in the fields of Czech culture and politics, but also supported the increasing pro-Czech orientation among his Slovak students. This group of Masaryk's former students established two influential journals that propagated the idea of Czechoslovak cooperation, Hlas and Prudi. In Upper Hungary, the Slovak national movement revived at the beginning of the 20th century. In 1901, for the first time since Paulini Tatha's death in 1877, Slovak deputies were elected to the Hungarian parliament, 4 in all. The following year, it was decreed that Slovak denominational elementary schools, 555, were to teach at least 18 to 20 hours of the Magyar language per week. Meanwhile, the number of Slovak language elementary school plummeted from 1971 in 1874 to 427 in 1902. The Russian Revolution of 1905 made a huge impression on the Austro-Hungarian government and political life in the dual empire. In the same year, the Slovak National Party was revived under the leadership of the journalist, Milan Haja, a grandnephew of Michael Milan Haja. Simultaneously, the Slovak workers' movement unfolded with help offered by Czech workers' organizations. In the SNS's program, as in the 1861 memorandum, Haja repeated that the party respected the territorial integrity of Hungary, and even refrained from speaking of the Slovak region. Having learned from the unstoppable thrust of Magyarization between the 1870s and the 1890s, they limited their national demands to the appeal for universal suffrage and respect for the Slovak language in schools and courts in accordance with the 1868 nationality law. In 1907, the Austrian half of the dual empire obtained the right of popular vote. Hungary stuck to limited suffrage until 1918. The successes of the Slovak national movement caused the Hungarian administration and Magyar politicians to manipulate the 1905 elections, so only 2 Slovaks won seats in the Hungarian parliament. The number of Slovak language elementary schools was almost halved to 241. In 1907, the Apponyi law required all teachers either in state or denominational schools to imbue their students with loyalty to Hungary, construed as the Magyar nation-state. They were also expected to display Hungarian national symbols in classrooms, and Magyar language instruction had to be organized for Magyar students in minority schools, if these students numbered at least 20. This law was passed in response to the growing activity of Transylvania's Romanian national movement, which Budapest perceived as anti-Magyar irredentism. Worried Slovak leaders also carefully observed the vicissitudes of Budapest's pressure on the Holy See to allow for supplanting of Church Slavonic with Magyar as the language of liturgy in the kingdom's Greek Catholic Church. This policy was to accelerate mainly the Magyarization of Ruthenians and Romanians. Sporadically, Magyar had been used as a language of chants in Hungary's Greek Catholic Church since the 1820s. Between 1879 and 1882, the Church Slavonic liturgy books were translated into Magyar. Consequently, Magyar began to enter preaching and liturgy, as well. In 1896, the year of the millennial celebrations in the kingdom, Budapest officially requested the Pope to sanction this linguistic practice. In reply, the Holy See issued the first ever official prohibition on the use of a vernacular language in liturgy. The fear was that Magyarization would alienate Ruthenian and Romanian Greek Catholics, who could then leave for 556. The Calvinist and Orthodox churches, respectively, where they could worship in their national languages. Moreover, granting Budapest's wish could lead to demands of replacing Latin with Magyar as a language of liturgy in Hungary's Roman Catholic Church. Nevertheless, Budapest continued to repeat its request, arguing that Magyar as a language of liturgy among Greek Catholics would prevent Russian infiltration of eastern Upper Hungary. In 1912, the Pope relented and Church Slavonic was replaced with Greek and Magyar. Because priests knew no Greek, in practice Magyar dominated, though Latin was employed as well. Not surprisingly, this situation encouraged pro-Orthodox and pro-Russian orientation among Upper Hungary's Ruthenians, and Romanian nationalism and pro-Orthodox leanings among Transylvania's Greek Catholics. In 1915, the Greek Catholic Church alienated the Ruthenians even more, when relenting to Budapest's pressure, the Eperjes bishop replaced Cyrillic with the Magyar-style Latin script for writing Ruthenian. Father Andrei Hlinka was the first Catholic priest, who took such an explicit and pronounced pro-Slovak stance even if it meant the open defiance of Hungarian authorities. His principled political stance ensured the final entrance of Catholics into Slovak politics, more than half a century after Sturand's Lutheran collaborators. Hlinka led the emerging Catholic wing in the Slovak National Party. For his pro-Slovak agitation during the 1906 elections, the Zápis Bishop Sandor Parvi suspended Hlinka and forbade him from officiating at church services. The following year, thanks to the efforts of the Moravian hierarchy, Hlinka was freed from these restrictions. On October 27, he speeded to his parish in his native village of Czernova near Rossahegi, to consecrate the new church built under his supervision. He came too late. The parishioners protested and requested a postponement of the celebration, not willing to carry it out under the offices of any other priest than Hlinka. Policemen, entrusted by the authorities with the task of seeing to it that the celebration was conducted without the participation of Hlinka, shot dead 15 people in the crowd. The Czernova massacre, as this event is known in Slovak historiography, became the founding moment of Slovak nationalism. To nationalists, the massacre proved that Slovaks, like Transylvania's Romanians, were not afraid to shed blood in the struggle for their national rights. It also shifted the leadership of the Slovak national movement from the hands of Protestants to those of Catholics. It was Hlinka, not Protestant Slovak leaders, who spoke and acted most vociferously against Magyarization. In 1905, together with other Slovak activists, Hlinka left the all-Hungarian Catholic NEP part, and founded his own Catholic party, the Slovenska ľudová strana, in 1905. It remained within the Protestant-dominated SNS until 1913. Hlinka's outspoken criticism of Czechoslovakism led to the eventual separation of the 557 SLs from the SNS, and marked the emergence of Slovak Catholics as a significant and autonomous force in Slovak national politics. The outcry over the Czernova massacre and the efforts of the Czechoslovak organization Jednota resulted in an annual meeting of Czech and Slovak leaders, which was held between 1908 and 1914 in Moravia, midway between Prague and Upper Hungary. In 1907, 7 Slovaks were elected to the Hungarian parliament and the government ran out of legal measures to suppress the Slovak national movement. Between 1906 and 1908, 560 Slovaks were sentenced on political charges. Then an uneasy balance between Slovak aspirations and the process of the Magyar nation-state building was reached. The number of Slovak-language elementary schools increased to 365 in 1914. In the same year, Pavol Mudro died. Since 1877, he had been the official chairman of the Slovak National Party. At his funeral, Slovak politicians of all creeds gathered. On May 26, 1914, these politicians met in Budapest to establish a nonpartisan Slovak National Council. However, the outbreak of the Great War intervened, and no council was founded. Czechoslovakism. When the War of Attrition set in, Vienna and Budapest began to have trouble holding the monarchy together. To the constant bickering between the Austrian and Hungarian administrations, the growing force of other national movements was added. The Allies were ready to help the émigré politicians of these national movements as long as it was in favor of the war effort. In 1916, Masaryk, Edvard Beneš, and Milan Rastislav Stefanik founded the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques in Paris. The definition of the Czech lands was extended to cover Slovakia. The 3 politicians hoped to win French support for the Czechoslovak cause. Beneš succinctly summed up the Council's program in his brochure, De Trousses à l'autre Hongrie. After the death of Francis Joseph in 1916, it was Emperor Charles who convened the Reichsrat in 1917. Czech deputies invariably referred to the Slovaks as a branch of the Czech or Czechoslovak nation. In Russia, France, and Italy, 8,000 Slovak volunteers joined the Czechoslovak legions organized by Masaryk under the auspices of the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques. In 1918, events accelerated. On May 1, Slovak Social Democrats organized a mass rally in Liptausch Miklos. In the adopted resolution 558, they demanded the right of self-determination for the Hungarian branch of the Czechoslovak family. Leading Slovaks participated in the 50th anniversary celebrations of the founding of the Czech National Theatre in Prague, which were held from 15 to May 20. The Slovak poet, Pavol Orzak Hvizdislav, delivered a fiery oratory in favor of Czechoslovak unity. Ironically, in his youth, first he wrote his poems in German and Magyar before turning to Slovak. Then after 1918, he became the official poet of Czechoslovakia, received a pension from the state, and engaged in pro-Czechoslovak propaganda. In response to the Social Democrats, the Slovak National Party organized a political meeting in Turok St. Martin on May 24, 1918. Unlike the Social Democrats, they did not speak of the Slovaks as a branch of the Czechoslovak nation. The party issued a resolution demanding unconditional and complete right of self-determination for the Slovak nation, and agreed for its participation in a common state composed from Slovakia, Bohemia, Moravia, and Silesia. On May 30, in Pittsburgh, PA, Czech and Slovak organizations in the United States together with the Conseil National des Pays Tchèques, presided over by Masaryk, signed the so-called Pittsburgh Agreement. They approved the idea of the union of the Czechs and the Slovaks in a common state constituted from the Czechlands and Slovakia. However, Slovak representatives added as a caveat that Slovakia would enjoy its own administrative system, diet, and courts. Furthermore, and significantly, the Slovak language would be the sole official language in Slovakia. Ruthenian leaders in the United States also demanded political, linguistic, and cultural autonomy for Eastern Upper Hungary, or Subcarpathian Ruthenia. In March 1919, they negotiated the incorporation of their homeland to Czechoslovakia with Masaryk because the Bolshevik Revolution made the option of unification with Russia untenable, and an independent Ukraine did not appear to be a viable state. The eventual founding of the largely unitary and centralizing Czechoslovak nation-state came as a surprise for the Slovaks and their leaders. They had expected a more federal Czechoslovakia. In the general disarray that followed the breakup of Austria-Hungary, the Magyar armies strove to keep the territorial integrity of Hungary. Communists started taking over the Hungarian government in autumn 1918. In March the following year, the Soviet Republic of Hungary came into being. Troops of Soviet Hungary advanced into Slovakia and Ruthenia, which under the name of Subcarpathian Ruthenia declared its union with Czechoslovakia on May 8, 1919. Since April, Czechoslovak and Romanian armies had fought back against Soviet Hungary. The successes of the Soviet-Hungarian army in June and the proclamation of the Slovak Soviet Republic on June 16 could not save Soviet Hungary. Romanian armies closed on Budapest. Before its final collapse in August, Soviet Hungary withdrew its soldiers from Slovakia on July 4. Finally, the borders of Slovakia, 559, and Subcarpathian Ruthenia were established in 1920. Meanwhile, the name of the Slovak capital of Poznań was changed. The Magyar name of Poznań was out of question, as was the German one of Prespig, customarily spelled in Slovak and Czech as Prísporák. In January 1918, it was renamed Wilsonovo Mesto in honor of the United States President who made the Allies apply the principle of ethno-linguistic self-determination to Central Europe. But already in February, the Slovak capital was christened with the hypothetical original Slavic name of the city, Bratislava. Officially, Czechoslovakia was the nation-state of the Czechoslovaks, who accounted for almost 10 million inhabitants of the total population of 14.5 million. However, the Czechoslovak nation was stillborn. Czechs and Slovaks persisted as separate nations. This meant that in the Czech lands, 7 million Czechs faced over 3 million German speakers, while in Slovakia 2.6 million Slovaks had to share their country with over 700,000 Magyars. The creation of Czechoslovakia allowed Czechs and Slovaks to exercise the right of self-determination, and, simultaneously, denied this right to the German and Magyar-speaking Czechoslovak citizens, who became national minorities. The former policies of Germanization and Magyarization were, in turn, replaced with Czechization and Slovakization, respectively. The comparison was complete with the unequal status of the Czechs and the Slovaks in their nation-state, similar to the strained relations between the dominating Austrian German speakers and Magyars in their common dual monarchy. The latter always felt wronged by the former. The same dynamics would be repeated in Czechoslovakia, where Slovaks were never tired about complaining of the Czech dominance and Pragocentrism. Their main grudge was that Czechoslovakia was not federal Czechoslovakia. The fate of the Slovak national movement after the mid-19th century was closely reflected by the stunted development of the Slovak language in its compromised Štr-Hadala codification. This new standard was effectively consolidated as the Slovak language by the mid-1850s. It was the opportune time, because Vienna did not care much about Slovak and its new guises as long as it did not incite political actions. On the other hand, the heavy-handed Germanization of Hungary kept the policy of Magyarization at bay. The problem was that there 560 were few employment opportunities for academic specialists in Upper Hungary. In 1854, the only qualified Slovak linguist, Hadala, left for the Bohemian capital, where he was appointed professor of Czech at the University of Prague. Obviously, he lectured there in German because it was the sole official language of this crown land at that time. In 1864 to 1865, he published his two-volume extensive Mluvnica Jazyka Slovenského that was intended as a follow-up to Kratka Mluvnica Slovenska of 1852. This new work remained almost unknown, and it did not contribute to the development of Slovak. Beginning in 1854, Hadala lectured in Slavic philology at the University of Prague. At that moment, Czech leaders were not interested in cooperation with the Slovaks, and neither was the Germanophone University. On the other hand, the author himself did not have at his disposal appropriate means to propagate his grammar in Upper Hungary. The Hungarian authorities stuck to Biblitina well into the 1860s, while some Slovak newspapers and publications tended to appear in Koller's Old Slovak. Interestingly, in 1859, the journal Concordia published articles in Biblitina and Strhadala Slovak. Eventually, it was the Matica Slovenska that fully espoused the Strhadala codification, making it into the Slovak language. Unfortunately, during its brief existence, the Matica never enjoyed a linguistic department. After the basic parameters of Slovak were established during the 1850s, in the following decade, the Slovak national movement chose to focus on the development of the Slovak language educational system and on securing political rights for the fledgling Slovak nation. The aggressive reaction of the Hungarian government that followed after 1867, took the Slovak leadership by surprise. This convinced Haja that he was right in his opposition to Str's codification, which did away with the Czechoslovak linguistic and cultural commonality. In that difficult time, it was not there to fall back on. The Slovaks seemed too weak to brave it alone as a nation in the face of Magyar opposition to the rise of the Slovak national movement. In 1875, when the Matica Slovenska was dissolved, the Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza famously stated there is not any Slovak nation. Not surprisingly, in 1876 to 1877, Herban went back to publishing Nitra in Czech. In the journal, Herban accused the Slovak national movement of inventing and propagating artificial New Slovak. Further, he stated that there was only Czech-Moravian Silesian Slovak nation with its own Czechoslovak language. The 1880s were marked by the successes of the Czech national movement, which brought about the establishment of the Czech language university in Prague and the elevation of Czech to the status of an official language along with German in Bohemia and Moravia. At the same time, Magyarization did away with Slovak political life and froze Slovak culture almost to a standstill. The first bout of Slovak opposition to this situation brought about the cooperation of Slovak leaders with Hungary's other non-Magyar national groups, mainly 561 Romanians, Serbs, and Ruthenians. But in the 1890s, due to geographical and cultural closeness, Slovak intellectuals established links with their Czech counterparts. They tended to meet and establish personal links and friendships during their university studies in Prague or Vienna. At that time, their language and culture safeguarded, Czech leaders were ready to reach out to the Slovaks, especially so because Vienna staunchly denied the Czechs any political concessions that would lead to the administrative merger of the Czech lands into a tentative Czech nation-state. Cooperation with Czechs fortified the Czechoslovakist strain among Slovak intellectuals. In the second half of the 1890s and at the beginning of the next century, Slovak and Czech scholars and leaders intensely questioned the legitimacy of Slovak as a separate language and called for the creation or recreation of the Czechoslovak language. In the latter case, Biblitina and Czech were imagined as the one and same Czechoslovak language carelessly destroyed by the acceptance of the Strhadala codification of the Slovak languages separate from Czech. This opinion underpinned the official announcement of Czechoslovak as the sole national and official language of Czechoslovakia. At the scholarly level, it was Milan Haja who legitimized this official re-establishment of the Czechoslovak language in his influential tract Československý rozkol. Příspěvky k dejinám Slovenčiny. Despite its Czechoslovak ideological angle, the book indicated the unprecedented success of New Slovak. In the past, even when codifying and propagating Slovak as a separate language, Str, Koller, Safarik, Herban, or Hadala wrote in either Czech, German, or Latin in order to be read and to be able to further their careers outside Upper Hungary. But Milan Haja wrote his critique of splitting the common Czechoslovak language in Slovak. To be noticed, he did not have to fall back on writing in other languages. Despite the stunted development of the Slovak language educational and political organizations, at the beginning of the 20th century, there was already a sizable group of Slovak intellectuals, politicians, and professionals, who formed a viable market for Slovak language publications. The success evidenced by the rise of such a market was even more astounding if one remembers that before the mid-19th century, the vast majority of the Slovakophone population consisted of peasants and small-town craftsmen. That was the background of more than 80% of the members of the Slovak national movement, who, in turn, were almost exclusively Protestant and Catholic clergy. The surprise is that in the second half of the 19th century, this multilingual and docile leadership did not resign from the Slovak national cause under the pressure of Magyarization and with the ready leeway either to the German-speaking or Czechophone world. In a nutshell, Protestants urged into 562. Being Slovak nationalism and the Slovak language, but it was Catholic priests, who stood fast by the causes striving to cater to their faithful who accounted for the vast majority of the Slovaks. When in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the Slovak National Party and its predominantly Protestant leadership were drawn into Czechoslovakism, Slovak Catholics under Hlinka's leadership developed their own political voice in the form of the Slovak Peasant Party. Founded in 1905, it emerged from the common structures of the Slovak National Party just a year before the outbreak of World War I. In Czechoslovakia, it was the SL's and Hlinka's political circle that stood firm for all things Slovak against the Czech cultural and political dominance in the guise of the rhetoric on the Czechoslovak nation and its Czechoslovak language. In 1920, Hlinka left the Czechoslovak Peasant Party and re-established a separate Slovak Peasant Party, which, by the late 1920s, had become the strongest political party in Slovakia. Obviously, in the political framework of Czechoslovakia, the SLs did not muster any decisive influence, which later on contributed to bitter accusations by Slovaks that the Czechs dominated this new state in politics and economy in an undemocratic manner. The difficult birth of Standard Slovak. The Matica Slovenska failed to produce any authoritative grammar or even a short dictionary of the Slovak language. But this institution, founded jointly by Catholics and Protestants, lent its unreserved support to the Str-Hadala codification of the Slovak language. This, coupled with the concentration of the Slovak cultural and political life in Turok St. Martin, gave rise to the norm of Martinský Ozus. Slovak as spoken and written in Turok St. Martin set the norm for good usage. This usage found its fullest expression in the oldest Slovak cultural cum scholarly periodical, Slovensk Polody, established in 1881, which appears to this day. Joseph Skultidi took over the editorship of Národní noviny in 1880 and DOF Slovensk Polody a decade later. In recognition of his work for the sake of Slovak language and culture, he was nominated as the administrator of the Matice Slovenska, re-established under Masaryk's patronage in 1919. 2 years later, Skultidi took over the first ever chair of Slovak language and literature at Komenský University in Bratislava. The first attempt at compiling a dictionary of the Slovak language was the 2 pocket-size 400-page volumes of Stefan Jankovic's Nový Maďarsko-Slovenský a Slovensko-Maďarský Slovník. The first volume was brought out in 1848 in the small town of Sarvas, located between Pest and Zajd and Theodor in 1863 in Prespig. The dictionary's 563 aim was to help Slovak-speaking students acquire Magyar, Hungary's diplomatic language of intergroup communication. Jankovic consciously avoided using Czech words, if an appropriate counterpart for the Magyar term could not be found in Slovak. In Magyar, he referred to the Slovak language with the old-fashioned term Tat, which already then functioned as a pejorative nickname for the Slovaks and their language. The use of this term, however, continued in official documents even in interwar Hungary, and survived until the beginning of the 1950s in Communist Hungary. Jankovic's work was basically a bilingual school dictionary. Its compilation started in the early 1840s, or perhaps earlier, which is why the corpus could not reflect Str's codification. What is more, this corpus is heavily based on Sarvas's 25,000-strong Slovak colony in Lower Hungary. In the absence of any dictionary compiled in accordance with the Str-Hadala codification, this one had to suffice. Joseph Luce, a professor of linguistics at the secondary school in Bistrica, compiled and published in Pest the 3 pocket-size 600-page volumes of Slovník Slovenskej, Maďarskej and Amekej between 1869 and 1871. Unlike Jankovic, Luce added a German part to his dictionary because in Bistrica and its vicinity numerous German speakers resided. The young Slovak linguist Samo Zambel criticized this dictionary for merely translating Magyar terms into Slovak and for accepting terms that were too reminiscent of Czech words. He began to publish his works in the Hungarian capital during the second half of the 1880s. Zambel was the first scholar who wrote on the Slovak language exclusively in Slovak. In 1890, he brought out his Slovenské pravopis, and 12 years later, Zambel's famous Rukovat spisovnej I Slovenskej came off the press. The latter work became a generally accepted normative handbook of Slovak. The attached orthographic glossary was used as a means to check whether a word was right or wrong until several popular school Slovak Czech and monolingual Slovak dictionaries were published in interwar Czechoslovakia. Zambel's formative and decisive contribution to the shape of the Slovak language made it into the THIRD-WORLDISM codification. He obtained his education in Budapest, which shielded Zambel from becoming enchanted with Czechoslovakism. In 1902, he proposed that the Biblitina, still employed in Upper Hungary's Lutheran churches frequented by Slovaks, should be replaced with Slovak. A year later, he published Slovacia Ichri, where he reclassified Slovak as a South Slavic language. Having removed it from the group of the West Slavic languages, in this manner Zambel distanced Slovak from 564. Czech. Unlike the generation of Stur and his friends, Zambel was not satisfied with Czech loanwords for specialist terms and abstract ideas. He advised coining them by retaining Magyar, German, and Latin words, or by employing Slovak neologisms coined differently than Czech counterparts. For Czechs, German linguistic loans seemed to be a corruption of their language, because the Czech language was standardized against German, just as Czech nationalism arose in opposition to its German counterpart. On the other hand, the Slovak language faced the danger of becoming part or even the same as Czech on the basis of the Czechoslovak commonality. Therefore, German and Magyar linguistic loans were a lifeline that allowed for differentiating the Slovak language vis-a-vis Czech, so that the existence of the former could be assured and legitimized. Not surprisingly, Karel Kalal and Karel Salva's two pocket-sized 250-page volumes of Slovnik Slovensko-Český a Československý became an immediate success. In Slovacia Ichri, Zambel decried the acute lack of a monolingual Slovak dictionary, remarking that the current state of the Slovak dictionary is aptly described only by the word chaos. Zambel never managed to compile a Slovak dictionary, and Luce's work was already partially obsolete due to the rise of THIRD-WORLDISM codification and standardizing changes introduced in the Magyar language. In answer to this acutely felt need for a Slovak dictionary, Adolf Pesany, a secondary school teacher in Budapest, compiled and published his two-volume pocket-size Slovnik Slovenský a Maďarsky dla Josefa Luza. The situation did not change much after the founding of Czechoslovakia. On ideological grounds, it was intended as a nation-state for the Czechoslovak nation, so the further standardization of the Slovak language was not a priority. The 1920 constitutional law declared Czechoslovak the state's national language, which meant that from the legal and political point of view, Slovak disappeared in the Czechoslovak linguistic commonality. By default, Czech won this competition hands down. With Stepan František Kotsesko Enemeki Slovnik zvlášť grammatiko-phraseologiky serving as the model, Miroslav Kalal reworked his father and Slava's dictionary and Pesany's dictionary into the Slovenský slovník z literatury a Ic. Despite its ambitious title, this pocket-size 1,100-page-long work was another Slovak-Czech dictionary. It did not record words common for Czech and Slovak, which, according to the author, constituted the majority of Slovak's vocabulary. M. Kalal appended the dictionary with a Czech-Slovak register, and in 1926, he brought out a short comparative Czech-Slovak grammar, which was usually published as a single volume with the dictionary. In the preface, M. Kalal expressed his hope that in the course of the work on the authoritative monolingual dictionary of 565 Slovak conducted in the Matica Slovenska, a Czech-Slovak counterpart to his dictionary would be compiled, as well. None of these hopes was realized. M. Kalal's dictionary rolled into one Václav Ertel's Struknum Levini Československa and Joseph Stefan Kubin's Slovnik Slovensko-Český. The lack of any straightforward bilingual Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionary indicated that there was no need and no ready market for such a lexical work. The differential dictionaries, which show only words that differ in both languages, remain the standard to this day. In Czechoslovakia, Kubin's 1920 dictionary, Jaroslav Neka's 90-page pocket-size Slovensko-Český slovní EKII, and Janíka's and Miloslav Kopecky's 500-page pocket-size Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů served as guides for Slovak and Czech students, civil servants, and clerks on how to write and speak so as not to mix up the two languages. To know the difference was much more important for the Slovak speakers because their language remained in flux until the 1960s, and Czech tended to dominate in Slovakia until the eventual breakup of Czechoslovakia in 1993. Today, numerous publications are still imported from the Czech Republic to Slovakia but not the other way round. Therefore, Slovak-Czech and Czech-Slovak dictionaries of the words that are different in both languages continue to be published in Slovakia, but not in the Czech Republic, as evidenced by Konstantin Horecky's 180-page Slovensko-Český a Československý slovník rozdílných výrazů. The legally imposed Czechoslovak commonality of the Slovak and Czech languages started unraveling in earnest during and after World War II. In wartime independent Slovakia, Slovak completely replaced Czech as the state's official language. When Czechoslovakia was re-established in 1945, the concepts of the common Czechoslovak nation and language were gone. Socialist Czechoslovakia was the common state of the two separate nations of the Slovaks and the Czechs with their own distinctive languages. However, it took more than 2 decades before communist Czechoslovakia's Czech and Slovak lexicographers managed to produce the first full-size, regular Slovak-Czech dictionary. Zelmira Gasparikova and Adolf Kamus's Slovensko-Český slovník came off the press in 1967 and was reprinted in 1983. Only the tragic events of the Prague Spring and the federalization of Slovakia in 1968 provided the impetus for the compilation of the Czech-Slovak dictionary. Under Gajah Horak's general editorship, a team of linguists from the Slovak Academy of Sciences prepared the extensive Československý slovník that appeared in 1979. These two significant dictionaries set a definitive lexicographic border between Slovak and 566 Czech. However, both languages are genetically and lexicographically so close to each other that these dictionaries have not become popular references, and are long out of print. Although the official ideology of Czechoslovakism did not allow for the compilation of any full-fledged bilingual Czech and Slovak dictionaries in interwar Slovakia, the elevation of Slovak to the rank of a de facto official language in Slovakia facilitated the development of specialist terminology in the language. For instance, Anton Palakovic's Magyar Slovak and Slovak Magyar Lekarský slovník was published in Brno, and Vladimir Fajener and Adolf Zacharecki's 2-volume Pravnický terminologický slovník, which was also a bilingual Slovak and Magyar reference, in Turčinský Svatý Martin and Bratislava. The final achievement of this trend came with Mikuláš Friedman's full-size Maďarsko-Československý a Slovensko-Česko-Maďarský technický slovník published in 1964. This work indicated that in the field of technology, Slovak vocabulary was as much linked with the Magyar language, as in this respect Czech Polish and Magyar with the German language. Official Czechoslovakism did not prevent the compilation of bilingual dictionaries that paired Slovak with languages other than Czech. In 1905, a pair of 2-volume English-Slovak and Slovak-English dictionaries appeared in the United States, one in New York and the other in Scranton, PA. In 1922 to 1923, the 2-volume German-Slovak and Slovak-German dictionary was published in Bratislava. When independent Slovakia emerged in 1939 following the collapse of Czechoslovakia, at least 5 extensive bilingual Slovak-German and German-Slovak dictionaries appeared in Leipzig, Bratislava, and Berlin. They were the functions of the developing Slovak-German alliance, and indicative of the negative Slovak reaction to things Czech. Ironically, it was German that gradually replaced Czech as the language of technology and scholarship in Slovakia. Michael Schwartz summarized the shift of Slovakia from the Czech to German sphere of influence in his book Die Slauke der Jungsteinstaat Europas. This Slovak aversion to all things Czech also meant the introduction of the radical policies of linguistic purism directed against Bohemianisms in Slovak in wartime independent Slovakia. Only during World War II, was a Slovak Academy of Sciences and Arts instituted, in 1942. In interwar Czechoslovakia, exclusively the Czechs enjoyed their own Czech Academy of Sciences and Arts, from which they dropped the name of Emperor Francis Joseph in 1918. Prior to 1942, Komenský University in Bratislava and the renewed Matica Slovenska jointly functioned as an ersatz Slovak Academy of Sciences. Despite this wartime reaction against the Czechs and Czechoslovakism, perhaps the emergence of Slovak as a separate language would have 567 been impossible in Hungary if it had not been partitioned in 1918. In interwar Czechoslovakia, Slovak was not replaced with Czech or some common Czechoslovak language. In 1919, the third edition of Zambil's Rukovat Spisovnadri I Lovenskej appeared, and prior to 1930, 5 editions of Jan Damberski's 2-volume Slovenskom Lovnika Pristrední Skolia Uidalsk Ustavi were published. In 1931, Peter THIRD-WORLDISM extensive Slovenský phraseologický slovnik came off the press. THRD drew on Kotsesko Nemecki Slovnik zvlast grammatiko phraseologicky and Kalal Slovenský slovnik z literatury a I. THRDYS was the first extensive monolingual dictionary of the Slovak language. Its second enlarged edition of 840 pages was published in 1933 in Prague and Prešov, and the 240-page-long Doplňky followed 4 years later. In 1932, the monthly Slovenskary had started publishing. It was modeled on the Czech journal Naci. Slovenskary is still published. In 1923, the Czech linguist Milos Weingart stated that the vocabulary of the Slovak language has not been adequately described and developed. Although his statement aptly described the situation until the 1960s, when the first authoritative multi-volume monolingual dictionary of the Slovak language was published, interwar Czechoslovakia prepared the indispensable basis for the final codification of Slovak in the second half of the 20th century. Whatever accusations Slovaks may level against Czechoslovakia, without the incorporation of Slovakia into the state, perhaps, there would have been no full-fledged Slovak language today, but a mere uncodified Slavic dialect rapidly withering in Hungary, like Sorbian in Germany. This Czechoslovak achievement, however, should not make one blind to official Czechoslovakism, which substantially slowed the codification of Standard Slovak between the two world wars. Part II. Nationalisms and Language in the Short 20th Century. The Triumph of the National. From the faith of underdogs in the multi-ethnic polities of Central Europe during the 19th century, nationalism grew into the sole principle of statehood legitimization in the 20th century. The transition was marked first by the establishment of the Kingdom of Italy and the German Empire as ethno-linguistic nation-states. Meanwhile, Vienna gave a half-hearted nod to nationalism when the Austrian Empire was overhauled into the dual monarchy of the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Hungary. The Magyars obtained their ersatz nation-state with Magyar as the official language. In the aftermath, Budapest also had to recognize the ethno-linguistic distinctiveness of Croatia-Slavonia, while Vienna had to agree to the ethno-linguistic distinctiveness of Poles in Galicia, and Czechs in Bohemia and Moravia. After the 1905 revolution, St. Petersburg had to resign from the policy of homogenizing the Russian Empire with the means of Russification, which allowed for the revival of the previously suppressed ethno-linguistic national movements, and the rise of new ones. During the Great War, Berlin and Vienna facilitated the rise of national movements on the Western Russian territories occupied by the Central Powers in order to secure a switch of the population's loyalty away from St. Petersburg. The victorious Allies led by United States President Woodrow Wilson stood for national self-determination as the political principle in agreement with which Central and Eastern Europe was to be reorganized. In 1918, nationalism was elevated to the unique position of the sole ideology of statehood legitimization in Europe. The force of nationalism incited during and immediately after the war was such that even Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, busy building a par excellence non-national polity of the Soviet Union for the sake of spreading communist revolution worldwide, had to succumb to this argument. He paid lip service to self-determination, intent on lending some more legitimacy to his initially pariah Bolshevik state. Unlike Wilson, who genuinely believed in the need of dismantling empires, Lenin only cloaked the self-determination he talked about with an anti-imperial rap, while at the same time the Bolsheviks, 570, were doing their utmost to save as much territory as possible from the defunct Russian Empire for their new state. The largely unexpected provisional triumph of nationalism in Central Europe came with the supplanting of the multi-ethnic empires of Austria-Hungary and the Ottomans with a multitude of ethno-linguistic nation-states from Finland in the north to Turkey in the south. The new national order was hampered by the fixation of the Central European nationalisms on the idea of ethno-linguistic homogeneity. The ideologically motivated drive to achieving this elusive ideal created numerous ethno-linguistic national minorities. In the new political configuration, by default, they were endowed with an inferior and anomalous political status. The disappearance of multi-ethnic empires left these minority groups in not their nation-states. Obviously, none of these minorities elected this status, it was imposed on them from above. Another source of instability lay in the imperial ambitions of Berlin and Moscow, which wished to re-extend their polities at least to the borders of the German Empire and the Austrian half of the dual monarchy in the former case, and to the borders of the Russian Empire in the latter. These aspirations led to the outbreak of World War II, and the casus belli was none other but minorities, irrespective of whether they wished to be put to such a job or not. In search of a great German nation-state, Adolf Hitler's Germany broadened its Lebensraum eastward, and Iosif Stalin's Soviet Union spread the blonde worldwide communist revolution westward. Both leaders opportunistically used nationalism to further their overall strategic and ideological goals. For instance, Berlin coaxed Slovakia toward independence to utilize the Slovaks' political displeasure with the Czechs, whom the former had seen as unjustly domineering in Czechoslovakia. This lessened the possibility of joint Czech-Slovak resistance after Germany annexed the Czech lands, and thus dismantled Czechoslovakia in 1939. On the other hand, Moscow granted the Polish city of Wilno as a desired capital to the Lithuanians, preventing any future cooperation between Lithuanian and Polish resistance. During the war, Central Europe became the battleground to German and Soviet totalitarianisms. Expulsions of inferior races and enemy nations became the order of the day, which flared up in the wholesale genocide of Jews and Roma perpetrated by National Socialist Germany. Democracy hardly featured in this calculation, already banished from the picture in the 1920s and 1930s, when authoritarian regimes had been established throughout the region one after another with the partial exception of Czechoslovakia. In 1945, the Western Allies and the Soviet Union defeated the Third Reich, and the Iron Curtain of the Cold War rivalry descended on the continent, dividing it into Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. In the former part, democracy was made into the dominating political system, while in the nationalisms and language in the 20th century 571. Latter Soviet-style communism. Yet, none of these changes nullified nationalism, which in leaps and bounds grew into the first global ideology when a multitude of new nation-states were founded worldwide in the wake of decolonization. As after the Great War, also at the end of World War II, the Allies decided to make the ethno-linguistic type of nationalism into the principle of political reorganization in Central Europe. Vast border changes and mass ethnic cleansings followed. They produced ethnically clean nation-states, most of the national minorities expelled, dispersed, or contained in the redrawn borders of their nation-states. The collapse of communism and the Soviet bloc in the hailed Annus Mirabilis of 1989 heralded the eventual globalization of nationalism. The replacement of communism with democracy, and the planned economy with its free market counterpart did not stop the spread of nationalism freed from the Cold War freezer of history. From the breakup of the Soviet Union, 15 new nation-states emerged, and the world's sunlipolity which legitimized its statehood with other ideology than nationalism, disappeared. The force of the nationalism was militarily reaffirmed when between 1991 and 2006, Yugoslavia split into 6 nation-states. A peaceful variant of this process played out itself in 1993 when the Czech and Slovak nation-states supplanted the binational Federation of Czechoslovakia. The future is unknowable, but it is fair to say that the European Union presents with itself a new political and ideological quality, which may alter the unique status of nationalism as the single ideology of statehood legitimization in the contemporary world. With the 2004 Big Bang enlargement when 10 new members were accepted into the Union's fold, followed by the 2007 accession of Bulgaria and Romania, the EU became a truly European organization. The official line holds that the European Union is not a superstate, determined to shape the nations of the member nation-states into a super-European nation. However, in 1953, Richard Coudenhove-Kalergi, the founder of the pan-European movement in the 1920s, published his treatise, Die Europäische Nation. Hekes, the German term nation in preference to the usual vogue, which emphasizes the ethnic character of nations, as those in Central Europe. The German concept of nation is ethnically blind, standing for political nation or, in other words, the citizenry of a given nation-state. Irrespective of one's language, religion, or ethnicity, one can become a citizen of such a polity and join its political nation, like in the United States of America. That is why Coudenhove-Kalergi tended to summarize his vision of a united Europe in the phrase the United States of Europe. He believed that the ethno-linguistically variegated inhabitants of Europe would become the Europeans, a European nation. Why did Coudenhove-Kalergi stop short of advocating that nationalism should be transcended? Perhaps the national character of the world in which he lived. 572. Made it impossible for him to achieve such an intellectual leap, or it was political pragmatism that dictated the solution of the European nation to him. After all, with what other ideology of statehood legitimization could nationalism be replaced? So far, there is no ready-made and popular enough replacement in sight. 8. The Polish nation, from a multi-ethnic to an ethnically homogeneous nation-state. From the second half of the 18th century, it is possible to speak of the national language, despite the fact that a direct relationship between it and the everyday speech of the peasantry was established decades later, during the 19th century. We want to build a homogeneous nation-state, not a multinational polity. General Alexander Zawadzki, governor of the Voivodeship of Silesia, member of the Central Committee of the Polish Communist Party, chairman of the Polish Council of State. The new situation will remove all thorny issues of national minorities, their autonomy or the accusations of the lack of such autonomy, as well as of justified or unjustified multilateral nationalist aspirations that these issues used to fuel. Poland as a state of one nation only. In Chapter 4 I focused on the stateless noble natio of partitioned Poland-Lithuania that sought to transform itself into a Polish nation. The Polish-Lithuanian noble leaders paid lip service to the French model of the nation-state but, apart from a few lonely dissenting voices, had no intention to broaden the confines of the planned Polish nation to embrace the third estate, that is, the peasantry and burghers. The social barrier of serfdom alone kept the nobles from associating with peasants. In the cities, a large and sometimes predominant segment of the population was made up of German speakers and Yiddish-speaking Jews. Their idioms disqualified them from participation in the emerging Polish. 573. 574. Nation due to the ideological fixation of the Polish national movement on the Polish language, which was imagined to be an invisible ersatz Polish nation-state in lieu of the partitioned Arcadia of Poland-Lithuania. Polish-Lithuanian political thinkers from the period of the Enlightenment could not foresee the vagaries of the nation-making and historical processes, which led to the dissociation of the Polish nation from the Polish-Lithuanian nobility beginning at the turn of 19th century. The two failed anti-Russian uprisings staged by this nobility in 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864 brought about repressions that spelled the end of the social and political dominance of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility and its predominantly rural way of life. Industrialization and urbanization undermined the economic basis of the nobility as well. Due to the dearth of land and the poverty of their families, a career in farming was also closed to them. The Polish intelligentsia, initially a home to impoverished nobles, turned into a class increasingly blind to the social backgrounds of its members. It came into being because the relatively backward economies of Russia and Austria/Austria-Hungary could not absorb the growing number of secondary school leavers and university graduates. Underpaid and underemployed intelligentsia took up the self-imposed task of modernization by popularizing the new ideologies of nationalism, positivism, and socialism in Central and Eastern Europe. They helped sow the seeds of social ferment, which, at the end of the Great War, resulted in the creation of numerous ethnic nation-states and socialist revolutions. The glue that kept the Polish intelligentsia together was the Polish language, perceived to be the backbone of the Polish nation that was being built. This, and the examples of the successful founding of Italy and the German Empire as nation-states, pushed the Polish intelligentsia to embrace the ethno-linguistic model of Polish nationalism by the 1890s. In this political vision, all Polish speakers, regardless of their social status, were to be fashioned into the Polish nation. Members of the Polish intelligentsia arrived at this goal in many different ways due to their varying social and political backgrounds. Józef Pilsudski, for example, hailed as the father of independent Poland, famously remarked that he left the train socialism at the station Independence. His elder brother, Bronislaw Pilsudski, accused of involvement with an anti-Tsarist revolutionary organization, was exiled to Sakhalin in 1887. He devoted himself to ethnographic work on the Ainu and corresponded with his family in Russian. Bronislaw moved to Galicia in 1906, and became involved with the pro-Polish independence forces only in the last years of the Great War. This resignation from research and scholarship in preference of the wholehearted pursuit of ethnic nationalism was characteristic of the intelligentsia throughout Central Europe. In their Brunn program of 1899, Austro-Hungary's Social Democrats, led by Otto Bauer and 575. Karl Renner, understood that the force of nationalism had to be reckoned with, that the rhetoric of workers of the world unite was not enough to suppress the attraction and mobilizing potential of ethnicity. In order to prevent the danger of splitting the dual monarchy along the ethno-linguistic lines, they proposed to transform Austria-Hungary into a federation of nationalities. On the order of the Russian Bolshevik Party, Joseph Stalin visited Austria-Hungary on a study trip in 1913. Drawing from the ideas of Bauer and Renner, and on the actual experience of Austria-Hungary in dealing with the nationalities question, he penned his influential essay, Marxism and the National Question. As the Commissar of Nationalities in Soviet Russia, Stalin implemented his ideas in the form of the ethno-linguistically based administrative division of the Soviet Union. Ernest Gellner famously summarized this tactical espousal of nationalism by Social Democrats, and the climate for fostering nationalism in the dual monarchy by saying that it was a prison house of nations, it was a kindergarten of nations. Eventually, a similar role was played by the intelligentsia, who turned out to be midwives to national movements, nations, and nation-states that were established after 1918. The intelligentsia were also instrumental in crafting national republics within the Soviet Union, complete with their national languages and cultures. Reflecting on the political and military prowess of the multi-ethnic polities of Austria-Hungary and Russia, one is most surprised that they collapsed and gave way to ethnic nation-states. Not many predicted such an outcome when the Great War erupted in 1914. With the advantage of hindsight, I infer that this process was generated by multidimensional instability. It was fostered by numerous political changes in the territories occupied by German and Austro-Hungarian troops, the near collapse of the German and Austro-Hungarian economies, the economic and political breakup of Russia, Berlin's and Vienna's military overstretch in the east, and the waning attraction and mobilizing force of monarchy as the source of statehood legitimization. Seeking to weaken loyalty to the Tsar in the occupied areas of the Russian Empire, Berlin and Vienna encouraged local ethno-linguistic national movements. In the case of Austria-Hungary, it was like trying to put out a fire by dousing it with petrol, and the national movements of the dual monarchy wasted no time in grasping this message. The vast majority of the ethnically diverse troops of Russia and Austria-Hungary remained loyal until the moment when St. Petersburg and Vienna ceased to control their empires in 1917 and 1918, respectively. In the new situation, the soldiers were left to their own devices, gradually attracted to the coalescing nation-states as new loci of loyalty. The dream of establishing new nation-states aspiring to ethnical homogeneity was not often dreamed. 576. By the average person, usually thirsting for a semblance of pre-war stability and prosperity, unless the average person saw such a national dream as the way leading to these goals. A national future was the aim of the leaders of various national movements. Instead of 2 emperors and 2 prime ministers, there would be governments enough for a dozen presidents and a dozen prime ministers. Electorates followed swiftly because there was no choice. Austria-Hungary and the Russian Empire simply disappeared. It was an unexpected triumph of ethnic entrepreneurs who led new nation-states to independence. Ethno-linguistically determined intelligentsias turned into the elites of the new nation-states. The emergence of Poland and linguistic nationalism. In 1916, the Central Powers provisionally agreed to the formation of the Kingdom of Poland. Influenced by his friend and the famous pianist, Ignacy Paderewski, United States President Woodrow Wilson explicitly mentioned Poland in his so-called 14-point speech delivered in early 1918. Point 13 called for an independent Polish state should be erected, which should include ethnic territories inhabited by indisputable Polish populations, which should be assured of free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenant. Poland was the single non-existent state featured in the speech. As was clear from his formula, Wilson espoused the ethno-linguistic concept of the Polish nation-state popularized by Polish nationalists since the 1890s. On June 3, 1918, the Allies recognized the principle of Polish independence as proposed by Wilson. The territorial shape of Poland was forged from 1918 to 1923. The final result was quite different from pre-partition Poland-Lithuania, which early 19th century Polish nationalists had wished to resurrect as a Polish nation-state. It was an uneasy compromise between Roman Dmowski's radically ethnic vision of Poland, composed of all the territories inhabited by Polish speakers, and Józef Pilsudski's political project of a Poland federated with Lithuania and linked to Ukraine by a confederation. At the beginning of November 1918, the Austro-Hungarian occupation administration collapsed in the Lublin general governorship, and the Polish-language administration of Galicia ceased following orders from Vienna. At the same time, Ukrainian nationalists proclaimed the independence of western Ukraine, located in eastern Galicia. In mid-November, Berlin evacuated its occupation forces from the Warsaw general governorship. On November 11, the Council of State of the Kingdom of Poland appointed Pilsudski commander-in-chief of the Polish forces and asked him to form a national government. The anti-German Wielkopolska uprising secured 577. Most of the Prussian province of Posen for Poland. At the beginning of 1919, Polish troops extinguished the independence of western Ukraine. Following the successes of the Wielkopolska uprising, the Treaty of Versailles granted to Poland most of the province of Posen, as well as most of West Prussia, in keeping with Wilson's desire to secure access to the Baltic for the state. Polish troops and administration took over the territories not already controlled by Wielkopolska insurrectionists in January and February 1920. In this manner, the entire territory of the Vistula land, the entire Austrian zone of partition, and most of the Prussian partition zone were incorporated into the new Poland. Along with Upper Silesia and its industrial basin, the main bone of contention remained the overwhelmingly German-speaking city of Danzig, which had belonged to Poland-Lithuania. At that time, however, loyalty to the Polish-Lithuanian monarch, not language, had determined its allegiance. In 1920, in line with the decisions of the Versailles Treaty, the Allies made the city and its vicinity into the Free City of Danzig under control of the League of Nations. Poland received some postal, commercial and military rights in the territory. Another flashpoint of potential conflict between Poland and Germany was the so-called Polish Corridor, which separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany. After its astounding victory in the Polish-Soviet War of 1919 to 1921, Warsaw could demand the rest of the Russian partition zone in the Treaty of Riga. Supporters of Dmowski, however, wished to limit the intake of territories not inhabited by Polish speakers. They famously declined Minsk/Minsk and the eastern half of Belarus, offered by a defeated Soviet Russia. Hence, only the western portion of this partition zone was incorporated. The zone's central and eastern core was split between Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine. Warsaw did not seek the northern part of this zone, incorporated now into Latvia and Lithuania, with the exception of Vilnius and its vicinity. Seized by irregular Polish troops in late 1920, this territory was made into a nominally independent Central Lithuania, which 2 years later was incorporated into Poland. Despite Lithuania's protests, the Allies accepted this incorporation in 1923, when they recognized the Polish borders in their entirety. Although Pilsudski was reluctant to advance any territorial demands beyond the borders of erstwhile Poland-Lithuania, Dmowski and his supporters thought otherwise. Already in the 1880s and 1890s, they had anachronistically broadened the territorial scope of the Prussian and Austrian partition zones to include the predominantly Slavophone regions of Prussia's Upper Silesia and the eastern half of Austrian Silesia. These areas had never been part of Poland-Lithuania. The territories were contained within the borders of medieval Poland, but only briefly, whereas they were incorporated in the lands of the Czech crown for 578 centuries in the case of Upper Silesia and for 6 centuries in the case of Austrian Silesia. Some nationalists also added East Prussia to the concept of the Prussian partition zone, though this area was overwhelmingly German-speaking, and never belonged to either early Poland or Poland-Lithuania. However, East Prussia had been a Polish-Lithuanian fief between 1525 and 1657, when the German-speaking and Lutheran nobles of East Prussia saw the Polish-Lithuanian monarch as a trustworthy protector against the excesses of the Counter-Reformation and were lured by the extensive Polish-Lithuanian market. The unresolved issue of sovereignty over 2 Polish-Hungarian border areas, Zapies and Arva, provided the basis for Warsaw's claim to them. The Hungarian king pawned the former territory to the Polish-Lithuanian monarch in the 15th century, and it was never redeemed before the partitions of Poland-Lithuania. Beginning in the late Middle Ages, settlers from Poland-Lithuania arrived in northern Arva. Prior to 1918, both Zapies and Arva were included in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy. Warsaw's claim to all the aforementioned areas, although they had not been part of Poland-Lithuania, was legitimized by the fact that the majority of the population spoke Polish. There is no doubt that these populations were Slavophone, or at least bilingual, sharing their usually native Slavic idiom with the official state language, German or Magyar. But to say that their Slavic dialects were Polish amounts to ideologizing the still pre-national socio-linguistic reality. The Slavic speakers of southern East Prussia went by ethno-original names, Mazurs and Warmiaks, those in the vicinity of Danzig by the name Kashubs, those of Upper Silesia by the name Silesians, and those of Teschen Silesia by the name Silesians. As indicated by their ethnonym, the Mazurian ethnic group developed from the Slavophone settlers from the region of Mazovia, center of today's Poland with the capital, Warsaw, in its midst. Mazovia lay south of the monastic polity of the Teutonic order built on the lands of the heathen ethnic group of Baltic-speaking Pruthenians, many of whom lost their lives in the course of their forced Christianization by the Teutonic Knights. In their stead, beginning in the 14th century, Slavic-speaking settlers arrived from northern Mazovia. What made the Mazurs into a specific ethnic group different from the inhabitants of Mazovia was confession. In 1525, Ducal Prussia was established as an autonomous Protestant polity under the protection of the Polish-Lithuanian monarch, and remained a Polish fief until 1657. But its population, including Slavophone Mazurs, was Lutheran, unlike the population of Poland's Mazovia, who professed Catholicism. The south of Prussia, bordering on Mazovia, was 579. Informally named Mazuria, especially after the mid-19th century. Although the Mazurs referred to their language as Polish, they did not apply Thiethnonym Poles to themselves. For them, Thiethnonym Pole was a synonym for Catholic. Hence they called themselves Prussians. In 1871, the newly founded German Empire absorbed Prussia, which entailed the imposition of German as the sole official language and the medium of education. This was not to the Mazurs' liking, which they chose to manifest by referring to themselves as Old Prussians. Thus, until the beginning of the 20th century, few Mazurs chose to define themselves as Germans. Although German remained a foreign language to the Mazurs, they perceived the Polish language of Poland-Lithuania as foreign too. First of all, Polish was written and printed in Catholic letters as opposed to Lutheran/German letters, which Masurian prints shared with German publications. Second, the Masurian idiom was derived from the 15th century Northern Mazovian dialect, much distant from Standard Polish. Third, when the German and Polish national movements began aggressively to penetrate Masuria in the last 2 decades of the 19th century, most of the Mazurs decided to stick to their ethno-linguistic specificity, which they emphasized by calling their language Masurian. In 1910, there were over 200,000 Mazurs, who constituted around 60% of the population in Masuria. In 1890, less than 20% of Mazurs described their language as Masurian, while over 2/3 of them did so in 1910. German statistics also allowed for labeling one's speech as bilingual, for instance, German and Polish, or German and Masurian. The former category plummeted from 12,300 in 1890 to 7,700 in 1910, whereas the latter grew from 4,600 to 8,600. The Warmiaks were a group similar to the Mazurs, both stemmed from the Mazovian settlers. What divided these two groups was religion and history. The Warmiaks professed Catholicism, because their region of Warmia was part of Royal Prussia that belonged to Poland-Lithuania from 1466 to 1772, and so the Reformation never took root in this region. In East Prussia, it was the only compact Catholic area. The Warmiaks shared their specific Slavic idiom with the Mazurs, but kept calling it Polish due to the continued influx of Polish language publications in Catholic or Polish letters, that is, Antiqua characters. While some publications were written in the Masurian language, the Warmiaks idiom never made it to the printed page. At the beginning of the 20th century, the Warmiaks numbered 60,000. All of them indicated their language as Polish and, unlike the Mazurs, tended to employ Standard Polish in their 580 publications, although less than half of them considered themselves Poles. The rest preferred to refer to themselves as Prussians or Germans. The Kashubs were the native Slavophone population in Royal Prussia, residing west, north, and south of the city of Gdansk. Their region was separated from Warmia before 1772 by the territorial wedge belonging to Prussia. The ethnonym Kashubs, of unclear etymology, rendered in Latin as Kasubi, was recorded for the first time in Pope Gregory IX's bull of 1238, in the form Kasubia, which is the name of the Kashubs' home region. In 1910, their number was estimated at 190,000, though Polish nationalist sources claimed as many as 600,000 Kashubs, viewed as Poles or potential Poles. The majority of Kashubs were Catholic but, like the Mazurs, did not readily identify themselves with the Polish nation. The main source of difference was their separate Slavic language of Kashubian, but known in Kashubian as Kasebski or Kazibski. Although the first text in Kashubian dates from 1402, Kashubian literature developed in the 16th century when Protestants started publishing Lutheran devotional books in Kashubian translations. In Kashubia, Polish functioned as the language of sermons in Catholic churches and as the language of liturgy and sermons in Protestant churches. On the other hand, German predominated as the language of administration. Polish stopped serving this function after the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, when Royal Prussia was incorporated into Prussia. Some Kashubs saw their language as separate from Polish, while others saw it as a dialect of Polish. When the Kashubian national movement developed in the second half of the 19th century, most Kashubs perceived their language as separate from Polish. Polish nationalists, however, defined Kashubian as a dialect of Polish, and thus, by extension, the Kashubians as an ethno-original group of the Polish nation. The overwhelming majority of Kashubians disagreed and declared their language to be Kashubian in German censuses. After the first partition of Poland-Lithuania, Prussian administrators readily noticed the similarity between the Polish language and the idioms of the Kashubs, Mazurs, and Warmiaks. In this pre-national age, language was not part of the ideology of legitimizing statehood. Such terms as Polish Prussians or Polish Prussia were used to refer to the Kashubs, Mazurs, Warmiaks, and their homelands. In the 1820s, the Prussian administration began to introduce the idea of measuring the national composition of a population by asking about one's original or everyday language in censuses. At the turn of the 19th century, in the wake of the disappearance of Poland-Lithuania from the political map of Europe, the stereotype of Polnisk Wirtschaft emerged. This term associated all things Polish with inferiority, poverty, disorganization, and uncivilizedness. In this way, the term Pole 581 became a pejorative label which German neighbors and administrators liked to apply to Slavophone Kashubs, Mazurs, and Warmiaks, while the latter took offense. This deepened the ethnic boundary between these three ethnic groups vis-a-vis the Germans and the Poles, especially at the turn of the 20th century. The Upper Silesians and the Silesians of Teschen Silesia shared a similar aversion to the ethnonym Pole. The former associated everything Polish with economically and civilization ally inferior Russian Poland, that is, the Vistula land which directly bordered on Prussian Silesia. For the Silesians, the ultimate other was the Galician Pole suffering the proverbial Galician poverty. For the sake of clarity, I dubbed the Upper Silesians the Zlonziks and the Silesians the Slunziks, although their self-ethnonyms, Silesians, are the same and vary only a little in pronunciation. The Zlonziks and the Slunziks lived in the historical region of Upper Silesia, which was split between Austria and Prussia in 1740. The southern sliver of this region, which remained with Vienna, was made into the crown land of Austrian Silesia, while the rest of Upper Silesia, together with Lower Silesia, became Prussia's province of Silesia. After 1815, the Oppeln Regency was introduced as one of the province's three subdivisions and coincided with Prussia's share of Upper Silesia. The Slavophone Zlonziks numbered 1.4 million in 1910. At the same time, 390,000 Slunziks lived in the eastern half of Austrian Silesia, that is, in Teschen Silesia. Austria's Teschen Silesia and Prussian Silesia were alike part of the Breslau Catholic Diocese. Virtually, all the Zlonziks were Catholics, whereas 1/5 of the Slunziks professed Lutheranism. In addition, Upper Silesia was of mixed German-Slavic character as opposed to overwhelmingly Slavophone Teschen Silesia. At the end of the 19th century, the Polish national movement timidly entered Upper Silesia, whereas Teschen Silesia became the scene of a clash between the Czech and Polish national movements. But German nationalists too participated in it. In response to the increasing national tension in Teschen Silesia, a Slunzakian national movement came into being. The German-speaking elite of Austrian Silesia supported it, hoping to lessen the influence of Czech and Polish nationalists. In Upper Silesia, the steeping of the official state ideology of the German Empire in Protestantism and the German language isolated the Zlonziks from the mainstream of German national life. The influence of Polish nationalism was negligible shortly after World War I. Following the war, 3 anti-German rebellions erupted in Upper Silesia with active military support from Poland. Known as the Silesian uprisings in Polish historiography, these rebellions also coaxed the Zlonziks to organize their own national movement. 582. The Zlonzokian and Ślązokian national movements became the strongest social and political forces after the war in Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia, respectively. Berlin, Prague, and Warsaw resented the rise of these two new nationalisms as a direct danger to their own national projects, and the Allies, with so many new nation-states already bickering about their borders, did not want to get involved, and so dismissed the principle of ethnically defined national self-determination as impractical in this case. The level of internal and international tension was extreme in the conflicts over Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia, because of the unusually high stakes involved. The Upper Silesian industrial basin was second only to the Ruhr in continental Europe, and its Ostrogorwin counterpart in Teschen Silesia was the largest industrial basin of Austria-Hungary. To save the Upper Silesian industrial region from falling into Polish hands, Berlin supported the Zlonzokian idea of turning Upper Silesia into an independent Zlonzokian nation-state with German and Polish as official languages. Ślązokian politicians voiced a similar idea in Teschen Silesia, but with the dual monarchy disintegrating, Vienna could not even consider supporting it. Until the 1740 division, Bohemian, along with German and Latin, was used as an official language in Upper Silesia. Immediately after the division of this region, German replaced the other two languages in Prussian Silesia. The same process was repeated in Austrian Silesia after 1784. For the sake of improved education of the Slavophone Zlonziks in Upper Silesia, Polish was introduced to schools and pastoral services in both Catholic and Protestant areas in 1849. After the founding of the German Empire, German replaced Polish in the schools in 1873, although the latter remained a language of sermons and pastoral services, especially in Catholic churches. In Teschen Silesia, the monopoly of official German lasted until the last 2 decades of the 19th century, when Czech and Polish were allowed into elementary schools and commune-level self-governmental administration. The speech of the Zlonziks and the Ślązoks was as distant from Czech and Polish as the Masurian language from Polish, but proposals for codifying a Zlonzokian or Ślązokian language, voiced already in the 1870s, never came to fruition. The functional multilingualism of German in public life, Polish in school and church, and the local dialect at home served the Zlonziks and the Ślązoks well enough. The Polish-Czechoslovak conflict over the tiny Upper Hungarian regions of Arva and Zapiz was hard to justify in linguistic terms, because their populations included German speakers and Slavic speakers. Due to isolation and the specific Carpathian transhumant economy, the Slavic dialects spoken in both regions were as distant from Czech, Polish, or Slovak as Kashubian was from Polish. Warsaw's main claim to Zapiz was that it had constituted part 583 of Poland-Lithuania until 1769. In the case of Arva, the claim was more dubious, because it hinged on the arrival of settlers from Poland-Lithuania to this region beginning in the 16th century. The Czechoslovak argument was that Thetwo regions in their entirety were part of Upper Hungary, which became Slovakia after 1918. With literacy scant and both regions overwhelmingly rural, there was little use for writing. Latin and German dominated in documents until 1788. German was then placed in the role of the official language until the establishment of Austria-Hungary in 1867, when Magyar replaced German in the Hungarian half of the dual monarchy, including Upper Hungary. In the wake of the collapse of Austria-Hungary, the Greek Catholic population of the Galician Upper Hungarian borderland became a thorny issue too. They referred to themselves by a plethora of similar ethnonyms: Rusini or Rusnaci in Polish, Rusin, Rusnak or Rutin in Magyar, Rusini in Czech, and Rusinus/Rusini, Yugros-Rusinus/Yugros-Rusini, or Carpato-Rusinus/Carpato-Rusini in their own language. The ethnonyms were translated into English as Ruthenians, Hungarian Ruthenians and Carpatho-Ruthenians. This led to confusion with the Ruthenians of Galicia, who turned into part of the Ukrainian nation. Today, these people are known under the unambiguous name of Rusins or Carpatho-Rusins. The use of Church Slavonic in liturgy, their Greek Catholic Church and a language written in Cyrillic characters distanced them from the Poles, Czechs, and Slovaks. Initially, many leaders of the Rusin national movement wanted to unite their nation with Russia, but this proved impractical after the collapse of the Russian Empire. However, the 1914–1915 Russian offensive, which engulfed some Austro-Hungarian territories inhabited by Rusins, made Vienna and Budapest fearful of their possible support for the invaders. In 1915 and 1916, as many as 6,000 Rusins were sent to the Thalerhof concentration camp near Graz. The founding of Western Ukraine in November 1918 triggered another wave of political activism among the Rusins. Budapest offered them autonomy within the Hungarian state, while some Rusin nationalists advocated union with Ukraine or independence. The independence option became popular among the Rusins in the Galician section of the Carpathians. There they numbered around 150,000. When the Allies took no notice of Rusin national aspirations, federation with Czechoslovakia looked like the most promising solution. In January 1919, some Galician Rusins decided to take this option too. Warsaw rejected the possibility of ceding any part of Galicia to Czechoslovakia, and pacified the Rusin populated area in 1920. The following year, the Polish court in Nowy Sącz acquitted Rusin leaders of high treason, because it was decided that, not being Poles, they had acted in good faith aspiring to establish a nation-state for their Rusin nation. In interwar Poland, Warsaw advocated the ethnonym Lemko for Galician Rusins in order not to allow their merger either with the Ukrainians or the Rusins of Czechoslovakia's Subcarpathian Ruthenia. Ukrainian leaders 584 saw it as another of Warsaw's anti-Ukrainian measures, because they considered Lemkos an ethnographic group of the Ukrainian nation. The initial post-1918 enthusiasm for reorganizing Central and Eastern Europe in line with the national principle proved increasingly impractical, divisive, and prone to breeding more instability. In a half-hearted attempt to prevent these side effects, the Allies decreed that the fates of Warmia and Masuria, Upper Silesia, Teschen Silesia, and Arva and Zapiz were to be decided by plebiscites. The short Polish-Czechoslovak War over Teschen Silesia in January 1919 and growing violence led to the Council of Allied Ambassadors' 1920 decision to divide Teschen Silesia, Arva, and Zapiz between Czechoslovakia and Poland without holding plebiscites. Paris ensured the transfer of the entire Ostrokerwin industrial basin to Czechoslovakia so as not to fortify Poland unduly, since Warsaw stood a fair chance of obtaining the Upper Silesian industrial basin. Despite widespread violence, plebiscites were held in 1920 in East and West Prussia, and the following year in Upper Silesia. The results were most disappointing for Poland, because the votes for remaining with Germany ranged from 97.8% in the East Prussian plebiscite area, to 92.4% in the West Prussian plebiscite area, and to 59.7% in Upper Silesia. While at East and West Prussian plebiscite areas were left with Germany, after much agonizing, the Allies transferred the eastern section of Upper Silesia, with most of the industrial basin to Poland in 1922. The territorial transfers from Germany to Poland, and the division of some Austro-Hungarian regions between Czechoslovakia and Poland, sent waves of refugees and expellees, thus amounting to unprecedented ethnic cleansing, complete with concentration, transfer, and refugee camps. This ethnic cleansing is largely forgotten today, overshadowed by the atrocities of World War II, which generated almost 50 million refugees and expellees in Central and Eastern Europe between 1939 and 1950. But after 1918, residents of the aforementioned territories were offered the right of option. Namely, in the case of border changes, Such a resident could choose to move to a different successor state than the one to which his or her hometown happened to be granted, and the resident was entitled to obtain citizenship of the state of his or her choice as well. Obviously, the goal and effect of these population movements was to increase ethno-linguistic homogeneity within the borders of nation-states. For instance, the share of Germans in the population of the corridor sank from 42.5% in 1910 to 18.8% in 1921 and 9.6% in 1931. For Wielkopolska, the respective numbers were 34.4%, 16.7%, and 9.2%. Between 1919 and 1923 alone, about 700,000 Germans abandoned 585 their homes in these two regions. In Upper Silesia, it was difficult to decide who was German or Polish, because neither Berlin nor Warsaw wished to recognize the Zlonsiks as a separate nation, and the plebiscite forced them to opt either for Poland or for Germany. Between 1922 and 1939, 190,000 persons left the Polish section of Upper Silesia for Germany, and more than 100,000 persons from the German part of this region moved to Poland. In the same period, about 10,000 persons arrived from the Czechoslovak section of Teschen Silesia to Poland. This massive migration of Germans from the German territories transferred to Poland was caused by several factors. First, Germans perceived Poland as civilization ally inferior to Germany. Second, they had lived in a German nation-state since 1871 and had no intention to succumb to the process of Polish ethno-linguistic nation-state building which would require them to learn Polish. The territorial changes between Poland and Czechoslovakia were not extensive enough to send significant waves of refugees. In Czech eyes, Poland seemed inferior, but for the Slovaks this difference did not amount to much, because the poor economic and social situation in Slovakia was similar to Poland's Galicia. The most sweeping territorial and systemic changes were reserved for the regions which had constituted Germany's semi-colony of the Land Ober-Ost during the war. The Eastern Front moved back and forth over hundreds of kilometers, sending refugees fleeing to and fro. For example, 500,000 inhabitants of Russia's ethnically Lithuanian gubernias fled the advancing German troops. The same phenomenon was repeated after 1918 in the course of the military conflicts between Polish troops and their Ukrainian, Soviet, and Lithuanian counterparts. Due to destruction, war casualties, refugees, and emigration, Belarus lost over 1.4 million inhabitants. Warsaw treated White Ruthenians/White Russians and Ruthenians/Little Russians as ethnographic mass to be divided eventually between the Polish and Russian nations. It was more difficult to deny the existence of the Ukrainian nation, which managed to form two states immediately after the war, and preserved the independence of Dnieper Ukraine until 1921. To curb the consolidation of the Ukrainian nation, Warsaw facilitated the settling of 200,000 ethnic Poles in eastern Galicia during the 1920s. Many of the settlers were Polish soldiers retired from the army, which increased the tension between the newcomers and the local population even more. The period of uneasy toleration of Ukrainians and their political and cultural aspirations was over by the end of the 1930s, mainly in the region of Chelm. 200 Orthodox churches were destroyed, another 150 passed into Catholic hands, and the Polish administration forced numerous Orthodox Ukrainians to convert to Catholicism. In 1939, only 586. 51 Orthodox churches remained in Poland. The use of Ukrainian was restricted and it was dubbed a Bolshevik invention. In the autumn of 1938, a wave of anti-Ukrainian pogroms was organized along the border with the Soviet Union to fortify Polishdom in this strategic area. Paradoxically, the outbreak of World War II prevented the planned application of these anti-Orthodox and Polonizing measures to the Belarusian populated regions of Białystok and Vilnius. Despite these repressions, Poland still seemed to be civilization ally superior to the Soviet Union in the eyes of Ukrainians and Belarusians. In Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine, after a period of encouraging Belarusian and Ukrainian languages and cultures during the 1920s, a wave of purges and ethnically defined persecution set in. To speed up the Sovietization of its part of Ukraine, Moscow instigated an artificial famine in 1932 and 1933, which cost 4 to 7 million lives. Any repression suffered by Belarusians and Ukrainians in interwar Poland paled beside the terror unleashed in the Soviet Union. The Belarusians and Ukrainians did not have nation-states of their own to protect their interests in Poland, nor was it a viable option for them to emigrate to the Soviet Union. In addition, the vast majority of Belarusians and Ukrainians were peasants. In the 1930s, the rate of illiteracy among Belarusians ranged from 40 to 60%. The same figure for Ukrainians was between 30 and 50%. In comparison, almost all Germans who lived in Poland were literate, most of them worked in factories or in the service sector. Hence they were much more socially and spatially mobile than Belarusians and Ukrainians. However, the phenomenon of illiteracy remained widespread among rural Germans in Volhynia. More significantly, despite Berlin's official efforts to maintain the German minorities for revisionist purposes, the German nation-state, eager to protect the interests of the German minority in Poland and to act as a safe haven in times of need, offered an enticing option of emigration. A curious situation developed in their relations between Poland and Lithuania. The Lithuanians perceived their social and economic situation as similar to that of ethnic Poles. Most Lithuanians living in interwar Poland were concentrated in the Wilno region, CZB Poland in 1920. They had no intention to leave for Lithuania, because the Lithuanian government continued to see the city as its rightful capital. Poland and Lithuania remained in a state of war until 1927, and Kaunas refused to establish diplomatic relations with Warsaw until 1938, when the Polish government imposed such relations by means of an ultimatum. 587. Language politics in interwar Poland. Interwar Poland was a composite of numerous territories of varying political statuses, which reflected various administrative and legal traditions of the polities to which they had belonged during and before World War I. For instance, in the territories incorporated from Austria-Hungary, vehicle and train traffic was left-sided. In the areas, which had been part of Russia's western gubernias, the Julian calendar was still used, and serfdom even survived in the Polish section of Zapies until 1932. In addition, Warsaw signed the Minorities Treaty in 1919, as required by the allies of all the new nation-states. 3. Furthermore, political, economic, and social relations in both the Polish and the German sections of the Upper Silesian plebiscite area were governed by the German-Polish Treaty signed in Geneva in 1922, which remained in force for 15 years. This resulted in the overlapping of numerous legal systems within a given administrative area. For example, Poland's only autonomous voivodeship, Silesia, was composed of sections of Prussian Upper Silesia and Austrian Silesia. Hence elements of the German, Prussian, Austro-Hungarian, Austrian Silesian, Polish and now Silesian voivodeship legal systems were in power along with the regulations introduced by the Minority Treaty and the Polish-German Treaty on Upper Silesia. Before integration of these disparate territories and populations within the Polish polity could commence, the basic question about the nature of the state had to be answered. The main ideological difference was between the proponents of Dmowski and Pilsudski. The political tension between these two camps was encapsulated by an ideological choice between Państwo Narodowe and Państwo Narodowo-Siłowe. Despite the confusing literal translations of these two terms, both camps wanted to build Poland as a nation-state. But Dmowski's camp wanted an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state, whereas Pilsudski supporters agreed to the inclusion of nationalities, that is, ethnically non-Polish populations, in the Polish nation-state. In December 1922, Gabriel Narutowicz was elected the first Polish president. Pilsudski opposed him because Narutowicz had spent 3 decades in Switzerland before returning to Poland in 1920. Dmowski's supporters accused him of not being a Polish president at all, because his election victory was sealed by the votes of the national minorities, especially Jews. Moreover, they spread the false claim that Narutowicz could not speak Polish well. On December 16, 5 days after having been sworn into office, a Dmowski sympathizer assassinated Narutowicz. However, it was impossible to deny that. 588. One-third of Poland's inhabitants were not Polish from the ethno-linguistic vantage. Pilsudski and his camp, who retained power in interwar Poland between 1926 and 1939, decided to take this reality into account, though at times only grudgingly. In view of the territorial and political instability that prevailed during the first years after the Great War, the Polish Constitution of 1921 refrained from dealing with the language question. Article 109 provided that Polish citizens had the right to preserve their nationality and cultivate their language. Article 110 added that Polish citizens belonging to national, confessional, or linguistic minorities had the right to establish their schools and organizations. Meanwhile, Polish became the sole language of administration, courts, and education in Congress Poland and Western Galicia. In Congress Poland, Polish had been made the official language during the war already by the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations, and Polish had played this role in Galicia since 1869. German was allowed as a minority language in administration, courts, and education in the formerly German areas transferred to Poland. In these regions, German had functioned as official language since 1772 and 1793 respectively, when Prussia incorporated them following the first and second partitions of Poland-Lithuania. Ukrainian, officially referred to as Ruthenian, was tolerated in administration, courts, and education in eastern Galicia. Ukrainian, officially known as Ruthenian, had functioned as a Landesübliche Sprache in eastern Galicia since 1869. In 1918, Ukrainian was elevated to the rank of official language in short-lived independent Western Ukraine. Polish became the sole language of administration and courts in the Polish areas that had been part of Russia's Western Gubernias before 1914. However, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian could be used for oral communication with civil servants and in courts, and as media of instruction in schools. Between 1905 and 1914, St. Petersburg had guaranteed a similar limited role for these three languages and Polish. At that time, Ukrainian had been known as Little Russian, Belarusian as White Russian, and Lithuanian as Lithuanian and Samogitian. During the war, the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations had allowed the use of Lithuanian, Ruthenian, Polish, White Ruthenian and Yiddish in administration, courts, and education, whereas German had replaced Russian as official language. In 589. Some areas of this region, Belarusian, Lithuanian, or Ukrainian had been made official languages when Belarus, Lithuania, and Dnieper Ukraine gained independence in 1918. In 1919, Polish troops entered some of these areas, only to be followed by the Red Army, which meant replacement of Polish by Russian as official language until the Poles returned in mid-1920. The Treaty of Riga, which concluded the Polish-Soviet War, was contracted between Poland, Soviet Russia, and Ukraine. But in interwar Poland, Ukrainian was usually referred to as Ruthenian, much to the chagrin of Ukrainian politicians, although Ukrainians from Galicia stuck to this label from Austro-Hungarian times and did not consider it offensive. The Galician Ukrainians changed their position in this respect only in the 1930s. The Polish term for Belarusian was and still is Białoruski, but in interwar Poland, one usually understood it as a straightforward translation of the Russian term White Russian or the German White Ruthenian. Warsaw's lack of concern for the minority languages of Eastern Poland also showed itself in the official terming of Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian as Nartsa, reminiscent of Russian Narekia for these languages before 1914. It was a far cry from the practice of the German and Austro-Hungarian administrations of Galicia, the Land Oberost, and the Rear administration area to label Belarusian, Lithuanian, Ukrainian, and Yiddish as languages. Yiddish tended to be disparagingly dubbed a jargon in interwar Poland, but in this usage Warsaw followed the widespread Jewish practice to reserve the term language only for Hebrew. Generally speaking, in the myopic view of Polish ethnic nationalism represented in interwar Poland by Dmowski and his supporters, in the territories of former Poland-Lithuania now included in the Polish nation-state, only Polish could be seen as a language, because it had been the sole official language of Poland-Lithuania at the end of its existence. Hence, the new usurper languages stemming from the heartland of former Poland-Lithuania could not be anything more than the patois of cheeky peasants who had forgotten their place, as opposed to noble Polish. An exception was made for German, which had functioned as an official language in the Polish fief of Prussia. Anyway, it was impossible to deny that German was a language, as its written and official use was of old standing and widespread in neighboring Austria and Prussia. Polish was made into the state language of interwar Poland on October 1, 1924 by Article 1 of the Act on the Language of Administration. Earlier, the de facto elevated status of Polish had been recognized by the 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, which had reserved the role of medium of education in such schools exclusively for Polish. These regulations, in the view of Poland's international minority obligations, also required additional legislation on the status of minority languages used in interwar Poland. In 1925, the Act on 590 Language of Courts in the voivodeships of Poznan and Pomerania guaranteed German-speaking Polish citizens residing in the two voivodeships the right to communicate with courts in German. The Ukrainians and Belarusians were concentrated in the east of Poland, where they constituted the majority or plurality of the population. The same was true of Jews living in the towns and cities located in this region. In confessional terms, it meant that Greek Catholics predominated in eastern Galicia, Orthodox Christians in the rest of the region, and followers of Judaism in the urban areas throughout this region. When Warsaw decided to regulate the question of language there, the first step was the legal redefining of Russia's former Western Gubernias and Eastern Galicia within Polish borders as Kresy. The Kresy comprised the voivodeships of Lwów, Stanisławo, Tarnopol, Volhynia, Polzia, Nowogrodzic, Vilnius, and the eastern sliver of the voivodeship of Białystok. Paradoxically, this officially named borderland region accounted for 53.3% of the Polish territory and 38.8% of its population. In economic terms, the Kresy together with the rest of the voivodeship of Białystok and the voivodeship of Lublin, were known as Poland B, that is, the backward half of Poland located east of the Vistula River. This Poland B accounted for 61% of the Polish territory and 47% of Poland's inhabitants. The 1924 Act on the Language of Administration also singled out the Kresy by legislating specific provisions for this area. It was appended by similar acts on the language of courts and schools. The three acts came into effect on October 1, 1924. Article 2 of the Act on the Language of Administration provided for the use of Ruthenian, Belarusian, or Lithuanian in contacts with state administration in speech and writing. The official use of Ruthenian was limited to the voivodeships of Lwów, Tarnopol, Stanisławo, Volhynia, and Polzia, of Belarusian to the voivodeships of Polzia, Nowogrodzic, Wilno, and the eastern part of the voivodeship of Białystok, and of Lithuanian in the predominantly Lithuanian-speaking areas in the region of Wilno. This legally defined the division of the Kresy into areas where minority languages could be used, proved of decisive importance for the future establishment of the administrative border between Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine when the territories of both republics were extended westward after World War II. The northern Kresy, including the northern section of the voivodeship of Polzia, was handed over to Soviet Belarus, and the southern Kresy to Soviet Ukraine. Polzia, inhabited by impoverished and overwhelmingly illiterate peasants of the Orthodox faith, was a hard nut to crack for Warsaw as well as for the Belarusian and Ukrainian national movements. In censuses, most inhabitants referred to themselves as Tudysi and to their language as Tudysi. The 1930 census recorded 707,400 Tudysi, who constituted 591. 62.4% of the Polshian population. When pressed for a more specific categorization, they tended to refer to themselves as Orthodox or Polshuks, that is, inhabitants of Polsia. The legal decision to allow for the use of Belarusian and Ukrainian in Polsia, but not some Tudzi language, encouraged the population to embrace either Belarusian, Ukrainian, or Polish national identity. Article 1 of the Act on the Language of Courts reaffirmed the primary status of Polish as state language, but Article 2 provided for the use of the minority languages of Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Ruthenian in line with the territorial limitations spelled out in Article 2 of the Act on the Language of Administration. The Act on the Language of Schools followed the same principle. Article 2 obliged the state to organize schools with a minority language as the medium of instruction in communes where Belarusians, Lithuanians, or Ruthenians amounted to at least 1/4 of the population. Article 4 stated that education was to be conducted in a minority language only in elementary school, and Polish had to be taught as a foreign language. Polish was also to be used as the medium of instruction for teaching Polish history. Articles 5 and 6 required that secondary schools and teachers training schools had to be bilingual, with Polish and the minority language as parallel media of education. These regulations on minority schools, which tacitly championed Polonization by making them bilingual, became collectively known as the Lex Grabski, because it was the government of Prime Minister Władysław Grabski which instituted them. Grabski opposed Pilsudski and sided with Dmowski's project of creating an ethno-linguistically homogeneous Polish nation-state. This meant a studied disregard for Poland's international obligations to protect the rights of minorities, especially in the Kresy. Unlike Germany, the Soviet Union remained a pariah of the interwar international relations, and was not in a position to press Warsaw to observe its obligations vis-à-vis Poland's Belarusian and Ukrainian minorities. Additionally, in the mid-1930s, Moscow embarked on the course of increasingly stern Russification throughout the Soviet Union, which encouraged Warsaw in its efforts to Polonize Belarusians and Ukrainians in the Kresy. The language legislation differed in the Silesian Voivodeship, that is, the Polish sections of Upper Silesia and Teschen Silesia. This was the only autonomous voivodeship in interwar Poland and the smallest one, accounting for 1.1% of the Polish territory. On the other hand, it was the most densely populated, with 4.4% of Poland's population. The Silesian Voivodeship provided 2/3 of Poland's industrial output and generated more than half of Polish GDP. It was the most developed. 592. Region of interwar Poland with only 12.7% of the inhabitants employed in agriculture, while farming, gardening, and forestry provided livelihood for 60.7% of the Polish population. The vast majority of the Ślązokian inhabitants had relatives in the German section of Upper Silesia, and compared their economic and social situation not to the rest of Poland but to Germany. When the situation in Germany improved at a fast pace in the mid-1930s, it stagnated in the voivodeship which alienated many Ślązoks from the Polish nation-state, thus preventing their Polonization imposed by Warsaw. The Polish language could not replace German in the Silesian Voivodeship's administration, courts, and education as fast as it did in the voivodeships of Poznan and Pomerania because Polish sovereignty was limited in Poland's section of Upper Silesia by the Geneva Convention, guaranteed by the League of Nations. The same limitations applied to Berlin's section of Upper Silesia. One sphere that remained unregulated, however, was place names. Warsaw Polonized all of them immediately in 1922, without asking the opinion of the inhabitants. Numerous names had to be invented from scratch because Upper Silesia had never belonged to Poland. Lithuania Polish had never been used in this region as an official language, and the majority of the industrial towns and cities had been established only in the 19th century and were populated by German-speaking workers. Hence, no Slavic counterparts of some place names existed. The same immediate Polonization was applied to street names. Berlin replied in kind after the National Socialists seized power in 1933, by Germanizing place names in Germany's province of Upper Silesia that sounded too Slavic. In 1923, in keeping with Poland's international obligations, the Silesian Sejm passed the Act on the official language in the territory of the Silesian Voivodeship. Article 1 made Polish the sole official language, and Article 3 required that place and street names had to be Polish. Article 4 allowed for the use of German in speech and writing in contacts between citizens and the administration. Article 6 provided that civil servants who did not know Polish could use German until 1926. German members of the Silesian Sejm protested that this transitional period was too short. They argued that the transitional period when Polish was used in offices along with German in Wielkopolska and Royal Prussia had lasted from the first partition of Poland-Lithuania to 1887. German was used in the Silesian Sejm until 1930. In courts of law, citizens could use German in speech and writing, but judges and notaries had to cease using German in official documents by 1926. In 1922, the Silesian Voivode issued the decree on the 593 language of education in public schools. Article 1 decided that it usually should be Polish, with the exception of minority schools. This regulation did not apply to private schools, where the voivode required only that Polish should be taught as a foreign language. The situation changed dramatically in 1926 when Pilsudski staged a coup d'état that seriously limited parliamentarian democracy in Poland. In breach of the international obligations, in the summer of 1926, the voivode annulled over 7,000 requests of Ślązokian parents that their children should attend German-language schools. Afterward, in line with the heavily falsified returns of the 1931 census, the voivode argued that the voivodeship, with 93% of the population officially comprised of ethnic Poles, was the most Polish voivodeship in Poland. Not surprisingly, after Germany occupied Poland in 1939, a German census in 1940 showed that 95% of the population in the Upper Silesian section of the Silesian Voivodeship were German, making it the least Polish region of interwar Poland. This disparity was caused by the continuing non-recognition of the Ślązoks as an ethnic group in their own right. Usually bilingual, they could pass themselves off as Poles or Germans as required, though they invariably were treated as second-class Poles or Germans. The list of arbitrary measures, taken by the authorities of the voivodeship, was completed by administrative pressure on citizens to Polonize their two German-sounding names and surnames. German retained its role in many Catholic churches of the Silesian Voivodeship. The Catholic hierarchy did not buckle under Warsaw's pressure to promote Polish in sermons and pastoral services. The interests of the faithful remained more important than those of the nation-state, although Article 114 of the 1921 Constitution reserved a privileged position for the Catholic Church and defined Catholicism as the Polish national faith. Because Ukrainians accounted for 88% of the Greek Catholics residing in Poland, the Greek Catholic Church understandably became the most important official defender of the Ukrainian language in Galicia. This led to a quaint dispute. Despite the fact that German replaced Latin as the official language in the Habsburg lands in 1784, Catholic and Greek Catholic clergy in Galicia used Latin in certificates of birth, marriage, and death. This tradition was legalized in 1875 and continued in interwar Poland. In 1919, however, the Greek Catholic Church unilaterally decided that these certificates would be issued in Ukrainian. Until 1939, Warsaw did not manage to convince the Church that it should observe the law and use only Latin when issuing these certificates. The burning question was the status of the Orthodox Church, which had been a pillar of Tsarist ideology in Russia. The biggest Orthodox church erected in the Polish capital in 1912 was seen as the symbol of Russian domination in Poland. When the Germans occupied Warsaw in 1915, the temple was 594. Turned into a Catholic church, and in independent Poland it was finally demolished between 1918 and 1926, despite vociferous protests of the Orthodox community. Between 1924 and 1925, the same fate was meted out to a large Orthodox church in Lublin. Between 1918 and 1920, about 400 Orthodox churches were either razed to the ground or seized and turned into Catholic churches. Warsaw demanded autocephaly for the Polish Orthodox Church in order to sever its administrative subjugation to the Patriarch of Moscow. At that time, he was busy defending the Orthodox Church against the Soviet policy of thorough atheization, so he left this painful decision to the Patriarch of Constantinople, who granted the sought-for autocephaly in 1924. This did not stop another wave of attempts to seize more than 200 Orthodox churches for the Catholic Church. Finally, the Supreme Court put an end to this discriminatory action, which lasted from 1929 to 1934. The overwhelming majority of the Orthodox faithful were Ukrainians, Belarusians and Tutsi. 6. They did not oppose the instituting of the autocephalous Polish Orthodox Church, because they did not feel a strong national or linguistic attachment to Russia, but nevertheless they were afraid that autocephaly was the first step to Latinization and eventual Polonization. Russian, which dominated in the administration of the Orthodox Church, sermons, pastoral services, divinity seminars, and religious instruction, began to be replaced by Ukrainian, Belarusian, or Polish. Of course, the growing role of Polish in this church, which entailed production of religious books with the use of Latin characters, at least partially substantiated the fears of the faithful. Catholicism became a pillar of Polish nationalism second only to the Polish language. Its politicization harked back at least to the May 3 Constitution, which declared Catholicism to be the reigning national religion in Poland-Lithuania. In its preamble, the 1921 Constitution directly referred to its 1791 predecessor. Within the borders of interwar Poland as of 1910, however, Catholics constituted only 55.6% of the population. Their share grew to 63.9% in 1921 and to 64.8% in 1931. Discrimination against adherents of other religions coaxed them to convert to Catholicism, which in the eyes of the authorities equated to Polonization. Those who stuck to their ancestral faiths found it hard to attain a university education and careers in the civil service. That was especially true of Jews. In 1923, Warsaw wanted to impose limitations on the number of Jewish students in universities at 10%, which roughly reflected the demographic share of Jews in Poland's population. The League of Nations did not allow that, but, in 1920, numerous 595 classes was introduced at Hungary's universities and 6 years later at Romania's. In the academic year 1936-37, ethnic Polish students grouped in nationalist organizations demonstrated and demanded exclusion of Jewish students from Polish universities, which led to the imposition of numerous clauses in 1937. As a result, Jewish emigration from Poland grew in the 1930s, and the share of Catholic students in Polish universities rose to 70.1% in 1928 and to 80.9% in 1938. Catholic did almost invariably mean Pole. In 1921, 98.7% of Catholics were ethnic Poles. The linguistic situation of Jews in interwar Poland was complicated. The overwhelming majority of Jews spoke Yiddish. Most of them resided in eastern Poland, which had been part of the Russian Empire. Beginning in the 1820s, St. Petersburg had herded their ancestors into special Russian language state schools. This compulsory educational system had not converted Jews to Orthodox Christianity, but had inculcated them with the knowledge of Russian and appreciation of things Russian. Ironically, no similar educational system for Russian speakers was established until the reforms of 1906 to 1908, hence, in 1897, 1/3 of male Jews were literate in Russian, compared with 21% literacy in this language for the empire as a whole. The subsequent heavy Jewish participation in the urbanization and industrialization of the empire made Russian their preferred language of social advance and intragroup communication, with the exception of Warsaw, Lodz and elsewhere in Congress Poland, where Polish tended to play this role. Similarly, Jews from Wielkopolska, Pomerania, and Upper Silesia prefer German, as their emancipation had taken place in Prussia and entailed compulsory elementary education in German. Polish as well as German were important for the Jews of Galicia because the former language replaced the latter as the medium of the Crownland's educational system in 1869. Hebrew remained the language of Judaism and religious books, but it was prohibited to use Hebrew, Yiddish, and the Hebrew alphabet to write public documents, such as commercial contracts, in Austria, Prussia, and Russia. In Austria-Hungary and Germany, Jews circumvented this prohibition by writing in bad German with theas either of Antiqua or Gothic-style Latin letters. Warsaw did not scrap the aforementioned prohibitions, despite numerous Jewish protests, until 1931. In spite of the continuation of these prohibitions, Jews tended to conduct their public meetings either in Yiddish or Hebrew, and the authorities usually tolerated the situation. In 1927, the Minister of Domestic Affairs decided that no actions should be taken to limit the use of these two languages during Jewish public meetings. 596. Apart from the Tudisi, the Jewish minority in Poland was unique in that there was no Jewish nation-state or a single national movement to which Jews could wholeheartedly express their loyalty. In 1921, this prompted 25.5% of Jews to declare themselves to be Poles. The development of Zionism caused 111,000 Jews to emigrate to Palestine between 1921 and 1937, while growing anti-Semitism and various anti-Jewish regulations generated 300,000 more Jewish emigrants, who left for other countries in the same period. The situation also led to the steep decline in the number of Jews who declared themselves to be Poles. Simultaneously, the role of Hebrew and Yiddish increased, especially at the cost of Polish and Russian. There was a politicized division between Jewish nationalists who wanted to make either Hebrew or Yiddish the sole Jewish national language. Ideological struggles between these two mutually antagonistic camps even triggered riots in Palestine. The measures to regulate the use of various languages in interwar Poland produced a system similar to that which had functioned in the Austrian half of Austria-Hungary. Polish was the state language, not unlike German Staatssprache in Austria. The difference was that Polish was to be used in all state offices, with the exception of the Silesian voivodeship where the transitional procedure allowed for employing German in inner administration until 1926. Citizens were allowed to use Belarusian, German, Lithuanian, or Ruthenian while contacting state offices in specifically defined regions of interwar Poland. The system was reminiscent of the Austrian Konzept auf Landessprache, but in Austria-Hungary such a regional language could be a sole language of administration in a crown land or a co-language of administration. Other minority languages, not allowed in contacts with administration but tolerated in public life, were Hebrew, Czechoslovak, 8 Russian 9 and Yiddish. They were similar to the Landesüblichen Sprachen, or non-official languages, used in crown lands. But, in Austria, these languages could be used in communal and municipal self-government, whereas in Poland, the use of tolerated minority languages was limited to secular and religious minority organizations, and to the minority press and education. This Polish system of legal toleration for minority languages followed the middle path between the linguistic liberalism in the Austrian half of the dual monarchy and the monopoly of German and Russian in the public life of the German and Russian empires. The closest parallel to the Polish case was offered by the situation of minority languages in Russia after the 1905 revolution, when the linguistic monopoly of Russians had been weakened. By comparison, the situation of Ruthenian, which had been a Landesübliche Sprache in eastern Galicia, was worse in interwar Poland. The position of Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ruthenian was similar to that which these languages had enjoyed in Russia's western gubernias between 1905 and 1914. On the other hand, the situation of these three languages worsened after 1918 when compared with the semi-official status they had enjoyed in Berlin's Land-Ober-Ost and Vienna's rear administration area. The only languages whose situation markedly improved in interwar Poland were Hebrew and Yiddish, which Vienna had not let Jews declare as the indicator of their nationality in Austro-Hungarian censuses. The census takers had interpreted Yiddish as German and claimed that Hebrew, like Latin, was a dead language, and thus not used in everyday conversation. Perhaps Warsaw's lenient stance toward Hebrew and Yiddish was dictated by the fact that Zionism had already taken its definite shape by that time. Jews wanted to establish their nation-state in Palestine, not in Poland, and those opting to remain in Poland or other European states embraced linguistic assimilation. Hence, there was no potential for the kind of direct conflict between Polish and Jewish nationalism that broke out between the Polish nation-state and the nation-states or national movements of the Belarusians, Czechoslovaks, Germans, Lithuanians, and Ukrainians. The fate of Latin and French as sociolects of the Polish-Lithuanian nobles and the Polish intelligentsia is also interesting. The role of Latin, which diminished at the end of the 18th century with the elevation of Polish to the rank of the official language of Poland-Lithuania, was revived beginning in the second decade of 19th century in Prussia in line with Wilhelm von Humboldt's reform of the Prussian educational system. In gymnasium, students had 10 hours of Latin and 6 hours of Greek per week. This model of the so-called classicist gymnasium spread to the Austrian and Russian partition zones, though most Polish-speaking students, fluent in Latin, were educated in Prussia. Although diminishing somewhat, Latin continued to play a significant role in interwar Poland's classicist and regular secondary schools until the 1932 reform of secondary education, which limited the teaching of this language to between 2 and 4 hours a week. This terminated the tradition of intellectuals and nobles who could converse in Latin, the tradition which prompted Adam Mickiewicz to write Latin language poems well into the 1850s. Beginning in the 1930s, Latin remained the sociolect of only the Catholic clergy, and the Renewed Order of Jesus regularly reissued Sarbiowski's works annotated in Latin ad usum alumnorum or for the use of graduates of divinity. 598. Seminaries. The Catholic faithful were exposed to Latin in liturgy, but without understanding of actual words. This tradition continued until the turn of the 1970s, in wake of the Vatican Council II's decisions that replaced Latin as the language of liturgy with the languages of the faithful. French, as a sociolect of Polish nobles, intelligentsia, and scholars, was preserved until the mid-20th century. In communist Poland this language was stamped out when the pre-war middle class was neutered and its higher echelons impoverished and liquidated. In place of a marginalized French, Russian was introduced as the language of international communication in the Soviet bloc. The creation of the Polish nation-state, which paid obeisance to the ideal of ethno-linguistic homogeneity, made knowledge of the national languages of the neighboring nation-states an ideological liability. Hence, by extension, fluency in French became suspect too. Oscar Milosz Władysław de Lubisz shared the same origin with his younger cousin, the Nobel Prize winner, Czesław Milosz. Both were of the Polonophone Polish-Lithuanian nobility who claimed the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as their patria. Oscar Milosz read and wrote in Polish, French, German, Russian, and English. But he decided to write his literary works exclusively in French, which made him a French poet. During the Great War, he developed a conviction that his family were Polonized Lithuanians and supported the Lithuanian national cause, also serving as Lithuania's first ever ambassador to France. He did not know Lithuanian and corresponded with the Lithuanian government in French, but he could be accepted as a true Lithuanian, since he chose not to write in Polish. Ironically, with the rise of the ethno-linguistic nation-states in Central Europe, French as a sociolect of the Polish-Lithuanian nobility became a proof of non-Polishness in the case of Oscar Milosz. Obviously, Warsaw considered him a Polish renegade. Ideology aside, everyday practice remained multilingual in interwar Poland. For instance, the Zlonzokian leaders of the pro-Polish movement in Upper Silesia corresponded with Warsaw in German because their dialect was not standard Polish. They were appalled to find out in the mid-1920s that, despite their invaluable contribution to the Polish national cause, this linguistic predicament would mean their exclusion from the Silesian Voivodeship's civil service and administration when the transitional period for the use of German was over in 1926. The event prompted numerous members of the embittered Zlonzokian elite to embrace Germandom or Zlonzokiandom. Polish, from a minority to a hegemonic language. Observing the growth of Polish ethnic nationalism, the worsening situation of the minorities, and the blow dealt to Polish democracy by the 1926 coup. 599. D'état, the famous Polish linguist Jan Baudouin de Courtenay stated in 1926 that Poland's biggest misfortune was that from the fires of World War, it emerged as a great state with centralist, imperialist and nationalist cravings. It would have been much better, if it had become a small modest state, or a union of autonomous regions. Then the leaders would not have gone bonkers with their lust for power, and would not have oppressed the national minorities and other social classes. His was a lonely voice because even Dmowski's supporters, who appealed for an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state, did not want to limit the Polish state just to the undisputable ethnographic area with a majority of Polish speakers. This would have produced a shrunken Poland centered on the Vistula land, Western Galicia, and the Polish half of Wielkopolska. The Polish-speaking intelligentsia, who became the elite of the Polish national movement and, after 1918, of the Polish nation-state, imagined true Poland to be ideally coterminous with the 1,772 borders of Poland-Lithuania. This ideal of the Polish-Lithuanian noble natio was unreflectively carried over to Polish nationalism, which also preached ethno-linguistic homogeneity. As a result, the ethnically non-Polish, forming a third of interwar Poland's population, became the target of increasingly aggressive Polonizing measures, despite Warsaw's constitutional and international obligations to protect Poland's national religious and linguistic minorities, and to enable them to develop their cultural lives. Despite the constitutional and international obligations to protect the cultures and languages of the minorities, the most exact measure of the growing dominance of the Polish language in interwar Poland was the declining number of schools with minority languages as the medium of instruction. For a point of reference, it is necessary to take the national structure of Poland's population. The problem is that the results of censuses were often manipulated. For instance, in 1931, Poles constituted 22.1 million out of the total population of 32.1 million, according to the official data. Polish scholars tend to lower this number to 20.77 million. As a guideline for this analysis, I take the following corrected estimates. Hence Ruthenians accounted for 16% of the population, Jews for 10%, Belarusians for 6%, and Germans for 2%. The number which differs most between the official data and the estimate is that of Belarusians. Warsaw claimed that they constituted a mere 3% of Poland's population. More than 700,000 Tutsi were conveniently hidden away in Thurubrik, others 600. In the school year 1923/1924, there were 21,996 state elementary schools with Polish as the medium of instruction, 2,996 with Ruthenian, 1,102 with German, 52 with Lithuanian, 39 with Czech, 32 with Belarusian, and 9 with Russian. Poles thus possessed 17.5% more elementary schools than they were entitled to by their share of Poland's population. The greatest disparity existed in the case of Jews, who in 1923/1924, did not have a single state elementary school with Yiddish or Hebrew as the medium of instruction, whereas in 1922/1923, 113 Jewish private elementary schools had Hebrew as the language of instruction, 71 Yiddish, and 11 were bilingual with Polish and Yiddish or Hebrew. The second largest divergence between the demographic size of a minority population and the number of its elementary schools was noted in the case of Belarusians, 6% versus 0.1%. For Ruthenians, the ratio was 16% to 11.2%, but for Germans surprisingly 2% to 4.1%. Obviously, this was not dictated by Warsaw's eagerness to furnish the German minority with more elementary schools per 1,000 inhabitants than the Polish majority, but was a legacy of the much better developed network of elementary schools in the German Empire. Immediately after the founding of the Polish nation-state, bilingual elementary schools were introduced to limit the extent of minority language education and to redirect minority students to the Polish language mainstream of education. In 1923-1924, there were 333 Polish-German schools, 89 Polish-Ruthenian, 3 Polish-Czech, 1 Polish-Lithuanian, and 1 Polish-Yiddish. The biggest blow was Delta Belarusian language education. In 1915, the first ever elementary school with Belarusian as the medium of instruction was established in Vilnius, Land Ober-Ost. The number of such schools grew dynamically in the Land Ober-Ost to an unprecedented 346 in 1918-1919 in the Belarusian territories within interwar Poland's borders. The Soviet-Polish War and the subsequent Polish seizure of central Lithuania against Lithuania's will contributed to the constant emphasis on the Polish national program in Poland's section of Belarus. In 1922-1923, there were only around 30 Belarusian language schools in Poland. Ukrainians of Eastern Galicia, who accounted for more than 60% of the region's population, were also appalled at the constant slump in the number of Ruthenian language state elementary schools in comparison to the situation in Austria-Hungary, where beginning in 1890, they had enjoyed a wide-ranging linguistic, cultural, and educational autonomy. In 1911-1912, the ratio of Polish language to Ukrainian language schools was 1,590 to 2,420 in the region. In 1924-1925, the number of Polish language schools there increased to 2,568 and that of the Ukrainian language ones declined slightly to 2,151. In the same 601 year, bilingual Polish-Ruthenian schools also surfaced for the first time. In independent Poland, all the chairs with Ukrainian as the language of instruction were abolished at the University of Lwów. The underground Ukrainian university founded in their stead was suppressed by 1925. Warsaw's concession was the reopening of the 1848 chair in Ruthenian language and literature at the University of Lwów in 1927. The number of Polish-Ruthenian bilingual schools skyrocketed to 2,138 by 1934-1935. In the same school year, there were 2,100 Polish language schools, and only 487 Ruthenian language schools. The situation was even more striking in Volhynia, where ethnic Poles represented only 16.8% of the population. In 1929-1930, however, the number of Polish language schools was 821, of bilingual Polish-Ruthenian 625, and of Ruthenian language a mere 7. In the region of Polzia, intervening between the clearly Belarusian, Ukrainian, and Polish core ethnic territories, 22 Ukrainian language schools operated in 1922-1923. Polzia's rural population declared themselves as THIRD-WORLDISm, which Warsaw interpreted as the lack of any national identity. This allowed claiming of the THIRD-WORLDISm for the Polish nation by stern Polonization. Not surprisingly, non-Polish language schools disappeared there by the mid-1920s. The Polonizing tendency to replace minority language schools with bilingual ones, where the minority language was paired with Polish, or to liquidate minority language schools, is clearly visible in the numbers of state and private elementary schools in 1937-1938. In the country as a whole, there were 24,047 Polish language elementary schools, 461 Ruthenian language, 394 German language, 226 Hebrew or Yiddish language, 23 Lithuanian language, 18 Czech language, and 5 Russian language. The unwillingness of the state to support minority language education was reflected in the number of private elementary schools. All of the Jewish elementary schools were private, as were 60% of the German language elementary schools and 9% of the Ruthenian language elementary schools. The bilingual elementary schools were almost exclusively state-run, with the exception of 226 bilingual Jewish schools, all of which were private. The separation of Jewish education from the Polish state was thus complete. In 1937–1938, there were 3,064 state and 4 private Polish Ruthenian schools, and 206 state and 4 private Polish German schools. Most conspicuous was the absence of Belarusian language or even Belarusian Polish elementary schools. Their number declined to 25 Belarusian and 44 bilingual in 1929–1930, 16 mostly bilingual in 1934–1935, to a mere 5 bilingual in 1937–1938, and to nil in 1938–1939. In the last school year, 1 middle school and 1 secondary school. 602. With Belarusian as the medium of instruction survived. Already in the 1920s, the authorities supported the parallel use of the Latin and Cyrillic scripts for writing in Belarusian to draw the line between Poland's Belarusians and those residing in Soviet Belarus and Lithuania, who stuck exclusively to Cyrillic. In addition, in the mid-1920s, Jesuits established the Neo-Uniat Church in the Belarusian-speaking areas, where St. Petersburg liquidated the last vestiges of the Uniat Church in 1875. These Jesuits published Belarusian language periodicals for Belarusian Catholics and Uniats in the Latin characters, and Warsaw termed these groups Białopolaki in a fashion reminiscent of the Tsarist use of White Russians for Belarusians. This further hindered literacy in Belarusian, since Cyrillic was used in Soviet Belarus, among Lithuania's Belarusian minority and among Orthodox Belarusians residing in Poland. Obviously, in line with the 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, Polish was the exclusive medium of instruction in the 28 institutions of higher education that existed in Poland in 1937–1938. Warsaw's Polonizing endeavor also showed in the decline of the number of minority MPs in the Sejm, especially visible after the 1926 coup d'état. The number of Ruthenian MPs decreased slightly, from 21 in 1922 to 19 in 1938. The decline was steeper for Jewish MPs, from 35 to 5, whereas German and Belarusian MPs disappeared altogether from the Sejm in 1938, although 17 German and 7 Belarusian MPs had sat there in 1922. Overall, minority MPs accounted for 18.4% of the Sejm deputies in 1922, 19.4% in 1928, 7.4% in 1930, 11.4% in 1935 and 12% in 1938. The same process was reflected in the Sejm of the autonomous Silesia Voivodeship. In 1922, there were 14 German MPs in the Silesian Sejm. In 1930, their number fell to 9 and to nil in 1935. When Poland was established in 1918, slightly more than one-third of the Polish speakers were illiterate. Most of the illiterate were concentrated in the former Russian partition zone, because compulsory elementary education, although introduced the Russian Empire in 1908, had not been successfully enforced until 1917. In Prussia and Austria, compulsory elementary education was introduced at the end of the 18th century. Yet, enforcement of this provision depended on the overall economic development. By the 1870s, almost all the inhabitants of Prussia/the German Empire were illiterate. The same was true of Bohemia, Moravia, and Austrian Silesia, but obviously not of Galicia, which remained an impoverished crown land until the dissolution of the dual monarchy. Widespread literacy in 603. The German territories incorporated Bepoland did not mean that Polish speakers living there could write in Polish. The language in which they had been taught to read and write was German. This was even truer of the Zlonziks of the Silesian Voivodeship. Those who decided to support the Polish national cause corresponded with Warsaw in German, because it soon turned out that their Slavophone dialect, when committed to paper, was unintelligible to civil servants in the Polish capital. The unified state system of compulsory and free elementary education in Poland took off in 1922. By the school year 1928/1929, 96% of children between 7 and 14 were attending school. illiteracy decreased from 33.1% in 1921 to 23.1% 10 years later. But the policy of forced Polonization, involving pacifications, destruction of Orthodox churches, persecution of minority activists, closing of minority language schools, suspension and censorship of the minority language press, and abolition of minority associations, left Belarusians and Ruthenians with larger illiteracy percentages. While the predominantly urban Germans and Jews could make up for the inadequacy of state education in their languages with private schools, this was not an option for the largely rural and impoverished Belarusians and Ukrainians. Jews could count on the financial and organizational help of their co-religionists from Western Europe, and Germans on the financial and political support of the German nation-state. Both these options were closed to Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians. Before the Soviet Union joined the international community of states in 1933, there was little contact between Soviet Belarus, Soviet Ukraine, and Poland. Afterward, a new policy of Russification commenced throughout the Soviet Union, hence Moscow was not interested in encouraging, let alone supporting bourgeois nationalist deviation among Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians. In addition, the Ukrainian and Belarusian national cultures and languages were steeped in Cyrillic, so the Catholic or Polish alphabet of Polish, perceived as part and parcel of the increasingly imposed medium of education, indisposed Belarusian and Ruthenian students to the Polish language. Nonetheless, illiteracy among the Belarusian and Tutsi of Polska declined from 71% in 1921 to 48.4% in 1931, and among the Ruthenians of Volhynia from 68.6% to 47.8%. The statistics concealed, however, that this little success was mostly achieved by the imposition of literacy in Polish. Following the founding of the Polish nation-state, a system to control the norm of the Polish language was created, which eventually prevented the possibility of the emergence of different Polishes in the three partition zones, a development most dreaded by the leaders of the Polish national movement before 1918. In 1919, the O based in Krakow was transformed into the Polska Akademia Umiejętności. It functioned as the National Academy of Sciences, although that did not mean that regional scientific societies were extinguished, they continued as usual. But in 1931, POW began to cooperate with them more closely in order to coordinate the development of Polska Nauka. In this manner, science modified by the national adjective Polish was made into an ideological pillar of Polish nationalism. The pillar's inner core was the Polish language. The 1920 Act on Higher Education Institutions, which guaranteed the monopoly of Polish in higher education, prevented the rise of higher education in minority languages. Before 1914, Polish was used as the medium of education only in the universities of Krakow and Lwów. The German occupation administration re-established the University of Warsaw in 1915 with Polish as the language of instruction. In 1919, the University of Wilno was re-established by the Polish nation-state. In the same year, the University of Poznan was founded. It was the first ever university in the former Prussian zone of partition. The following year, the Polish Catholic Church founded the Catholic University of Lublin to further the Polish national Catholic dimension of university education. The Free Polish University was founded in Warsaw in 1918–1919. In 1927, it opened a branch in Lodz, and Warsaw recognized it as a full-fledged university 2 years later. The two final volumes of Jan Karlowicz's 8-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego appeared in 1919 and 1927. The first 6 volumes had been published between 1900 and 1915. It was the first multi-volume authoritative dictionary of Polish that did not succumb to the prop of translating Polish headwords into German or Russian, as Samuel Bogomil Linda had done in his 6-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego. Despite repeated official requests by Galicia's Radyzkina to the O since the mid-1880s, the AU had not wanted to propose its own internal orthography obligatory for all who wrote and published in Polish. On the other hand, Karlowicz and his collaborator Adam Krinsky championed orthographic rules different from those employed by the Their weapon for propagating their own vision of Polish spelling was Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego. After the publication of the first volume in 1900, the O had no choice but to hand the compilers the Linda Prize, and Galicia's Radziecka recommended this dictionary for use in the Crownland's Polish language schools. The title page of the second volume informed the reader about these two achievements. In this manner, Warsaw orthography infiltrated Galicia at the cost of the O's Krakow orthography. The domination of Warsaw orthography became unstoppable after the founding of the Kingdom of Poland in the occupied territory. 605. Of Russia's Vistula land. The speedily created Polish language educational system had no choice but to use Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego EE, since the O had never managed to produce its own authoritative multi-volume dictionary of Polish. In 1918, the Department of Philology at the University of Warsaw, led by Krinsky, produced Glon's Zasady Pisoni in collaboration with the Language Commission. Neither POW nor any other academic center or publishing house attempted to compile a brand new, authoritative, multi-volume dictionary of Polish in interwar Poland. This was probably due to the more burning political concerns, such as integration of the disparate territories and populations from which interwar Poland had been made. On the other hand, the Polish economy was also in some difficulty, unlike that of Czechoslovakia. The Czech Academy of Sciences, which had been planning a new authoritative dictionary of the Czech language since 1911, managed to produce the first 4 volumes of 9-volume Pryrosy Słownik Języka Polskiego between 1935 and 1939. Due to the 1918 orthography reform, and the continuing disagreement with regard to Polish spelling, Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego EE appeared somewhat dated. In the absence of any new authoritative dictionary of Polish that would reflect the interwar consensus on the shape of the Polish language, other lexicographic works, mainly multi-volume universal encyclopedias, became guidelines to Polish usage. In the interwar period, 3 encyclopedias of this kind were published. Stanisław Franciszek Michalski edited the ambitious Encyclopedia Powszechna Ultima Thule. The first 10 volumes, covering entries from A to T, appeared between 1927 and 1939. This project was terminated due to World War II, sharing the same fate as Wielka Encyklopedia Powszechna Ilustrowana, whose publication was also terminated in 1915 by the Great War. In the same year, when the first volume of Encyclopedia Powszechna Ultima Thule came off the press, the publication of Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Trzacki, Iwerta I Michalskiego commenced. This work, edited by Stanisław Lam, was completed in 1937 with 5 volumes of entries and a 1-volume supplement. The monopoly of Warsaw on the publication of authoritative dictionaries and encyclopedias was breached in 1929 when Wielka Ilustrowana Encyklopedia Powszechna began to appear in Krakow. By 1938, 18 volumes of entries and 4 volumes of supplements had been published. Also in Krakow, in 1927, Alexander Bruckner's Słownik Etymologiczny Języka Polskiego EE came off the press. Not only was it the first etymological dictionary of Polish, but of any Western Slavic language. Joseph Holub's Strukny Słownik Etymologiki Języka Słowiańskiego came off the press in Prague 6 years later. In the last 2 years before World War II, the effort was undertaken to publish a brand new multi-volume dictionary of Polish Słownik Języka Polskiego edited by Tadeusz Lerz-Płański, but just a few fascicules came off the press, and this work, tainted in the eyes of the communist regime by its association with bourgeois Poland, was not continued after 1945, unlike the Czech Pryrosy Słownik Języka Polskiego. Because the capital became the unrivaled center of publishing and culture in interwar Poland, the Warsaw orthography, employed in Karlowicz's Słownik Języka Polskiego, won hands down. But disagreements and regional differences persisted. The unification of the Polish language had not yet been completed. Jan Loes, one of the collaborators who contributed substantially to Karlowicz's Słownik Polski, authored zasady ortografii polskiej I Slonik ortograficzny według zasad akademii umiejętności in line with the 1918 compromise presented in Glon zasady Pisoni. This work, later titled Pisonia Polska, Pierwszy Slonisek, went through 8 editions in the 1920s. After Loes's death, Pau entrusted Kazimierz Nis with new editions. In 1931, Pau unilaterally introduced a small change in orthography, which Nis reflected in the 9th and 10th editions of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slonisek. New negative opinions appeared in the press and Witold Doroszewski from the University of Warsaw trashed the new orthography in a 1933 meeting of the Towarzystwo Naukowe Warszawskie. The pre-1918 conflict between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies was renewed. The intensity of the intellectual struggle was reflected in the title of Zenonkel Mencio's article, Waka o Ortografii, published in 1935–1936 in Język Polski. Doroszewski formalized his attack in Pisonia Polska w ostatnich wydaniach. Immediately the question was politicized and the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education withdrew its acceptance of the 9th and 10th editions of Nis's Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slonisek, with advice to use Loes's 8th edition of this work. This decision pitted the ministry against Pau. Eager to regain some of its lost authority, Pau proposed in 1934 establishing of a common body to work out a compromise orthography. The following year, Pau's Komitet Ortograficzny was set up. The committee's first meeting decided against replacing Polish diagraphs, or with Czech-style single letters, and the argument was that 607. Polish orthography had evolved since the 16th century and any dramatic change of this kind would have limited readers' access to older texts. Likewise, it was decided not to make spelling follow the phonetic, etymological, or semantic principle. A compromise mixture of all these principles was to be employed in agreement with established usage. Members of the Orthographic Committee represented the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education, as well as scientific societies, universities, and organizations of publishers, and teachers and journalists from Krakow, Lwów, Poznan, Warsaw, and Wilno. The committee's specialized commissions had their seats in Krakow, Lwów, and Warsaw. Already at the beginning of the existence of the committee, a clash of egos took place between Nis and Zygmunt Temka, who represented the Związek Dziennikarzy Pospolitej Polskiej. Temka resigned from the committee's deliberations. Later, this event influenced the owner of most of the Krakow press, Marian Dabrowski, to stick to Pau's old Krakow orthography despite the AA Orthographic Committee's new compromise orthography of 1936. Clashes of various authorities in the committee became the order of day. Deliberations on compromise principles of Polish orthography would have lasted much longer except that the Ministry of Religious Affairs and Public Education decided to introduce new textbooks for public schools in the academic year 1936/1937. The option presented by the ministry to the committee was to complete working out the new rules by mid-1936 or to delay their introduction until 1945. Rather than wait an entire decade before seeing the results of their work in print, the committee had completed its rules by April 1936. Nis presented them in the 11th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slonisek, they were largely uncontested. Thus, the uneasy divide between Krakow and Warsaw orthographies came to an end. At the same time, the codification of Polish technical vocabulary was completed. In 1913, Karol and Karol Stadtmüller's extensive Technisches Wörterbuch/Slonik Technisny was published in Krakow. The 2-volume Polish-German version of this dictionary appeared in 1936 in Poznan. The city was the center of Polish industry and technology, and the knowledge of German remained widespread in interwar Wielkopolska. Hence, it was the most suitable place for producing such a lexicographic work because most of the vocabulary were loan words borrowed directly from German. Besides recording them, Stadtmüllers also proposed new counterparts derived from genetically Polish words, for instance, stange, stanga, and dragaaa. Interwar Poland was largely a rural state with the majority of the population deriving its livelihood from agriculture. Usually, such populations remain largely immobile unless unsaddled from their locality by war or sweeping systemic change. A semblance of such a situation loomed in eastern Poland during the Polish-Soviet War. But Warsaw's victory prevented the revolution. As a result, most of the so-called Polish speakers continued to speak in their local dialects instead in Standard Polish. The same was true of the national minorities, which, despite Warsaw's Polonizing efforts, preserved their non-Polish languages and dialects. A reversal of the willing self-Polonization of Jews was visible in the drop in the percentage of those who declared their mother tongue as Polish from over 25% in the early 1920s to 10% a decade later. Hence, the speakers of Standard Polish were the intelligentsia, usually identified as graduates of higher education institutions. Between 1923/1924 and 1937/1938, the number of students in Poland's higher education institutions rose from 39,000 to 48,000. Many of them were not ethnic Poles and quite a few emigrated due to lack of suitable employment opportunities in Poland. It is estimated that the Polish intelligentsia numbered 70,000 in 1939. The passive knowledge of Standard Polish was furthered by books and journals. In the interwar period, about 6,200 book titles were produced annually. It was a 100% increase in comparison to the times before 1918, when about 3,000 Polish-language book titles had been published. The principles of the 1936 orthographic reform stood an even better chance of being propagated throughout Poland as book production in 1938 reached a record 8,700 titles with 29 million copies being published. Beginning in 1925, radio broadcasting began to develop in Poland. Before the outbreak of World War II, there were 1 million radios, but their owners lived mainly in cities, which reinforced the homogeneity of Standard Polish mainly among the intelligentsia and well-to-do urban dwellers without spreading the knowledge of the standard in the countryside, where the majority of the population resided. Hence, Standard Polish remained a minority spoken language of high prestige, with which it was endowed by the state and the intelligentsia. For the overwhelming majority of ethnic Poles, this language functioned as a potent national rallying symbol, but their knowledge of Standard Polish was predominantly passive. This overview of the interwar intertwining of Polish language and nationalism would not be complete without mentioning the phenomenon of Polonia. In the last 3 decades of the 19th century and prior to the Great War, about 1.4 million presumably Polonophone peasants left the impoverished and overpopulated countryside of Galicia and Western Russia for the Americas and Western Europe. The two anti-Russian uprisings of 1830 to 1831 and 1863 to 1864, and further anti-Russian plots, resulted in waves of exiles to Siberia. Political refugees, intellectuals, and scholars, usually of noble or intelligentsia background, chose to settle in France or elsewhere in Western Europe. Business and career opportunities attracted many an aspiring Pole to Central and Eastern Russia and to 609 distant regions of Austria-Hungary as well. The Ruhr industrial basin, and Western Germany in general, became the magnet for 0.65 million Polonophone workers from Germany's eastern provinces, which, especially in the last 3 decades of the 19th century, sent 0.6 million Slavophone emigrants to Northern America. 12th beginning of the 20th century, when there was still no Polish state, the Polish language press began to refer to this Polish diaspora as Polonia. On the one hand, this label fostered the desired unity of the Polish ethnic nation, while on the other, it functioned as an ersatz Polish nation-state, combining presumed Polish speakers and Polish language, culture, and politics into a single ideological entity. Ideological, political, and even military support for the Polish nation-state in statu nascendi streamed from the United States, where it was masterminded by Polonia, then headed by Paderewski. In the interwar period, Polonia remained a significant element of legitimization of Polish national statehood. In the early 1930s, the number of the members of Polonia was estimated between 6 and 10 million. Within Polonia, Polish minorities and Polish emigrant settlers were clearly distinguished. The minorities were perceived as part of the still unredeemed ethnographic territory rightfully belonging to the Polish nation-state, much in line with Nissa's 1920/1921 article published in Język Polski EE, which equated the true territorial extent of the Polish state with interwar Poland plus adjacent areas outside the Polish borders where Polish was believed to be spoken, according to Polish philologists. Hence, Polish minorities were conceived of as residing in all of Poland's neighboring states as well as in non-contiguous Latvia and Romania. They were estimated to number between 2.6 and 3 million. The highest estimates indicated 1.5 million Poles in the Soviet Union, 1.1 million in Germany, 0.25 million in Lithuania, 0.25 million in Czechoslovakia, 83,000 in Latvia and 57,000 in Romania. Polish emigrant settlers numbered 700,000 to 800,000 elsewhere in Europe, between 2.2 million and 5.6 million in Northern America, between 171,000 and 310,000 in Latin and Central America, and 6,000 in other continents. World War II, Polish is a minority language once again. In the name of the policy of Polonization, Warsaw used administrative and legalistic measures in the 1920s. The 1930s, and especially the latter half of the decade, saw the use of illegal methods, which blatantly breached Polish law and Warsaw's international obligations. Poland, like the rest of Central Europe, 610, was sliding into ethno-national authoritarianism. The clear signs were political refugees from Poland, the concentration camp for political oppositionists established in 1934 in Bereza Kardyska, the state-inspired destruction of Orthodox churches, and the persecution of Ukrainian and Belarusian leaders in the late 1930s. After the expiration of the Polish-German Geneva Convention on Upper Silesia, the use of German between state officials and citizens was prohibited. The political tension in German-Polish relations during the last months preceding the outbreak of World War II translated into the persecutions of the German minority in Poland and its Polish counterpart in Germany, including the firing of Germans from factories and mines and the practical liquidation of German minority schools. Berlin used similar measures on Germany's Polish minority. After German Anschluss of Austria in March 1938, Paris and London wished to appease Berlin, and signed the Munich Agreement in September. It required Czechoslovakia to give up all its borderland territories with German majorities. The annex to this agreement also obliged Czechoslovakia to settle the question of Polish and Magyar minorities. Prague resigned itself to the pressure, and Warsaw immediately issued an ultimatum demanding cession of Ts in Silesia, Spiš, and Orava. Prague had no choice but to agree. The Poles of Ts in Silesia, known as the Zalyi in the Polish political lexicon, welcomed Polish troops as enthusiastically as Austrians had welcomed the German armies entering Austria earlier that year. Because it contained most of the Ostrovo-Karvina industrial basin, Ts in Silesia was a top priority for Warsaw. It was included in the Silesian voivodeship. At least 8,000 Czech civil servants and workers were sacked and Polish replaced Czech in all aspects of public life. The sheer aggressiveness of these measures sent a wave of 35,000 refugees from Ts in Silesia to rump Czechoslovakia. In March 1939, Germany annexed the western half of Czechoslovakia and turned it into the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Under German pressure, autonomous Slovakia declared its independence. Subcarpathian Ruthenia, having received autonomy, toyed with independence too, but Hungary soon annexed the region. This annexation generated much rejoicing in Budapest and Warsaw, for Hungary and Poland had regained a common border. The Kingdom of Hungary and Poland-Lithuania had had prior to the first partition of the latter polity in 1772. Poland's turn came in September 1939, however, when Germany and the Soviet Union partitioned this country. The western half of Poland was occupied by Germany and its eastern half by the Soviet Union. Moscow granted the southern part of its occupation zone to Soviet Ukraine. The zone's northern half went to Soviet Belarus, except for the Vilnius region, transferred to Lithuania. 611. This dismayed Belarusian leaders, who hoped to establish the capital of United Belarus in Vilnius. The Lithuanians immediately shifted their capital from Kaunas to Vilnius, which the interwar Lithuanian constitution proclaimed the rightful capital of Lithuania, despite its incorporation into Poland. But their rejoicing did not last long. In July 1940, the Kremlin forced Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia to join the Soviet Union. In its occupation zone of Poland, Berlin reincorporated all the areas that had belonged to Germany before 1922, plus some adjacent territories. Wielkopolska gained the new name of Wartheland, derived from its main river. The remaining section of Germany's territorial gains, largely coterminous with Western Galicia and the Vistula land, was turned into the strangely named General Government, with its capital in Krakow. In National Socialist propaganda literature, the General Government was often referred to as the Wechselraum, which was the literal translation of the Tsarist designation Vistula land. The name Poland was thoroughly erased from maps and administrative usage. As a reward for the participation of Slovak troops in the German onslaught on Poland, Bratislava regained its sections of Spiš and Orawa, lost to Poland in the previous year, and gained the Polish sections of Spiš and Orawa, as well. Whereupon, Slovak replaced Polish as official language and the medium of education. In the Polish territories directly incorporated into Germany, Polish was banned from all aspects of public life. Use of this language even in private was prohibited under the penalty of in, or a concentration camp. Place and street names were mostly replaced with their German counterparts used before 1918. The previously Polish schools were Germanized, and the University of Poznan turned into a German Reichsuniversität. The Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which provided for the division of Central Europe between Germany and the Soviet Union, also entailed the exchange of populations, that is, ethnic Germans from Moscow's share to the Third Reich and of Belarusians and Ukrainians from Berlin's share to the Soviet Union. Ethnic Germans, numbering 193,000, from formerly Polish territories and from Lithuania under Soviet control were resettled mainly to the erstwhile Polish territories incorporated into Germany. And 239,000 more followed from all around Europe between 1939 and 1944. Room was made for the new arrivals by expelling ethnic Poles from the incorporated areas to the general government. From the former voivodeship of Pomerania alone, 750,000 ethnic Poles were expelled and 80,000 from the new German province of Upper Silesia. For the remaining Slavophone, Polish-speaking, or bilingual population, which had been holders of German citizenship prior to 1918, the Deutsche Volkslist was established. Group 1 of the DVL were defined as indubitable Germans, Groups 2 and 3 Aces Wissenschaft, and Group 4 as renegades of German roots. The requirements of the war effort coaxed Berlin to grant German citizenship to those inscribed in Groups 2 and 3. The largest number, over 1.3 million persons, were inscribed onto the list in Upper Silesia. They were mostly Ślązacs whom Warsaw had previously attempted to Polonize, which had alienated them vis-a-vis the Polish nation-state. The Zwischtengruppe also embraced the more homogeneously Slavophone Ślązacs. Unlike in the case of the Ślązacs, the German administration allowed the Ślązacs to declare their own Ślązakian language in order to distance this group from the Poles and Czechs. The predominantly bilingual, German Slavic/Polish-speaking, Ślązacs were seen as ethno-linguistically distant enough from the Polish nation, thus ready for swift Germanization. The top echelons of the Polish intelligentsia were killed, incarcerated in concentration camps, or expelled to the general government. As a result, the percentage of Germans in Pomerania and Danzig grew to 74% in 1944, in the Wartheland to 28%, and in the northern section of the pre-war voivodeship of Warsaw to 8%. No Belarusians or Ukrainians from Germany's share of Poland volunteered to be resettled in the Soviet Union. Actually, 20,000 Ukrainian refugees fled from the Soviet-occupied Polish territories to Germany's general government, where they made Krakow a significant center of Ukrainian national and cultural life. In 1940, Berlin agreed to the re-establishment of the autocephalous Ukrainian Orthodox Church abolished in the Soviet Union. German administration also began to use the ethnonym Ukrainer instead of the traditional Ruthanen, in a clear departure from interwar Polish usage Rusini. By late 1940, they had organized 910 elementary schools and 2 secondary schools. Ukrainian secondary school leavers also enjoyed the right of admission to German universities. At the same time, there were 7,210 Polish schools for 11 million Poles in the general government, but not a single Polish secondary school. Belarusian elementary schools, completely suppressed in Poland during the second half of the late 1930s, were revived in the few Belarusian-speaking areas of the general government. One Russian-language elementary school was founded in Warsaw, and a Karelian-language one in Zakopane. In the wake of Berlin's 1941 attack against the Soviet Union, the Russian-language school was liquidated and Belarusian-language schools disappeared, because the Belarusian language educational system was concentrated in the Reichskommissariat Ostland. Belarusian schools in the general government would unnecessarily have hindered the Germanization of the Bialystok region incorporated directly into Germany. Schools for 2 million Jews were exclusively private and financed by Jewish self-governments. Languages of 613. Education in these schools were German, Hebrew, Polish, and Yiddish. The Jews were exterminated beginning in 1942, when the Endlösung of the Jewish question began to be implemented. In the Soviet zone of occupation, Russian replaced Polish as the official language, but Soviet nationalities policy, though increasingly tilted toward Russification since the early 1930s, allowed for the liberal use of minority languages in offices, education, and publications. Most Polish-language elementary and secondary schools were retained. For instance, there were 932 such schools and a Polish-language theater in western Belarus incorporated from Poland. Even more significantly, the system of Belarusian language education was revived. From the official point of view, Belarusian and Ukrainian were official languages in Soviet Belarus and Soviet Ukraine, respectively. In Lviv, the Polish University of Lwów was Ukrainized into Ivan Franko University. However, to dampen Ukrainian national aspirations, a group of Polish professors from Lviv were invited to lecture and do research in Moscow, whereas such treatment was not extended to their Ukrainian counterparts. The Naukov Towarzystwo imeni Shevchenka, which had functioned as a Ukrainian Academy of Sciences in Austria's Galicia, and then interwar Poland, was abolished and incorporated into the Soviet Academy of Sciences. Belarusians were soon displeased as well when, in September 1940, the compulsory teaching of Belarusian in Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, and Yiddish language schools was replaced by Russian. In addition, the Polish University of Vilnius, which Belarusian leaders hoped would be Belarusified, was actually Lithuanized following the transfer of Vilnius to Lithuania. In all the Polish territories incorporated into the Soviet Union, place and street names were Russified or Lithuanized. Lithuanian-Polish relations had been extremely tense since the end of World War I. Both states established regular diplomatic links only in 1938, following Warsaw's ultimatum. Despite the fact that Vilnius was incorporated into Lithuania in the following year and elevated to the rank of the Lithuanian capital, the city remained overwhelmingly Polonophone or Yiddish-speaking. Not surprisingly, the concentrated attempt to re-Lithuanize Vilnius entailed suppression of Lithuania's Poles and their language, which was stronger there than in Belarus or Ukraine. The Lithuanian language replaced Polish even in Catholic churches. The Kremlin also put in order class and ethnic relations. Polish civil servants, even if of Belarusian or Ukrainian extraction, were persecuted. The Polish 614 Elite was virtually annihilated when 15,000 Polish officers were murdered in Katyn in March 1940. Between 1939 and 1941, 700,000 Poles, 217,000 Ukrainians, 91,000 Belarusians, 83,000 Jews and 20,000 Lithuanians and pre-war Russian emigrants were rounded up from the Soviet zone of occupation and transported to Siberia or Kazakhstan. They included civil servants, intelligentsia, POWs, kulaks, and bourgeois. Before Lithuania was turned into a Soviet republic, the agreed exchange of population between Kaunas and Moscow took place. Lithuanians, numbering 170,000, from Belarus left for Lithuania, and 100,000 Belarusians from Lithuania for Belarus. In June 1941, Germany attacked the Soviet Union. German armies seized the Soviet republics of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. Ukraine was made into the Reichskommissariat Ukraine, and the other territories into the Reichskommissariat Ostland, reminiscent of the Land Ober-Ost of World War I. The enlarged General Gouvernement's territory was 142,000 square kilometers. Although the eastern half of this German colony was inhabited mainly by Ukrainians, Poles accounted for 62% of the 18 million inhabitants. Ukrainians amounted to 37%, and the remaining 1% was comprised of Germans and Goralians. Strangely, the general government was dubbed the National Socialist Propagandist European Gate to the East, or the bridge between West and East. In reality, together with the Reichskommissariaten, the general government constituted the buffer zone around the Third Reich. In the coming decades, in line with the Generalplan Ost, this area between the Vistula and the Dnieper was to be repopulated with German settlers and Germanized Slavs. German was made the official language of the general government, while Polish and Ukrainian became auxiliary languages, the latter mainly in eastern Galicia and the region of Kholm. Only the place names of the most significant cities were Germanized, as also street names in the centers of these cities. More German-language place names of smaller towns appeared in Galicia, where they had been used during the Austro-Hungarian times. All the Polish-language universities, research centers, and secondary schools were closed down. In 1941, it was proclaimed that a German Copernicus University would be established on the basis of the Polish University of Krakow, but this plan was never realized. Some Polish and German scholars living in Krakow found employment in the Institute für Deutsche Ostarbeit, established in 1940. The entire administration down to the level of counties, 615, was entrusted to German civil servants. At the level of communes, small towns, and villages, local officials were selected solely responsible to the German administration. The German police also recruited from among pre-war Polish policemen. Prior to carrying out the Endlösung, Jews were allowed self-government in administration and elementary education in their Wohnbezirk. Apart from a few official German newspapers, most of the rest were published in Polish and Ukrainian, including one Polish-language newspaper for Jews. The administration of the general government encouraged the national and political aspirations of Ukrainians, but suppressed Polish cultural and educational life. The Lemkos, whom Warsaw had deemed a separate ethnic group, were treated as a regional group of the Ukrainian nation. A similar group of mountainous people in the region of Zakopane was encouraged to redefine itself as separate from the Polish nation because of their specific dialect and transhumant economy. Their self-ethnonymies Goral, which became Goralen in German terminology. German sources estimated their number at 360,000 in the early 1940s. About 85,000 of them registered as members of the Goralen folk, or the Goralian nation. In Zakopane, the German administration provided for them one elementary school and one vocational school with Goralian as the medium of instruction. Conveniently, a proposal of Goralian orthography had been published in Poland in 1938. The General Gouvernement's administration and school system was also implemented in the Reichskommissariat in Ostland and Ukraine. Locals were employed in the police and at the lowest levels of administration. Berlin was appalled, however, by the Ukrainian initiative that led to the proclamation of the independent Ukrainian state in Lemberg on June 30, 1941. The Ukrainian leaders who issued this proclamation were arrested at the beginning of July. Despite this setback, the Ukrainian language, press and education were revived, especially in the eastern half of the Reichskommissariat, where Russification had made significant inroads since the 1930s. Berlin could redirect the hatred of all things Soviet felt by most Ukrainians against the Soviet Union, but first in late 1941 and early 1942, it liquidated more than 700 Ukrainian national activists. The situation was similar in Belarus, where Belarusian leaders and the population at large hoped for a lenient German occupation, as had been the case during World War I in the Land Ober-Ost. On the one hand, the German administration encouraged Belarusian language education and culture, while on the other, Polish and Russian were used as auxiliary official languages in western and eastern Belarus respectively. Belarusian language elementary schools functioned. 616. Only in the 1942-1943 school year in eastern Belarus. In 1942, there were 3,500 Belarusian language elementary schools and 30 secondary schools, mainly in western Belarus. In March 1942, Berlin allowed the establishment of the first ever autocephalous Belarusian Orthodox Church and the Belarusian Exarchate of the Greek Catholic Church. A German plan to replace Cyrillic with the Latin script was opposed by the population, but the occupation authorities proceeded with the introduction of Latin script-based Belarusian to the educational system. An increase in Belarusian nationalism led to the decision not to admit non-Belarusians to Belarusian language schools. Later, Germans condoned the replacement of Polish civil servants by Belarusians. In 1943-1944, Germans formed Ukrainian military units and attempted to organize Belarusian ones too, in order to support German armies weakening under Soviet attack. Apart from the German-Soviet struggle, pro-Soviet Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Polish guerrillas began to operate alongside anti-Soviet Polish Ukrainian, Lithuanian, and Belarusian national units. Polish guerrillas clashed with their Lithuanian, Belarusian, and Ukrainian counterparts, the former hoping for re-establishment of Poland in its interwar borders while the latter sought an independent Lithuania, Belarus, or Ukraine in their wartime borders. These conflicts led to low-intensity civil war in the Vilnius region and, more tragically, to mutual ethnic cleansing between Poles and Ukrainians in Volhynia during the autumn of 1943. In this region, where Poles constituted just 5 to 7% of the population, 60,000 to 100,000 Poles and 15,000 to 30,000 Ukrainians were massacred. In mid-1944, the Red Army advanced into the lands of interwar Poland and the Baltic republics. Swiftly, the Soviet republics of Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia were re-established in their 1940 shape. By early 1945, the entire territory of interwar Poland was under Soviet control. In July 1944, Moscow created a puppet Polish government in Lublin, which was to ensure Soviet dominance in post-war Poland. With the armies of National Socialist Germany out of the equation, national guerrillas continued to fight against one another, and against their communist counterparts supported by Soviet troops. This low-scale warfare continued well into 1948. The remnants of anti-Soviet forces operated underground in Soviet Lithuania until 1949, Soviet Belarus until 1951, and in Soviet Ukraine until the mid-1950s. In Poland, after the 1947 communist takeover, anti-communist forces were completely suppressed by mid-1948, but individual anti-communist guerrillas were active until the late 1950s. The sweeping border changes and large-scale population movements induced by fighting and decreed by the victors do not allow one to come up with 617 exact figures about losses of human lives. The estimates are 5.5 to 7 million for Ukraine, 2.2 to 2.7 million for Belarus, 2.5 million for Germany, 1.8 million for Russia, 0.7 million for Lithuania. In the past, estimates for Poland spoke about Poles who perished during the war, but now the statistics are more nuanced, and those who lost their lives are referred to as citizens of interwar Poland. Poland's population was 35 million in 1939. 7.5 million of them perished, that is, 6 million at the hands of the National Socialist regime, and 1.5 million at the hands of the Soviet regime. 1/3 to half of the casualties were Jews. This statistic is complicated because the Third Reich placed the system of the extermination of European Jewry in the occupied territories of interwar Poland, in which the majority of the 4.7 to 5.5 million European Jews, who perished in the Holocaust, were killed. In the same genocidal manner, Berlin emptied the Third Reich, the territories of interwar Poland, and Western Czechoslovakia of Roma. The Porojmos or Samodardapan cost the lives of at least 0.5 million Roma. The unprecedented bloodbath of World War II was followed by accelerated nation-state building in Central and Eastern Europe under Moscow's control. The tenets of Soviet nationalities policy merged nicely with the Dmowskian vision of an ethnically homogeneous Polish nation-state. Polish communists were never tired of repeating, "Chcemy budowy państwo narodowe, a nie narodowy." This lessened the opposition of anti-communist forces to the new communist order, and indeed provided for cooperation between communists and the numerous supporters of Dmowski. The new wave of ethnic cleansing, condoned by Moscow and the Western Allies, was played out within the new borders forced on Poland at the Potsdam Conference. Earlier, the Lublin Communists had formally ceded the eastern one-third of interwar Poland, together with Vilnius and Lviv, to the Soviet Union. The Allies indemnified Poland with the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line, except that the northern half of East Prussia was incorporated directly into Soviet Russia. Poland's gains of 101,000 square kilometers were quaintly dubbed the recovered territories. Polish propaganda strove to justify their incorporation, pointing to the fact that until the 13th century, the majority of inhabitants in these areas had been Slavic speakers. The southern half of East Prussia, granted to Poland, largely overlapped with the 1920 plebiscite area in Warmia and Masuria. Post-war Poland's territory shrank from 390,000 square kilometers to 313,000 square kilometers. Only 54% of the interwar Polish territory passed into New Poland. The incorporated German territories accounted for one-third of the post-war Polish. 618. Territory. Between 1944 and 1946, the Polish-Soviet agreements provided for the exchange of population. 17,000 Lithuanians, 36,000 Belarusians, and 0.52 million Ukrainians left post-war Poland for the Soviet Union. Until 1949, in line with this exchange, 177,000 Poles arrived in Poland from Soviet Lithuania, 274,000 from Soviet Belarus, 1.27 million from Soviet Ukraine, and 270,000 from elsewhere in the Soviet Union. In 1947, 150,000 Ukrainians were rounded up in southeastern Poland and dispersed in the German territories incorporated into Poland. In late 1944 and the first half of 1945, around 3.5 million Germans were evacuated or escaped westward from the Deutsche Ostgebiet, and the Red Army rounded up 175,000 Germans and sent them to labor camps in the Soviet Union. In agreement with the decisions of the Potsdam Conference, 4.5 million Germans were expelled from Poland to the four occupation zones of Germany between 1945 and 1948. 300,000 Jews, who were citizens of pre-war Poland, survived the Holocaust. Those who found themselves in the Soviet Union were allowed to leave for Poland. By 1948, about 200,000 of them had left for the United States, Israel, or Argentina. Most of the remaining 65,000 to 100,000 moved to the German territories incorporated into Poland. They were followed by 2.2 million Polish settlers from central Poland, and 2.3 million Polish forced laborers, POWs, and concentration camp inmates, who returned to Poland from Germany and Western Europe. They came in the stead of Germans expelled from the Deutsche Ostgebiet granted to Poland. But the settlers, repatriates, and Jews, adding up to 4.6 million, were not enough to repopulate areas emptied of over 8 million Germans. It was decided, therefore, to retain the Slavophone and bilingual populations of Masuria, and of interwar Germany's section of Upper Silesia, who were to undergo a process of national verification. By late 1948, the positively verified numbered 88,000 German citizens in the former region and 0.85 million in the latter. The positively verified from other sections of the Deutsche Ostgebiet amounted to 79,000. They often spoke only German, but were positively verified thanks to their Slavic-sounding surnames. In the official language, they became known as autochthons, that is, the original, native population. This fortified Warsaw's claim to the Deutsche Ostgebiet, because the autochthons were the proof that Poles lived there before the Germans. A parallel process of national rehabilitation was applied to interwar Polish citizens inscribed into groups 2, 3, and 4 of the DVL. The sobriquet of autochthons was applied to them as well, but less often. Between mid-1945 and late 1949, the share of ethnic Poles in post-war Poland's population grew from 82% to 97%. The official decrease in the number of Germans was from 3.7 million. 619 to 200,000, of Ukrainians from 0.7 million to 200,000, and of Belarusians from 190,000 to 150,000. The remaining indubitable Germans were various industrial and agricultural specialists, who, on theoriders of Warsaw, were not allowed to leave Poland until 1956. Between 1956 and 1962, most left, thereby plunging the official number of Germans living in Poland to a mere 3,500 in 1971. The official policies of de-Germanization and repolonization directed at around 2 million positively verified and rehabilitated citizens left their children without any command of German. Ironically, the success of this Polonizing policy left this population second-class citizens, who appeared as crypto-Germans in the eyes of their neighbors. That is why, between 1951 and 1990, 1.34 million positively verified and rehabilitated citizens, together with their descendants, left for West Germany, where they were officially known as resettlers. In this manner, Mazurs disappeared from Masuria and the share of Ślązacs in the post-war voivodeship of Pole fell from over half of the population to one-third. This continual emigration caused German statisticians to estimate the size of Poland's German minority as between 0.5 million and 1.5 million. The numbers corresponded to pre-1945 German citizens and persons inscribed onto the DVL, together with their descendants. The overwhelming majority of those who had not attended German school before 1945, did not speak German, however. Between 1955 and 1959, ethnic Poles running to 0.26 million were repatriated from the Soviet Union to Poland. It was forbidden to mention the 1.38 million Poles, who remained in the Soviet Union, where they were made to accept Soviet citizenship and were gradually Russified. In addition, Israel's success in the 6 Days War incurred Moscow's wrath as the Soviet bloc supported the Arab cause. Warsaw translated this into the ethnic cleansing of Poland's remaining Jews. Between 1968 and 1972, 30,000 left Poland. Poland was thus made into an ethnically homogeneous nation-state. This fact was also reflected in the Catholic Church's statistics, which estimated the share of Catholics in post-war Poland's population at 93.4% in 1971 and 95.7% in 1987. The goal of Dmowskin and National Communists safely achieved, state-controlled minority associations of Belarusians, Czechs and Slovaks, Jews, Germans, Lithuanians, Roma, and Ukrainians were allowed to be established between 1950 and 1963, and HAVA continued to function to this day. 620. The unprecedented monopoly of Polish in Communist Poland. The trauma of World War II, when Polish was relegated to the status of an auxiliary language on par with Ukrainian in the general government, was tremendous. German and Soviet occupiers cleansed libraries and bookshops of harmful books. The National Socialist administration liquidated any Polish-language publishing industry in the territories incorporated into Germany. The remaining publishing houses were dismantled, leaving just enough of these to bring out Polish-language newspapers and periodicals in the general government. All the official publications were closely controlled by German censorship. German replaced Polish in cinemas and radio broadcasting throughout the territories occupied by Germany. Actually, Poles and other non-Germans were forbidden to listen to the radio, and owning or listening to a radio was a crime. Underground publishers produced 1,075 Polish book titles between 1939 and 1945, quite a drop from the 8,700 titles in 1938 alone. The situation was ameliorated by émigré presses, which published around 15,000 book and periodical titles, mainly for Polish armed forces in Western Europe and the Soviet Union. Public libraries lost over 60% of their holdings, and the shift of the Polish territory 300 kilometers westward left behind numerous centers of Polish culture in the enlarged Soviet Union. In reaction to the National Socialist atrocities committed against the Polish nation, language, and culture, Warsaw implemented policies of de-Germanization and re-Polonization, in the course of which German libraries and publishing houses in the German territories incorporated into Poland were liquidated through pulping and burning. Not only public signs but even German inscriptions on graves and household utensils were chiseled out, painted over, or defaced. The Ministry of the Recovered Territories established a special regime in the Polish section of the Deutsche Ostgebiet to accelerate their administrative and ethno-cultural integration with the rest of Poland. Polish philologists served diligently in the Commission on deciding on the appropriate form of place and geographical names, which Polonized place names throughout the incorporated German territories. German became a pariah language, like Germans themselves in post-war Poland. In order to ensure re-Polonization of the positively verified and rehabilitated Kaszubs, Mazurs, and Zlonziks, it was prohibited to teach German in schools in areas inhabited by them. Like place names, their surnames and first names were duly Polonized, as well. Minority language schools resurfaced in the school year 1953/1954, 136 German, 67 Belarusian, 33 Slovak, 7 Yiddish, 5 Lithuanian, and 1 Czech. After 1956, 5 Ukrainian elementary schools were established. In 1959/1960, the overall number of such schools had sunk to 5 German, 43 Belarusian, 25 Slovak, and 4 Yiddish. The number of 621 Lithuanian elementary schools grew by 3 to 8, but there was no Czech elementary school anymore. Also in 1959/1960, communist refugees who had arrived to Poland after the civil war in Greece received 6 Greek and Macedonian language elementary schools. The number of students attending minority language elementary schools dropped from 6,712 in 1959/1960 to 3,559 in 1964/1965, and to 2,321 in 1969/1970. In the latter school year, only Belarusian, Lithuanian, Slovak, and Ukrainian language schools survived. The most students attended Belarusian schools and least Ukrainian. Subsequent statistical yearbooks of Communist Poland no longer recorded data on minority languages schools and students. War losses and emigration diminished the number of the Polish intelligentsia by 1/3, from 60,000 to 40,000. The German destruction of Warsaw in 1944 deprived Poland of its most significant center of culture. However, the communist government of Lublin decided in January 1945 that Warsaw would remain the Polish capital and would be rebuilt. Every fourth Pole had been forced to leave his or her home during the war. The liquidation of Polish Jewry opened careers in small business to ethnic Poles. After the war, the communist government largely shunned pre-war elites and encouraged peasants and workers to the positions of power and management. Huge industrial projects attracted villagers to cities. An increasing number of women left homes, seeking gainful employment. State-sponsored literacy programs limited the number of illiterates to 3% by 1960. In 1956, finishing elementary school was made compulsory for everybody. These tremendous changes did away with pre-war social boundaries, leveled dialectal differences, and blurred the socio-linguistic boundary between the countryside and cities. As a result, for the first time in history, Standard Polish became the language of everyday communication for virtually all Poles. The teaching cadres of the Polish universities of Lviv and Vilnius re-established themselves in new universities in Wrocław and Torun. Already in 1944, a new pro-communist university was founded in Lublin as a counterweight to the Catholic University of Lublin. The Lodz branch of the Free Polish University was transformed into the University of Lodz in 1945. Later, universities were established in Katowice and Szczecin. By the 1980s, there were 11 universities in Poland. This heavy investment in education was clearly visible in 1946 already, when there were 46 higher education institutions. The number of university graduates residing in post-war Poland increased from 40,000 in 1945 to 0.415 million in 1970. The liquidation of private industry and the stringent centralization of the state, which followed the Soviet model, hampered freedom of research and cultural production. POW was not allowed to commence its activities. Its assets, 622, were transferred to Warsaw and were used for founding the Polish Academy of Sciences in 1951. Between 1947 and 1951, the autonomy of universities was limited and their research goals brought to in line with the needs of the communist government. Book production grew from a meager 29 titles in 1944 to 1,078 in 1945, 4,611 in 1950, 6,879 in 1960, and 10,038 in 1978. But it surpassed the production level of 1938 only in 1965. At that point, book production, like the rest of the increasingly inefficient, centrally planned economy, stalled. It climbed to 11,919 titles in 1980, but then vacillated between 9,000 and 10,000 titles throughout the 1980s, though gigantic runs of copies, adding to 200 million and more per annum, dwarfed those from the interwar period. Culture and education were ideologized, homogenized, and centralized under the supervision of Warsaw, which had regained its status as Poland's center of power and culture by 1949. The watershed was 1961, when religious instruction was finally removed from schools. The novel mass media of radio and television homogenized the spoken language of Poland's population to an unprecedented degree. Radios were scarce after the war. In the 1960s, 2/3 of Polish households had radios. Television broadcasting commenced in Poland in 1956. In the 1970s, half the households enjoyed television sets. In the 1980s, almost each Polish family boasted its own radio and television set. The elevated status of Polish as the sole official language in Poland was confirmed by President Bolesław Bierut's decree of November 30, 1945 on state language and the language of administration of governmental and self-governmental administrations. This decree instilled Polish as the state language and annulled all interwar language regulations. As a result, the possibility of using minority languages for communication between citizens and state or self-governmental offices ended. The post-war communist constitution was promulgated in 1952. It replaced the state's interwar name of the Republic of Poland, with the People's Republic of Poland. None of its articles pertain to state language, minority languages, or minorities. but Article 67.2 prohibited discrimination on grounds of nationality, confession, race, origin, or social class. Article 81.1 ensured equality before law, irrespective of nationality, race, or confession, and Article 81.2 prohibited propagation of nationality, race, or confession-inspired hatred. Like many other regulations in Communist Poland, these were empty promises, as visible from the virtual suppression of minority language education. In the framework of the Cold War struggle, minorities were a detail not taken into consideration. What seized the hearts and minds of the population at large were anti-communist demonstrations, which endangered the monopoly of power of the Communist Party in 1956, 1970. 623. 1976, and 1980 to 1981. In the Soviet bloc, the Polish Catholic Church was the only one that was not suppressed. Therefore, after de-Stalinization in 1956, it created a sphere of freedom for anti-communist opposition that was not available in other Soviet satellites. The 1978 election of Krakow Archbishop Karol Wojtyla as Pope John Paul II consolidated the Polish nation and boosted its morale. From then on, Polish was regularly heard in the Vatican. Earlier, during World War II and after, Polish émigré political, cultural, and educational centers had been founded in London and Paris. Their influence on Communist Poland was limited until 1952, when the Radio Free Europe began to broadcast to Poland. In the 1980s, 1/4 of Poland's population listened to this radio station, in spite of state-organized jamming. The Pope's international influence and his pilgrimages to Poland helped open up the country to democratic and anti-communist influences from abroad, so crucial to bringing an end to the communist system in Poland in 1989. Another boost to the anti-communist opposition, and to the role of the Polish language in the world, arrived in the form of the 1980 Nobel Prize for Czesław Miłosz. The legally guaranteed monopoly of the Polish language in post-war Poland, the heavy use of this language for the task of de-Germanization of the incorporated German territories and for the re-Polonization of the positively verified and rehabilitated, along with the spread of Polish language literacy in order to ensure that communist propaganda reached each citizen, bred authoritarian views on what course language policy should follow. In 1947, the discussion was all the rage in the most influential periodical devoted to the Polish language, Język Polski. The lawyer Jerzy Land famously proposed that norms established by linguists and the government should be imposed on all users of the Polish language, under penalties enforced by schools, editors, and even law courts. This was not far removed from the penalties applied to those autochthones who persisted in speaking German. They were fined, lost their houses and apartments, were sacked from factories, or even were thrown into a special forced labor camp for linguistic offenders in Gliwice. To Land's dictum, Kamusella replied that linguists should teach, not enforce. Kamusella represented the general view of the Krakow School of Polish linguists, who leaned toward descriptivism in language use. Perhaps due to this stance, no authoritative dictionary of the Polish language was ever compiled and published in Krakow. The Warsaw School of Linguists begged to disagree. Their prescriptivist urge led to the publication of Stanislaw Zober's Słownik Ortopoczny. The second edition came off the press in 1958, also in Warsaw. Meanwhile, Stanisław Śląski's Słownik Polskiego Językowych appeared in 1947. Krakow was perceived as the seat of anti-communist reaction and the communist. 624. Authorities did not allow it to regain its pre-war status as a Polish cultural center equal to Warsaw. They encouraged Warsaw in this role. Prescriptivism 1. The Krakow-based Towarzystwo Miłosnego Języka Polskiego and Polskie Towarzystwo Językoznawcze were sidelined in favor of the capital, because the authorities prohibited the re-establishment of PEL. The Warsaw-based PAN founded its Komisja Kultury Języka in 1954. The influence of the Krakow periodical Język Polski faded in confrontation with Doroszewski's Warsaw-based bi-monthly Poradnik Językowy. The ground for establishing the final prescriptive norm of the Polish language was prepared by the 1951 reprint of Linda's authoritative dictionary and the 1952-1953 reprint of Karlowy's authoritative dictionary. Both reprints were published in Warsaw. Pan's newly founded Commission for Language Politics was entrusted with the preparation of the 12th edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy, Slownizek. Basically, the book was to repeat the decisions of the 1936 language reform which, paradoxically, had spread among users during the war when the German administration of the general government employed these new rules in its Polish language publications. However, a simple reprint of the 1936 edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy Slownizek was not possible. First, expressions and examples used in this book had to be cleansed of those deemed anti-communist or pro-bourgeois. Second, new examples had to be grounded in the approved Polish national tradition. Third, usages introduced in the course of the Polonization of place and geographic names in Poland's share of the Deutsche Ostgebiet had to be followed, as the Commission's head, Witold Tasicki, insisted. In 1956, Pan's Committee of Linguistics officially approved the changes proposed by the Commission for Language Politics. Although in 1956, there was not much public discussion, as in the cases of the 1918 and 1936 language reforms, a modicum of compromise was necessary for preserving the unity of language use, even in the context of communist totalitarianism. Kulmencius, a representative of the Krakow school, was entrusted with editing the 1956 edition of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy, Slownizek. Quite symbolically, the book was published in Wrocław, that is, in one of the most important cities in the recovered territories. This fact emphasized not only the political but also the cultural and national incorporation of the Deutsche Ostgebiet into post-war Poland, in line with the official propaganda, which termed this incorporation the return to the motherland. Equally significant was the publishing of Pisonia Polska. 625. Pierwszy Slownizek by the Zaklad Narodowy im. Ossolińskich. The Zaklad had published the second edition of Linda's dictionary in the mid-19th century. It was located in Lviv, which became part of Soviet Ukraine. In 1947, the Kremlin agreed to the repatriation of the Zaklad's library holdings and assets to Wrocław. 6 years later, Pan took control over it. These overtures aside, beginning in 1967 the popular mass editions of Pisonia Polska. Pierwszy, Slownizek, now titled Słownik ortograficzny I Praw dla Pisoni Polskiego, passed into the editorship of Tasicki, a representative of the Warsaw School. The Krakow School was represented by a second editor, Stanisław Jodlowski. But he was more of an outsider, who had contributed to the 1936 language reform. The masterstroke, sealing the domination of the Warsaw School, was delivered by Doroszewski. Between 1958 and 1969, he edited the 10 volumes and 1 supplement volume of the brand new, authoritative Słownik Języka Polskiego II. It covered words used between the mid-18th and the mid-20th centuries, that is, the period when the standard Polish language was worked out. Almost at the same time, the post-war authoritative dictionaries of Czech, Magyar, and Slovak were published, namely, Bohuslav Havranex 4-volume Słownik Spisownego Języka Iskiego, Gazabarchi and Laszlo Orzaka's 7-volume A Magyar Nyelv Erdélmez Zodara, and Stefan Piecier's 6-volume Słownik Słowenskiego Języka. Piecier's dictionary was unique in this respect that it was the first ever authoritative, multi-volume dictionary of Slovak. Interestingly, in the 2 other member states of the Soviet bloc, namely, Bulgaria and Romania, authoritative dictionaries of Bulgarian and Romanian appeared as well, the 3-volume Rechnik na Svermanen Bulgarski Ezik, and the 4-volume Dicționarul Limbii Romane Light Rare Contemporane. The fact that the publication of all these dictionaries commenced between 1955 and 1959 may mean that the Kremlin coordinated these lexicographic efforts in order to imprint the correct meaning on the words included in the works. This, along with the expunging of bourgeois words, was of crucial importance for the needs of Soviet propaganda and the ideology of communism. Doroshovsky's dictionary was too extensive for the average user. So there follow Ideon volume Mali Slonik Jezika Polskiego edited by Stanislav Skorupka and others, and the tellingly titled Slonik Popronich Polszczyzny, edited by Doroshovsky and Helena Kurkowska. But with the rapid growth of the number of persons with university education, the one-volume dictionaries did not satisfy them, while the multi-volume one was too extensive. Between 1978 and 1981, Mieczysław Zimczak's three-volume Słownik Języka Polskiego was published and remained the standard reference for the general educated user until the beginning of the 21st century. Interestingly, in 1977, the first serious attempt at codifying pronunciation of standard Polish came with Słownik y Mały Polski, edited by Mieczysław Kara and Maria Majdziowa. The 1986 reprint of the 1861 Słownik Języka Polskiego did not contribute to a new codification of Polish, but importantly defied the previously observed informal ban on public mentioning and promotion of significant Polish cultural achievements, which had originated on the Eastern Territories, incorporated to the Soviet Union after 1945. For instance, although the project of Nis and Kara-S's Mały Atlas Polskich was conceived in 1939, the atlas's geographical scope was limited to post-war Poland's borders. The Polish minorities in the Western republics of the Soviet Union remained a public taboo in Poland until 1989. A covert breach of this taboo came in 1977, when the publication of Jerzy Ryken, Kara-S and Urbanchik Słownik Gwar Polskich commenced. The work was designed to gather all dialectal words seen as Polish, which were used during the 19th and 20th centuries in the broad area delineated by Poland's current western border and the eastern frontier of former Poland-Lithuania. Understandably, the communist authorities did not lavish this politically incorrect dictionary with necessary resources. Hence, a mere 3 volumes were published before the fall of communism. Until 2006, 4 further volumes came off the press, which is not a significant improvement either. Apparently, in today's Poland, there is no political need for proving the Polishness of the eastern lands of interwar Poland, which now constitute part of post-communist Belarus, Lithuania, and Ukraine. Hence, it came as no surprise that Karol Dehna's Atlas Gwar Polskich limited itself to the territory of post-war Poland, despite the fact that it was published well after the fall of communism. The effort to replace Bruckner's old-fashioned etymological dictionary of 1927 faltered. Between 1952 and 1982, Francis Xlowski edited 25 fascicles of Słownik Etymologiczny Języka 627 Polskiego, but it had covered only half the selected words through the letter L parallelly. Václav Machek's one-volume Etymologiki Słownik Języka Iskiego Slovenskiego was published in 1957, and Benko Laron's modern 4-volume A Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Etymologia Zodera, with the introduction conveniently in Magyar and German, between 1967 and 1976. No historical dictionary of the Polish language was attempted before 1945, while Gabor Sarva's and Zygmunt Simonyi's 3-volume Magyar Nyelvtörténeti Zotar was published between 1890 and 1893 and Jan Gabauer's incomplete Słownik Staroseski between 1903 and 1913. The situation changed after World War II. In 1953, Stanislaw Urbanchik commenced the publication of the multi-volume Słownik Staropolski, which covers Polish vocabulary until 1500, and in 1966, Maria Renata Majnała saw through the publication of the first volume of Słownik Języka Polskiego 16 Wiku. The former dictionary was completed in 2002, and the latter reached the letter P in 2005. During almost half a century of communist rule in Poland, only a single universal encyclopedia was published, the 13-volume Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna. This stood in stark contrast to the interwar period, when in the span of 2 decades, 3 encyclopedias of this kind appeared. However, in communist states, where censorship required ideological unity and correctness, and where there were no private publishers, no more than one universal encyclopedia was allowed, or expected. Similarly, in the communist period only singular universal encyclopedias were published in Czechoslovakia and Hungary, namely, the 6-volume Mala Československá Encyclopedia and the 7-volume UJ Magyar Lexikon. In Poland, Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna became the basis for the compilation of the 4-volume Encyclopedia Powszechna and the 1-volume Encyclopedia Popularna, which were reissued in slightly updated editions until the end of communism. The ideologization of language and the centralized control of information was so heavy in the communist period that the unexpected 1961 proposal of another language reform sent ripples of intense controversy through the academic community and among the Communist Party's top echelons. Arguments for further changes were reasonable enough so that PEN accepted them, and the new 13th edition of Pisonia Polska Pierwszy Slownazek was prepared for 628. Publication in 1963. Doroszewski opposed the change because the first half of his pet project, Słownik Języka Polskiego, would be in the 1956 spelling and the latter in a 1963 orthography. The same argument was forwarded by the editorial committee of Wielka Encyclopedia Powszechna. The new language reform would require producing new textbooks as well. Eventually, the Ministry of Education decided not to introduce any changes in Polish orthography, and the entire run of the 13th edition of Pisonia Polska Pierwszy Slownazek was pulped. An opposition, similar to that to any drastic change in the stabilized form and functions of the Polish language, stalled in their tracks the 1974 and 1977 governmental attempts at further Polonization of 2 un-Polish-sounding place names in the region of Lublin and in southeastern Poland, respectively. In the former area, many place names were perceived as Ukrainian and in the latter as Lemkian. Most of the changes that were introduced in southeastern Poland anyway, were revoked in the early 1980s. The few post-1974 changes in the region of Lublin and the earlier ones in southeastern Poland, however, have not been overturned to this day. But it seems that the sternest form of the Polonization of place names was reserved for Belarusian ones in the region of Białystok. Such Polonizing changes were implemented gradually at least until 2004. The idea of the never-ending ethnic homogenization of the Polish nation-state remained alive in the 1970s and 1980s, but it became increasingly impractical. First, national minorities accounted for a mere 2.6% of Poland's population. Second, practically all the members of these minorities spoke Polish, while a drastically increasing number of them lost their own national languages. This is not surprising, since minority language education for all practical reasons ceased functioning at the end of the 1960s. Because the languages of Belarusian and Ukrainian are genetically close to Polish, this phenomenon of language loss became most pronounced among Poland's Germans. The vast majority of those who were born during and after World War II did not speak or understand German. On the other hand, a bit of dialectal coloring may make the Polish of Poland's Belarusians and Ukrainians without an in-depth command of their national languages appear Belarusian or Ukrainian, at least to Poles. The national communist monolith cracks, from the end of communism to Poland's accession to the European Union. The force of anti-communist feeling became apparent to the Communist Party in 1980 to 1981, when 10 million adults joined the independent trade union Solidarity. It was the first ever 629 non-communist and grassroots legal worker organization in communist Poland. The imposition of martial law in late 1981 and the simultaneous suppression of Solidarity were followed by a deepening economic crisis. It was caused by the inefficient, centrally planned economy geared to the needs of heavy industry, which catered to the military, not the average consumer. The population at large, steeled in its opposition to the communist system, turned for uncensored information and literature to the samizdat book market. In Poland, this market was much larger than its counterparts in other Soviet satellites. For instance, in 1983, 600 Polish samizdat titles were published, and the number increased throughout the 1980s, especially just prior to the collapse of communism, when the authorities largely stopped deterring the illegal import of Polish-language émigré publications. The production of samizdat publishers reached almost 10% of the output of the state publishing houses. Obviously, runs of samizdat publications of several hundred to 1,000 copies paled against the runs of 50,000 to 100,000 copies turned out by the state publishing industry. However, paradoxically, the production bottleneck, which both state and samizdat publishers suffered, was limited access to paper. In communist states, paper was, first, a strategic good, and tight control over it allowed the authorities to further propaganda and censor inappropriate views. Second, the chronic inefficiency of communist economy also entailed systemic inability to produce enough paper, even for officially approved publications. In the latter half of the 1980s, videos and satellite television dishes and tuners began to be smuggled into Poland from Western Europe, at quite a cost, as the average monthly Polish salary exchanged on the black market did not amount to more than $7 to $10. Another obstacle was the SECOM system of broadcasting used in the Soviet bloc. Satellite television was broadcast in the PAL system, which necessitated purchasing PAL television sets from the West. However, the drab realities of life in communist Poland and the ritualized mendacity of official propaganda were incentive enough to acquire access to Western satellite television, video films, and musical programs smuggled from the West. Another factor was the fact that the passport valid for travel to Western Europe was an extremely restricted good. One was not allowed to keep even regular passports for other Soviet bloc states at home. After returning from abroad, one had to immediately return them to a militia station. Satellite television and videos let one travel to the better world beyond the Iron Curtain. At the same time, the operation of samizdat publishers was greatly facilitated by the arrival of photocopiers and personal computers. These products were imported to Poland with help of one's family members living in the West, or of Western organizations that supported the anti-communist underground. 630. The fall of communism, the breakup of the Soviet bloc, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the collapse of the Soviet Union were unexpected by most. Majority foresaw that these happy events would not take place in their lifetimes. In Poland, changes followed at a fast pace. In mid-1989, the first partially free parliamentary elections took place. In January 1990, the free market economy supplanted its centrally planned counterpart. Passports were issued to everybody who wanted this document and one was allowed to keep it at home. Disgust with the communist system and with one's position as a second-class citizen was so tremendous that between 1988 and 1992, 582,000 Aussiedlers streamed from Poland to Germany. They were joined by tens of thousands of ethnic Poles who emigrated to the West as well, not sure if communism would not return to Poland, and wary that the post-communist changes might not bring them a better life anytime soon. The tremendous dimension of changes is best indicated by the fact that by 1993, all three of Poland's previous neighboring states had disappeared and were replaced with 7 new ones: Belarus, the Czech Republic, Germany, Lithuania, Slovakia, Russia, and Ukraine. Most surprising was the fact that this outcome did not entail a single war, a political feat unthinkable after World War I. In 1991, the Warsaw Pact and the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, the institutions through which Moscow controlled the Soviet bloc, were dissolved. The success of democratization and the privatization of the economy was rewarded in 1993 with Poland's membership in the Council of Europe. In 1999, Poland also joined NATO, along with the Czech Republic and Hungary. 6 years later, Poland, as one of 10 states, acceded the European Union. This marked the end of the transition period from communism to democracy for the Central European nation-states of the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, for the post-Soviet nation-states of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and for the post-Yugoslav nation-state of Slovenia. In 1989, around 15% of 18-year-olds entered institutions of higher education. The number of people with university education, 2.66 million, surpassed the mark of 7% in the Polish population. In 1966, half of Poland's inhabitants lived in cities and the share increased to 60% in 1989. Industrialization entailed lowering the share of the workforce employed in agriculture to 1/4. Between 1989 and 2004, new state universities were founded in Zielonogora, Pol, Olsztyn, and Radoso, and more than 100 private higher education institutions were established. More than half of the 18-year-olds now undertake university-level education, which brings Poland closer to the Western standard of 1/4 to 1/3 graduates of higher education institutions in society. In 2002, 10.2% of Polish citizens had graduated from universities. Between 1988 and 2002, the share of the population that had finished only elementary school dropped from 38.8% to 631. 28.2%. The 2 decades after the fall of communism was also the period during which almost each Polish citizen became a member of the classic intelligentsia. Hence, this 19th-century sobriquet no longer means much and did not stop the growing stratification of society along income lines. Despite this stratification, high economic growth made videos and DVD players, satellite, and cable television, personal computers and access to the internet widespread especially in urban households. In 1997, the number of published book titles climbed to 16,000, and today it is close to 20,000. Each Polish citizen is constantly immersed in standard Polish which all the time reaches him or her via the numerous mass media. This has leveled the remaining dialectal differences and triggered interest in dialectal and regional cultures. Poland was open to the world, and its system of political, economic, and militarily alliances voluntarily switched from east to west. The compulsory teaching of Russian, enforced during communist times from elementary school to university, brought hardly any widespread knowledge of this language to the population at large because they were not allowed to visit the Soviet Union, which deprived the learners of this language of the crucial factor of motivation. In addition, Polish anti-communism was strongly bound up with opposition to all things Russian. On the other hand, because Polish censors allowed publication of translations of books by Western authors who were scoffed at by Soviet censors, numerous Belarusian, Russian and Ukrainian intellectuals taught themselves Polish in order to access Western culture through these Polish translations. During the communist period, Western languages, mainly English, German, and French, were offered almost exclusively in secondary schools. In elementary schools, Russian was the only choice. Today, the foreign language most widely taught and earned in Poland is English. A distant second in the rankings is German, although the anti-German feeling cultivated by propaganda in communist Poland long made the average Pole as averse to acquiring German as Russian. Lavishly supported by Paris and encouraged by some intellectuals brought up in the myth of French as the world language, French remains a minority pursuit, almost on par with Spanish and Italian. The supremacy of English in Central Europe has been fortified by the fact that Czechs, Magyars, Poles, and Slovaks do not generally learn the languages of their neighbors and usually do not understand them. After the 2004 accession of the Central European states to the European Union, this tendency came as a surprise to the delegates of the EU's Old 15 in Brussels. Prior to 1945, German dominated in this region as the language of international communication. Now, Central European officers in the EU's structures contribute 632 to the dominance of English in the Union. On the other hand, there is the EU rule that says that the official languages of member states are the EU's official languages as well. This means that, after the 2004 enlargement of the EU, Polish, Czech, Magyar, and Slovak all officially became languages of international communication. This change did not translate into a growing number of learners of these Central European languages across the Union, but the presence of these languages is felt throughout the EU's structures. Since English is the lingua franca of global commerce and technology, Anglicisms have streamed into Polish, much to the dismay of purists and ethnic nationalists. The backlash came in 1999 when the Sejm passed the Act on the Polish Language, emulating the French example of a similar act adopted in 1994, aimed against Anglicization of the French language. The Polish Act introduces the monopoly of Polish as the language of commerce, law, and any public activity on the territory of Poland. This regulation applies to labels on goods, advertisements, commercials, instructions, warranties, bills, contracts, shop names, and the like. However, the sweeping range of this act in the context of the dynamic economic, political, cultural, and social development of post-communist Poland made it a dead letter. Its restrictive provisions are observed in the breach and the courts do not enforce it. The act elevated the Rada Języka Polskiego, established in 1997 by Penn, to the position of the watchdog of the correctness and purity of the Polish language. Obviously, the Council has at its disposal no means of enforcing its normative views, or the Act's other provisions, on users of Polish. The Council and philologists make their views on the state and needs of the Polish language known at the biannual congresses of the culture of the Polish language. Yet, foreign companies do not Polonize their foreign logos and do not switch the language of their international administration to Polish. Polish companies know that a foreign-sounding name on the label makes it easier to market a product. Neither Polish nor foreign companies shy away from using foreign words, sentences, and texts in commercials and advertisements. The multilingual reality is a fact that cannot be reversed without succumbing to authoritarian methods that are not available in a democracy. The problem is that, during communist times, many Polish philologists were educated in the ethos of Polish being a beleaguered language. The fate of this language was presented as identical to that of the Polish nation. This gave rise to a popular simile, in the framework of which the Polish language is personified. Hence there is nothing strange in Polish about the proposition that this language had to fight for survival in the partition period and during World War II. Paradoxically, these philologists believe that the opening of post-communist Poland to the world endangers Polish. Such an opinion is widely communicated by Jan Miotek, a professor of the University of Wrocław, and the 633 author of a popular TV program, Ojczyzna, Polszczyzna. He edited the tellingly titled O Zagrożeniach I Bogatstwie Polszczyzny. However, Polish speakers at large decided otherwise. Between 2004 and 2006, more than 1 million Polish workers and their families streamed to the United Kingdom and about 150,000 to Ireland. 13 Because they travel regularly to Poland, they are bound to deepen Anglicization of the Polish language with their rapidly acquired command of English. The post-communist Polish Constitution of 1997 is the first ever Polish constitution where the status of the Polish language is explicitly spelled out. Article 27 states that Polish is the official language of the Republic of Poland, but a corollary follows that this regulation shall not breach the rights of Poland's national minorities, especially those rights that were acquired thanks to various international agreements ratified by Poland. Even more significantly, the preamble provides a new definition of the Polish nation, stating that it consists of all Polish citizens, irrespective of ethnicity, language, nationality, or religion. Hence, from the legal point of view, Polish nationalism is now civic, although in reality this nationalism remains largely ethnic. Quite a surprise to the average Pole was the reappearance of Germans, who had been thought to be non-existent in post-war Poland. In 1989, in Upper Silesia, close to 300,000 persons signed lists announcing that they were Germans, and these lists were deposited in the West German embassy. In the view of communist propaganda, the autochthons were ethnic Poles. The success of repolonization was apparent, as hardly any of them younger than 60 still spoke German. On the other hand, their relatives had time and again chosen Germandom in preference to Polishdom, leaving en masse to West Germany, where they gained the status of Aussiedlers, which automatically entitled them to West German citizenship. In 1990, Warsaw registered organizations of Upper Silesian Germans. In the same year, the German-Polish border treaty was signed. In the light of international law, Bonn finally, and in a binding manner, gave up its sovereign rights in the German territories east of the Oder-Neisse line incorporated into post-war Poland. But the Bundestag ratified this treaty only in 1992, which, paradoxically, prompted Warsaw to request Moscow not to withdraw Soviet/Russian troops from Poland. They were the only guarantor of the inviolability of the new Polish-German border after 1945, and this had prevented anti-communist forces from questioning the presence of this de facto occupation force in post-war Poland too vociferously. Eventually, these troops left in 1993, 2 years after they had moved away from Czechoslovakia. 634. In 1991, Bonn and Warsaw signed the groundbreaking Treaty on Good Neighborliness and Cooperation. It was the first post-war international agreement addressing the rights of a minority. Warsaw undertook the obligation to protect Poland's German minority. Post-communist Poland signed similar treaties with minority protection clauses with all its neighbors. This kind of a bilateral treaty on cooperation became a standard one, contracted by all the post-communist states of Central Europe. The German-Polish Treaty was ratified in 1992. It was a clear indication of goodwill and Warsaw's eagerness to stem the tremendous outflow of population from Upper Silesia to reunited Germany. Hence, Warsaw tacitly agreed that the German embassy and consulates would issue certificates of German citizenship and German passports to members of the German minority in Poland. Applicants were not required to renounce their Polish citizenship. In 2002, there were 280,000 holders of these German documents in Poland. Obviously, they retain their Polish citizenship and passports as well. The vast majority of them reside in the voivodeship of Pole, where they account for 1/5 of the population. Because the German passport allows them to work legally throughout the EU, this substantially lowered the unemployment rate in this predominantly agricultural region. The number of German passports issued to Polish citizens also reduced the claim of German minority leaders that there are between 0.5 million and 1 million Germans living in contemporary Poland, for most of the remaining verified and rehabilitated citizens and their descendants, who could apply for German passports, did not do so. Members of the German minority have not reacquired command of the German language, of which they had been deprived by the forced policy of repolonization after World War II. Only 2 bilingual German-Polish elementary schools were opened for the minority. This contrasts starkly with the situation of Lithuania's Polish minority, numbering around 300,000. In the mid-1990s, they enjoyed 150 Polish-language elementary and secondary schools. A similar network of Polish-language schools serves 400,000 ethnic Poles in Belarus and 200,000 in Ukraine. National minorities were included in the Polish Statistical Yearbook only in 1995, in the form of a list of minority organizations with the numbers of these organizations' members. Beginning in 2000, the yearbook also registered minority language schools. Surprisingly, it shows a growth of German-language elementary schools from 111 in 1995/1996 to 256 in 2001/2002, and of German-language lower secondary schools from 53 in 2000/2001 to 62 in 2001/2002. In both school years, according to the data, there were 2 German-language higher secondary schools. This statistic seriously falsifies the reality, however. The elementary schools labeled as German language in the yearbook indicate where German is offered. 635. As the so-called mother tongue. This designation translates into 3 hours of German classes per week. By the same token, almost every Polish elementary school could be described as English language, because this language is customarily taught 3 or more hours per week. On the other hand, the German language lower and regular secondary schools are usually nothing more than regular Polish language secondary schools, with some groups following bilingual Polish-German education. None of these secondary schools is specifically earmarked for children of the German minority, and the overwhelming majority of students are ethnic Poles. In general, between 1990/1991 and 2001/2002, the number of minority language elementary schools in Poland grew from 120 to 430. Hence, in 2001/2002, there were 124 minority language lower secondary schools and 11 minority language secondary schools. The statistics for other minorities than Germans is more reliable. In 2001/2002, the numbers of the 3 types of minorities language schools for Belarusians were 26, 11, and 2, for Lemkos 12, 6, and 0, for Lithuanians 13, 2, and 1, for Slovaks 7, 3, and 9, and for Ukrainians 74, 34, and 4. Descendants of Greek communist refugees retained 1 Greek language elementary school, and Jews re-established their educational presence in Poland with a single Hebrew language elementary school. The most surprising phenomenon of the mid-1990s was the establishment of schools with Kashubian as the language of instruction. Well into the 1990s, Polish linguists and politicians were never tired of repeating that Kashubian is a dialect of Polish, although already in the communist period about 400 books had been published in Kashubian, or Partialianthes language. In 2001/2002, Kashubian was taught as subject in 40 elementary schools, 6 lower secondary schools, and 1 secondary school. Warsaw's support for schools with Kashubian in the curriculum is reluctant and wavering, but continues, mainly because Kashubian leaders consistently maintain that the Kashubs, numbering 200,000 to 400,000, are an ethnic group of the Polish nation, not a nation in its own right. Out of all recognized national minorities living in Poland, the level of minority language maintenance is the highest among the Roma. Being a language belonging to the Indic branch of the Indo-European languages, it is much more distinctive than Belarusian, Ukrainian, or Kashubian. Other similarly distinctive minority languages used in Poland are German and Lithuanian, but both are spoken by relatively few people, whereas the Roma minority numbers 30,000 to 50,000. There is still not a single Roma language school in Poland. In the 1990s, it was widespread practice not to enforce the rule of compulsory elementary education in the case of Roma children, who were segregated in special classes within Polish schools, or sent them to schools for the mentally retarded, their sole mental deficiency being a poor command of 636. Polish. Estimates of the size of the various minorities in Poland vary considerably, whether produced by Warsaw or minority leaders. The numbers are 260,000 to 1 million for Germans, 70,000 to 400,000 for Ukrainians, 70,000 to 300,000 for Belarusians, 50,000 to 60,000 for Lemkos, 15,000 to 25,000 for Lithuanians, 5,000 to 20,000 for Slovaks, and 3,000 to 15,000 for Jews. The question that remains is, what could be the numbers for Salesians? Contrary to Kashubian leaders, beginning in the mid-1990s, their Salesian counterparts maintained that the Salesians were a nation separate from the Poles and that Salesians speak their own language, Silesian. Potentially, around 300,000 Germans from Upper Silesia could credibly claim Silesian nationality, as well as at least 1 million Poles from the same region. Taking into consideration the lowest estimates of the recognized national minorities, minorities account for 1.2% of the Polish population today, while the highest estimates yield 4.6%. Should one add to the highest estimates 400,000 Kashubs and 0.5 million Zlonsiks, the share of minorities would be 6.9%. In either case, the share of minorities is historically small. And the number of persons who belong to these minorities, and speak languages completely non-intelligible to the Polish speaker cannot be higher than 100,000. With the exception of the Roma, all speakers of minority languages are bilingual, and most of them speak Polish much better than their native language. In post-communist Poland only the German minority managed to elect representatives to the parliament, namely, 7 MPs and 1 senator in 1991. Prior to the 1993 parliamentarian elections, the 5% election threshold was introduced to limit the number of parties represented in the parliament. Minorities, however, were exempted from meeting this requirement. Despite this preferential treatment, the number of German deputies plunged to 4 MPs and 1 senator in 1993 and to a mere 2 MPs in 1997. 2 German MPs were also elected in 2001 and 2005, but just 1 in 2007. Deputies of some other non-Polish ethnic backgrounds also sit in the Sejm and the Senate, but they were elected as members of mainstream political parties, not as representatives of national minorities. With the introduction of genuine self-government at the local level, members of national minorities were elected to communal authorities in their regions. In 1999, self-government was introduced at the level of counties and voivodeships as well. Members of national minorities were elected to county councils, but only in the voivodeship of Pole did they participate as a distinctive political group in regional self-government.